Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Please support me by watching my gaming content on my other channel. The better the gaming channel does, the more stories I will upload. Thank you for your support. Chapter 651, I'll roll you around good and proper. Destruction Sejun's mental world. Boom. Boom. Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun and Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 were exchanging blows, fighting each other. And then, crunch. Crunch. Hee hee hee. Dad, popcorn tastes good even here. Hee hee hee. Eat a lot, my Quenji. Okay. Sejun watched the two fight while eating popcorn with Quenji. Poo-hoo hut. Churu is delicious. Meow. Kayut kayut kayut. The honey peanuts are yummy too. Pip pip. The coconut Sejun Nin gave me is also delicious. Roasted and dried sweet potato is the best. Of course, the rest of the group also watched the fight while snacking. Butler. Give me more roasted and dried sweet potato. Hee hee. Food eaten in a mental world doesn't make you gain weight, so I should eat a lot. Okay. Overwhelmed by Blackie's fearsome presence that was different from reality, Sejun obediently offered up the roasted and dried sweet potato. While Sejun and the others watched the battle of the two giant Sejuns while munching on snacks. Thud. Thud. The tide turned, and Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 started getting beaten one-sidedly. No matter how much his size had grown, he still fell short in both strength and bulk against Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun. Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2, hang in there, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, did not raise you to be weak, meow. As Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 was pushed back, Theo became furious. Swoosh! With light speed meow step, he instantly moved from Sejun's knee to the knee of Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2. Flash! He placed his dazzling golden front paw on the knee of Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2. Then, rumble! Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 began growing in size and strength. Oh! Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 is gaining power with Coach Theo's support. Unaware that a huge amount of money from his void storage was being burned and funneled into Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2, Sejun excitedly played commentator. A little while later, only after Theo burned 3/4 of the treasures from Sejun's void storage did Super Giant Chairman Park No. 2 awaken into Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2. He now had similar size and strength to Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun. On top of that, Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2 also enhanced his battle aura to boost his combat power. Coo! A thick red battle aura rose from Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2's body. Poo-hoo hut. Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2, go give him a good beating, meow. Thud. Thud. With Theo's encouragement, Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2 charged at Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun again. Meanwhile, whoosh! The corruption that had been infiltrating Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun's body began to burn and disappear little by little under Sejun's gaze. While the two Ultra Giant Sejuns fought for a long time, the corruption was completely erased by Sejun. Thud. Thud. After communicating through their bodies with their fists for a long time, Ultra Giant Destruction Sejun and Ultra Giant Chairman Park No. 2 began to feel a strange sense of kinship. Naturally so. Their opponent was, after all, themselves. By observing each other's expressions and gestures, they could understand what the other was thinking and feeling. And then, handsome Sejun, let's not fight. Yeah. Handsome Sejun. I feel like we really click. At some point, the two Ultra Giant Sejuns clasped hands like arm wrestlers, and their hearts became one. As their hearts united, Sharky, flash! Light exploded from their bodies, and they began to merge into one, transforming into an even larger Sejun. And then, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun's two avatars have merged into one, becoming Destruction Sejun, the god of destruction. You have achieved the great feat of creation of possessing a transcendent level avatar. This avatar is beyond the capacity of Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun's abilities. The reward for achieving the great feat of creation has been significantly reduced. As a reward for the great feat of creation, your divinity has increased by 10. Destruction Sejun, the god of destruction, avatar of Black Tower's Farmer Park Sejun, will act independently until the main body grows. Messages appeared before Sejun. What? Sejun looked at the message in confusion. Why did they become friends after hitting each other, and then become a god? What about me? This time, with only his avatar becoming a god and he himself left behind as a mere chump, Sejun felt wronged. But what bothered him even more was, why don't they become friends with me? The fact that they became friends with each other while ignoring him, the main body. Are these guys disrespecting the main body? Just as Sejun was getting angry at being disregarded by his own avatars. Ha ha ha. Main body Park Sejun, grow stronger and see you next time. Here's a gift. Destruction Sejun, the god of destruction, spoke to Sejun and snapped his fingers. And then, Destruction Sejun, the god of destruction, has bestowed the blessing of destruction upon Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. For the next week, everything your hands touch, except yourself, will be destroyed. A red aura enveloped Sejun as the blessing took hold. But, everything I touch gets destroyed. Then how do I farm? How do I cook? To Sejun, it was basically a curse. Then, see you next time. W.A. Sejun hurriedly tried to tell him to cancel the blessing. 8. Who? But by then, Sejun's consciousness had already returned to reality. At that moment, crack! The wooden branch Sejun had been supporting himself on shattered under his hand, and he plummeted downward. Thud! Sejun instinctively reached out and grabbed another vine nearby, but, crack! That, too, broke in his grasp, and he began falling again. Ah, right! The blessing of destruction. Sejun realized he wasn't supposed to touch anything with his hands because of the blessing of destruction. Why give me something so troublesome? Annoyed at destruction Sejun, thud! He kicked his leg hard into a branch, lodging it in and stopping his fall. Pooh hut! Chairman Park, what are you doing here? Meow. Theo, now hanging from Sejun's knee at some point, looked curiously at Sejun, who was dangling upside down from the branch. It's because of the blessing of destruction. Iona, can you pull me up? Kayut. Yes. With Iona's magic, Sejun was safely lifted back to where the group was. Listen up, everyone. Because of the blessing of destruction, I can't pet any of you for a week. He made an important announcement to the group. But, pooh hut. This body cannot be harmed by the blessing of destruction. Meow. Kayut. That's right. Krueng. King. None of them seemed even slightly bothered. I'm telling you, anything I touch gets destroyed. Crack. Sejun touched a vine with his hand, and it crumbled to show them. Hey. Krueng. He. Dad, try touching Quenji's fur. Quenji laughed like it was nothing, plucked out some of his fur, and handed it to Sejun. And then, who? Why isn't it destroyed? The fur that touched Sejun's hand remained completely intact. Krueng. Quenji's fur is stronger than Dad's blessing of destruction. Quenji easily cleared up Sejun's confusion. Oh, so not everything gets destroyed. That's right. If everything I touched was destroyed, that would be a real curse. Relieved that he could still touch his companions safely, Sejun confirmed it by touching each of their furs one by one. King. Butler. Great Blackie hurts. Of course, this didn't apply to the Blackie family. While not destroyed, they definitely felt pain. Pooh hut. Hey. Thanks to that, while the older brothers received Sejun's pets, the Blackie family could only watch. The Great Blackie will become even stronger. The Blackie family resolved to begin special training. Kayut. Meanwhile, Iona was knitting with magic. When Sejun said he wanted to seal the blessing of destruction by making gloves out of Theo and Quenji's fur, I'll make them. Iona eagerly stepped forward. And, Theo Nim's fur is all mine. She kept Theo's fur for herself and used her own and Quenji's to make gloves for Sejun. Kayut. Sejun Nim, they're all done. Yeah. Thanks. Why is there no yellow? As Sejun was putting on the red and white gloves Iona made. Meow. I forgot about the pull. Meow. Theo suddenly sprang up and disappeared, only to reappear shortly after holding a small white slab that had been buried in the tears of destruction. And then, pooh hut. Chairman Park, take this. Meow. Theo handed the slab to Sejun. What is it? Sejun took the slab and examined it. System 371 access device. You must enter the password to view the hidden contents of the access device and learn how to access System 371. So this lets me access System 371? No way is it that system that screwed me over. Got you now, you bastard. Open sesame. Sejun blurted out the first password that came to mind. And then, password has been entered. Password matches. You may now view the hidden contents of the System 371 access device. A beat later, the message appeared confirming the password matched. It had taken some time because System 371, in order to curry favor with Sejun, had reconfigured the password to what he just said. Who? That was the password. Sejun was flustered to have guessed it correctly on the first try. Am I a genius? He immediately got cocky. Meow. Chairman Park's face is turning ugly again. Meow. Theo hurriedly stomped on Sejun's face, and as Sejun lay there getting stepped on by Theo, he checked the access device's contents again. Then, System 371 access device. A access device to access System 371. While in possession, the System 371 access device distorts causality by 1% in favor of the holder. However, distorting causality consumes the holder's magic power. To access System 371, 3 access codes are required. Creator, hidden, grade, unmeasurable, completely different information appeared. A quest has occurred. Quest, please collect the 3 codes required to access System 371. Code 1, 0, 1. Code 2, 0, 1. Code 3, 0, 1. Reward, you will be able to give me commands. At the same time, a quest message appeared. Able to give me commands? Is that me referring to the system itself? Hee hee. Just wait until I collect all the access codes. I'll roll you around good and proper. Sejun grinned, excited by the thought of putting the system through the ringer. But, so where are the codes? For now, it looked like Sejun was the one who'd be rolling first. Once everything had settled down, you guys will be living here from now on. Sejun relocated all the destruction devourers and destruction pioneers from the first floor of the 10th tower to the plant planet. It was now more efficient to eliminate the energy of destruction on the plant planet than in the 10th tower. I should use Leviathan's body today too. Clang! Sejun opened his void storage to take out Leviathan's body. He was planning to plant more sky-reaching beam to make the plant planet even larger and sturdier, but... Ooh? Where did all my treasures go? Sejun screamed as he looked at the now empty void storage. Squish! Squish! Pooh-hoo hut! Chairman Park, I burned them earlier for Ultra Giant Chairman Park number 2, meow. Theo, who had been squishing Sejun's face, kindly informed him where the treasures had gone. Ah, since they won thanks to Theo, Sejun couldn't say anything and just sighed. Rumble. With a defeated expression, Sejun pulled out Leviathan's body. You are a field, master, is activated. You have planted sky-reaching beam in the body of Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis and 12th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Sejun diligently planted the sky-reaching beam in Leviathan's body. A little while later, you have defeated Leviathan, the serpent that summons tsunamis and 12th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. You have gained 2 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. After Leviathan's body disappeared, Sejun leveled up once. Are my treasures? Guys, let's go home. With the group in tow, Sejun trudged back to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun Nim, welcome back. Toryong, who had returned from Tartarus, greeted Sejun warmly. And then, what? You know where the gods who committed crimes hid their treasures? Sejun shouted in excitement at what Toryong said. Yes, Sejun Nim, I'm capable, right? Toryong responded proudly. Hee. Good job, Toryong. Thankfully, it looked like Sejun would be able to fill his void storage with treasures again. Chapter 652, This Feels, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Hee. So Toryong, you're saying there are treasures hidden in the 5 worlds you mentioned? Yes. To be exact, at Sejun's question, Toryong explained in more detail about the places where the treasures were buried. Thanks for telling me, Toryong. Seuk. When Sejun said that while patting Toryong's massive head, Toryong wiggled with joy. And then, I'm jealous? Sweetie looked at Toryong with envy. I'll make sure to bring back good information on the next field trip. She decided to visit Hell's pawnshop soon, carrying lots of liquor, determined to get useful information for Sejun. After finishing the conversation with Toryong, all right. Let's eat. Sejun and his companions ate the dinner prepared by Sejun number 12. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Of course, because of Theo, the grilled fish was grilled personally by Sejun. King? Butler. Can't I just run 1 lap? Nope. 1 extra dried roasted sweet potato strip for 10 laps. Blackie exercised and ate the dried roasted sweet potato strips under the diet rule of eating as much as he moved. Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. Did you put honey on this? Why is it so sweet? After running 10 laps with great effort, Blackie devoured the dried roasted sweet potato strips and asked Sejun. Hoo-hoo hut. It's Park Sejun's secret recipe. Sejun laughed slyly. Blackie, it's because you're tired. Food always tastes better when your body is worn out. After finishing dinner, poo-hoo hut, kayut kayut kayut, ku hey hey hey. Sejun lay down with his companions. Kek. Kek. Watching Blackie run hard to eat more dried roasted sweet potato strips. But how do I get to the places Toryong mentioned? He pondered how to find the worlds Toryong had told him about. The worlds Toryong had discovered were places Sejun had never heard of and weren't connected to the 9 towers either. But that didn't mean it was completely impossible. Hoo-hoo hut. We have peace bays, don't we? Poo-hoo hut. That's right. Meow. Kayut kayut kayut. That's right. Krueng. The companions agreed with Sejun, not even knowing what he meant. Iona's dimensional travel magic was an option too, but dimensional travel magic required precise coordinates. Without exact coordinates, you wouldn't know where you might end up. You could even fall into a rift in the dimension. In contrast, Peace Bay's dimensional gates always connected safely to another world. But this might take a while. What Sejun worried about was whether Peace Bays would suffer. He would have to keep opening and closing dimensional gates until he found the right world. However, Pip, I'm counting on you. You're the only one. Having no other way, Sejun wrote the names of the 5 worlds they needed to find on a note and placed it on the table along with fruit for Peace Bays, then played with his companions until they fell asleep. A short while later, Pip. Good night, everyone. Peace Bay's time had come. Chomp. 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 Dren, Yuan, Kps, Nyamyok, Swin. These are the places where the treasures are hidden, right? As he sucked on fruit, Peace Bays checked the notes Sejun had left. Peihihi. I'm going to find them and make Sejun Nim happy, and then we'll go treasure hunting together. Now fully motivated, knowing he could both make Sejun happy and play with his brothers, Peace Bays closed the dimensional gate connected to Skybeam Planet. With his current abilities, he could only maintain one dimensional gate at a time. And then, shwoop. 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 Peace Bays started going in and out of dimensional gates connected to other worlds, searching for the 5 worlds Sejun had written on the note. After opening about 100 dimensional gates, he arrived in one world. Pip. What kind of world is this? World? The resident, who looked like a bat just like Peace Bays, tilted their head in confusion at his question. It was a natural reaction. It was like asking a Korean person for the name of their country while in Korea. Yes. The name of this world. It's Yuan. Now, if you'll excuse me, is this bat mentally unstable? The resident hurriedly answered Peace Bays and then walked away. Pip. I found it. Peace Bays was overjoyed by the quicker than expected result. There are hundreds of millions of worlds. The chances of finding the desired one among them were astronomically low. But he had managed to succeed in just a few hours. Guess I'm kinda lucky. Peace Bays felt very proud of himself. After memorizing the location of Yuan, Peace Bays closed the dimensional gate and reopened the one connected to Skybeam Planet. Pip. He played while humming a tune, and when the darkness of the sky began to fade, Peihihi. Another fulfilling night. With a satisfied expression, he settled on Sejun's left shoulder. Berarong. And fell asleep. Peace Bay's long and fruitful night had come to an end. All right. Sejun woke up in the morning. Meow, King. He gathered his companions and strolled slowly through the farm. While walking around the farm, the wild Twinimal is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. System 371 access device has twisted causality by 1% in your favor. Great blessing of the crops, master, activates, and your magic power stat potential has increased from 155,752 to 155,782. Messages appeared in front of Sejun. Oh. Not bad for just 1%. Normally, great blessing of the crops should raise the potential by 10, but it went up by 30, 3 times the usual. On top of that, the magic power consumed to twist causality wasn't as large as he expected. Nice. I like it. Sejun, feeling pleased, continued walking through the farm, but afterward, the stat increases returned to the usual 10, as if to indicate the causality twist wasn't a regular benefit. At that moment, thud. Thud. Kuong. Hello, Sejun Nim. Pink Fur appeared, carrying Quenji. Yeah. Good morning, Kuong. Kuong? Here's Quenji. But Quenji seems to have lost a lot of fur. Did something happen? Handing over Quenji, Pink Fur asked in a serious tone. I plucked them as subtly as possible. How did she notice? Flustered, Sejun hesitated over what to say, and then, well, actually I used Quenji's fur to make gloves. He confessed. Kuong. Kuong. That's a relief. I was worried it might be hair loss or something. Since Pink Fur had been worrying about something as serious as alopecia, Sejun's explanation brought her great relief, and she just let the fur glove thing slide. Wait a moment. I'll give you choco pie. Kuong. Okay. Sejun headed to the cooking area and approached the table stacked with choco pies to replicate one made by Sejun number 12. And then, Sejun Nim, I found Yuan. And please go treasure hunting with me for sure. He discovered a note on the table, meticulously written by Peacebays. Already? That was fast. He. So Peacebays wanted to play with me too. Understanding Peacebay's feelings, Sejun folded the note in half and carefully put it into his pocket, then hurried to replicate the choco pies and fill Pink Fur's snack pouch. Here, Kuong. Thank you. Thud. Thud. With her snack pouch in hand, Pink Fur headed north at a seemingly relaxed yet brisk pace. She's gotten a lot healthier, Sejun spoke while watching Pink Fur's changed physique. Thanks to recent special training and the high-calorie food, Pink Fur's body had become more muscular and larger every time he saw her. So Sejun kept supporting her. He did feel a bit jealous when his companions grew stronger, but the fewer dangers they faced, the better. Plus, they'd be able to protect him when things got dangerous. He. Very reassuring. Smiling with satisfaction at the thought that his chances of survival had increased, Sejun eagerly replicated the seaweed soup made by Sejun number 12 and Eileen, here, sent it along with the choco pies to Eileen and had breakfast with his companions. After eating breakfast, slurp, Sejun drank his morning coffee, crossed through the dimensional gate, and arrived on Skybeam Planet. Summon door. Thud. He opened the gate leading to the 10th tower. Quenji, bring it over. Krueng. He ordered Quenji to bring Kraken's body to Skybeam Planet. To expand the size of Skybeam Planet using Kraken's body and turn it into a proper front yard. And then, Puck. You are a field master, activates. You have planted the sky-reaching beans in the body of Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction. He diligently planted beans. Meanwhile, Poohoo Hut. Hell Nim, hurry up and give me the harvest elixir, meow. Chairman Park is waiting, meow. Theo hurried Hell. Leah, how much longer? And Hell, in turn, rushed Leah. Well, I'd like to rest a bit while. Leah wanted to take it easy while making the elixir, but, what are you talking about? Resting. Are you out of your mind? You've got to row while the money's coming in. Hurry up and make it. Because of Hell, who was blinded by welfare points, Leah couldn't rest. And so, a single drop of harvest elixir was finally completed. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, here it is, meow, thanks, Poohoo Hut. If you're grateful, then rub my belly right away, meow. With 1 drop of harvest elixir, Theo earned 10 minutes of Sejun's petting, and, I'm going to sleep now. Don't wake me for an entire day. Leah finally got a good sleep after a whole month. He. All right. Time to go collect the chocolate bricks next. Just like someone collecting loan payments, Hell checked off a paper and headed off to find Mud, the god of mud. Knock. Knock. Mud did not open the door. All right. Today's work is done. Let's eat lunch. Sejun and his companions returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower through the dimensional gate. Poohoo Hut. Nice, meow, Kayut. Krueng. King. His companions were excited about lunch. Of course, Sejun saying done was just a figure of speech, farming never truly ends. After lunch, I'll set up the cornfield. All Sejun could think about was getting back to farming after eating. To Sejun, farm work was as natural as breathing, so he didn't even consider it work. While they were having lunch, Sejun, I see you're having lunch. Artemis came to see Sejun. Yes. Hello, Artemis Nim. Did you get the land deed? Yeah. Here's the land deed. Artemis handed Sejun the land deed for the first floor of the Golden Tower. I'll leave it to you then. Okay. After delivering the land deed to Sejun, Artemis left. Guess the cornfield will have to wait. Guys, pack up. Sejun began preparing to leave with his companions. A little later. Eileen, I'll be back. The tower's administrator says to be careful. Yes. Don't worry. I have everyone with me. Sejun couldn't bring himself to say, trust me, and so, after saying goodbye to Eileen, Chuaruru, he unfolded the land deed and vanished from the spot. First floor of the Golden Tower. P.O.? No way. How can someone be this unlucky? P.O. chirped in disbelief. Mo hee hee hee. Delicious. Without a clue, Poyo was busily licking Yoren, who was getting scolded. Pio! Poyo! This isn't the time for that. Okay? At Pio's words, Poyo looked downhearted and pulled his tongue back in. And then, ooh hee hee. Sorry, Yoren scratched his head and giggled awkwardly. He clearly let Pio's words go in one ear and out the other. The three of them had been moving between floors through the merchant corridor. Kook! Yoren suddenly fell into a hole that opened in the ground, and Pio and Poyo followed after him. However, the place they landed wasn't the Black Tower, but the first floor of the Golden Tower. That's why Pio was so dumbfounded. At that moment, who? Yoren. Pooh hut. It's Yoren, meow. Sejun and Theo recognized Yoren and called out to him. This feels pretty good. Sejun grinned as he looked at Theo and Yoren. And then, hey hey. Pio, hee hee. Theo Nim. Pio, who had been fuming just a moment ago, now smiled brightly, rubbing his face against Theo's front paw. Chapter 653, hee hee hee. Since it evolved, it should taste even better, right? Golden Tower, first floor. Let's go now. Tap. Sejun arrived at the exclusive passage with his companions and placed his hand on the golden portal. There are currently 2 available destinations. Please select your destination. Olga, LV5. Noel, LV7. Noel, there are currently 20 individuals attempting to use the exclusive passage. Would you like to move to Noel by paying the stay fee for 20 people? Yeah. When Sejun responded, the stay fee began to be calculated. The total number of people had reached 20 because Pio, Yoren, and Poyo had joined them. Pio? Sejun Nim, can't I go with you too? Wanting to go with Theo, Pio looked at Sejun and cautiously asked for permission. Sure. Let's go together, since Artemis Nim would be paying the money anyway. Since he didn't have to spend his own money, Sejun readily gave his permission. Just this once, I'll take you along. Pio. Pio, yes. Sejun Nim, you're the best. While showing off as much as he could, calculating the stay fee based on the stats and level of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. As they waited for the cost calculation to finish, calculating the stay fee based on the stats and level of Yoren Damon, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Bloodline, descendant of the Golden King has been confirmed. Hidden bloodline, financial backer of Hero Party has been confirmed. Hidden bloodline, pig cursed with misfortune by the god of destruction has been confirmed. Talent, pig jinxed with bad luck has been confirmed. Talent, pig who breaks his nose even when falling backward has been confirmed. Talent, pig who only draws blanks. Talent, pig who only chooses wrong answers has. Talent, pig who chooses the bad path at crossroads has. Bloodline and dozens of misfortune-related talents appeared before Sejun. Wow, truly impressive. That was all Sejun could say in awe as he watched. There was a reason why Yoren remained unfortunate even after Theo removed talent, Midas's hand. At the core of all the bad luck seemed to be the hidden bloodline, pig cursed with misfortune by the god of destruction. Judging from this, it seemed that one of Yoren's ancestors had secretly supported the Hero Party and helped defeat the god of destruction, and as the god died, he cast a curse. But why is Yuto Nim fine? Come to think of it, Yoren's father Yuto was completely normal. He lived well, with no signs of misfortune. What's going on? Sejun's theory began to wander into confusion. Just then, hidden bloodline, pig cursed with misfortune by the god of destruction has forcibly awakened the talent, pig of great calamity. Who? It forcibly awakened a talent? Now Sejun understood why Yoren had so many misfortune-related talents. Because of the hidden bloodline, pig cursed with misfortune by the god of destruction, his talents kept getting forcibly awakened. That's kind of enviable. If only they weren't all misfortune-related. Once Yoren's stay fee had been calculated, due to a companion with immense misfortune, the total stay fee has been discounted by 15%. A message appeared announcing a discount on the stay fee. Oh, a 15% discount. With an advantage like this, Yoren was definitely coming along the next time they went to Earth. It felt a bit icky because of all the misfortune, but a 15% discount could reduce Earth's stay fee by roughly 1,000 quadrillion. The amount saved was enormous. Moreover, the moment he was with Theo, Yoren's misfortune was nothing more than good fuel to make Theo's luck shine even brighter. Hee hee hee. As long as we stay on guard, it should be fine. Sejun, happy that the time to return home was drawing near. You will now be transported to Noel. Was transported to Noel with his companions. You have arrived at Noel. It's a pig. How long has it been since we've had meat? Catch it. The residents of Noel, about 300 of them, rushed towards Sejun and his group as soon as they arrived. King? King, Did you just call the great Blackie a pig? I'll punish you. Blackie, who had been sensitive lately due to his diet, flared up in anger at the word pig. And then, Dad-ada. He rushed toward the residents of Noel, but they ignored Blackie and passed him by. They had only one target. Euron. I knew it. Sejun nodded as he watched Euron get surrounded by the residents of Noel. A moment later. Pooh-hoo-hut. Line up to get my stamp, meow. Yes. Please stamp mine first. I'll go first. Don't cut in line. The residents of Noel eagerly extended their hands to receive Theo's stamp. Puck. Puck. The residents who received the stamp then hurried over to Sejun. Chairman, I got the stamp. Good. Confirmed. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. I'll eat well. They showed Sejun their stamped hands and received food from him. They were so hungry, it seemed like they'd sell their souls just for a bite to eat. Ah. Maybe they already did? Since they got stamped by our vice chairman Theo. He. Although Sejun spoke as if he were different from Theo, like vice chairman, like chairman. Among the full-time employees, Sejun was already infamous as either a devilish handler or a great demon. As he distributed food to the residents of Noel, Sejun listened to the situation in the area. According to the residents, many villages in Noel stored food in communal warehouses, but they were attacked by blue fire moths, and as all the warehouses burned down, they lost their food and had been starving ever since. Blue fire moths. Could it be that other calamities also evolve like the locusts when their numbers increase? While Sejun chatted with the residents and gathered information. Kayut. Power of ice. Freeze the enemy. Ice storm. Krueng. Pio. Kuik. Mohihi. Sandstorm. Iona. Quenji. Pio. Euron, and Poyo defeated the approaching calamities. Thanks to Euron's misfortune, calamities kept coming at them even if they just stood still. Strangely, the fire moths were nowhere to be seen. And then, hand over the food, hand over your money too. From time to time, robbers drawn in by Euron's misfortune also appeared. Pooh-hoo-hut. Hand over everything you've got, meow, providing Theo with a nice little profit and Pooh-hoo-hut. Get your stamp, meow, helped Sejun Company fill out its full-time employee roster. Just having Euron around makes things so easy and convenient. Sejun smiled in satisfaction as company performance kept rising. After about 6 hours, the situation had mostly settled down. Take care. Sejun left behind food for the residents and moved on with his group, heading northwest where P.O., while scouting the area, had discovered an unusual phenomenon. Since food supplies kept replenishing as they dealt with calamities, the stock of food in the void storage wasn't much different from when they had first arrived at Noel. As they traveled, meow, Krueng. Theo's front paw and Quenji's gaze simultaneously pointed to the same spot. Quenji, you felt it too, meow. Big brother felt it too. Both of them sensed something at the same time. It's an herb. Sejun immediately understood what they were reacting to. He. Then we've got to go. Where is it? Let's hurry over. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I, Vice Chairman Theo, shall guide you, meow. Just trust me, meow. Krueng. No. Quenji will guide Dad. I'm going to do it, meow. Krueng. Quenji will do it. Theo and Quenji argued over who would guide Sejun. However, if you fight, I'm not going. At Sejun's firm words, Chuck. The two of them put their arms around each other like best buddies and said, follow us, meow. Krueng. Follow Big Brother and Quenji. And took the lead. Who? Should have done that from the start. Sejun held back his laughter and followed behind the two. Then, guided by the two, he arrived at a pitch-black swamp that radiated an ominous aura. Everything around was dead. Locusts, leeches, petrifying spiders lay dead in groups, and even dozens of slimes were found dead. At that moment, the Orb of Death's energy warns of imminent death. The Orb of Death's energy sensed danger and displayed a warning in red letters to Sejun. Is there something here? As Sejun scanned the area, what's that? In the center of the swamp, he saw a herb with 2 fresh green leaves that stood out in stark contrast to the ominous surroundings. Baby 10,000 poison herb. It's poison. Sejun quickly took out SS-grade detoxifying green onions. Everyone, eat this. He distributed it to his companions and, crunch. He quickly chewed one himself. Shortly after, you have inhaled a lethal S-grade poison. Thanks to the effect of the SS-grade detoxifying green onion, you are not poisoned. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Phew. That was close. Kararuru, here, Core. Sejun gave Kararuru 5 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato, who had given him the orb of death's energy. And then, King! Hey! Give it to me! Caw! Didn't I say Blackie has to run 10 laps to get roasted and dried sweet potato? Sejun stopped Blackie, who tried to snatch Kararuru's snack. Coo hey hey hey! Meanwhile, Quenji had approached the baby 10,000 poison herb. Pop! As he pulled it out. Let me go! The herb resisted and released purple mist from its leaves, but it had no effect on Quenji. Krueng! Stay still! When Quenji emitted killing intent instead, the herb trembled in fear, its leaves shaking violently as it surrendered. Coo hey hey hey! Krueng! Hee hee hee! Dad, here it is. Quenji handed over the subdued 10,000 poison herb to Sejun. Yes. Thank you. Sejun carefully accepted the herb. Then, what's with this weakling? Maybe it hadn't come to its senses yet, because the herb started resisting again. As expected, Sejun was being underestimated again today. However, oh ho! So you think I'm easy, ho? Sejun had a secret weapon to subdue the herb. Drip! He dropped a single drop of detoxifying green onion juice onto the leaf of the herb. Shiver shiver! The herb's leaf trembled in pain. A small white spot appeared where the juice had touched. The poison had been neutralized. Hee hee hee! If you act up again, I'll drop more. Sejun brought the detoxifying green onion close to the 10,000 poison herb and threatened it with the sneer of a petty villain. The 10,000 poison herb became docile. Chairman Park! Fix your face, meow! Instead, Theo began to throw a fit. See how cute it is once it calms down. Receiving Theo's poor kneading, Sejun carefully planted the baby 10,000 poison herb in a small flower pot and stored it in the void storage. Then, let's go! He gathered the corpses of the calamities that could be eaten once the poison was neutralized and continued northwest. When they arrived at their destination, whoosh! The blue fire moths were throwing themselves into a massive blue flame. What are they doing? Pooh hut! I have no idea, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng! Hee hee hee! Dad, I think roasting meat over that would taste really good, right? Just dipping it in and pulling it out would cook it completely, Pooh hut. Then use that fire to grill my fish too, meow, hee hee hee. Should I, King? Hey, butler! Let's make roasted sweet potatoes there, ooh hee hee hee. Should I take out the ingredients? Since the calamities were dying on their own, all Sejun and his group could think about was grilling food over the fire. At that moment, Kayut? Sejun Nim, the magic power of the flames is growing stronger. Aina sensed something strange and warned the group. But it was a second too late. Boom! The blue flames exploded, and a fire moth the size of a compact car with black wings took to the sky. Black flames wrapped around its wings. Black flame fire moth. It was a moth evolved through the sacrifice of 1 million blue flame fire moths, all for the sake of a single one. Of course, to Sejun's group, whether it was blue flame or black flame, it was just another squid. Hee hee hee. Since it evolved, it should taste even better, right? A tastier squid. Quenji, create a typhoon. Iona, use your ice magic. Krueng. A fierce typhoon trapped the black flame fire moth. Kayut kayut kayut. Power of ice, and the ice created by Iona mixed with the typhoon, extinguishing the black flames almost instantly. Later, catch the black fire moth. Krueng. Kuik. Sejun, Quenji, and Yuran searched Noel thoroughly with fire in their eyes to hunt the black flame fire moth. That was how much of a delicacy it was. While Sejun and his group hunted for the black flame fire moth, the sky darkened and night fell over Noel. And then, pip pip. Good night, everyone. Peace Bays woke up. It was time for treasure hunting. Chapter 654, hee hee hee. Recognizing me? You kids will go far. Yuan, first, we need to find Mount Meering. While Sejun, having crossed the dimensional gate with his group, was looking around to see if there was anywhere they could gather information. Flap! Flap! Cute little bats, drawn by Yuran's misfortune like moths to fire, thankfully began to gather on their own. We're the Stormbat Gang. Hand over everything you've got. If you resist, we'll punish you with our ultimate technique. 10 young bats surrounded Sejun and his companions while shouting in what they thought was a menacing way. However, so cute. To Sejun, who had encountered thousands of bandits, they just looked adorable. Pooh hut. I refuse, meow, as Theo stepped forward with a laugh. Guys, let's show them our ultimate technique. Got it? Boss! The young bats moved in perfect sync, shouting a cheer. Here we go. Ultimate, Super Bat Cyclone Attack. It was clear they had practiced a lot, with their form and timing being spot on. Flap 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 flap. The 10 bats lined up in a row, began flying in a large circle with great effort. Shoo shoo shoo. And their speed gradually increased. A few seconds later, Huong! Huong! Before anyone knew it, the fierce winds formed a vortex, transforming into a storm. Quaw quaw quong. And the rapidly strengthening storm began to churn up the ground and everything on it as it moved, in the opposite direction of where Sejun was. The Storm Bat Gang's ultimate technique only went as far as creating a storm. Controlling its direction or stopping it was beyond their capabilities. Save us! As the wind within the storm surpassed their flying speed, they were swept away by the very storm they had created and lost consciousness while tumbling about. What are they doing? Are they running away? Sejun watched the storm moving away, troing, and drew his sword. He would cut the storm. He remembered Sejun number 3's wish. However, swish! 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 Sejun swung his sword toward the storm with full force about 10 times. Ugh! No good. Sejun number 3's wish would have to be fulfilled another time. Click! Coolly giving up, he returned the sword to its sheath. Then, Quenji! He left the storm to Quenji. Krueng! The storm cleanly disappeared with one shout from Quenji. Thud thud thud. As the storm ceased, the bat who had been tumbling inside began to fall to the ground. Krueng! They can't work if they're injured. Thud! Thud! Quenji caught the falling bats with telekinesis, so they weren't injured. A short while later, the bats, who had been stamped by Theo while unconscious, came to their senses. To think you defeated us impressive. From now on, we shall serve you as our boss. The young bats, unaware that they had already become Sejun's subordinates, bowed their heads towards Sejun and proudly declared themselves his underlings. And then, accepted. He. Recognizing me? You kids will go far. Sejun nodded with a pleased expression, seeing the baby bats who recognized him as their boss and not anyone else in the group. With just this small action, the lives of the baby bats would change 180 degrees. In ways they could never have imagined. And so, Sejun made the Storm Bat Gang his subordinates. But what are your names? He asked the young bats their names. I'm Ilbok, the leader of the Storm Bat Gang. I'm Ibok. I'm Sambok. The bats shared their names. Such auspicious names. TL, when translated in English the names would mean Ilbok equals first blessing, Ibok equals second blessing and Sambok equals third blessing and so on. But do you know anything about Mount Meering? Hearing their names, Sejun asked the bats about the location where the treasure was hidden. We don't know about the mountain, but we do know Meering Lake. It's a lake, not a mountain. Sejun was taken aback by Ilbok's answer. It had been tens of thousands of years since the god who told Toryong the treasure's hidden location and been imprisoned in Tartarus. It wasn't strange for a mountain to become a lake in that time. Let's go there for now. Yes. It's this way. With no solid information, Sejun decided to start by checking out Meering Lake, guided by the bats. On the way there, BZZZ. A black space opened in front of the group. Flap flap. Flap flap. And locusts began pouring out. Now, even calamities were being summoned by Yoren's misfortune. Yoren, good job. Ooh-hee-hee. Thank you. But for what? It's just a thing. Guys, get them. Thanks to that, they could hunt locusts with ease. Kayut kayut kayut. Power of fire. First, Aina cast a fire spell at the entrance the locusts were coming from and burned their wings. Puff. Puff. You have defeated the first calamity locust. You have gained 100 experience points. Guard Park Theo has defeated 100 first calamity locusts. You have gained 5,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points obtained by Guard Park Theo. Guard Yoren Damon. After the rest of the group took care of the locusts that could no longer fly, Krueng. Quenji used telekinesis to neatly store them in the void storage. Peace Bays worked together with the fellow bats of the Storm Bat Gang. Pip pip. Kids, it's easier if you do it like this. He kindly taught them how to coat their wings with magic power to sharpen them and hunted the locusts. Peace Bays Nim, you're amazing. I want to be like you one day. Pee-hee-hee. Really? Then someday you'll be able to do stuff like this too. Swish! Receiving the young bat's admiring gazes, Peace Bays, puffed up with pride, fired a blade of magical power from his wings and instantly took down hundreds of locusts. Wow! That's incredible. Do you think I could do that too? Pip pip. Of course. I'll teach you everything. While basking in the admiration of the young bats, he earnestly taught them his technique. Of course, since Peacebaser's technique wasn't easy, none of the young bats were able to pull it off properly. 1 hour later, Sejun and the group had stored 10 billion locusts in the void storage. Let's move out again. Feeling confident, they resumed their journey, and after about 2 hours of traveling, Sejun Nim, that's Meering Lake, a massive emerald-colored lake came into view, so vast the end couldn't be seen. Couldn't this be called a sea? No matter how big it is, it doesn't matter. We've got Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Chairman Park just needs to rely on me, meow. At Sejun's praise, Theo puffed up and put both front paws on his hips. Then, meow, he extended a paw and concentrated. But, meow, I'm not feeling a pull, meow. He soon lowered his paw with a dejected voice. It's okay. There might not be anything. Sejun comforted the gloomy Theo by patting his head. I should at least check out those islands, right? He looked at the 5 islands within the lake. Even Theo's front paws weren't perfect, so if something was too far or blocked by something, he sometimes couldn't sense any pull. Quenji, let's head that way. Krueng. And so, Sejun and his group began flying through the sky 1 island at a time using Quenji's telekinesis, and when they reached the 3rd island, meow, what is this pull, meow? Theo felt a very faint pull. But it was strange, like a person without arms feeling an itch in their arm. A pull with no substance. Where is it, meow? Determined to restore his pride after being praised, Theo focused desperately. Did he find something? Sejun quietly stayed by Theo's side. A short while later, it's definitely here, meow. Theo soon pinpointed the exact location of the pull. However, how do I get there, meow? He knew the location, but couldn't reach it. It felt like multiple dimensions were overlapping in one spot. Iona, help me, meow. Please check here, meow. With no other options, Theo asked Iona, who was sleeping while hanging from his tail, for help. Kayut. Leave it to me. Iona began using various detection spells to see if there was anything suspicious. But, Kayup, she couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. About 30 minutes passed like that when, Kayut, Iona detected a faint dimensional crack with her detection spell. This is it. She began infusing magic into the crack and started interpreting the dimension. A short while later, SRRK, a door appeared in midair. Iona had found a hidden void space door with her magic. Kayut. Theo Nim, you're amazing. How did you find the entrance to the void space? As expected of my cat. Iona sparkled with admiration as she praised Theo. To find the entrance to a void storage hidden beyond dimensions. Even for Iona, who had been confident in her search, it had taken effort to find it, meaning locating this entrance was absolutely not something just anyone could do. In fact, this void space required a special magic to even locate its entrance. That's why the god had felt secure telling Toryong the location. But unfortunately, it seemed it was going to be raided by expert thieves. Pooh Hut. Of course, meow. I'm always amazing, meow. Feeling proud from Iona's praise. Chairman Park, I think I did something really amazing, meow. Theo glanced at Sejun with expectant eyes. But, oh. As expected of our Vice Chairman Theo, Sejun's reaction wasn't as grand as Iona's. Is it really that impressive to have found this? To Sejun, Theo was always someone who pulled off the impossible. So he took finding the entrance to the void space in that same light. However, meow. Disappointed by Sejun's reaction, which was less enthusiastic than Iona's, Theo drooped a little. He hadn't gotten enough praise. Kiyu Sejun Nim, Theo Nim just accomplished something record-breaking. Please praise Theo Nim more. Finding the entrance to a hidden void space is never easy. According to the Shuturu's dimensional magic theory, Iona, in stage 1 of her rage Kiyu, began pouring out technical knowledge in support of Theo. I have no idea what she's saying, meow. Blank. Theo listened with a blank expression, then when Iona finally finished, Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Praise the great me more, meow. He shouted at Sejun with a triumphant expression. Blank. Sorry. Vice Chairman Theo, seriously, great job. I didn't realize it was that incredible. As expected, our Vice Chairman Theo is the pillar of Sejun Company. Of course, even Sejun, who had been listening with a blank expression, quickly praised Theo. Because if he didn't, it felt like Iona's explanation would start up again. Pooh Hut. I know, meow. Theo made a face like he was overjoyed and could die happy from Sejun's praise. Kayut. Theo Nim smiling makes me happy. Iona, who had successfully supported Theo, also smiled brightly. And so, after showering Theo with praise until he was satisfied, Sejun opened the door to the void space. It didn't have a lock, so it opened easily. Then, whoa, how much is all this worth? Beyond the door was an incredible amount of treasure, unlike anything he had ever seen. Guys, let's pack it up. Sejun and the group excitedly began loading the treasure into his void storage. But, who? No space? The space in the void storage had already been filled with the corpses of the calamity, so it quickly ran out of room. No choice, then. But Sejun couldn't just throw away the cooking ingredients and leave. So, with no other option, he offered the remaining treasures to the Creator God's tablet. One of the prices required to create a new law of the world has been fulfilled. 1,000 quadrillion tower coins have been paid to the Creator God's tablet. After a while, a message appeared, and the Creator God's tablet could no longer absorb any more treasure. There's still so much left. Should I just leave it? As Sejun gazed at the treasure with a wistful expression. Kayut. Power of dimension. Iona cast a spell. A new void space is attempting to connect to Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun Nim's void storage. Do you allow it? A message appeared in front of Sejun. Iona, thank you. Sejun looked gratefully at Iona, who was casting the spell. He had been wondering what she was up to, and it turned out she was expanding the entire storage. Of course I allow it. With Sejun's permission, a new door appeared at the end of his void storage. He. You guys can have this. Let's head back, everyone. Thank you. Before leaving, Sejun handed each bat in the storm bat gang a fist-sized gold nugget and returned with his group to Noel. Let's have breakfast now. Sejun and the others enjoyed a delicious breakfast as the sun rose. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Give me food too. Nope. Blackie, you need to run first. Of course, Blackie, who had slept all night, had to run 10 laps around the area before getting any roasted and dried sweet potato. King. Butler, you're so mean. The great Blackie is sleepy and hungry. When he wasn't fully awake yet, everything in the world felt unfair to Blackie. Chapter 655, I know. It's me, Noel. Is this the last fire moth? Whoosh! Sejun spoke in a regretful tone as he looked at the black flame fire moth that had just finished evolving. This fire moth was the last calamity remaining in Noel, and Sejun had waited until it completed its evolution in order to enjoy some delicious squid. He had wanted to capture more. Sejun took off the glove on his left hand and reached out toward the black flame fire moth. Then, whoosh! The black flame fire moth tried to burn Sejun's left hand with black flames. But the moment the flames touched Sejun's hand, the black flames vanished as if they had never existed. It was thanks to the blessing of destruction. Earlier, while making lunch, Sejun had suddenly wondered, can the blessing of destruction destroy fire too? So he took off his glove and put his hand into the flames, and the fire disappeared without a trace. As if it had never existed. Other attributes too? Curious, Sejun tested the blessing of destruction on various attribute magics, ice, wind, lightning, and so on, with Iona's help. All the magic that touched Sejun's hand disappeared. And then, Kayut. Sejun Nim, shall we try meteor next? No. Let's stop now. At Iona's suggestion to summon a meteor, the experiment was abruptly ended. Kayup okay. Though he wavered a bit seeing Iona's deeply disappointed expression, Sejun had no intention of continuing the experiment. Because after the meteor magic, she looked ready to try black hole magic next. With that, Sejun extinguished the black flames with his left hand and approached the black flame fire moth. He wrapped aura around his sword with his gloved right hand and swung it. Slice! The black flame fire moth was easily cut down. Without its black flames, the black flame fire moth was even weaker than regular fire moths. You have easily defeated the third calamity of destruction, the black flame fire moth, thanks to the blessing of destruction. You have gained 100 billion experience points. Although the message informed him that he had easily defeated it thanks to the blessing of destruction. I think I'm kinda strong. Sejun couldn't resist puffing himself up a bit. At that moment, meow? Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee, raised his head in discomfort and spotted Sejun's smug face. Chairman Park's face is rotting again, meow. Chairman Park, stay still, meow. Oomph. He hurriedly began emergency measures. A short while later, when Theo's massage was finished, everyone, let's go home now. Sejun returned to the Black Tower with his companions. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Brother-in-law, when are you coming? Ace was crouched in front of Sejun's house, waiting for him. Just then, beep. Beep. The alarm magic set on the waypoint began to ring. It's brother-in-law. Ace quickly flew toward the waypoint. Oh. How did you know I was coming, baby brother-in-law? Sejun spotted Ace flying toward him excitedly. I missed you, brother-in-law. He. Me too. As Sejun and Ace shared a warm exchange. Clank. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng. King. The void storage opened and the companions rushed out and Sejun moved toward home with all of them clinging to him. On the way back. Eileen, I'm back. Sejun informed Eileen of his return. The tower's administrator says you've done well. The tower's administrator asks if you're hurt anywhere. Of course not. Eileen, look at this. I can do this now. To show off the blessing of destruction to Eileen, Sejun took off his glove, pulled out a small dagger, and grabbed it with his bare hand. Crackle! The dagger crumbled into powder and broke apart. He had originally meant to show this on the first day he received the blessing of destruction, but he'd been too scared to use it back then. How is it? I'm strong for 5 days. While Sejun was showing off his strength to Eileen with a cool expression as if it was no big deal. So fascinating. Ace's eye sparkled as he looked at Sejun's fingers. Snap! Ace grabbed Sejun's finger. Who? Sejun, too focused on talking with Eileen, didn't notice Ace until after Ace had grabbed his finger. Crack! By the time Sejun looked at Ace, Ace's dragon statue arm was crumbling. Only the arm. Water. My arm is gone. Thus began Ace's flood of tears. Baby brother-in-law, be a boy good. I'll make you Yongari chicken. So stop crying. When Sejun used Yongari chicken as bait to soothe Ace. Pewing really? Ace responded immediately. Yeah. So let's stop crying, okay. Sniff. At Sejun's words, Ace tried to stop crying. But, pewing, the crying didn't stop, and Ace became upset that his emotions weren't under his control. Water. I can't stop. Now I can't eat Yongari chicken. Overwhelmed with grief at the thought of not being able to eat Yongari chicken, he burst into tears again. A weeping loop like a Mobius strip. Sigh, can't be helped. Baby brother-in-law, should I call your sister? No. At Sejun's mention of calling the scariest sister in the world, Ace's tears stopped like magic. And then, you're not really going to call her, right? Ace asked in a desperate voice. Yeah. I won't. Let's go eat Yongari chicken now. Pooey-hee-hee. Okay. Sejun took Ace, who had stopped crying, to the kitchen and thought. Is Eileen really that scary? Must be because brother-in-law is still young. Eileen was kind only to Sejun, but Sejun had yet to realize that. So, when they arrived at the kitchen, Sejun number 12. Hurry up with the Yongari chicken. Sejun asked Sejun number 12 to cook, and then he diligently made squid dishes, grilled fish, and roasted peanuts. Even Iona started becoming obsessed with the dishes Sejun cooked himself, following Theo's lead. A short while later, Eileen, this is all just for you. Got it. Sejun sent a heap of dishes made from the black flame fire moth, fried squid, stir-fried squid, squid sashimi, to Eileen. Ooh-hee-hee-hee-huh? Thinking it was food for him, Euron had been smiling and waiting, but when all the squid dishes disappeared, he gave Sejun a look full of disappointment. What? Why? If you're upset, go get yourself a girlfriend. Sejun shamelessly shot back. Of course, Euron's disappointed expression quickly vanished thanks to the meal prepared by Sejun number 12. After dinner, Quenji, good night. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. You sleep well too, Dad. Smooch. Sejun took Quenji to Pinkfur and put him to bed. You guys sleep well too. Pio. Pio. Yes. I'll come back in the morning. Wee-hee-hee. I'll be back for breakfast. Mo-hee-hee. Good night. Pio, Euron, and Poyo went to sleep on different floors. Because if Euron stayed on the same floor, misfortunes would cause him to wake up in the middle of the night. Once the others had gone to bed, now we should also. Sejun lay down on the bed to sleep, but, ki-hee-hit. King. Hee-hee. Butler. Let's go apologize together. Blackie, who hadn't lost enough weight yet and was still heavy, climbed onto Sejun's chest and barked while biting the world's energy. All right. Let's go. Pat-pat. Sejun gently patted Blackie's but as he closed his eyes. Coo. Gorarong. Curarong. Kirarong. Only the sound of snoring filled the bedroom. And then, pip-pip. Good night, everyone. Peacebays got up and opened a dimensional gate connected to Yuan to visit the Storm Bat squad. Because he still hadn't fully passed on all his techniques. They were bats on an elite course, having caught the eye of Sejun, the chairman of Sejun Company. Blackie's mental world. Sejun, Theo and Iona entered. Each of them had brought along a companion. Theo and Iona had one each. Iona's companion was Nightmare, whom Sejun also knew. Who? Who's this small and handsome guy? Sejun asked as he looked at the tiny being standing on Theo's head. Pooh hut. This ugly-faced one is Mini Chairman Park number 3, meow. In response to Sejun's question, Theo proudly lifted Mini Chairman Park number 3 onto his front paw and answered confidently. I know. That's me. Don't you think I know my own face? And I deliberately said handsome too. Did you have to say that? While Sejun felt a bit hurt by Theo's words, Mini Chairman Park number 3, offended on Sejun's behalf, punched Theo's front paw with his tiny fist. But then, boing! Thunk! Mini Chairman Park number 3's fist bounced off Theo's soft pink jelly paw and hit his own eye. He looked up at his original body, Sejun, with a gaze full of grievance. It seemed to mean that he got hit because of Sejun. Why are you blaming me for your own mistake? Sejun returned a similarly aggrieved look. After that awkward greeting between Sejun and Mini Chairman Park number 3, everyone, we're sorry. We're really sorry. The Blackie family began sincerely apologizing to the souls. Pooh hut. Try this grilled fish, meow. Our great hybrid Chairman Park grilled it himself, meow. Coyote. There are also peanuts roasted personally by Sejun Nim. Theo and Iona each carried a basket, distributing the food together in harmony. By the way, Mini Chairman Park number 3 was sound asleep, hanging from Theo's head. And then, even though I'm the Demon King of Nightmares, but doing this here is... Nightmare, who had come along reluctantly at Iona's insistence, confided in Sejun, saying this was at odds with her identity and that she was conflicted. Then just be the Demon King of Good Dreams from now on. Sejun gave her a very clean solution. Ooh? No, a title isn't something you can just... No. From now on, you're the Demon King of Good Dreams, Gil-sun. What? Gil-sun? Sejun even gave her a new name. And when Sejun renamed Nightmare's title and name, you have attempted to change the title and name of Nightmare, the Demon King of Nightmares, to Gil-sun, the Demon King of Good Dreams. With your current ability, only one character of the title can be changed. The title has been changed from Demon King of Nightmares to Demon King of Good Dreams. Name change unavailable. Merging the two names instead. You currently cannot imbue the new name with special abilities. No special ability has been imbued in the second name. Nightmare, the Demon King of Nightmares, has been renamed to Gil-sun Nightmare, the Demon King of Good Dreams. The Namer skill activated, forcibly changing Nightmare's title and name. Gil-sun Nightmare, the Demon King of Good Dreams? Oh. It rolls right off the tongue. He. As expected of a genius like me. While Sejun was satisfied with the name he had come up with. How could this happen? I'm Gil-sun Nightmare now. Nightmare despaired over her new name. Now go. Gil-sun Nightmare. Go and bless everyone with good dreams. Of course, Sejun didn't let Nightmare wallow in despair. Here, eat this and have sweet dreams. Nightmare began to slowly adjust to her new title. Just then, Butler. Over here, Blackie called out to Sejun. Garuruk. Corruption appeared. How dare you show off here? As Sejun focused his gaze, golden energy shimmered in his pupils. Whoosh. Corruption burned and vanished. You soon directly. Corruption left behind a cryptic warning as it disappeared. What was that? A chill ran down Sejun's spine at Corruption's ominous words. But then, heh. As long as I'm with my guys, I'm not scared at all. He quickly shook off the fear as he looked around at his companions. A short while later, as morning approached, Gil-sun Nightmare, good job today. Sejun called out to Nightmare in praise. Just call me Nightmare, please. Nightmare shouted as she quickly fled to Iona's mental world. Though she had adapted to her new title as Demon King of Good Dreams, she still hadn't gotten used to the name Gil-sun Nightmare. And so, Sejun and his companions exited the mental world. Ooh-wah, Miu, cute, Ki-ying. They stretched out with a big yawn, strolled around the farm, and began a new day. Chapter 656, Ho. Did I cross the line? 99th floor of the Black Tower. Who? Why is everyone gathered here? As he strolled through the farm, Sejun looked curiously at the dragons from the 4 Dragons Council and the 5 Dragons Council drinking together. Since the failed formation of the 9 Dragons Council, the dragons hadn't been seen together except when eating at Sejun's kitchen. Hello. When Sejun approached the dragons and greeted them, Kuhahaha. Sejun, come on over. I heard you got back yesterday? Yes. You did a great job traveling to Knoll this time. The dragons welcomed Sejun warmly. Please try this. I brought it back from Noel. Sejun served the dragons a dish of blanched squid made from the black flame fire moth. 5 pieces per dragon. Compared to the mountain of blanched squid he had sent to Eileen yesterday on a large plate, this was a ridiculously small portion. However, bouncy. The dragons, with their highly developed taste buds, realized the value of the squid after just one bite. It was incomparably more delicious than any squid they had eaten before. Oh, I feel energized. Especially Ramter, who used the power of fire, felt it even more. Because thanks to Sejun's title, one who cooks calamities, any dish made with fire moths would enhance flame-based attacks. And this wasn't just any ordinary fire moth, this was made from the black flame fire moth, an evolved form beyond white flame and blue flame, making its effects even more outstanding. Sejun, this isn't made from a regular fire moth, is it? Ramter, excited after eating the black squid, asked Sejun. Yes. This was made from the black flame fire moth, the final evolution of the fire moth. Sejun replied, showing them the black flame fire moth. Then, Kuhavaha! Kaiser burst into loud laughter. Did you see that? I told you black is the best. It's the finest, he said proudly to the nearby dragons. He must have just wanted to boast. And then, Kaiser, what are you talking about? Haven't you had carbonara? White is the best. Hey! Don't be ridiculous. When it comes to pasta, red tomato pasta is the best. HMPH. Pasta, seriously? Brown slime soy braised beef is the ultimate. The other dragons also began to insist that their own color was the best, refusing to back down. Suddenly, a color supremacy debate? As Sejun watched the dragons argue over such trivial matters, if you won't admit that crops imbued with the energy of Blue Moon are the best, then disband the 9 Dragons Council. Kin, the great blue dragon, shouted. Yeah. Well said. Let's disband it. Tia, who had been insisting grapes were the best, immediately retorted. Who? 9 Dragons Council? Sejun didn't know, but the dragons had grown close by borrowing drinks from each other whenever they ran out. Let's just merge already. Yeah. Then from today, we're the 9 Dragons Council. They had merged the 5 Dragons Council and 4 Dragons Council into the 9 Dragons Council. Just yesterday. And now, only 12 hours after its formation, the 9 Dragons Council was on the verge of splitting. At that moment, everyone, please don't fight and calm down. Color isn't what matters. It's the hand that cooks. Heh. It tastes good because I cooked it. Sejun, feeling proud, joined in on the dragons' quarrel. He had really grown a lot. To be able to say such arrogant things in front of the great dragons. What did you say? Color doesn't matter? At Sejun's words, the dragon's expressions hardened. Who? Did I cross the line? Sejun's face also stiffened with tension. A brief silence. Gulp. The silence was so suffocating that Sejun unconsciously swallowed. After a moment of silence passed. You're right. If Sejun doesn't cook it, the ingredients don't matter. Exactly. I tried making it myself, but it didn't taste the same. Me too. It was the same for me. The dragons of the 9 Dragons Council nodded and agreed with Sejun's words. In that spirit, how about a drink? To the 9 Dragons Council. Cheers! As if they had never fought, the dragons happily drank together again, using the blanched squid Sejun had given them as a side dish. 5 drinks per piece. It was a rare side dish, so they had to savor it. It's a bit stingy. Maybe I should have given them more? While Sejun was contemplating this as he watched the dragons. Sejun, do you know about the upcoming dragons meeting? Chrysella Hizron, the leader of the great silver dragons, approached Sejun and asked. Of course. It's in 2 weeks and 4 days. Ho ho ho. Good, I'm glad you remembered. Chrysella looked at Sejun fondly. And so, what I'm saying is, for this upcoming meeting, it would be just wonderful if there was a main dish made with the black flame fire moth. She finally brought up the real reason she came. Black flame moths. Yes. Would that be possible? Chrysella's tone rose slightly with anticipation at Sejun's counter-question. It seemed like either the blanched squid had been incredibly delicious, or she felt pressure to present something special at the dragons' meeting. Or maybe it was both. However, I'm not sure. I think it would be difficult. Sejun couldn't give Chrysella a positive answer. As much as he wanted to readily agree, obtaining a black flame fire moth was no easy task. Why? Did I do something to upset you? It's not that. Sejun explained the situation in detail to the disappointed Chrysella. 10,000 regular fire moths must gather to evolve into a white flame fire moth, and to evolve into a blue flame fire moth, you need 100,000 white flame fire moths. And 1 million blue flame fire moths must gather to produce a single black flame fire moth. In other words, you would need 1 quadrillion regular fire moths to obtain a single black flame fire moth. It was only natural that acquiring a black flame fire moth would be difficult. And besides, I'd need a land deed for the first floor of the tower just to even try. The land deed, just wait a little longer. All right. After finishing the conversation with Chrysella, Sejun ate breakfast with his companions and began his daily tasks. Pio, Uran, and Poyo, who were supposed to come in the morning, hadn't shown up, likely because something had happened due to Uran's misfortune. Sejun wasn't too worried. Pio was the youngest, but dependable and trustworthy. Click! Sejun opened the door leading to the 10th tower and stepped inside to take a quick look around. Since all the destruction devourers had migrated to the Skybin planet, the tower was very quiet. While checking the other floors except for the 7th floor, where Harmer and Stella were, and the 9th floor, where Patrick was. Patrick, the god of earth, says to accept this. Patrick sent Sejun a glass vial containing a drop of chocolate-colored liquid. Earth elixir? Who? What is this? Patrick, the god of earth, says it's better to read the explanation directly than to have him explain it. All right. At Patrick's words, Sejun examined the earth elixir. Earth elixir? When this elixir, refined from the essence of the earth, is sprinkled on soil, it drastically amplifies the energy of the earth, maximizing the taste and effects of crops grown by absorbing this energy. Once earth elixir is used on soil, it cannot be used again on that soil for a month. Usage restriction, Tower Farmer, Creator, Patrick, the god of earth, Grade, SSS. It maximizes taste and effects. Patrick Nim, why are you giving this to me just now? I mean, if you had something this good, you should have given it to me way earlier. Sejun complained to Patrick after checking the option. Patrick was silent, perhaps surprised by Sejun's reaction. The truth was, Patrick hadn't wanted to make the earth elixir. It was too much hassle. But after seeing Harmer give Sejun the enhancing elixir, he started to feel the pressure. Sejun was the prospective owner of the 10th tower. Patrick also felt he had to give Sejun something, like a sort of rent, so he began making the earth elixir. Patrick, the god of earth, says let's just move past that. Patrick, the god of earth, says instead, from now on, he'll give you 5 drops of earth elixir each month. Ooh? You'll give me 5 drops of this? Great. Sejun readily accepted Patrick's offer and agreed to receive 5 drops of earth elixir every month going forward. After finishing the conversation with Patrick, should I plant some green onions? Sejun planted detoxifying green onions on the 1st floor of the tower. In the meantime, Poohoo Hut. As the right-hand man of the great hybrid Chairman Park, I'll plant the fastest, meow. Theo followed Sejun and planted detoxifying green onions. Kayut kayut kayut. I won't lose either. Iona planted peanuts. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji is a master of planting. Quenji diligently planted corn. Kihihit. King. King. He he. Great Blackie got slimmer from dieting. Now Great Blackie is the fastest. Blackie, who had lost some weight, also planted sweet potatoes rapidly. 3 hours later. King. Butler. Great Blackie is starving from working so hard. Blackie ran to Sejun, demanding food. Growl. Just then, Quenji's belly clock also let out a loud roar. Got it. Let's go eat. Sejun took the group and returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower, where they ate lunch together. And then, grow well, little ones. Drip. Sejun dropped the earth elixir he had received from Patrick onto the soil where the baby ginseng, baby extreme flame herb, and baby 10,000 poison herb were planted. He he he. Nice. The effect is kicking in well. Outwardly, nothing looked dramatically different, but to Sejun's eyes, the herbs looked noticeably more vibrant. At that moment, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Dad, I brewed you some coffee. Quenji brewed some coffee and brought it to Sejun. Thank you. Slurp. Sejun took a sip of the coffee. Ah. As expected, coffee brewed by our Quenji is the best. He made a sincere expression and gave Quenji a thumbs up. Ku hey hey hey. Quenji looked extremely pleased with Sejun's reaction. A moment later. Ah. That hit the spot. All right, time to get back to work. After finishing his coffee, Sejun crossed the dimensional gate with his companions and arrived at the Skybin planet. Just like in the 10th tower, Sejun and his companions planted beans that reached the sky on the Kraken's body to grow the planet, and also planted Destruction Pioneer and Destruction Devourer seeds. After about an hour of planting seeds, flap! Flap! Sejun. Chrysella came through the dimensional gate and called out to Sejun. And, here is the land deed. She handed Sejun the land deed for the shop on the first floor of the Silver Tower. Sejun, could you go there right away? A world that was just connected a little while ago seems like it's about to be destroyed. Yes. I'll go right away. Guys, at Chrysella's urgent voice, Sejun quickly called his companions, returned to the Black Tower. Eileen, I'll be back soon. Swar. After saying goodbye to Eileen, he departed for the Silver Tower. You have arrived at the first floor of the Silver Tower. That's how Sejun arrived at the shop on the first floor of the Silver Tower. Welcome. This is Bling Bling Silver Cash. Two men with friendly appearances welcomed Sejun. Who? They didn't faint? Sejun was caught off guard as he looked at them. They were not the type to be found on the first floor of a tower. Clink, Bling Bling Silver Cash. Growing curious, Sejun stood in front of the door to the opening void storage, blocking it with his hand, and asked, Ah. You must not have heard properly about our Bling Bling Silver Cash. We lend money to people who need immediate cash and charge a very reasonable interest. Loan sharks. Upon hearing the explanation, Sejun realized who they were. So, they must have a lot of money? He. Guys, come out, he called his companions. Kunk. Poohoo hut. I've missed you, great hybrid Chairman Park. Krueng. King. As the door to the void storage opened, the companions rushed out. Get out. See this land deed? This is my shop now. After his companions came out, Sejun confidently ordered them to leave. Don't be ridiculous. This is the headquarters of our Bling Bling Silver Cash. Yeah. If the boss finds out, you're dead meat. The employees of Bling Bling Silver Cash refused Sejun's eviction notice. Don't want to leave? Then you can join our Sejun company. Poohoo hut. Good idea, meow. Sejun and Theo grinned with villainous smiles as they looked at them. Thunk. Thunk. The two employees of Bling Bling Silver Cash were smacked on the back of the head by Theo, lost consciousness, and were stamped to become full-time employees of Sejun company. And then, what? Krueng. Bang. Oba, the legendary merchant and boss of Bling Bling Silver Cash, who had been exiting the boss's office, was also struck on the back of the head by Quenji and became a full-time employee of Sejun company. Just like that, Bling Bling Silver Cash, once infamous in the Silver Tower, quietly disappeared. Chapter 657, Hey! Park Blackie, first floor of the Silver Tower. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, I've collected everything, meow, he. Good work. As Theo came out after looting the vault of the Bling Bling Silver Cash president's office, Sejun patted Theo's head and praised him with affection. Meanwhile, hey. Quenji was raiding the snacks of the legendary merchant Oba inside the president's office. Kihihit. King. He. This guy is my butler. So if you mess with the great Blackie, you're in big trouble. Blackie barked arrogantly in front of the legendary merchant Oba. While Sejun and his party were confiscating the assets of Bling Bling Silver Cash, legendary merchant Black Money Oba of the Silver Tower has entered the merchant communication network. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Big Wing, Kadan. So, all the legendary merchants of the Silver Tower have finally gathered. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Lady, Burin, ho. I figured someday you'd get caught and dragged in by Sejun Nim, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Gambler, Charlie, Sejun Nim's justice prevails. Other legendary merchants of the Silver Tower welcomed Oba's entry through the merchant communication network. We don't have time, let's go. Poohoo hut. Got it, meow. You guys better take good care of our great hybrid Chairman Park store, meow. Yes, just like that, they left the store, which had now turned from the Bling Bling Silver Cash main branch into a Sejun company branch, in Oba's hands, and Sejun and his group moved through the exclusive passageway. And then, click! When Sejun placed his hand on the silver hole, there are currently 3 available destinations. Please choose your destination. Shilling, LV3. Carvers, LV8. Dren, LV5. Choices appeared in front of Sejun. Who? There, Sejun spotted a familiar name. The newly connected world is Dren. Dren was one of the 5 worlds where treasures location information learned by Toryong in Tartarus were hidden. He. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll go to Dren. Sejun happily selected Dren, and the stay fee began to calculate. A moment later, you will now be moved to Dren. Sejun and his party moved to Dren. Black Tower Administrator Area. Ochinim, please hold out your arm. Go ahead and draw it. At Eileen's words, the great red dragon Ochia wounded his own arm and held it out to Eileen. Since Eileen wasn't strong enough to pierce Ochia's skin to draw blood, he had to injure himself for her. There was also the option to draw blood separately and just deliver the dragon blood to her. But due to dragons competitively donating blood just to get more choco pies, a new policy was implemented that only food would be given for blood extracted directly by Eileen. Extraction. While Eileen drew blood from Ochia's wound, pooey-hee-hee. Ochia Nim, would you prefer seaweed soup or choco pie? Ace asked Ochia, who was having his blood drawn, from the side. Choco pie. Here you go. When Ace handed over the choco pie, thanks. Nice. With this, I've collected all 100. Ochia swiftly took the choco pie. He had now collected 100 choco pies through blood donations. It's been about a month since they started blood donations and giving out choco pies, and he's collected 100 already. Ochia had once been one of those dragons who was bedridden from blood loss after too much donating. The reason he worked so hard to collect them was to make a choco pie cake. It was Sejun who introduced dragons to the concept of a choco pie cake to boost choco pie sales. Today, I'm confessing to Yuli. Ochia confessed to Yuli with a cake stacked with 100 choco pies. Thank you. Park Sejun. And a new couple was born. If Sejun had known the choco pie cake was being used as a 100% success confession method, he would have never told them. Anyway, among dragons, Sejun was now acknowledged as a dating expert. You have arrived at Dren. The moment Sejun and his party arrived in Dren, boom, 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 boom. About 500 ogres came charging towards Sejun. Run! Get out of the way! Save us! To be precise, they were chasing the residents of Dren. When Sejun looked back, he saw the residents of Dren fleeing in a panic. Guys, let's go! Sejun said as he took off his gloves. Pooh hut. Got it, meow, coyote coyote coyote. Yes, Krueng. At Sejun's words, his companions ran past him to the left and right. And then, boom! Crash! One ogre came charging straight towards Sejun. Kuo! The ogre roared and threw a punch at Sejun. Hup! Sejun shouted as he threw a punch of his own. Kwang! A loud bang rang out as Sejun's fist collided with the ogre's. Normally, it would have been Sejun's complete defeat. However, he. Hurts, doesn't it? Today was different. While Sejun's fist, blessed by God of Destruction, was completely fine, the ogre's hand had vanished below the wrist of its right arm. Here I go again. Sejun confidently thrust his fist toward the ogre once more, but the ogre wasn't stupid. Whoosh! Who? The ogre dodged Sejun's punch. It had noticed Sejun's weakness from a single clash. Wham! Q! Then the ogre landed a body blow with its left fist into Sejun's side. Whoosh! Sejun was flung up into the sky. Fortunately, the dragon scale absorbed most of the damage, so while it hurt, there was no major injury. Crash! The ogre jumped, quickly rising higher than Sejun, and spun its body to drive its right heel into Sejun's head. Kihihit! King! Hee. It's time for the great Blackie to step in. Before anyone noticed, Blackie, who had emerged from Sejun's arms, clung to the ogre's body and headbutted it. Thud! The ogre lost consciousness and plummeted to the ground. Tap! Phew! That was close. Thanks, Blackie. Sejun, who landed safely on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief and gathered the Blackie family members who were hanging on to the unconscious ogre. Come here. After retrieving the battle aura from the ogre's body, Sejun finished it off. You have killed the ogre, the sixth calamity of destruction. You have gained 500 billion experience points. You have acquired one bonus stat. Your strength has increased by 30. Your strength potential has increased by 1%. Sejun leveled up and reached level 174. While Sejun was taking down one ogre, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I knocked them all out, meow. Hurry and come get experience points, meow, coyote coyote coyote. Sejun Nim, there are more over here, Krueng. His companions had taken care of the remaining ogres and called for Sejun. Guys, come here, thud. Sejun retrieved the battle aura from the unconscious ogres his companions had defeated and finished them off, reaching level 180 in the process. A job quest has occurred. Job quest, you must master the skill magic seed sowing. Reward, unlock level 181, 500 billion tower coins, all stats 1200. He received a job quest. And then, you have already mastered magic seed sowing, master. You have completed the quest. Quest reward, level 181 unlocked. Quest reward, 500 billion tower coins. Quest reward, all stats increased by 1200. It was completed immediately. It was there and now it's gone. He. Free pass. Sejun was delighted that the job quest was completed so easily. Thanks to that, he gained all the ogre experience points without significant loss and leveled up rapidly to 188. While Sejun was power leveling like crazy. Pooh hut. If you get the seal and join Sejun company, you'll be under our protection. Meow. Ku hey. Krueng. If you join Sejun company, you can eat Dad's cooking too. Dad's cooking is super tasty. Theo and Quenji were recruiting the residents of Dren as Sejun company employees. Kihihit. King. He. If you join my butler's company, I'll specially let you play with the Great Blackie. Playing with the Great Blackie is super fun. Blackie was helping with the recruitment too, though not very effectively, offering safety and delicious meals. Due to the invasion of the calamities, the residents of Dren were left without food and their lives were in danger, so the offer was something they desperately needed. I'll join. Me too. Please hire me. Pooh hut. Don't fight. Meow. I'll stamp all of you. Meow. Stamp. Theo happily stamped away for the flood of Dren residents lining up. There were occasional mistakes where Theo stamped someone twice. Who? I got stamped twice. Twice? Then do you get food for 2 years? Oh. You're right. Lucky you. The residents of Dren were envious, thinking it meant getting food for longer. I'm getting stamped twice too. Soon, they started lining up again to get extra stamps. While around 10,000 residents were getting their stamps, Sejun cooked for the new Sejun company employees and gathered information. Since the only calamity that had invaded Dren was the ogre they had just defeated, he figured they could head 100 kilometers north to Mount Buta to search for the treasure. After the residents finished their meal, Sejun and his party set out to find the treasure. About an hour north, a massive mountain came into view. Meow? Theo suddenly raised his front paw. Then, Chairman Park, I feel a pull. Meow, he shouted to Sejun. It seemed this time the hidden treasure was in an easy-to-find spot. However, Theo, take a break and act as the judge. Meow? Got it. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo will be the judge. Meow. Instead of immediately retrieving the treasure, Sejun assigned Theo to be the judge. He wanted to enjoy a treasure hunt for the first time in a while. All right. You've got 1 hour. Begin. And so, the treasure hunt began. This spot looked suspicious. Sejun placed his bare hand on a suspicious rock and destroyed it to search for treasure. Kayut. Power of magic. Aina searched for treasure using magic detection. Krueng. Quenji simply started digging into the ground at random. And then, Kihihit. King. He. Great Blackie will find it using his extraordinary sense of smell. Blackie sniffed around with his nose to the ground, searching for treasure. While everyone diligently searched for treasure, the hour passed. Pooh hut. 1 hour is up. Meow. Judge Theo announced the end of the time. In the end, no one found the treasure. Then, Pooh hut. Quenji dug in the wrong place. Meow. We should have dug here. Meow. Theo dug at the wall located near the middle of the hole Quenji had been working on, and a massive iron door appeared. Originally, the treasure had been hidden on the mountainside, but over time, soil had piled up above it, burying it underground. Krueng. Thanks to that, Quenji was deeply disappointed. He. All right. Let's see what's in here. Clang. When Sejun opened the iron door. Rumble. This place can only be entered by those who are permitted. For those who are not permitted, there is only death. A massive golem guarding the treasure rose and attacked Sejun and his party. But, higher. As Sejun extended his bare hand, it vanished effortlessly. And then, an enormous pile of treasure, previously hidden behind the golem's body, came into view. Guys, let's load it up. Clang. Just as Sejun opened the void storage to store the jewels. Who? Kirurong. Iamarong. Kirurung. The Blackie family was sprawled out sleeping on the floor of the void storage. Half-eaten roasted and dried sweet potatoes were still in their mouths, and Blackie's belly was even rounder than before the diet. Though they said they were going treasure hunting, they had been secretly eating the roasted and dried sweet potatoes inside the void storage. Hey! Park Blackie! Sejun's furious shout rang out. However, Butler. You like the Great Blackie even if he's chubby, right? You do? He. I know. Having a good dream, Blackie smiled without waking up. Chapter 658, he. How could they refuse when I'm the one asking? Minipixel Z. Dren, it was good when you were eating, right? Blackie, move quickly. King, it's hard. Blackie, who had secretly eaten 20 roasted and dried sweet potatoes, was struggling to climb Treasure Mountain under Sejun's strict surveillance, dragging his heavy body and panting hard. It was both a diet and punishment for secretly stealing food from the void storage. Meanwhile, the others were placing treasures into the void storage. Iona had linked another void storage extending it in Yuan, so there was plenty of room. At that moment, Kayut, something seemed strange? Iona, who was packing up treasures, tilted her head and spread her magic power around. And then, Kayut? Why is there a rift in space here? She discovered a cleverly concealed dimensional crack. Kayut. No matter how I look at it, this is suspicious. I need to check it out. Driven by curiosity, Iona injected magic power into the rift, widening it, and soon discovered a large void space. The dimensional crack turned out to be an entrance to a hidden void space. Inside the void space, a single red sword was floating in the air. It had to be stored separately because if placed with other treasures, the gems would all melt. And then, oh, it's warm. Is it because of that sword? Before anyone noticed, Sejun had appeared behind Iona and commented as he looked at the sword. Serta's flamed sword. However, he didn't try to approach. No, he couldn't. The orb of death's energy warns of imminent death. As he tried to get closer, a red warning message appeared. I should give some dried sweet potatoes to Kararuru later without Blackie knowing. Thinking about repaying Kararuru, Sejun took a step back. And then, what should I do with that? He pondered while looking at the sword. Several methods came to mind, destroying it, leaving it alone, subduing it, and so on. At that moment, oh, I wonder if that would work. A good idea popped into Sejun's head. Iona, can you connect this place to my void storage too? Kayut. Of course. Shall I connect it? Just wait a bit. Let me persuade the sword first. On this side, there was an experienced trainer specialized in fire resistance and mental conditioning. Balchill. When Sejun called Mubelchill, Mew, I'm saved. Mubelchill, who had been secretly pushing Blackie's but at his command without Sejun knowing, quickly flapped his wings and flew over to Sejun. And then, King? Hey! Where are you going? When Mubelchill disappeared, Blackie rolled down Treasure Mountain. Luckily, Sejun was too focused on the sword to notice, and Blackie quickly scurried back up the mountain. As Mubelchill, who had been called, landed on Sejun's shoulder, Balchill, go and have a chat with that thing. Sejun pointed at Serta's flame sword and said to Mubelchill, Mew? A chat? Yeah. A chat. He. You know the one. Mew. Ah. That chat. Leave it to me. This is perfect since I've been stressed lately. Reading the meaningful glint in Sejun's eyes, Mubelchill smirked and flew toward the sword. Thunk! Mubelchill's body hit the sword and dropped to the floor. Then, whoosh! The area heated up for a moment, as if the sword was resisting Mubelchill, but it quickly calmed down. A little while later, Mew. Sejun Nim, I explained it clearly and got the message across. Mubelchill called out in a bright and confident voice as he flew back. Really? Step. As Sejun slowly approached the sword, no warning message appeared, perhaps thanks to Mubelchill's proper training. Once the persuasion was complete, Iona, connect it to the void storage. Kayut. Yes, Iona used magic to connect the void space with the sword to Sejun's void storage, and now there were 2 void space rooms linked to Sejun's void storage. A little while later. Let's head back now. Sejun returned to the first floor of the White Tower through the White Tower established in Dren along with his group. Carvers. Moving to Carvers. They instantly traveled to the 8th level world Carvers through a dedicated passage. Pio? Where are we? Pio, who had followed through the hole Uran had fallen into and traveled a long way, looked around and asked. The surroundings were an indoor space made of wood, and he could feel movement in one direction. It seemed they had landed in a strange place. What if I can't see Theo Nim anymore? Pio was overcome with worry at the thought of not seeing Theo. However, I don't know. The true cause of the situation, Uran, scratched his head and laughed like a fool. Lick. Mohihi. Uran Nim's misfortune is worsening. Poyo cheerfully licked Uran with a bright expression. Ah. It's so frustrating. As frustration welled up in Pio's tiny chest. Step. They heard someone approaching, and the group quickly hid and held their breath. A moment later, the next target is Earth, right? Yeah. It's a level 1 world, so let's loot it quickly and head back to base. Right. We've been on this ship too long. They overheard the conversation of the passing individuals. This is a ship? And they're going to loot Earth? The three had landed on a pirate ship belonging to a dimensional pirate crew. One that was targeting Earth. As the voices faded into the distance, Earth? That sounds familiar. P.O.'s blurry memory began to resurface. P.O.? Earth is where Sejun Nim came from. He remembered that Earth was Sejun's birthplace. P.O. How dare they target Sejun Nim's world? I can't let this slide. Ooh hee hee hee. Right. Let's teach them a lesson. Mo hee hee. Sounds good. With that, P.O., Uran, and Poyo rampaged through the ship, subduing the pirates and taking control of the pirate ship. P.O. If Sejun Nim and Theo Nim find out I stopped the pirate ship from invading Earth, they'll definitely praise me. P.O. was overjoyed at the thought of being praised by Sejun and Theo. Ooh hee hee hee. Sejun Nim will probably cook lots of delicious food. Uran was excited too. And, mo hee hee. But why does Uran Nim's misfortune keep getting worse? Not that I'm complaining. Poyo continued happily licking Uran's ever-worsening misfortune. And so, a massive pirate ship carrying a great misfortune headed for Earth. You have arrived in Carvers. Guys, let's catch the fire moths first. To test the idea he had earlier, Sejun decided to start by catching fire moths. Sejun's idea was to catch fire moths and raise them inside the void storage. After observing the fire moths for a long time, Sejun discovered that they needed intense heat to breed and grow, and Surta's flame sword was more than capable of providing it. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will go catch the fire moths right away, meow. Coo hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Quenji will handle this side. Kayut kayut kayut. Then I'll take the north. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Great Blackie will protect Butler. With that, Theo, Quenji, and Iona scattered east, west, and north to catch fire moths. Let's go too, King. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. On foot, King? Sejun took the loudly shouting Blackie out of his sling bag and set him on the ground. It's time for some exercise. A moment later, King Kek. Kek. Great Blackie is already slim Huff. Huff. You're still panting. What do you mean you're slimmer, King? Kek. King. Kek. No. Huff. Great Blackie lost weight. Huff. As Sejun chatted with the panting Blackie while heading south. Pooh-hoo hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, I've caught the fire moths, meow. Using light-speed meow step, Theo appeared in front of Sejun, holding one fire moth in each of his front paws for a total of 2. Oh. Vice Chairman Theo, good work, Pooh-hoo hut. Of course, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, am always working hard for Chairman Park, meow. Knowing nothing of humility, Theo lifted his chin arrogantly at Sejun's praise and pushed his head into Sejun's hand with a smug expression. Wait a moment. Let me put the fire moths in first. Clank. Speaking to Theo, Sejun opened the void storage. Clank. Then he opened the door to the room where Surta's flame sword was. And, Vice Chairman Theo, put them in here. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. At Sejun's instruction, Theo released the fire moths he was holding into the room. Balchil, go tell to turn the flames up to maximum. Mew Mew. At the same time, he told Mubelchill to intensify the flames emitted by Surta's flame sword. Then, as the fire moth's flaming wings touched the very tip of the flames, their wings blazed intensely, and sparks burst out. Whoosh! The sparks grew larger and gave birth to new fire moths. The 2 original fire moths quickly multiplied into more than 10,000 by absorbing the flames emitted by Surta's flame sword. Hee hee hee. It worked. As Sejun smiled in delight at the success of the fire moth breeding. Kayut kayut kayut. Sejun Nim, I brought back the fire moths. Iona appeared, accompanied by an enormous swarm of fire moths caught using wind magic. There seemed to be about 1 million. As they were gathered in one place, a few white flame fire moths that had evolved in the middle could also be seen. Iona, put them in here. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, Pooh-hoo hut. Iona, well done, meow. As Theo praised Iona and patted her head on Sejun's behalf. Kayut kayut kayut. Iona looked very pleased. A little while later, Coo hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee 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 hee. Dad, Quenji brought back fire moths. Quenji appeared with fire moths caught using telekinesis. Judging by the presence of a few black flame fire moths among them, he seemed to have caught an incredible number. Quenji, put them in here too. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He 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 he. Got it. Once the void space containing Serta's flame sword was completely filled with fire moths, you have achieved the great feat of creation of safely breeding the third calamity of destruction, the fire moths. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, you have acquired title, Owner of the Fire Moth Farm. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, the 0th floor stay fee has been reduced by 5%. Achievement messages appeared. Thanks to this, Sejun's stay fee was now 61.3%. Owner of the Fire Moth Farm. Sejun quickly checked the title. Title, Owner of the Fire Moth Farm. A title that can only be obtained by one who has safely bred the third calamity of destruction, the fire moths. The taste and texture of moths raised on the moth farm are a bit better. The breeding speed of fire moths is doubled. When fire moths raised on the fire moth farm are defeated, double the experience points are obtained. The taste and texture of moths get better. Even more than now? On top of that, breeding speed and experience points were doubled. If this goes well, I might be able to secure enough black flame fire moths before the dragon's meeting. But can't I make farms with other calamities as well? At the same time, greed crept in. If he could make farms for locusts, leeches, spiders, and slimes, he could obtain even tastier ingredients. He. I should catch other calamities and make farms too. To do that, he'd need more void spaces. Iona, can you create a new void space of that size and link it to my void storage? Kayut. I can make it, but it'll take a long time alone. It needs a lot of magic power. Because of magic power? Then what if Vice Chairman Theo helps you? That won't work either. When casting void space creation magic, if other magic mixes in, the stability drops a lot. Really? Sejun wasn't too disappointed by Iona's response. Once he returned home, there were plenty of surplus dragons full of magic power who also knew how to use void space creation magic. I'll ask the dragons to make them. He. How could they refuse when I'm the one asking? Wearing a smug expression, Sejun dealt with the remaining calamities in Carvers and returned to the Black Tower. And then, Kayut. Sejun Nim, I connected them all. 9 new void space rooms were added to Sejun's void storage. Chapter 659, he. Just you wait. Original body. PR, Minipixel Z. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Alright. Sejun stretched and got up. Meow. Kayut, Keying, Theo, Iona, and Blackie, who had been sleeping with him, also stretched. Of course, they didn't actually get up like Sejun. After all, Sejun would take care of everything. Meow. King. After taking care of the Theo couple and the Blackie family, clack. Sejun opened the void storage. Then, he. Growing well, aren't you? Creak. He opened the door to the void room where the fire moth farm was located. And then, whoosh. Fire moths flitted around, fluttering wings of various flames. On the outermost edge were regular fire moths with red wings, within them were the white-flamed fire moths with white wings, and deeper inside were the blue-flamed fire moths, and at the very core were the black-flamed fire moths. At the center were Serta's flame sword and 5 red orbs orbiting around the sword. Essence of fire. Yesterday, during the process of asking the 9 Dragons Council dragons for the void space rooms, Sejun heard that strong flames were necessary to raise fire moths. Poo-ha-ha-ha. I, the great red dragon, I shall help you. Ramtur had actively offered his help. Also he could eat lots of delicious squid. There's a lot. Sejun grinned in satisfaction as he looked at the 100 black-flamed fire moths. Since he had captured all the black-flamed fire moths in the fire moth farm before going to sleep, this meant that 100 had appeared in just 5 hours. That meant he could gain around 500 a day. It looked like he'd be able to collect enough before the dragon meeting. After confirming how many black-flamed fire moths there were, Sejun bit down on the flame devourer that Ramtur had given him and slowly stepped into the room full of fire. The scorching flames surged towards Sejun, but they couldn't touch him and were instead sucked into the flame devourer. Following the path created by the flame devourer, Sejun walked toward where the black-flamed fire moths were. Slash! He hunted them down one by one, black-flamed fire moths stripped of their dark flames by the flame devourer. And then, you have slain the 3rd calamity of destruction, black-flamed fire moth. You have gained 100 billion experience points. Due to the effect of title, Owner of the Fire Moth Farm, you have gained an additional 100 billion experience points. Sejun doubled his experience gain since morning and rose by 1 level, reaching level 189. He. Level 200 isn't far off now. Just as Sejun was smiling in satisfaction. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, what's so great about reaching level 200, meow? Theo asked in an innocent voice. What's so great about reaching level 200? At Theo's question, Sejun pondered for a moment. Then, heh. It just feels good. He forced a smug expression as he replied. Even when the level went up, not much really changed. Even after reaching level 200, he'd still be the weakest one on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. What was even more shocking was that the rest of his companions were at even lower levels than him. Sejun had lower potential, but in return, he required less experience to level up. At least at level 100, he'd had a job quest to become an S-rank tower farmer, but now, he had already received the advancement quest to become an SS-rank tower farmer. There wasn't much to look forward to at level 200. Just then, Chairman Park, hang in there, meow. Theo stepped on Sejun's face. This time, it wasn't because he had ugly face, it was a supportive massage. Either way, Sejun was getting stepped on. After taking down the black-flamed fire moths in the fire moth farm. Step. Sejun strolled through the farm before breakfast, as per his usual routine. While walking through the farm, what's with that shape? Sejun spotted a carrot with an oddly shaped base. The bottom connected to the carrot stem was under the soil, and on both sides, the carrot had risen above the soil like plump buttocks, creating a strange shape. What is this? Sejun's curiosity was piqued. Swoosh! He pulled out the carrot. A heart? The shape of the carrot resembled a heart. As soon as Sejun harvested the carrot, you have harvested the confession carrot. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting, master, has increased slightly. You have gained 100 experience points. Messages appeared. Congratulations! You have achieved the feat of creating a new crop variety within the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats have increased by 20. Following that, a message appeared indicating he had acquired a new crop variety. The birth of the 30th new variety. He. I wonder what its effects are? As Sejun smiled and checked the options of the confession carrot. Flash! Suddenly, light burst from the ground. More precisely, it came from the place where the seed of abundance had germinated. The seed of abundance had been absorbing the power of harvest each time Sejun harvested a new variety nearby, storing that power. And with the harvesting of the confession carrot just now, it had finally accumulated all the power it needed to grow. Heave-ho! The seed of abundance began to grow vigorously. It transformed into a massive tree of light emitting a powerful glow, spreading its branches and roots toward the sky and the ground, and then turned into light particles, vanishing in an instant. What was that just now? Sejun looked on in confusion as the light particles drifted down. A great blessing of abundance has descended upon the 99th floor of the Black Tower. A blessing of abundance has descended upon the 82nd floor of the Black Tower. A blessing has descended upon the 73rd floor of the Black Tower. A blessing has descended upon the 68th floor of the Black Tower. Messages stating that blessings had descended scrolled down before Sejun's eyes. One blessing was being randomly granted to a floor every 10 floors. And then, you have achieved the great feat of growing the seed of abundance and granting blessings to 10 floors of the tower. As a reward for your great feat, you have obtained the title, Bringer of Blessings. As a reward for your great feat, all stats have increased by 100. An achievement message followed. He. As expected, farming is more effective than leveling up. Once again, Sejun realized just how much farming contributed to his strength. Just then, an unbearable mental strength is approaching. It is very dangerous. An unbearable divinity also. Urgent messages from System 371 appeared. Overwhelming? Thud. As Sejun read the sudden messages, he lost consciousness. Chairman Park, get a hold of yourself. Meow. Slap. King. Butler. Wake up. Thunk. Theo and the Blackie family hurriedly began to take care of the sunfish Sejun. Seed Shop Headquarters. Park Sejun, Tower Farmer of the Black Tower, has fully grown the seed of abundance. As a growth reward, you have obtained 500,000 divine power. As a growth reward, your divinity has increased by 10,000. At last, when the seed of abundance grew, Leah was overcome with emotion. As expected of don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. I always believed in him. No. That slogan isn't enough anymore. The chant don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park could no longer contain Park Sejun's godlike abilities. Leah pondered a new slogan. A moment later. He. From now on, his God Sejun. TL, the god is in English here. Leah created a new slogan and, everyone. From now on, let's stop calling him don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park and call him God Sejun instead. God Sejun. God Sejun. She went outside and spread the new slogan to the non-combat gods. God Sejun? God Sejun? This is good too, I like it. God Sejun. God Sejun. The non-combat gods began chanting the new slogan. And because of the meaning behind the slogan, Sejun was treated like the god of gods and gained tremendous influence. However, the influence was too great for Sejun to handle. Who? Everyone, calm down. At this rate, our Sejun Nim will be in danger. Yui, the god of loneliness, hurriedly tried to calm the gods, but, God Sejun, God Sejun, God Sejun, but the non-combat gods were already completely intoxicated by the chant and burning with fervor. Theo's mental world. Mini Chairman Park No. 3 was busily running around, diligently building a mountain of grilled fish and a pond of churu. Just like the original body, he was extremely hardworking. A moment later, Mini Chairman Park No. 3 climbed the mountain of grilled fish he had built, placed his hands on his hips, and looked around with a proud expression. However, the view was poor because of the mountains of grilled fish made by seniors No. 1 and No. 2. Compared to the others, the mountain of grilled fish built by Mini Chairman Park No. 3 looked like flat ground. It was so small that even though he worked hard, it hardly showed. This is all because of the original body. Mini Chairman Park No. 3 felt disheartened, resenting Sejun, the original body, once again today. Just then, Pooh Hut. Mini Chairman Park No. 3, absorb this, meow. Theo appeared and touched Mini Chairman Park No. 3 with his front paw. Then, whoom. Mini Chairman Park No. 3 was enveloped in light and began to grow rapidly. Theo was absorbing the influence of the gods directed at Sejun and sending it to Mini Chairman Park No. 3. A short while later, Mini Chairman Park No. 3 passed through mini, normal, and giant sizes and grew into Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3. He. Just you wait, original body. Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3, while waiting for the day he would meet Sejun, resumed building his mountain of grilled fish and churu pond. Sejun's mental world. Sejun was lying down, unable to regain consciousness due to the massive shock. He. As expected, the butler is completely useless without Great Blackie. Lick. Blackie held Sejun with a smug expression and diligently licked Sejun's face. Since Blackie's tongue was bigger than Sejun, he wasn't just licking the face. As Sejun bathed in Blackie's drool, his limits in mental strength and divinity were gradually increasing. That's right. Indeed, Sejun Nim needs Great Blackie Nim by his side. That's right. If Great Blackie Nim weren't here, another hole would have appeared in Sejun Nim's mental world. The subordinates flattered Blackie as they worked hard to repair Sejun's mental world. Eomdol, set up a slim statue of Great Blackie over there. Yes. No, make about 100 of them. Yes. He. Now the butler will give me even more roasted and dried sweet potatoes, right? Blackie's plan was to fill Sejun's mental world with statues of his own slim form, tricking Sejun into thinking Blackie was slim. He was plotting a scheme. A moment later, thanks to the care from Theo and the Blackie family, Sejun came to his senses. Then, who? Sejun looked at Blackie in confusion. He must be confused because the Great Blackie suddenly looked slim. Thinking his plan had worked, Blackie gave a sly smile. However, Blackie, you ate something behind my back again, didn't you, King? Sejun's reaction was completely different from what Blackie expected. Since slim statues of Blackie had been placed in his mental world, Sejun now thought Blackie was slim. The difference between the Blackie in his mind and the one in front of him made the real Blackie seem even fatter, resulting in an outcome opposite of what Blackie intended. Blackie, how many roasted and dried sweet potatoes did you eat, King? King, I didn't eat any. Really? Blackie felt wronged by Sejun's interrogation. You're much fatter than yesterday, and you still want to lie, King. Seriously, I didn't. If only he had actually eaten the sweet potatoes, it would have felt less unfair. After working so hard to heal Sejun, being misunderstood like this made Blackie extremely resentful. This won't do. Run 20 laps before breakfast, King. I really didn't eat any. Come on. Move, King. Starting now. Despite the injustice, Blackie ran anyway, for the sake of breakfast. I shouldn't have made the statues look slim. I should have made them fat. Too late for regret, it was his own doing. Another peaceful morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Just then, Sejun, here, take this land deed. The Great Purple Dragon Tier brought a land deed from the first floor of the Purple Tower. It was time to create a new farm. Chapter 660, damn it. I can't even use it. Minipixel Z. You have arrived on the first floor of the Purple Tower. As Sejun arrived. Welcome, Sejun Nim. Welcome, sir. Veronica, the tower farmer with snow-white skin, and Choba, a legendary merchant immune to all poisons but a bit of an airhead, greeted Sejun as they waited while organizing the first floor shop. You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the first floor shop of the Purple Tower. Thanks to that, Sejun was able to become the owner of the shop right away. Yeah. Good to see you too, Veronica and Choba. As Sejun exchanged greetings with the two. Clang. Poohoo hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Krueng. King. The group emerged from the void storage and clung to Sejun. They also greeted Veronica and Choba. Then, this one is the poison shop run by Choba, and over there is. Guided by Veronica, they crossed the shopping street and headed for the exclusive passage. Poohoo hut. Choba, are you working hard to earn money these days? Meow. Theo checked if Choba had been working diligently. Who? Why yes. I'm working hard. Then show me the results, meow. At Choba's reply, Theo held out his front paw. The reason for confirming if Choba was working hard was to take his money. Yes, Choba handed money to Theo while thinking that he should tell other legendary merchants to respond that they're not working hard if Vice Chairman Theo asks if they're working hard. Choba was planning to share this Theo countermeasure on the merchant communication network. Poohoo hut. Splendid, meow. As a reward, I'll give you this, meow. Work even harder from now on, meow. To Choba, Theo took out a purple badge shaped like his paw and pinned it to Choba's chest. Theo had come up with the idea of praise badges after seeing Quenji receiving praise stamps from Sejun. Sejun Company's Vice Chairman Theo's purple praise badge. What is this? This crudely made badge? Choba didn't look too happy to receive the badge. It was quite shabby, as if made by an unskilled artisan. However, it was only the appearance that was lacking. The maker and materials were anything but. Sejun Company's Vice Chairman Theo's purple praise badge. Vice Chairman Park Theo, Park Quenji, and Park Peacebays of Sejun Company made this with considerable effort using the scales of great dragons. It comes in 9 colors. Crafted using the scale of Tia Peton, the leader of the Great Purple Dragons. Proof of an elite full-time employee of Sejun Company. Usage restriction, full-time employees of Sejun Company. Creator, the 3 Park Brothers. Grade S. Because it was a badge made by the core powers of Sejun Company using the scales of Tia Peton, the leader of the Great Purple Dragons. Thank you, he. I must be the first one, right? After checking the options, Choba bowed at a 90-degree angle and expressed his gratitude. Though it wasn't famous yet, it was an ultra-unique item that would soon gain fame. Meanwhile, Sejun and his group arrived at the exclusive passage. Well then, we'll be going. Yes. See you next time. Goodbye. Sejun said goodbye to Veronica and Choba. Tap. And placed his hand on the purple hole. There are currently 2 destinations you can go to. Please select your destination. Fruk, LV7. Tichar, LV8. Tichar. After a short moment, you will now move to Tichar. Sejun and his group vanished. Choba, I'll get going too. Okay. Goodbye. Veronica, who still had crops to harvest, quickly departed as well. Then, he. I gotta show this off. Click. Left alone, Choba took a picture of himself wearing the praise badge with a magic camera and uploaded it to the merchant communication network. Naturally, to brag. To upload photos, you must pay 100,000 tower coins per photo. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Upload all 50. Even though he had to pay a total of 5 million tower coins for the photos, Choba paid without hesitation. Purple Tower Legendary Merchant, Poison Immunity Master, Choba, for photos of elite full-time employee Choba receiving a praise badge directly from Vice Chairman Theo. Purple Tower Legendary Merchant, Poison Immunity Master, Choba, photo of the Sejun Company Vice Chairman's purple praise badge or options, for those who don't believe. As Choba's photos were uploaded to the merchant communication network. Silver Tower Legendary Merchant, Gambler, Charlie, what? Choba, who was only extorted 6 trillion tower coins, is an elite full-time employee. That's unfair. I want one too. The merchant communication network went crazy. The deck of the pirate ship. Pio? You're saying you're from the Camo pirate crew. Pio was extracting information from the pirates tied up with ropes. They said they belonged to the Camo Pirate Crew, a group based in a world called Grondra. P.O.? There are over 5 million members in the pirate crew. The Camo Pirate Crew had combat power comparable to that of a nation. Yeah, so untie us already. If you untie us now, we'll spare your life. Though we'll use you as a slave. Kekak. The pirates, thinking P.O. was frightened by their scale, tried to intimidate him. But instead, the Camo Pirate Crew has an enormous number of members. Return to Earth and go back to the Black Tower. Tell Theo Nim about the Camo Pirate Crew's base, Grondra. Go to Grondra with Theo Nim and take down the Camo Pirate Crew, then stamp them. Sejun Company's full-time employees will increase tremendously. I, who have achieved this great achievement, will receive praise from Theo Nim saying, as expected, my right front paw is none other than P.O. Meow. P-hee-hee. Perfect. Far from being scared, P.O. was busy running full power on his imagination circuit. While P.O. was gathering intel from the pirates. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. So delicious. Mo-hee-hee. It's delicious for me too. Uran was eating food in the pirate ship's food storage, and P.O. was licking up Uran's misfortune alongside. At that moment, P.O.? P.O. saw a ship rapidly approaching, several times larger than the one he was on. On the flag of the approaching ship was the same black fist emblem as the one on P.O.'s current ship. In other words, it was also a Camo Pirate Crew ship. Foo-ha-ha-ha. Reinforcements have arrived. You thought we'd go down that easy. We called for reinforcements earlier, just in case. That's right. That's why we gave you the information so easily. The pirates proudly declared that they'd anticipated losing and called for help in advance. Thwack. Thwack. P.O. knocked the bragging pirates unconscious. What should I do? And pondered what to do as he looked at the approaching ship. Option 1. Send both Uran and P.O. to that ship. Option 2. Send only Uran to that ship. P.O.? P.O. Option 2 is better, right? Uran Nim, come up for a sec. Having made up his mind, P.O. called Uran. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Why? Uran appeared with his arms full of food. Then, P.O. P.O. Uran Nim, it's time to earn your meal. Go there for a moment. Wham! P.O. delivered a solid kick to Uran's backside. Kook! Uran flew through the air, clutching his butt. Naturally, the direction he flew in was toward the massive ship. Uran Nim, P.O., seeing Uran vanish suddenly, called out to him desperately and tried to follow. P.O. No. P.O. stopped him. If P.O. went too, the effect would lessen. Crash! Meanwhile, Uran landed on the enemy ship. Who the hell are you? As the pirates surrounded Uran. Crack! A mast suddenly snapped and fell toward Uran. Kook! Uran hurriedly rolled to the side and dodged it. Ah! Instead, the mast fell on other pirates. However, you bastard! How dare you invade my ship? Of all places, Uran had rolled right toward the pirate ship's captain. Roll! Crash! Uran rolled again to avoid the captain's sword. Crack! This time, the deck broke apart and he fell through. Then, boom! Boom! After breaking through 2 floors consecutively, he landed in the bomb storage. SSSHHH. For no reason at all, the fuse of a bomb suddenly ignited. Don't ask why. With Uran's misfortune, things worse than this can happen. Kook! Uran frantically ran out of the bomb storage. Moments later, quagwagwang! The ship Uran had landed on began to crash. It seemed the explosion had destroyed the engine. As the massive ship went down, P.O., as expected of a strategic weapon, P.O. was impressed. P.O. Nim, let's go quickly. The scent is so strong. P.O. was excited, eager to lick Uran's misfortune. And so, without much effort, P.O. had captured all the pirates. P.O., let's depart. He started the ship again. You have arrived at Tichar. Sejun and his group arrived at Tichar. All right, let's begin. Poo-hoo-hut. Sounds good. Meow. Kayut. Yes, Krueng. King. They immediately set out in search of the calamities. 20 minutes later. Good. Everyone, this way. When Sejun opened a void room and called out, Kayut. Power of wind. Krueng. Aina used wind magic, and Quenji used telekinesis to herd the locusts, and, flap, the locusts began entering the void room on their own. Using the same method, they spent several hours herding locusts, giant blood-sucking leeches, fire moths, petrifying spiders, and slimes into void rooms. Since one void room was already full of fire moths, they used a new one and provided plenty of firewood along with Iona's fire magic. As food, the locusts were fed corn stalks, tomato vines, and carrot stems. The giant blood-sucking leeches were given vitality-infused fragrant grapes. The petrifying spiders were given delicious rocks, carefully selected by Eomdol and Juki, and the slimes, who eat anything, were fed food waste. After stocking the void rooms for raising the calamities with plenty of food, Kuo, Sejun and his group defeated an ogre. At one point, a planet-destroying turtle also appeared, but Krueng, with just one of Quenji's cute roars, it immediately surrendered. Flip flip, it rolled onto its back before Quenji and pledged its loyalty. It's over now. Good work, everyone. Let's eat. While Sejun was cooking after defeating all the invading calamities in Tichar, you have achieved the great feat of creation of safely breeding the first calamity of destruction, the locust. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, you have acquired title, owner of the locust farm. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, the 0th floor stay fee has been reduced by 1%. The second calamity of destruction, the giant blood-sucking leech. Achievement notifications appeared in succession. Since it wasn't a first-time feat, the stay fee reduction was 1%, not 5%. Thanks to that, Sejun obtained title, owner of the locust farm, title, owner of the giant blood-sucking leech farm, title, owner of the petrifying spider farm, and title, owner of the slime farm. Then, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning is merging 5 similar titles into one. Title, owner of the locust farm, title, owner of the giant blood-sucking leech farm, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning merged the 5 farm owner titles into one. And then, you have obtained title, owner of the calamity farm. He obtained a new title that fully combined the effects of the 5. Title, owner of the calamity farm. This is a title that can only be obtained by those who have safely bred calamities of destruction. The taste and texture of calamities raised on the farm significantly improve. Their breeding speed of calamities triples. You gain double experience from all calamities. Oh, it got even better. Sejun smiled as he looked at his newly obtained title. Taste and texture significantly improved, breeding speed increased from 2x to 3x, and the double experience effect that only applied to farm-raised calamities now applied to all calamities. On a side note, the option of the title, Bringer of Blessings, obtained this morning, was the ability to bestow a weak blessing using divine power. Of course, although he had plenty of divine power, it was a useless gift for Sejun who couldn't use divine power. System bastard, are you messing with me again? Meow. Chairman Park, let him peach it soon, right? Meow. Thanks to that, System 371 got cursed out by Sejun and Theo again today. And the blessing of abundance has been bestowed. Crop yield increases. Breeding success rate increases. Kyuk. Kyuk. Damn it. I can't even use this. On the 55th floor of the Black Tower, Bochi, who had confessed to Lara and been rejected again, was also cursing at System 371. Chapter 661, Creating a Planet. PR, Minipixel Z. Forest of Creation. Hee. Mission completed. Good job, Flamey number 220. Then I'll take a rest now. After reporting to her main body, the avatar Flamey number 220's body crumbled into powder, and her consciousness rejoined the main body. Only one left now? Flamey spoke in a voice mixed with dislike and fondness. Flamey, who was undergoing the 4th trial of the Tree of Creation. Only one barren land remained, and she would pass the trial if she turned it into land overflowing with life. And just a moment ago, Flamey number 225 had discovered the last remaining barren land, Ariel. Her heart felt complicated. If she passed the trial, her power would grow stronger, making it harder to meet Sejun. However, if she didn't grow stronger, she wouldn't be able to protect Sejun from powerful enemies. It was a contradictory situation. But now was a time when she needed more strength to protect Sejun. Though the world seemed peaceful on the surface, it was stained red far more than it appeared. And very deeply so. Beings that only observed a few dozen worlds couldn't know, but Flamey, who had taken root in millions of worlds, could sense it. A great danger was approaching. At that time, I will need the strength to protect Sejun Nim. As if making a vow, Flamey began the task of transforming the final barren land, Ariel, into a land filled with life. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Having defeated the calamities of Tichar, Sejun arrived at the waypoint on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Eileen, I'm back. The tower's administrator says you worked hard. The tower's administrator asks if you've had dinner. No. I'm about to eat now. While Sejun chatted with Eileen, clank. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you. Meow. Krueng. King. As the void storage opened, Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family rushed out and clung to Sejun. However, plop. Sejun only set Blackie down on the ground. King. King. Let go of me. Great Blackie doesn't want to walk. Blackie struggled, refusing to be put down, but, Blackie, you're walking. You need to move if you want to lose weight. Sejun was firm. King. Great Blackie isn't fat though. Grumbling, Blackie trudged behind him as Sejun headed to the kitchen. Sejun number 12, tonkatsu, please. He asked Sejun number 12 to prepare his meal and grilled fish for Theo. As for the stir-fried peanuts Iona eats, he had already prepared a large batch and stored it in Iona's void pocket. About 1 ton or so. It seemed he wouldn't have to stir-fry peanuts for at least 6 months. Once dinner was ready, all right. Blackie, since you moved a lot today, 2 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato. Kihihit. Sejun prepared Blackie's meal and started eating dinner. As they were nearing the end of their meal, Krueng. It's Mom. Quenji, who had his face buried in his rice bowl eating eagerly, suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. And then, thump. Thump. Cooing. Sejun Nim, thank you for your hard work. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed as Pink Fur appeared. On her way back from training, she came to take Quenji home. Coo hey hey hey. Quenji quickly finished the remaining food and clung to Pink Fur's chest like a koala. Krueng. Dad, good night. All right. Sleep well, Quenji. Waving his front paw at Sejun, Quenji left with Pink Fur. Once Quenji and Pink Fur were gone, Sejun and the others finished their dinner and headed to the bedroom. And then, Ker. Gorarong. Kurarong. Kirarong. Soon, the bedroom was filled with the sound of snoring. Our guys are of course, they weren't actually asleep. Sejun and his group were offering their apologies. Meanwhile, the night grew deeper. Pip pip. Everyone, have a good night. Peacebays woke up and began his activities. Chomp. 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 After filling up on fruits prepared by Sejun. Whoosh. Whoosh. Peacebays began searching for the rest of the worlds where treasures were hidden. However, luck wasn't on his side that night, and he wasn't able to find the world he wanted. Morning came once again. All right, Sejun got up energetically. Though his mind had been working non-stop, his body had rested, so he felt no fatigue. In truth, it wasn't just his body, thanks to Sejun's high mental strength. His physical body was now so strong that even after not sleeping for 10 days, it wouldn't feel tired. And his mental strength had surpassed 30,000, meaning he could stay awake for days without issue. Sleep had become more of a habit. He didn't really need it. Of course, Sejun wasn't fully aware of his current state. But sleep is still the best medicine. Even knowing it wouldn't change anything. Maintaining a sharp mind and body, Sejun got up. Meow, King. After checking in on the Theo couple and the Blackie family, clank. He opened the void storage to check on the Calamity farms. Let's start with the locusts. Creak. When Sejun opened the door to the locust farm, flap flap. He saw so many locusts that barely any space was visible. And then, who? White? Sejun was startled. White locust? All the locusts had turned white. The key trait of locusts is that the more numerous they are, the stronger they evolve. And with an uninterrupted supply of food, their numbers quickly increased and they evolved into their final form, white locusts. He. That means they've become even more delicious in an even tastier state. To Sejun, this was fantastic news. Creak. Next, Sejun checked the giant blood-sucking leech farm. There, the leeches had cannibalized each other and evolved into their final forms. True blood leech, about the same height as Sejun and red in color. Though their size had decreased, he had no doubt they'd be delicious. Creak. Then, full of anticipation, Sejun checked the petrifying spider farm. Blue petrifying spider? Some had evolved, showing blue torsos here and there. Petrifying ray spider? Oh, their torsos were blue and their legs green, the final evolution. Judging from the name, they could now petrify with eye beams rather than biting. Creak. There were no noticeable changes in the fire moth farm. Then, Sejun opened the final door to the slime farm. Besides the original brown color, there were dark brown and black brown slimes, and gold slime? 5 golden slimes that had reached final evolution caught his eye. He. What should I eat for breakfast today? Sejun fell into a happy dilemma. After a moment of thought, all right. Let's go light with chicken for breakfast. He decided to eat locust meat. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, why is chicken light for breakfast? Meow. Theo asked, puzzled by Sejun's decision. Ha. That's because chickens have wings, so they're light. Meow. What kind of nonsense is that? Meow. Should I fix Chairman Park's head? Theo looked at Sejun, concerned by his incomprehensible logic. To be honest, I just felt like eating chicken. Pooh hut. I understand, meow. Good. After clearing that up with Theo, slash. You have defeated the first calamity of destruction, White Locust. You have gained 100 million experience points. Due to the effective title, Owner of the Calamity Farm, you have gained an additional 100 million experience points. Sejun opened the locust farm and caught 100 locusts. Then, Sejun number 12, make dak gaijang with these. He asked Sejun number 12 to cook, and while he was at it, he duplicated the seaweed soup and choco pies that Sejun number 12 had prepared in advance. Oh. And yongari chicken too. Sejun didn't forget about Ace. Ace's favorability towards Sejun was already at its highest, but he didn't slack off in scoring points. Of course, he was also diligently looking after Kaiser, Anton, and Elizabeth. Then, Mother, Father, hello. Have you eaten? Yes. Has our Eileen eaten too? Yes, that was the same for Eileen. Eileen was scoring points with Sejun's family every day using the bronze mirror of longing. But Mother, is it okay not to talk to Sejun? Yes. Sejun will do fine on his own. I prefer talking with our Eileen. Whom? Me too. Park Chun-ho, Sejun's father, who had been quietly listening to Eileen's question, softly chimed in. Eileen was more popular with Sejun's family than Sejun himself. A little while later, Eileen, here. Sejun sent the seaweed soup and choco pies to Eileen. Thump. Thump. Pink Fur, here. Then, as Pink Fur appeared holding Quenji in her mouth, Sejun handed her some choco pies and sat down to eat breakfast with the group. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. This dak gaijang is delicious. Quenji, excited from eating dak gaijang made with white locust meat. Phew. So good. Sejun also took a sip of the dak gaijang broth and admired it. However, it would have been perfect with bracken. A wave of disappointment quickly followed. Should I ask Theo to get some bracken seeds from Helnim? No. I'm already asking for a lot, so I can't burden them more. If Hel had known, she would have gotten it right away. It was a missed opportunity to earn some welfare points for Hel. Come to think of it, tomorrow is the day the seed shop opens. For now, let's look forward to tomorrow. After finishing the slightly lacking but still tasty dak gaijang, slurp. Sejun washed it down with coffee brewed by Quenji. Just then, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, give me money, meow. I need money to open a new floor, meow. As he was getting ready to go to work, Theo demanded money. 30 days had passed, and 1 trillion tower coins were needed to open a new floor. Here, since there was more than 10,000 quadrillion coins in the void storage, Sejun handed over the 1 trillion tower coins to Theo without hesitation. Pooh hut. Thanks, meow. Theo took the money from Sejun and stored it in his bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. Iona, wait for me, meow. Kyung okay. He gently set Iona, who was clinging from his tail, down and entered the bag to check where it was connected. Meanwhile, I should just go to Kivid, which is connected to the Red Tower, and then visit home once. Sejun thought he would handle urgent matters and then visit home. He wanted to go immediately, but he couldn't leave Kivid to fall into ruin. It was a sense of responsibility, knowing he couldn't turn a blind eye to what he could do, and also because he didn't want to see Ramtur heartbroken if Kivid was destroyed. Eileen, please take care of these treasures. Instead, Sejun entrusted 90% of the treasures from his void storage to Eileen so Theo wouldn't burn through all the wealth. Because if it were Theo, he could very well blow through even that much money in an instant. A little while later, Theo emerged from the bag. Where is it connected? Sejun asked Theo. Pooh hut. It's the 48th floor of the Blue Tower, meow. Chairman Park, I'll go earn lots of money, meow. Iona, see you later, meow. After telling Sejun the location of the connection, Theo said goodbye to both Sejun and Iona and went off to work. Kyung, Iona, with a sullen expression, slowly trudged toward the bedroom. She'd probably cuddle with the Theo ball and sleep until he came back. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Dad, Quenji is going to work too. All right. Harvest a lot of herbs. Krueng. Understood. As Quenji also headed off to work in the herb field. Blackie, let's get to work. Sejun also began farming work with Blackie in tow. King. Blackie wore an expression full of reluctance. Blackie, I'll give you 1 piece of roasted and dried sweet potato for every 1,000 seeds you plant. Kihihit. King. He. Great Blackie will plant seeds well. At the mention of a reward, his energy was instantly restored. And so, Sejun and Blackie worked on the farm on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, then moved on to the 10th tower for more farming, and then headed to the Skybeam planet to continue farming again. King, Great Blackie gives up now. 20 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potato are enough. Blackie ended up collapsing just before they arrived at the Skybeam planet. Thud. Thud. Upon arriving on the Skybeam planet, Sejun diligently planted sky-reaching bean, growing the planet. He had always been busy, but the Calamity Farms had made Sejun even busier. However, this feels rewarding. To Sejun, who found deep fulfillment in farming, it didn't feel hard at all. And then, you have achieved the great feat of creation for creating a planet. Another rewarding event occurred for Sejun. Chapter 662, So, I'm the weakest one here. Minipixel Z. Skybeam planet. Planet. Did I create a planet? As Sejun looked at the message in confusion. You have acquired title, Planet Creator as a reward for achieving the great feat of creation. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, your stay fee on the 0th floor has been reduced by 3%. Messages announcing achievement rewards appeared right after. Is this what they call a planet? Sejun looked down at the Skybeam planet he was standing on, still unsure. He had just called it a planet for convenience and to make it sound cool, never thinking it would actually become a real planet. The system punk actually knows what it's doing. Sejun was happy that his feat was recognized. Thanks to that, System 371 earned its first points with Sejun. Let's see. The title is. Sejun checked the newly obtained title. Title, Planet Creator. You can create a round stone that becomes the core of a planet by infusing it with magic power. Round stone. I'll find out when I make it. As he imagined creating a round stone in his mind, magic power flowed out of his body and, thud, a massive stone about 50 meters in diameter appeared in front of Sejun. Who? My magic power. Gulp, gulp. Sejun quickly drank a vibrant magical mugwort potion. He could make the stone even bigger, but he lacked the magic power to do so. Sejun examined the stone closely, but there was nothing particularly special about it. It was just a regular stone. He figured Quenji could use it later as a throwing weapon. Since he had no intention of creating another planet, Sejun planned to use the stone just as a cannonball, but then, Kirarong, I'm carrying your heavyweight, and you're still going to sleep. Seeing Blackie napping comfortably inside the sling bag made Sejun feel a bit mischievous. Then, tap. Sejun used the title, Planet Creator to create a stone the size of a tennis ball. Time to work hard a little. Sejun chuckled slyly as he held the stone. It was a workout tool for Blackie to roll around from now on. After making the workout equipment for Blackie just as he was about to get back to work, suddenly, it got dark in front of him, soft fur tickled his face, warmth enveloped him, and a pleasant smell reached his nose. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I've returned, meow. Theo had returned. Okay, meow. Sejun grabbed the scruff of Theo, who had clung to his face, and pulled him off. Then, meow. Chairman Park, I feel a pull, meow. Theo suddenly raised his front paws and shouted. Who? A pull? Pooh-hoo hut. That's right, meow. Where is it? Over there, meow. Sejun headed in the direction Theo was pointing with his front paw and soon encountered a dead end. Rustle. So Sejun drew his sword and cut through the wall made of plant stems as he moved forward. Who? These are tears. He soon discovered a pond filled with the tears of the incomplete creator god. It was only about 3.3 square meters in size and really small, but considering a single drop could be exchanged for 5 drops of the elixir of great growth, it was an enormous amount. The tears of the incomplete creator god, formed during the battle with the ultra-giant destruction Sejun, had flowed through a gap and collected here. Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Pooh-hoo hut. Vice Chairman Theo, always do well, meow. Theo puffed up proudly at Sejun's praise. Swipe, swipe. Sejun vigorously patted Theo's head and, here you go. He sent all the incomplete creator god's tears to Emila. Then, Emila Ibeans, the first apostle of the creator god, says that this is an amount she cannot process all at once. Emila Ibeans, the first apostle of the creator god, says she will provide 1 million drops of the great growth elixir every day for 100 days. If you are not satisfied, I will urge the first apostle of the creator god, Emila Ibeans. Shall I urge her? A message appeared. Has the system punk finally gotten some sense? At the offer to rush Emila, Sejun grinned and said, no. It's fine. He coolly chose not to rush her. Honestly, there was no urgency for the great growth elixir. because the unused great growth elixir is still piled up in a corner of the void storage. The reason is, he's sick of the strawberry flavor. Sejun had consumed so much of the great growth elixir that he had grown completely tired of it. And it wasn't something that could be cooked into other dishes either, since the elixir had a medicinal strawberry flavor that couldn't be mixed with anything else. It would ruin all the other food. A little while later, you have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have acquired 1 million drops of the great growth elixir. In front of Sejun, 5,000 glass bottles filled with the great growth elixir appeared. Should I send one to Kyungchul? Seeing the absurd number of elixirs, Sejun thought of Kyungchul. No, wait, Kyungchul could die. He quickly shook his head. As they say, frogs forget what it was like to be a tadpole, and Sejun, like a super-ultra sunfish, nearly forgot what it had been like when he himself suffered and was about to make Kyungchul suffer the same. Each glass bottle contained 200 drops of the great growth elixir, meaning the total stat increase would be 20,000. But Kyungchul was from Earth, a level 1 world. He didn't have the potential to handle 20,000 stats. Sejun was a special case, having been grabbed by the collar, coaxed and nurtured into growth by his companions even when he didn't want to. No matter how talented someone from Earth was, they could never handle even one bottle of the great growth elixir. I'll just give him 3 drops. And so, Kyungchul unknowingly avoided a brush with death. Let's go home. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Sejun returned with Theo to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. When they arrived home, Sejun number 12 was preparing dinner. Krueng! Dad, Quenji is back. From afar, Quenji came running, announcing his return. As expected, Quenji had a knack for showing up at mealtime. Quenji, welcome back. Ku hey. Krueng! He. Dad, Quenji brought some good herbs. Quenji handed Sejun 2 herbs. 3-month-old strength bellflower root, 3-month-old potential for tea root, Thanks. Sejun thanked Quenji and took the herbs. Title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has identified the essence of the 3-month-old potential for tea root. Golden light settled over Sejun's eyes as new information was added. If you feed it to baby Hisho Wu, you can speed up its growth. I can feed it to baby Hisho Wu. For now, I should store it. Sejun put the for tea root into the void storage. Then, here. Quenji gets a rice cake dipped in honey. Daddy gets a bellflower dipped in honey. Sejun gave Quenji a rice cake dipped in honey and dipped his own bellflower root in honey and ate it. Crunch, crunch. Thanks to the honey, most of the bitterness was masked, making it edible. You have consumed 3-month-old strength bellflower root. Strength has increased by 30. After he finished the bellflower. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I also brought something, meow. Theo, who had brought Iona from the bedroom, confidently took out money from his bag. Ooh? Why so much? Sejun asked in surprise. The amount of money Theo pulled out was roughly 1 trillion tower coins. It was an amount impossible to earn just by selling crops. Pooh hut. I made a new legendary merchant my subordinate and received it, meow. Theo proudly claimed he had received it in response to Sejun's question. Yeah right, you probably snatched it. Sejun, of course, didn't believe Theo's words so easily. And then, legendary merchant Miser Soltina of the Blue Tower has entered the merchant communication network. Blue Tower legendary merchant, Miser, Soltina, everyone, Vice Chairman Theo took 1,318,912,038,12 tower coins from me. I'm so upset. As soon as Soltina entered the merchant communication network, she started venting about how Theo had taken her money. However, Silver Tower legendary merchant, gambler, Charlie, what a rookie. Green Tower legendary merchant, the one who betrayed once, Shark, Soltina Nim, are you really a legendary merchant? That amount is way too small. Green Tower legendary merchant, Golden Land Turtle, Turbo, only those who've had at least 5 trillion tower coins taken by Vice Chairman Theo can be here. Soltina Nim, you're not quite qualified yet. Try harder and get more taken by Theo Nim. She received only dismissive remarks and encouragement. Blue Tower legendary merchant, Bocchial, starting today, I'll be camping on the 48th floor of the Blue Tower where Vice Chairman Theo appeared. I'm trying to earn a praise badge. I've prepared plenty of money. Purple Tower legendary merchant, Poison Immunity Master, Choba, he. I'm already there. Purple Tower legendary merchant, Poison Immunity Master, Choba, 2 fresh photos of the excellent full-time employee Choba, who personally received a praise badge from Vice Chairman Theo. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Lady, Burin, Choba Nim, stop spamming photos. I'm warning you nicely. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Lady, Burin, a photo of my frowning husband, Ho Jin. Purple Tower legendary merchant, poison immunity master, Choba, Eek. Okay. Silver Tower legendary merchant, Lady, Burin, Botulnim, please make sure to post a photo when you get your praise badge. Happy smiley. Blue Tower legendary merchant, generous, Botul, yes, I will. Happy smiley. Soon, the merchant's conversation turned to the hot new topic, praise badges. Alright, time to sleep. After dinner and playing with his companions, Sejun took Quenji over to Pink Fur. Quenji, sleep tight. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Good night, Dad. Quenji gave Sejun a bow and was about to head to Pink Fur. Quenji, aren't you forgetting something? When Sejun asked with a slightly disappointed expression. Krueng. Quenji looked momentarily confused, then, Krueng, quickly figured out why Sejun was disappointed and flew into his arms, smooch, and gave him a good night kiss. Hee hee hee. Sleep well, Quenji. Dream of Daddy. Sejun's expression instantly softened into a wide smile. Then, back at home. All right. Let's work hard again today. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Yes, kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. I'll do my best. Together, they entered Blackie's mental world and offered apologies to the souls. Original body, aren't I cool? Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3 showed off with a proud expression to Sejun as he provided a slide to the souls. TCH. Sejun purposely avoided eye contact with Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3. And, Gilsun Nightmare, I need a good dream over here too. Stop it. He occasionally teased Nightmare, who hadn't yet adapted to her name. While apologizing, corruption appeared. Whoosh. As soon as it appeared, corruption met Sejun's gaze and vanished. You soon. Once again, it left behind an ominous remark, leaving Sejun with an uneasy feeling. How many times is this now? Every time corruption appeared, it left a disturbing warning for Sejun. Is it going to be okay? A creeping anxiety rose from deep within. At that moment, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, your face is getting ugly again, meow. Theo hurriedly flung himself and clung to Sejun's face. Squish, squish. Stomping all over Sejun's face with determination. Soothing. Thanks to that, the anxiety that had been rising scattered like mist, and Sejun felt more at ease. And then, so what if it comes? My guys are crazy strong. Hee hee hee. Suddenly, Sejun was bursting with confidence. Meow, your face is getting ugly again, meow. As Sejun's face, which had just returned to normal, began to get ugly again, Theo diligently moved his paws. While receiving Theo's front paw therapy like that, Kivid, under the management of the Red Tower, is being destroyed by calamities. Ramterzahir, the Great Red Dragon and administrator of the Red Tower, has granted the mid-level administrator of the Black Tower a final chance to save Kivid. A mid-level administrator quest has occurred. Mid-level administrator quest, go to Kivid, protect the remaining 5 Red Towers, and defeat the calamity. If only one Red Tower remains, the quest will be deemed a failure. Reward, peace in Kivid, all stats 500, 50 billion tower coins. Failure, you will be automatically returned to the Black Tower. Do you wish to accept the quest? A quest message appeared in front of Sejun. Before Sejun could obtain the land deed for the first floor of the Red Tower, Kivid was on the verge of destruction. Ramter, placing his final hope in Sejun, gave up on his own descent. Everyone, let's finish here for today. Sejun quickly exited the mental world. Vice Chairman Theo, go wake up Quenji and bring him over. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. He began preparing to depart. And then, boom. Who? What is this? Flamey number 225, who was working in Ariel, was suddenly attacked and vanished. By an ordinary wild animal, no less. There was something strange about this world. Level 9 World Ariel, there was a law of the world that applied only in Ariel, created by someone in ancient times. The weak become stronger, and the strong become weaker. That's why Flamey was struck and wiped out by a common wild beast. And then, so that means I'm the weakest one here. Woo-hoo! Flamey, who had realized the laws of Ariel after getting several avatars destroyed, was overjoyed. Chapter 663, Great Blackie is unrivaled throughout heaven and earth. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Krueng. Dad, what's going on? Still half asleep, Quenji, who had been carried on Theo's back, rubbed his eyes and asked. You're sleepy, right? Sorry. A quest suddenly came up, so we have to head to Kivid right now. Sejun explained the situation to Quenji, who was on Theo's back, and laid him down on the bed that had been prepared in advance in the void storage. Kirarong. Rorong. Kirurung. Beside him, the Blackie family was already asleep. Puhuhat. Kirarong. Theo, who had Iona hanging from his tail while sleeping, quickly sat at the entrance of the void storage, ready to be the first to come out. Then, do you wish to accept the quest? Accept, Sejun replied to the message that had been floating in front of him. Immediately after, you will be transported to Kivid in 30 seconds. You may bring subordinates with you. Please designate which subordinates will accompany you. Messages appeared. Since Sejun had already placed his companions in the void storage, there was no need to designate them. He. This time Quenji is going, so it'll be over quickly. Sejun was already acting as if he had defeated all the calamities in Kivid. He had good reason to think so. According to what he heard from Ramtur, there were definitely 90 towers remaining in the level 8 world Kivid until yesterday. For dozens of towers to vanish in such a short period, the most likely explanation was the planet-destroying turtles. And in large numbers. And here, they had the best tamer of planet-destroying turtles, Quenji. While Sejun was delighting in this thought, the 30 seconds had passed. You will now be transported to Kivid. Sejun vanished. Eileen, I think you'll be asleep, so I'm leaving a note. I'm heading to Kivid at Ramtur Nim's request. In the mess hall, Sejun had left a neatly placed note for Eileen on top of a 10-pack choco pie cake. Creator God's Temple. Hurry up. You need to get everything ready to welcome Sejun Nim. Flamey number 205 was scolding the Creator God, Emila, and Amor as they scrambled to prepare the room where the Creator God would stay in. During that time, Sejun sent a massive amount of incomplete Creator God's tears. From now on, Emila Nim, please focus on making the Great Growth Elixir. Emila was excused from the room making work. Moments later, Creator God Nim, the beads. As Emila brought in a massive quantity of beads while making the Great Growth Elixir, the Creator God was also excused to finish the painting that depicted the memory of destruction. Leaving Amor all alone. HMPH. You couldn't even draw properly, and now you're doing this work so poorly. Work harder? Flamey's fiery scolding began. The grudge-holding tree of creation, Park Flamey. Her revenge for Amor not drawing Sejun properly in the family portrait was not yet over. The portrait came out that way because Sejun was weak. Amor felt so wronged but couldn't talk back. You have arrived in Kivid. Sejun arrived in Kivid. At that moment, Zing. A red beam flew toward Sejun. It was a destruction beam from a planet-destroying turtle. Kaboom! You have received a fatal attack. You are in invincible state. No damage taken. That hurt, Sejun complained as he removed his gloves and thrust his hands forward. Then, the power of destruction vanished, cancelling each other out. He. I'm now planet-destroying Sejun too. As Sejun smirked proudly. Clunk. Chairman Park, reporting meow. Chairman Park, what happened to your face? Meow. It's rotten, meow. Theo, who was coming out of the void storage, was startled and grabbed Sejun's face. Zing. Krueng. Kaboom. Just then, a destruction beam flew towards Sejun again, but Quenji smacked it away with his front paw. Krueng. They attacked Dad. The turtles need to be punished. Furious, he flew toward the planet-destroying turtles. Buck. The planet-destroying turtles shrank their size and desperately flipped on their backs to try and appease Quenji's anger. But, Krueng, who is the bad turtle that attacked Dad just now? Quenji did not calm down and set out to identify the culprit. Buck. It's him. He did it. Buck. That's right. I saw it. The planet-destroying turtles, choosing to win Quenji's favor over loyalty, ratted out their comrade to him. Buck. I really didn't mean to, I'm sorry. The planet-destroying turtle that had attacked Sejun had tears welling in its eyes as it begged for forgiveness. Of course, that didn't erase what it had done, especially not the massacres it had committed until now. Krueng. Dad, Quenji brought the bad turtles. Quenji brought the planet-destroying turtles and left them to Sejun for judgment. Vice Chairman Theo, hire them. Poohoo-hut. Got it, meow. Naturally, Sejun's judgment was to hire them as full-time employees of Sejun Company. Stamp. While Theo eagerly stamped them, and from now on, all the turtles will fight for world peace. Sejun gave the planet-destroying turtles a new mission. Now that even calamities could be raised in the void storage, there was no need to keep running around. So, his idea was to send the planet-destroying turtles in his place. The business trips may be frequent, but I'll give them plenty of travel expenses. Sejun smirked slyly, looking at the planet-destroying turtles who would now be working hard in his place. Then, fight for world peace. Just kill us instead. We're originally planet-destroying turtles, meant to assist the beast of apocalypse in bringing about the end of the world. The planet-destroying turtles were defiant of Sejun's orders. However, Krueng, if Dad says do it, then do it. Buck buck. Yes, sir. Buck buck. We'll do our best to protect world peace. With just one word from Quenji, they immediately changed their stance. Thus, the planet-destroying turtles surrendered completely, and the battle ended anticlimactically. You have completed the mid-level administrator quest. As a reward for completing the quest, peace has returned to Kivid. A message confirming the quest's completion appeared. As a result, all of Sejun's stats increased by 500, and he received 50 billion tower coins. Guys, let's stop and head BA. Sejun was about to return with his companions. At that moment, a new quest has occurred. Quest, due to an insufficient number of red towers in Kivid, the connection between the red towers and Kivid has become unstable. Please reconstruct at least 30 red towers in the marked locations within 12 hours. Rebuilding the red towers requires a large amount of magic power, many stones, and strong fire energy. Reward, for each red tower rebuilt, all stats 10, mental strength 50, 10 billion tower coins. A new quest appeared in front of Sejun. Rebuild towers. As Sejun confirmed the quest and looked around, red beams of light marking locations for tower reconstruction appeared everywhere. Let's head over there first. Sejun moved with his companions to the nearest red beam. Then, so, do I just inject magic power here? Thrust. When Sejun inserted his hand into the red beam. Meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Krueng. King. The companions quickly followed Sejun and extended their front paws. All right. Should we shout our motto again, for old time's sake? Sejun knelt on his left knee and began. We are. As he called out, the companions stacked their front paws on top of Sejun's hand. 1. Meow. 1. Krueng. 1. King. Great Blackie is unrivaled throughout heaven and earth. They shouted the motto. There was another motto, but they ignored it. All right, let's pour in the magic power. Sejun and his companions poured in their magic power, and after about 10 seconds, sufficient magic power has been filled to reconstruct the red tower. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Gulp. Gulp. In the meantime, Sejun drank a vibrant magical mugwort potion to replenish himself. Of course, the others were perfectly fine. As for Blackie, Kirarong, he fainted. Okay, magic power is done. Sejun, along with Eomdol and Juki, created stones and inserted them into the red beam. Kayut kayut kayut. Krueng. Mew Mew. Iona, Quenji, and Mubelchill created fire and placed it into the red beam. Moments later, all conditions for the red tower have been fulfilled. Rumbly. The red tower began to be rebuilt. The tower was completed swiftly. The newly rebuilt red tower looked slightly different from the previous ones. Hundreds of red stones floated in the air around the tower. Thanks to the excellent quality of the materials used for the reconstruction of the red tower, the tower has been enhanced. The reason was that Sejun and his companions had used high-quality stones and powerful fire energy as materials. Soon, once the tower was fully reconstructed, an armed red tower has been completed. Rewards will be distributed all at once when the quest is completed. The word armed had been added as a modifier in front of the red tower. Armed? Apparently, the floating red stones surrounding the red tower functioned like turrets, attacking enemies that approached the tower. I'll have to strengthen the black tower too when I return to Earth. Thus, Sejun and his companion succeeded in rebuilding the red tower. All right. Let's move to the next location. They continued to move to locations where red light pillars were visible and kept reconstructing the red towers. Time is up. While tirelessly rebuilding the towers, the allotted 12 hours had flown by. Then, you have completed the quest. Since the red towers were upgraded into armed red towers, the reward has been increased by 20%. The number of armed red towers you rebuilt is 126. The connection between the red towers and Kivid has been solidly reinforced. What? Wasn't the limit supposed to be 100? Calculating quest rewards. As a reward for completing the quest, all your stats have increased by 1512. As a reward for completing the quest, your mental strength has increased by 7560. As a reward for completing the quest, you have acquired 1.512 trillion tower coins. Sejun, who thought the total number of towers to be built in Kivid was 100, had diligently continued rebuilding until the red light pillars disappeared, and he received a massive reward. Hoo-hoo. So, I gained about 6,000 in total stats. How fulfilling. Sejun thought to himself that it had been another fulfilling day. Hoo hoo hut. I'm happy that Chairman Park got stronger, meow. Sejun Nim, I can worry a little less now. Hee hee hee. Dad's not so weak anymore, yay. Hee hee. Butler still has a long way to go before he can truly play with Great Blackie. The companions also felt a sense of reward as they watched the slightly stronger Sejun. Everyone, let's go home. Thus, Sejun and his companions began returning to the Black Tower. Meanwhile, Pwahahaha. Not only did Sejun prevent the destruction of Kivid, but he even rebuilt the destroyed Red Towers. Rebuilt them. You can rebuild towers? That's right. And our Sejun can even enhance them. Pwahahaha. Ramta began bragging to the other dragons that Sejun could not only rebuild towers but also strengthen them. Oh. Then I should ask Sejun for help too. Me too. Our connection with Risha was unstable, so this is great news. The dragons were waiting for Sejun's return so he could rebuild their towers. Although Sejun had intended to send planet-destroying turtles on business trips to get some rest, he was hit with more work again. Of course, the great dragons were also planning to properly compensate Sejun for his travel expenses. And then, Pio? Who? The pursuit team is here again. Pio. Uran Nim, go. The strategic weapon, Uran, was also hard at work. Got it. I'll be back. Uran jumped energetically toward the enemy ship. Ooh hee hee hee. I am the strategic weapon, king of misfortune, Uran. It now seemed like he was secretly enjoying his own misfortune. Chapter 664, giving just 1 point is too heartless. PR, Minipixel Z. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun arrived home. Ooh? It's morning. As the sun rose, the darkness receded. But didn't I leave at dawn? Sejun was confused. Of course, he hadn't returned after just a few hours. More than 24 hours had passed, and morning had arrived. At that moment, the seed shop will now open. Park Sejun Nim's rank is Transcendence. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Because Sejun wasn't in the tower, the shop didn't open, but now that he had returned, the seed shop finally opened a day late. Congratulations on your 20th visit to the seed shop, Park Sejun Nim, _. And it was already his 20th visit to the seed shop. Oh, God Sejun, God Sejun, God Sejun. The non-combat gods, who had been greatly disappointed that the seed shop didn't open, cheered and chanted in joy. Unaware of how the non-combat deities felt, was it already the 20th time? Last time, during the 10th seed shop opening, I received an elixir. It's probably going to be another elixir. Sejun waited for the next message with a slightly disappointed voice. He could now get elixirs whenever he wanted. However, opening the Sacred Relic shop for our 20th transaction customer. Sacred Relic? Once again, Sejun's prediction was completely off. In a good way. As you are of Transcendence rank, Sacred Relics containing Transcendental grade powers have been added to the list. 3 types of Sacred Relics will be randomly shown for sale today. There is no purchase limit in the Sacred Relic shop. Sacred Relics are tools that contain divine powers. With a Sacred Relic, there's a limit to the number of times it can be used, but you could wield powers on par with those used by gods. In a way, they might be the perfect items for Sejun, who couldn't demonstrate the full extent of divine powers or relics due to his low stats. Sacred Relic, scroll painted with the scenery of nature, Transcendence grade, 1 trillion tower coins, 10,000 pieces of world's energy. Sacred Relic, growth acceleration hourglass, 100 billion tower coins, 2,000 pieces of world's energy. Sacred Relic, soft gummy bear jelly, 20 billion tower coins, 1,100 pieces of world's energy. These were the 3 Sacred Relics randomly presented. Really expensive. Compared to other items sold at the seed shop, the prices were ridiculously high. Of course, for Sejun, who recently had plenty of money, it wasn't an unbearable amount. But is it okay to pay with world's energy that hasn't had the corruption removed? Knowing that corruption was hiding within the world's energy, Sejun hesitated slightly. Still, he couldn't just not buy them. The system will probably handle it properly. I'll take them all. Too lazy to examine and compare them one by one, Sejun decided to purchase all 3 Sacred Relics. You have purchased Sacred Relic, scroll painted with the scenery of nature, Transcendence grade, Sacred Relic, growth acceleration hourglass, Sacred Relic, soft gummy bear jelly. A total of 1 trillion and 120 billion tower coins have been withdrawn from Park Sejun Nim's seed bank account. You have paid 13,100 pieces of world's energy. After paying for the Sacred Relics, the scroll, hourglass, and bear-shaped jelly appeared in front of Sejun. Let's see here. Starting with the Transcendence Grade 1. Sejun checked the Sacred Relics. Sacred relic, scroll painted with the scenery of nature, transcendence grade. A scroll containing the scenery of nature painted by Nachu, the god of nature, imbued with his divine power. By staring at the scroll for more than 1 minute, you can receive the transcendental power, natural state, which removes all divine powers and talent effects applied to your body, returning it to its natural, original state, whenever you wish. Usage restriction, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Creator, Nachu, the god of nature. Grade? Sacred relic, growth acceleration hourglass. An hourglass created by Leah, the god of abundance, infused with the sand of abundance and divine power. Flipping the hourglass allows you to use the divine power, storm growth, which accelerates the growth speed of crops within a 1 kilometer radius by 20 times for 1 day. Usable 3 times. Usage restriction, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Creator, Leah, the god of abundance. Grade? Sacred relic, soft gummy bear jelly. A bear-shaped jelly crafted with divine power by Po, the god of jelly, by kneading it with care. By kneading the gummy bear jelly for more than 10 minutes, you can use the divine power, soft and squishy healing time, which removes anxiety. Usable 5 times. Usage restriction, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Creator, Po, the god of jelly. Grade, SSS. What the? To be honest, everything besides Leah's sacred relic was rather unimpressive. The divine power contained in the sacred relic of Nachu, the god of nature, natural state, was completely useless to Sunfish Sejun. As for healing time, my guys are enough. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie's cheeks and belly fat were way softer than Po's sacred relic. Should have checked the options before buying. Sejun regretted his impulsive purchase. At that moment, you may leave your satisfaction rating and give feedback to the god who sold the sacred relic. Would you like to provide feedback? Yes, of course. Time to let them know how annoyed I am. How many points would you like to give for the sacred relic, scroll painted with the scenery of nature, transcendence grade? Choose between 10 points. 5 points. He didn't need it, but since it granted divine power, he gave it a 5. 9 points. Sejun then rated Leah's sacred relic as well. And finally, the score for Po's sacred relic, which was obviously the most useless. Giving just 1 point is too heartless. 2 points. He gave a heartfelt 2 points. Everyone, let's have breakfast. After giving his satisfaction ratings for all the sacred relics he bought, Sejun headed to the cooking area with his companions. Wait, what's this? System 371, discovered, world's energy free of corruption, mixed within the world's energy that Sejun had paid. And there was a being called corruption hiding in the world's energy. You dare try to deceive, System 371. As System 371 read options of the world's energy freed from corruption, it learned about the existence called corruption and became enraged. If it weren't for Sejun Nim, this could have been a disaster. As expected, I chose the right side. Although Sejun never officially accepted it, System 371 was fully convinced it was part of Sejun's camp. But how do I deal with corruption? I can't even detect it. It had only just learned of corruption's existence. System 371 had no power to search for or destroy it. There's no choice. I'll give you divine power in exchange, so hand it over. Please, Sejun Nim. Let's go. So, System 371 retrieved the world's energy it had given to the gods while simultaneously giving Sejun a new quest. A quest has been issued. Quest, eliminate corruption from the world's energy and convert it into world's energy freed from corruption. Reward, for every 1 world's energy freed from corruption, created, 7 to all stats, 10 billion tower coins, 0.0001% reduction in the 0th floor stay fee, and 1 million experience points. The rewards were plentiful, stuffed with various benefits by System 371 for Sejun's sake. However, what kind of lousy rewards are these? Are you kidding me? Sejun, who felt more dislike than favor toward System 371, could only see the negatives. Seed Shop Headquarters. Wow! I got picked. Po, congrats. He. Yes. Thank you, everyone, for your congratulations. And congrats to Leah Nim and Nachu Nim, too. Congratulations to all. Nachu, Leah, and Po, who had sold sacred relics to Sejun at the sacred relic shop, were being congratulated by other non-combat gods as the square turned festive. The seed shop headquarters was bustling, but the shouts from the combat gods at the combat shop headquarters yelling for quiet could no longer be heard. That's because all the gods from the combat shop headquarters who joined Sejun Company were now subordinates of the seed shop gods. Of course, there weren't many, but the combat gods within Sejun Company were giving disapproving looks to the ones shouting. And with senior officials like Bev and Battler even scolding them, it became a tough atmosphere for the combat shop gods to shout at the seed shop gods. Just as the seed shop headquarters festival was about to hit full stride, Transcendence ranked Park Sejun Nim has left satisfaction ratings. Sacred Relic, scroll painted with the scenery of nature, Transcendence grade, 5 points. Sacred Relic, growth acceleration hourglass, 9 points. Sacred Relic, soft gummy bear jelly, 2 points. Sejun satisfaction ratings were revealed, and with them, the emotional highs and lows of Nachu, Leah, and Po unfolded. My Transcendence grade Sacred Relic only got 5 points. Nachu was devastated. Hoo. As expected of God Sejun. He held me in the highest regard all along. Leah was puffed up with pride. He. If something I made half-heartedly got 2 points, then once Po start putting in real effort, 10 points will be a breeze. Po's confidence shot through the sky. Today's drinks are on me. In any case, despite getting the lowest satisfaction score, Po was the happiest of them all. After breakfast, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'll be back after making tons of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will be back too. All right. Take care. Sejun sent Theo and Quenji off to work. I should work too. He began farming on the 99th floor of the tower. The reason the dragons were so quiet despite Sejun's presence. Let's stop overworking my Sejun, because Eileen had stepped in. Of course, Sejun wasn't the type to stop working just because of that, but while he was in the tower, Eileen could monitor him through her crystal orb. So while Sejun was working diligently on the farm, roll, kihihit, Blackie was playing by rolling the stone ball Sejun had given him. Though the stone ball had some weight, its round shape allowed it to roll on slopes by itself, making it a fun toy. Kek. Kihihit. He panted as he carried the ball in his mouth up the slope. Roll. Kihihit. King. Hee. It's great, Blackies. Blackie darted around, chasing the rolling ball with excitement. Playing with the ball meant there was no need to force him to exercise. Hee. He's having fun. What a relief. After finishing his farming, Sejun smiled warmly as he watched Blackie play. A little later, thud. Sejun summoned the gate that led to the 10th floor of the tower and moved through it. He left Blackie behind since he was diligently working on his diet. Instead, he left the gate open to the 10th floor so Blackie could come to him anytime. However, until lunchtime, Blackie never came looking for Sejun. Blackie, you little rascal. That's one less roasted and dried sweet potato for today. Feeling slightly hurt that Blackie hadn't come for him, Sejun returned to the 99th floor. Kirarong. There lay Blackie, clutching the stone ball in his arms while he slept, looking like a total mess from all the running around. How cute! You must have been exhausted. Who? Sejun's disappointment melted away like snow. King. He carefully picked up Blackie along with the stone ball. Maintain cleanliness. He gave him a good wash, gently placed him in the sling bag, and set it up so he could rest deeply. And then, he. Today, I'll have lunch and a nice little chat with Eileen, just the two of us. Eileen, what are you doing? Want to eat lunch together? Sejun called out to Eileen. It wasn't a visual meeting, but more like a chat date. The tower's administrator replies with a happy voice, saying she'd love to. Ace, stop! Pewing, I was just about to eat with brother-in-law. Eileen responded to Sejun while hurriedly stopping Ace. What do you want to eat, Eileen? Sejun asked Eileen. The tower's administrator says that anything you make is good for her. Really? Then let's have pasta today. A little later. So, about what happened? Sejun enjoyed a quiet meal with Eileen, chatting while eating pasta. King? Butler? Why are you eating alone? Feed great Blackie too. Of course, the pleasant mood didn't last long, thanks to Blackie barking midway demanding food. 48th floor of the Blue Tower. Poohoo Hut. Bocchiel, giving me 3 trillion tower coins, that's excellent, meow. I'll give you a praise badge as a reward, meow. Thank you. Bocchiel, who had been eagerly awaiting Theo's arrival, received the praise badge directly from Theo. Blue Tower legendary merchant, generous, Bocchiel, warm video of excellent full-time employee Bocchiel receiving a praise badge directly from Vice Chairman Theo, 5 o'clock. He uploaded a 5-minute video to the Merchant Communication Network. It cost 1 billion tower coins per minute to upload a video. I really wanted to do this at least once. Bocchiel cheerfully paid 5 billion tower coins for the bragging rights. The video stirred up enough envy to ignite a praise badge competition among the other legendary merchants, setting the stage for a fierce new battle. Chapter 665, Flamey Nim's avatar was killed by weaklings like this. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. After finishing lunch, Blackie, let's go. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Got it. Great, Blackie will go with Butler. Sejun crossed the dimensional gate with the Blackie family and moved to the surface of the Skybeam planet. As Sejun and Blackie appeared, Kia. They were greeted by the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. Wow. You've gathered quite a lot. Puck. Sejun planted the Destruction Devourer seeds and Destruction Pioneer seeds that had been piled up in one spot. Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, the butler offered this to the great Blackie. Blackie proudly showed off the stone ball Sejun had given him to his subordinates. And then, King. Great Blackie will specially let you play with it together. They played with the stone ball together. King. All right. Move it over there. No, to be exact, he made his subordinates roll the stone ball to a sloped area. Kihihit. King. Hee. Then I'm going. Roll. And Blackie alone enjoyed the fun of chasing after the rolling stone ball. Blackie's selfish mindset of enjoying pleasure without effort. However, Kia. The Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers preferred pushing the stone ball slowly rather than chasing after the one that rolled down quickly. To be honest, it wasn't the ball that mattered, but the fact that they could play together with Blackie held more value for them. While Blackie was excitedly playing with his subordinates. Puck. Sejun diligently planted seeds. An hour later. My back. Sejun straightened up for a moment and looked around. Looking at it like this, it really does look like the sky. Sejun's eyes caught the blue sky created with the blue energy of creation. As he admired the sky of the Skybeam planet, come to think of it, this planet doesn't have a name yet. He realized that the Skybeam planet didn't have an official name. He. Then I'll have to name it. Come to think of it, Sejun was the creator of this planet. So, he had the responsibility to name it too. What should I name it? As Sejun was contemplating what name to give the planet. King? Blackie, who had been playing with his subordinates, sensed that Sejun was about to do something and closely observed him. Left eyebrow raised 0.3 degrees, right eyebrow raised 0.5 degrees, and lips in a straight line? That means, King. The butler is naming something. Blackie realized that Sejun was naming something. Kihihit. Wanting to witness Sejun's naming show from the front row, Blackie quickly ran over to him. Clack. Butler. Give it an embarrassing name like you used to. He sat right in front of Sejun and looked up at him with eyes full of anticipation. A moment later, Camille Deziong. TL? Camille Deziong equals Ka from Cobalto? My all means destruction? Day means big? Song means planet. Sejun named the planet. It held a very good meaning, honoring the contributions of Cobalto who emitted gas, absorbing the energy of destruction and the body of an apostle of destruction, and wishing for the planet to grow large. Kihihit. King. Hee-hit. That's my butler. Camille Deziong. Sejun Nim, you are amazing. Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie family's reaction was extremely enthusiastic. While the Blackie family was celebrating, the effect of talent, Namer, has been activated. The name Camille Deziong has been imbued with a special effect. The durability of Camille Deziong has increased. Camille Deziong can now emit 100 billion liters of gas per day and move. Camille Deziong can now absorb the energy of destruction to increase the planet's size. As the Namer talent activated, unique effects were imbued in Camille Deziong. Although the name was lame, thankfully, its meaning was good, resulting in decent effects. As Sejun, who had named the planet Camille Deziong, resumed planting seeds again. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I've returned. Meow. Coo hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji is here too. Guys, good work. As Theo and Quenji arrived, Sejun also finished his work and got off work. While Sejun number 12 was preparing dinner. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, look at this. Meow. I made a lot of money. Meow. Theo proudly shouted as he pulled out the money he received from Bocchiel. Coo hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, look at this. It's a new herb. Quenji also puffed up with pride as he pulled out a herb that hadn't been seen in the herb field until now. 15-day-old magical ginger. Ginger? Quenji, thanks. I'll enjoy it. But where did you get this? Sejun asked, puzzled. As far as he knew, there was no ginger in the herb field. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji grew it and harvested it. Yeah. That makes sense. But I meant, where did you get the ginger seed? Krueng. Mom got it for me. Pink Fur. The tower's administrator says that Pink Fur asked Elka and Hegel to bring herbs. Eileen cleared up Sejun's curiosity. To support her herb-gathering son, Pink Fur had asked the wolf mercenaries to bring back herbs when they found any, and the wolves who received Pink Fur's request would collect or purchase herbs whenever they saw them while transporting goods or doing escort missions, then bring them up to the 99th floor of the tower. Quenji was cultivating those herbs. The cost of the herbs brought by the wolves was paid by Eileen. After all, those herbs would mostly end up in Sejun's mouth. Quenji, do you have anything other than ginger? Krueng. There are 3 more. Really? What are they? According to Quenji, they were Angelica tree shoot, Sephora root, and Hovenia. Quenji, let's not grow Sephora root. I don't want to eat it. That stuff's super bitter. Knowing that he would inevitably end up eating it, Sejun tried to block it in advance by opposing the cultivation of Sephora root, but the tower's administrator says medicine that's good for the body is supposed to be bitter and urges you to eat it diligently. The tower's administrator says in a disappointed voice, wasn't your goal to grow strong quickly so you could see her? No. That's not it. I'll eat it. Sejun hurriedly reversed his opinion at Eileen's words. Then, what are the options on this? He checked the ginger Quenji had brought. 15-day-old magical ginger, a ginger grown for 15 days inside the tower, cultivated by an excellent herbalist, with significantly increased medicinal properties. Its sweetness has intensified. Upon consumption, magic power 10, magic power potential 50. Cultivator, advanced herbalist Quenji, shelf life, 100 days. Grade, B. The options were decent. No, they were excellent for a 15-day-old herb. I should make ginger tea with this. Sejun number 12, make some ginger tea with this. While Sejun gave instructions to Sejun number 12, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, aren't you curious about how I made that money, meow? Theo asked Sejun, wearing a face that was clearly hoping to be asked. He seemed sulky since Sejun had only asked Quenji. How'd you get it, Pooh Hut? Listen up, meow. When I arrived at the 48th floor of the Blue Tower, Bocchiel, as Theo eagerly bragged about how he gave Bocchiel a crudely made praise badge and got paid for it. Clank. Sejun, listening to Theo's story, checked the Calamity Farm. Russell. Krueng. Together with Quenji, they killed about 10,000 white locusts, and only dealing with fully evolved calamities, they stored them in the void storage. Thanks to them, when the work was almost done, P-yak. Everyone, time to eat. Sherry flew over from the kitchen and called everyone. All right. We're coming. Sejun gathered the group and headed to the kitchen for dinner. While they were having dinner, the blessing of destruction has disappeared. A message appeared before Sejun. It had been a week since destruction. Sejun, the god of destruction, granted Sejun the blessing of destruction, and now the blessing had expired. It's finally gone. With a relieved expression, Sejun took off the gloves he had been wearing. This time, I kinda understood how you guys felt. Everything just broke the moment I touched it. Speaking a bit smugly, Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. Of course, the price of Sejun's smugness was Theo's needing. Krueng. Kihihit. King. In addition, Quenji and Blackie also stepped on Sejun's face. And then, hey! Park Blackie, where have you been playing? Sejun grew furious at the stickiness he felt every time Blackie stepped on his face. Earlier at Camille Dizion, Blackie had been running around and gotten plant sap all over his paws. Thus, a peaceful day wrapped up in boisterous chaos. All right. Let's work hard again today. After dropping Quenji off with Pink Fur, Sejun and his companions laid down on the bed and entered Blackie's mental world. At first, he had cursed the system for giving stingy rewards. But it was still better than receiving nothing at all. And having rewards at all gave him a bit of motivation. This is delicious. Please forgive our guys after enjoying this meal. Pooh Hut. This fish was grilled by our great hybrid Chairman Park. Try it, meow. Kayut. Please try this stir-fried peanut too. I'll make sure you have a good dream. Thus, in Blackie's mental world, Sejun, Theo, Iona, and Gilsun Nightmare soothed the souls' hearts. I'm really sorry. The Blackie family sincerely apologized and received forgiveness from the souls. Then, Garuruk. Corruption appeared again, as always. Sejun quickly turned toward corruption. Whoosh! Corruption's grotesque body ignited and began to burn. He thought it would say something similar to usual, but today was different. However, I found that ominous feeling couldn't even be compared to the usual. The goosebumps on his neck and arms and his trembling hands showed how terrified Sejun was. Found what? Disappear already? Sejun, terrified, stared at Corruption with such force that the blood vessels in his eyes were about to burst, and Corruption instantly vanished. Huff. Huff. Sejun panted heavily. Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. Theo hurriedly clung to Sejun's knee. King. King. Butler. Don't worry. Great Blackie will protect you. Blackie also rushed to Sejun's side and stood guard, firmly planting all four legs. Fortunately, since the words "found" didn't mean an immediate attack, nothing happened. I'm okay now. Sejun, who had calmed down thanks to Theo and Blackie, apologized to the souls again with his companions. Kerr. Gorarong. Kurarong. Kirarong. The bedroom was filled only with the sound of Sejun and the others snoring. Pip pip. Everyone, good night. Peacebase woke up and began his activities. Chomp. 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 So tasty. Peacebase started by having a meal. At that moment, Peacebase. Podori's roots extended into the kitchen and called out to Peacebase. And then, Pip Pip. Podori Nim, what's going on? Peacebase, there's something you need to do. Pip Pip. It's something Flamey requested. Pip Pip. Flamey Nim. Yeah. You absolutely must do it. No. You have to do it. Podori spoke to Peacebase in an extremely earnest voice. Every time Sejun was away from the tower, Flamey sent an avatar to nurture Podori and the sausages. To have Sejun find Burial, Flamey had told Podori to relay her words to Peacebase. Of course, if Peacebase didn't comply with the request, it would obviously be considered that Podori hadn't properly conveyed Flamey's message. Pip Pip. Then should I open a dimensional gate to Ariel? Yes. But after opening the gate, return immediately and go together with Sejun Nim. Absolutely. Otherwise, it's dangerous. Pip Pip. I have to go with Sejun Nim or else it's dangerous. What does that mean? Peacebase couldn't understand Podori's words, but since it was Flamey's request, he decided to obey. And then, I feel Flamey Nim's presence strongly here. Whoosh. Whoosh. While tracking Flamey's energy, Peacebase created a dimensional gate. Although there were many avatars of Flamey, it didn't take long to find her. Peacebase, you came. Soon, Peacebase found Flamey's avatar number 253, who was hiding between some rocks. At that moment, oh. Peacebase, hurry and go back. Flamey urgently shouted at Peacebase. Pip Pip. Yes. Peacebase quickly flew toward the dimensional gate. What is it? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Peacebase slightly turned his head to look at Flamey. Quajik. A small and seemingly insignificant ant approached at an incredible speed and bit Flamey's avatar number 253 cleanly in half. And then, Sasasak. A swarm of ants quickly crawled toward Peacebase. In that instant, Peacebase crossed the dimensional gate, but the ants followed right after him through the gate. And then, Quajik. Quajik. Flamey Nim's avatar was killed by weaklings like this. As soon as Peacebase crossed the dimensional gate, he realized why Flamey wanted him to bring Sejun, while killing the small ant whose strength and speed had significantly decreased. Chapter 666, Hack. 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 PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. So you're saying that if you go to this world called Ariel, the weak become strong, and the strong become weak. After waking up in the morning and taking care of the Theo couple and the Blackie family before heading outside, Sejun asked this while chatting with Peacebase, who had stayed awake waiting for him. And then, Pip Pip. Yes, Quajik. Peacebase responded while dealing with the ants invading the tower through the dimensional gate from Ariel. For some reason, perhaps because the ant that died sent some kind of signal to its kin, more ants kept swarming in. Guard Park Peacebase has eliminated a worker ant. You have obtained 50,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Guard Park Peacebase. Thanks to that, Sejun comfortably gained experience from the side. Pooh hut. Then if we go there, will Chairman Park be the strongest one? Meow. Quajik. Theo asked curiously while helping Peacebase take down the ants. Ha ha ha. Finally, the time has come for me to show my true strength. Sejun put on a smug expression, but, meow. Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. He was stepped on by Theo. And then, kihihit. King. Hee hee. No matter how strong the butler gets, he's no match for the great Blackie. Blackie barked confidently while stepping on Sejun's face as well. However, this time, the rotting expression didn't fade easily. Sejun laughed sinisterly as he imagined himself reigning supreme in Ariel. Meow, I can't let it rot any further, meow. Flash. Theo began kneading Sejun's face in earnest while burning money. Thanks to this, about 20 trillion tower coins from Sejun's void storage were lost, but he didn't realize it. For reference, Sejun's strength level was somewhere between a 4th level and 5th level world, comparable to a powerhouse of the 4th level world or the weakest of the 5th level world. Typically, beings called heroes in each world can surpass the limits of their world by about 2 to 3 levels, and by that standard, Sejun was a being who even surpassed heroes. Of course, that only referred to his raw strength. Actual combat skills were another story. Thus, in order to become the strongest in Ariel, Blackie, wait here. I'll give you 10 roasted and dried sweet potatoes instead. King? Kihihit. King. Butler, really? Hee. Okay. You guys wait too. It's dangerous. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Kayut. Yes. Sejun left the weakest Blackie family behind and crossed the dimensional gate alone, leaving the others as well. Then, since you have arrived in Ariel, you must now abide by the laws of Ariel. We will now apply the rule where the weak become strong and the strong become weak. Among the beings currently in Ariel, you are the weakest. According to the rule, you have now become the strongest. Messages appeared before Sejun. At the same time, the ants from the 9th level world, which had once been stronger than him, now felt like the ants he had seen on Earth. Quajik. You have eliminated a worker ant. As Sejun easily disposed of the worker ants. Clang. A soldier ant approached, clashing its jaws that were as hard as iron. Crunch. You have eliminated a soldier ant. Of course, it was still just an ant. Hee. To think I'm the world's strongest. Just as Sejun's face was about to swell with pride. Meow. Chairman Park, take care of your face. Meow. Theo couldn't stand it and entered Ariel by crossing the dimensional gate. And then, meow, is this really Chairman Park's energy? Meow. Theo sensed the immense energy Sejun was radiating and used energy flow and energy absorption to manage it as he climbed onto Sejun's face. Poke. He diligently stepped on Sejun's face. It wasn't easy for Theo, who was weaker than the ants in Ariel, to knead Sejun's face, but he did it out of an intense sense of duty. At that moment, Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie wants to step on the butler's face too. I can't miss this. Blackie, who had given up the 10 roasted and dried sweet potatoes, also crossed the dimensional gate to step on Sejun's face. And then, boom! Blackie jumped towards Sejun's face. Seeing Blackie flying at him at a speed that seemed like it would kill him if he got hit, Sejun frantically moved his head. King? Blackie grazed past Sejun's face and continued soaring high into the sky, soon becoming a small dot and disappearing. Since Blackie is stronger than me here, it should be fine, right? Putting aside his worries about the Blackie family, Sejun continued dealing with the swarming ants. Quajik. A while later, just when the ants stopped rushing in, possibly due to some kind of danger signal sent to their kin. Krueng. Dad, what are you doing over there? Quenji crossed the dimensional gate and approached Sejun. At the same time, the law of Ariel tried to restrain Quenji, but, get lost. The dark red energy emitted from Quenji's body pushed the law away. The beast of apocalypse that defies even the laws of the world. Krueng. Why did Big Bro and sister-in-law suddenly get weak? Thanks to this, Quenji, who remained perfectly fine in Ariel, tilted his head as he looked at the weakened Theo and Iona. And so, pushed down by the Blackie family, and then by Quenji, Sejun became the 14th ranked in Ariel. First, let's eat. They returned to the tower to have breakfast. Alright, shall we go find Blackie now? Gathering his companions, Sejun crossed the dimensional gate once again. And then, oh. Flamey. Hee. Hello, Sejun Nim. Flamey was waiting for Sejun in Ariel. Your stamina's recovered. Hee. Yes. Flamey's power remains the same? Maybe it's because she's a plant? Sejun carefully placed Flamey, whose strength remained intact, on his palm. Flamey, it's dangerous here, so wait at the tower. I'll bring Blackie and come back. He tried to send her back to the tower, but, Sejun Nim, I have a request. Flamey urgently pleaded with Sejun. A request? Sejun halted his movements at Flamey's words. Phew. I'm saved. Flamey, who had stopped Sejun, sighed in relief. If Flamey returned to the tower, her power would spread, and it would put everyone in danger. No, the Black Tower itself might collapse. In truth, the Flamey on Sejun's palm wasn't just an avatar, it was her true body. I get to be with Sejun Nim, so I came as my true self. She had risked everything to come in person to meet Sejun. Yes. Please help me find something here that can help me become a world tree. The real reason was to become a tree of creation, but Flamey had to lie and say it was to become a world tree because Sejun must not know the truth. Of course. I'll help you. Sejun had always felt bad that Flamey couldn't become a world tree, so he readily agreed. Thus, having reunited after a long time, Sejun and his companions began exploring Ariel to help Flamey become a world tree and to find the Blackie family. Stop! Hand over your stuff. They were attacked here and there by bandits of Ariel, but, hiya, Krueng! They were easily subdued by Sejun and Quenji. Pooh hut. Receive the stamp, meow. Theo stamped them, making them full-time employees of Sejun Company. Meanwhile, where is it? Flamey focused her mind to locate the source that enforced the law of Ariel. Destroying this twisted law was also essential to turning the wasteland into fertile land. As they continued to move, rumble, the ground began to tremble, and soon a massive stone ball came rolling rapidly toward them. It came to a precise stop right in front of Sejun. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Blackie called out to Sejun from atop the stone ball and leapt off. Plop. Landing nimbly on all fours. Isn't Great Blackie so cool? Blackie tilted his head proudly, showing off. He could control his strength skillfully, so unlike Sejun, he didn't cause trouble to his surroundings. But where did the others go? Seeing no one else besides Blackie, Sejun asked. Kihihit. King. Hee. They went to handle something, so just wait a bit. Great Blackie will make them all kneel before Butler. Blackie answered proudly, but it basically meant they went to cause trouble. But what's that stone? Sejun asked while looking at the giant stone ball. Kihihit. King. Hee. Stupid Butler. This is the stone ball you gave me. Blackie mocked Sejun for asking such a stupid question. I gave this? As Sejun took a closer look at the stone ball, unfinished planet core, currently being diligently rolled and crafted by the third apostle of creation, Park Blackie. After rolling 35,149,120,381 times, the planet will be completed. Creator, Park Sejun, Tower Farmer of the Black Tower. Grade, A. Sejun saw his own name listed as the creator. Guess I really did make it. Sejun didn't know, but the stone ball created using the talent, Planet Creator was absorbing the surrounding land as it rolled, gradually transforming itself into a planet. It wasn't called a planet core for nothing. At that moment, Sejun Nim, I found it. Flamey, who had discovered the source of the law, shouted out. Really? Where is it? To the east from here. Then let's go right away. Just as Sejun was about to set off. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Great Blackie will give you a ride. SSSRRK. Blackie increased his size. For a being with great power like Blackie, increasing his size was as easy as eating roasted and dried sweet potatoes while lying down. Oh. Thanks, Kihihit. King. Hee. Hold on tight. With that, Blackie carried Sejun and the companions on his back and began to run. Whoosh. With a single stride from Blackie, Sejun and his companions instantly traveled hundreds of kilometers. Here it is. They arrived at the source of the law, surrounded by 4 beasts each about the size of a hand. To the east, a blue salamander, to the west, a white leopard, to the north, a black turtle the size of a fist, and to the south, a red eagle. Though they weren't large, the energy they gave off was unusual. Are they like the 4 guardian beasts? You all wait here. Let's go, guys. Krueng. King. After dropping off Theo, Iona, Flamey, and Peacebays in a safe place, Sejun moved forward with Quenji and Blackie. It was 3 versus 4, but they didn't feel like they'd lose. Then, guys, I'll take the leopard. Sejun charged toward the white leopard, which looked the least threatening in size. Rah! Thud thud thud. The leopard lunged first and swatted at Sejun with its front paw, but, HMPH. This isn't enough to stop me. Having endured countless crises and hardened his resilience, Sejun charged forward while taking the hit. Grab! And put the leopard in a headlock. Then, purr. The leopard suddenly began to purr. Hack! 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 Great hybrid Chairman Park's knees are only mine, meow. At the same time, Theo ran in a state of six-stage rage and clung to Sejun's knees. Meanwhile, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. My name is Quenji. Quenji was introducing himself to the turtle. Kihihit. King. King. He he. Come play with Great Blackie. Go fetch Great Blackie's stone ball. Blackie ordered the salamander and eagle to go retrieve the stone ball. And then, so that's how it was. Standing before the skull, which was the source of the law, Flamey read its memories and discovered why the law the weak becomes strong, the strong become weak came to be. 300 years ago, the Archmage of Ariel, Krishnak. She didn't have many days left to live, but she had one major concern, the 4 animals she had raised like her own children. So, wishing for their happiness, she used all of her knowledge, wealth, and magic power to alter the world. So that the weak would become strong, and the strong would become weak. This way, her beloved animals wouldn't be hunted. But that did not bring happiness to anyone. The 4 animals became too strong, and no one could approach them. For 300 years, they lived in loneliness. And the entire food chain of Ariel collapsed. Krishnak, your heart was in the right place, but your method was not. It's time to return everything to how it was. As Flamey placed a leaf on the skull, crackle, the skull crumbled, and the law the weak becomes strong, the strong become weak disappeared with it. And then, I pledge my loyalty to Sejun Nimher, Kiruk, Sharalang. A crisis came upon Blackie's subordinates, who had gone causing trouble, saying they would make everyone kneel before Sejun. Chapter 667, Sleep Early or You Won't Grow Tall. PR, Minipixel Z. Ariel, stop right there. If I catch you, you're finished. Core, save me. Kararuru, who had been causing trouble with his increased strength, was now running away from the residents of Ariel as his power had weakened and the situation had reversed. However, no matter how hard Kararuru flapped his wings, he was slower than the residents. Got you. Eventually, Kararuru was caught. Just then, Poohoo-hut. Stop right there, meow. Kararuru is our Sejun Company Vice President, meow. Theo, who was hanging onto Sejun's legs as they moved with Quenji's telekinesis, shouted boldly. Beside him were Mubelchil, Mukbupal, and Bisugu, who had been rescued earlier. For reference, the Sejun Company's hierarchy went, Chairman Sejun, Vice Chairman Theo, then 10 presidents, Flamey, Black Rabbit, Quenji, Peacebays, Toryong, Blackie, Iona, Sweetie, Pink Fur, and Minotaur King. Below them were 100 vice presidents, including Blackie's subordinates. Of course, since Sejun and Theo assigned titles however they pleased, many didn't even know their own ranks. And then, Core, I'm a vice president. That's such a high position. Today was the first time Vice President Kararuru found out that he was a vice president. Core, let go of me, you fools. Do you have any idea who I am? Quiet, Quack. Trying to assert his authority as a vice president to the Ariel resident who had caught him, Kararuru was promptly choked. Poohoo-hut. You bullied our vice president Kararuru, you must be stamped, meow. Thanks to this, Theo found justification to use his stamp. Bam bam. Knocking out the Ariel residents. Thud. Thud. He stamped them. As the weak become strong, the strong become weak rule vanished, Theo regained his strength. Like a fish in water, Theo enthusiastically stamped the Ariel residents chasing the Blackie family. Though the Blackie family had started it and were simply reaping what they sowed. Poohoo-hut. I don't care about that, meow. That's for them to sort out amongst themselves, meow. All that mattered to Theo was that he had the chance to stamp. And then, he. As expected, this role suits Theo Oppa best. Flamey watched the scene unfold with a giggle. Even though the weak become strong, the strong become weak rule was gone, she stayed by Sejun's side. Thank you, Krishnak Nim. Thanks to you, I found a way to stay by Sejun's side. Flamey had recreated the rule Krishnak created in a way that worked to her advantage. She created and used the law tree of creation weakened when holding breath and power, frail pretty girl. He. By using the two together, even as a tree of creation, I should be able to stay by Sejun's side for about an hour per month. Even with her reduced strength, which appeared to be world tree level, Flamey was very satisfied with her new ability. Of course, she was embarrassed to reveal her massive body to Sejun, so she insisted she was still her current size even as a world tree. Poohoo-hut. I've stamped them all, meow. As Theo finished stamping, Kayut. I think we should head over there next. Eomdol is getting hit. Iona, who had assessed the scattered situation of the Blackie family using magic, spoke. Really? Quenji, that way, Krueng. At the mention of Eomdol being beaten, Sejun and his group quickly flew off. Pooh hut. You must be stamped, meow, and another group of victims emerged. Thud. Thud. While Theo was stamping the residents who had beaten up Eomdol, clank, the void storage opened quietly. Perk. At the same time, Theo's ears perked up, sensing danger. Kyong. At the same time, a white leopard who had been lying in wait inside the void storage sprang out and leapt towards Sejun's lap. Whoosh! Hack! Hack! Baitang, that's a no-no, meow. Great Hybrid Chairman Park's lap is exclusively mine, Vice Chairman Theo's, meow. Theo quickly used light-speed meow step to jump onto Sejun's lap and hissed at the white leopard Baitang. Then, Kyong? Exclusive? What's that? Not understanding the word exclusive, Baitang tilted his head in confusion. Pooh hut. Exclusives means Chairman Park's lap belongs to me, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, earned it by working hard, meow. Theo explained proudly to Baitang. Kyong. Baitang drooped his ears in gloom and returned to the void storage. Nyong. Peebok. Jack. The other friends inside the void storage comforted the dejected Baitang. Sejun had heard from Flamey about Krishnak's story and was now helping find a safe place where the 4 animals Krishnak had raised, referred to collectively as Krishnaks for beasts, could live peacefully and make many friends. A little later, Kayut. This time it's over there. Sherry is being chased. Sejun and his group took off to rescue Sherry. Creator God's temple. So this is how it happened. The Creator God could learn more details about how the next Creator God became destruction by looking at the completed pictures. There were many unfinished paintings as well, but the context allowed for understanding. The initial lie that began with hiding the puzzle piece. Like a drop of black ink in clear water, it darkened the heart of the next Creator God. And the guilt of deceiving others eventually turned into a thrill for the next Creator God. In the paintings, a sinister red snake appeared next to the next Creator God, flicking its tongue and whispering sweet words, egging him on. That must be corruption. Even beyond the paintings, the ominous feeling was palpable. The Creator God, having confirmed the paintings, approached one of the temple's pillars. Here it is. Creator God is stupid and dumb. He found a scribble written by the next Creator God after getting scolded. Then, SRRK. The graffiti glowed and disappeared, and, Chwerururu. The image changed to the next Creator God angrily scribbling on the pillar while listening to the snake's whisper. Then the picture changed again, showing the next Creator God and the Creator God scribbling together on the pillar, and eventually drawing on each other's faces while smiling happily. This is much better. A smile appeared on the face of the Creator God as he viewed the painting. Land of Destruction. While the Creator God was changing the scenes in the painting, a fragment of consciousness detached from destruction. And the consciousness, split from destruction's heart, hurriedly hid. Kei-hei. Hide well, or I'll find you. Thump. Thump. Corruption, which had completely taken over destruction's body, wandered the area, searching for the hidden consciousness. TCH. Still not fully surrendered, the purity that destruction couldn't abandon until the end. If only that purity were conquered, corruption would no longer bring about passive destruction, but active and deliberate annihilation of the world. Then, Kei-hei. Found you, there you are. Corruption curled its lips upward and leaned its face next to the hiding place of the consciousness. This is bad. What do I do? Terrified, thinking it had been discovered, the consciousness tightly covered its mouth with both hands. But, that Park Sejun guy, how does he possess the primordial power? The one corruption had found was Sejun. What a bother! The primordial power was the opposite of corruption. If it grew stronger, it would become a real nuisance. At least it's a relief. He's from a level 1 world. Corruption felt reassured by the fact that Sejun originated from a level 1 world. Kei-hei. Just you wait. If I catch you, I'll tear you to shreds. Corruption began searching for the fragments of consciousness again. No, in truth, corruption already knew exactly where they were hiding. It just chose not to catch them right away, wandering around and instilling fear instead. Because fear was the most effective way to break a consciousness. Kei-hei. Where could you be? Thump. Thump. Corruption deliberately circled the area where the fleeing fragments were hiding, amplifying the atmosphere of fear. Ariel. I'm full. Pooh hut. That was a good meal, meow. Kayut. Same here. Ku-hey. With only the rescue of Jackie from the Blackie family remaining, Sejun and his group had lunch and took a brief rest. According to Iona, Jeki was camouflaged as an amethyst and was safe for the time being. Kihihit. King. Hee. You guys, come here. Kyong. Nyong. Peebok. Jack. Meanwhile, the Blackie family had surrounded Krishnaks for beasts, establishing dominance and trying to set the tone. Although the Blackie family was far weaker than the four beasts, who came from a level 9 world. King. I am Great Blackie. State your names and ages. Kyong. My name is Baektang, I am 305 years old. Nyong. My name is Kyongnyong, I am 304 years old. Peebok. My name is Hukbuk, I am 303 years old. Jack. My name is Jeokbai, I am 301 years old. Overwhelmed by the Blackie family's excessive confidence, the four beasts, despite being capable of defeating them in one hit, became intimidated and obediently responded. Kihihit. King. Hee. Now abandon your old names. From now on, your new names from the butler. Just as Blackie was about to give the four beasts their new names, bestowed by Sejun. Blackie. Sejun called out to him. Dadada. Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. Did you call Great Blackie? Wagging his tail vigorously, Blackie dashed over to Sejun. Yeah. Don't bully them and behave. King. Caught by Sejun, he was confined to the sling bag. Thanks to that, the four beasts were able to keep the names Krishnak had given them and enjoyed a peaceful moment. Let's see how much weight our Blackie has lost. As Sejun touched Blackie's belly to check his weight loss. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, touch it. You're allowed to touch it. Blackie proudly stuck out his belly more, helping Sejun get a good feel. And then, squish. Blackie's soft pink belly that could be pinched about 1 finger thickness. It's reduced quite a bit. You can stop dieting now. Sejun lifted the diet restriction. Since Blackie was playing around rolling the stone ball anyway, there wasn't much need for dieting. Kihihit. King. Hee. Really? Butler? Then give me roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Give me 20. Immediately trying to binge eat upon hearing the end of the diet. Nope. Sejun stopped him and gave him just a small piece of roasted and dried sweet potato. If he gave as much as requested, Blackie would instantly turn into a black piggy again. Kihihit. Delicious. While Blackie was enjoying the small piece of roasted and dried sweet potato. Sneak. Baektang cautiously approached Sejun's lap. However, hack. Go away, meow, Kyong. He was blocked again by Theo, who was fiercely defending Sejun's lap. A little later, Jiki, let's go, Kihihit. King. Hee. Jiki. Great Blackie has come to save you. Sejun Nim. Great Blackie Nim. You've come to rescue me. Sejun and the group rescued Jiki, who had disguised himself as an amethyst and was hiding in a treasure chest. Who's there? Thieves. There was some commotion during the process, but, poo-hoo-hut. Stamp them, meow. As always, Theo resolved it neatly, by recruiting them into Sejun company with his stamp. With that, Sejun and his group successfully rescued all members of the Blackie family who had been on the run. Let's go home for now. It was time for dinner, so they crossed the dimensional gate and returned home. After eating dinner prepared by Sejun number 12 and getting ready for bed. Over here, the tracks lead this way. Soldiers from Ariel, who had followed the trail of the fleeing Blackie family, crossed the dimensional gate and invaded the 99th floor of the Black Tower. But, Kuong, it's my Quench's bedtime. If he slept late, he won't grow tall. When Quench's sleep was disturbed, the enraged Pink Fur covered Quench's ears and roared and, run away, retreat! Terrified by Pink Fur's overwhelming roar, the Ariel residents panicked and quickly fled back through the dimensional gate. Chapter 668, I Don't Want to Go to School. PR, Minipixel Z, the main base of the Camo Pirate crew, Grondra. You're saying we've lost contact with the ships in the 375th dimensional sea? Yes. The last report said they were heading for a rescue, and then communication was lost. The bored-looking leader of the Camo Pirate crew, Grand Pirate Karmas, was answered by his lieutenant in an excited voice. Every time Karmas was steeped in boredom like this, he moved personally, and each time, a storm of blood would follow. And then, this sounds fun. I was just bored. This works out well. Prepare the ship. We depart immediately. Yes. Preparations are already complete. Let's go right away. Good. At the words of the lieutenant, who had anticipated this situation, Karma stood up with a smirk. Slash. He beheaded the lieutenant without warning. Trying to predict me? I don't like that. We're departing. Yes. The main force of the Camo pirate crew set sail toward the 375th dimensional sea where Earth was located. Grand Pirate Karmas, leader of the Camo pirate crew. His unofficial title was Karmas, the Butcher of Whim. Early morning on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Snore. Gorarong. Kurarong. Kirarong. Sejun and his companions were sleeping peacefully together. Then, sneak. Sneak. Baekhtang quietly, ever so carefully, approached Sejun's knee. Nice. I'm almost there. Perhaps because he was asleep, Theo didn't open his eyes even though just one more step would have gotten Baekhtang on Sejun's knee. And just as Baekhtang extended his front paw, about to climb Sejun's knee, success! Slap! Kyong! Without opening his eyes, Theo precisely smacked Baekhtang's paw with his own and then hit Baekhtang's head right away. Gorarong! Though clearly asleep, Theo reflexively guarded Sejun's knee like an impenetrable wall. What a scary Hyung. Kyung, it hurts. Baekhtang gave up on Sejun's knee, feeling dejected, and nestled as closely as possible against Sejun's foot, closing his eyes. A little while later. All right. Unaware of the fierce battle for the knee that had occurred, Sejun woke up from deep sleep. Gyararong. Who? Baekhtang? He found Baekhtang sleeping soundly with his face buried in the sole of his foot. I even gave him a room, so why is he sleeping here? And specifically against my foot? Sejun had given the room next door, where Pio and Yuran stayed to them, but he couldn't understand why Baekhtang chose to sleep while smelling his foot. It was actually Baekhtang's fallback plan after failing to win the battle for the knee, but Sejun had no way of knowing that. Of course, Theo, who had been Baekhtang's opponent in that battle, was also unaware of it. Only Baekhtang knew the truth. Meow, King. After tending to the Theo couple and the Blackie family, Kyung, Sejun moved Baekhtang to a bed where the other beasts were still sleeping soundly and stepped outside. Then, clang! He entered his void storage to check on the Calamity Farm, and while hunting the white locust and other final evolved forms of calamities, I wonder if Flamey made it safely. Sejun thought of Flamey, who had left for the World Tree School yesterday, with a worried voice. As Flamey became a World Tree, her power to appear before Sejun grew stronger, and she could no longer use the excuse that she needed rest. She needed a new reason to leave Sejun's side. So, she made up a new lie, that she had to attend World Tree School. No, it wasn't really a lie. Starting tomorrow, I will open World Tree School. World Trees, prepare for admission. Because the World Tree School actually came into existence. Flamey didn't want to lie to Sejun, so she personally founded the school. Although she wasn't a student but the principal, she only said she was going to the school, so it wasn't a lie. Podori Nim, what do? I don't want to go to school. Sausage, who had to enroll in World Tree School, whined about not wanting to go to school. You must go. It'll be painful if you go, but if you don't, it'll become so painful you'll wish you were dead. Podori gave Sausage some very realistic advice, born from first-hand experience. A little while later, he. Is everyone here? Then let's begin. I should ask Sejun Nim to name the school later. Feeling really good after meeting Sejun yesterday, Flamey gathered the world trees and began the entrance ceremony. He. Just a little more and it'll be over. At the same time, Flamey number 290 was transforming Ariel into a land brimming with life. The fourth trial to become a tree of creation was nearly complete. Thump. Thump. While walking through the farm on the 99th floor of the tower after finishing the hunt in the Calamity Farm, Sejun was approached by Pink Fur carrying Quenji in her mouth. Kuong. Good morning, Sejun Nim. Yeah. Good morning to you too, Pink Fur. Pink Fur greeted him and handed Quenji over to Sejun, and the two naturally turned their steps toward the kitchen. Sejun entered the kitchen and, cook. He created choco pies previously prepared by Sejun number 12 and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch to the brim. Here. Take this. He handed it to Pink Fur. Quong. Thank you. Thump. Thump. With a happy expression, Pink Fur slung the snack pouch over her shoulder and went off for special training. Cook. Sejun continued producing seaweed soup and choco pies to send to Eileen. After a short while, Poohoo Hut Chairman Park, I'm hungry, meow. I'm grilling fish, so wait. Ku hey Krueng. He dad, Quenji's hungry. Yeah. Let's eat once the grilled fish is done. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Feed me now. One by one, the group began waking up and whining about being hungry. All done. Quenji, go bring the others. Krueng. Got it. At Sejun's command, Quenji quickly flew off and brought the guardian beasts, who had been playing on the bed. All right. Let's eat. Sejun had breakfast with his companions. You all eat plenty too. Kyong. Nyomnyum. Pok pok. J-Jack J-Jack. The guardian beasts decided to stay in the tower for the time being until a proper place to live could be found. Originally, the plan was to find a place for them in Ariel, but Iona, Pink Fur, and others concluded that the guardian beasts were still too weak to survive there. Krishnak hadn't worried for nothing. And so, after breakfast, slurp. Ah. This is nice. Sejun happily sipped the coffee Quenji had brewed. Poohoo hut, ku hey hey hey. Kihihit. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie settled into their spots with content expressions. The guardian beasts also huddled together and rested, but, I want to steal it. Only Baektang stared intensely at Sejun's knee, burning with resolve. Hack! Of course, when Theo hissed in warning, Kyung, Baektang instantly lost his courage and turned away. Theo usually went around smiling like an idiot, but when protecting the knee, he was frightening. A little later, well, we're heading off to work now, so you guys rest here. Leaving the guardian beasts at home, Sejun moved to the 10th floor of the tower and planted crop seeds. All done. Let's eat. After lunch. Alright, time to get back to work. He headed to the Camille Deziong and planted seeds of destruction pioneers and destruction devourers. At that moment, you have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained 1 million drops of great growth elixir. A message appeared in front of Sejun, and 5,000 glass bottles filled with red liquid appeared. Emilia had fulfilled her quota. I'll store them in the void storage for now. Sejun stored the bottles in the void storage. Wow! How many bottles is this? He proudly looked at the 20,000 glass bottles, each containing 200 drops, neatly displayed on the shelves. Ah, I should drink some though. Despite having a total of 4 million drops of great growth elixir, he felt guilty for not drinking them. Honestly, no matter how sick he was of the strawberry flavor, he could just close his eyes and gulp it down. Or mix it with strawberries to make strawberry juice. But there was something holding him back. I should go home once. Sejun hesitated because once his stats increased from drinking the great growth elixir, the stay fee would increase as well. Honestly, compared to the other companions, Sejun's stay fee was like a speck of dust, so drinking the great growth elixir wouldn't significantly increase it, but Sejun, overestimating himself, was worried anyway. After finishing his work at Camille Deziong and returning home, we greet the boss and Sejun Nim, the black bears of the Krueng faction rushed over and bowed at a 90-degree angle to Sejun and Quenji. Krueng, what are you guys doing here? Sejun Nim's friend, Oh Kyungchul, asked us to deliver this to Sejun Nim. Kyungchul, yes. Black Bear number 1 handed Sejun an envelope made of luxurious-looking paper. What is this? I have a really bad feeling about this. Sejun frowned at the high-end envelope. The Kyungchul he knew wasn't someone who'd send such a fancy envelope. No, he wasn't even the type to use envelopes at all. And when he opened the envelope and checked the paper inside, the two who once walked different paths now wished to walk one together. Please come and bless the journey of Oh Kyungchul and Choi Mina as they embark on their journey. Date, 2024. Location, Non-Hyeon Dong, Gangnam Gu, Seoul. Sejun immediately understood why he had felt such foreboding. With Santa Sejun's Christmas gift, Kyungchul had managed to get married. Kyungchul is getting married. Kyungchul, who's uglier than me? Before me. As Sejun's face filled with envy and jealousy. Meow? Chairman Park, your face is rotting. Meow. Stomp. Stomp. Theo quickly climbed onto Sejun's face and stomped on it with his front paws. A faint glow meant money was being burned. Ku hey hey hey. Kihihit. Following Theo, Quenji and Blackie also began stomping on Sejun's face. Being trampled by the three brought peace to Sejun's heart. I was planning to go to Earth anyway, so when's the date? He checked the wedding date. What? It's tomorrow evening. What? Why give me the invitation this late? He flared up again. But it wasn't Kyungchul's fault. Kyungchul had entrusted the invitation to the Black Bears 3 months ago, but they'd gone off on tangents along the way and only now arrived. First, I'll pay the congratulatory money in tower coins, and the wedding gift will be great growth elixir. Ah. I don't have anything to wear for the wedding. He did have the suit he wore at the Black Rabbit wedding, but that style didn't match Earth's fashion. Guess I'll have to buy clothes on Earth. I'll leave early tomorrow morning. Hee hee hee. Quenji, let's go eat Grandma's Kim Kai stew on Earth tomorrow morning. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Sounds good. Quenji cheered at Sejun's words. Pooh hut. Has the time come for Chairman Park's chairman's need to be conquered once again? Meow. Theo got excited at the idea of going to Earth and climbing on Sejun's father, Park Chun-ho's, need to show off. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Tomorrow, with Great Blackie's charm, I'll win over the butler's mom. Blackie was fired up, planning to melt Sejun's mother, Kim Mi Ran, with his cuteness. When Sejun and his companion's trip to Earth was suddenly decided due to Kwang Chul's wedding. P.O.? How much farther to Earth now? At this speed, we should arrive smoothly within 10 hours. Ooh hee hee hee. I want to hurry and eat the food Sejun Nim makes. Mo hee hee. I want to feast on Sejun Nim's misfortune after so long. The pirate ship carrying Pio, Uran, and Poyo was also heading toward Earth. At this rate, it seemed like the pirate ship might arrive before Sejun. But that was only if everything went smoothly. 10 enemy ships detected behind us. Who? 20. 30. They're still increasing. With Misfortune King Uran on board, a smooth voyage was, of course, impossible. From Earth's perspective, it was a huge relief that Theo would arrive before Uran. Chapter 669, Why Don't I Have Any Friends? PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pip pip. Good evening, everyone. Peacebays woke up and began his activities while everyone else was sleeping in the bedroom. Gorarong. Kurarong. Pyrorong. Kirarong. Pip pip. Among those sounds, a strange noise reached Peacebay's ears. Pyrorong. Pip pip. Brother Hukulbok. Did he run away here again? Black Rabbit, the king of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor of the Black Tower, was sleeping sprawled out on Sejun's belly. Sejun had asked Black Rabbit through Eileen in the evening if he wanted to go to Earth and, Pyak! Honey, my uncle suddenly called me, so I'm going for a quick visit. Thinking he could leave the kingdom for a while, Hukulbok had sprinted through the night. Or rather, he fled. Hukulbok was still afraid of the dark. And then, King, so that he wouldn't be pushed off by Hukulbok's foot, Blackie was clinging tightly to Sejun's chest, desperately hanging on. Fortunately, even in an unconscious state, Blackie did not pull out his dragon claws. Pa-hey-he! Our Blackie is so cute. Peacebays giggled at the sight, then turned Black Rabbit's sleeping position so Blackie wouldn't be pushed away. Then, as usual, he went to the kitchen to fill his stomach with the sweet fruit lunchbox Sejun had prepared. Pip pip? What is that? Next to Peacebay's fruit lunchbox was a note left by Sejun. Peacebays checked the note. Peacebays, I'm going to Earth tomorrow for a friend's wedding. So don't wander too far. Going to Earth? Ah. So that's why Hukulbok is sleeping here. He could now understand why Black Rabbit was sleeping on the 99th floor of the tower. Slurp. 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 After reading the note, Peacebays eagerly sucked the juice from the fruit, filling his belly. Pip pip. For a wedding, you need a congratulatory song, right? He started composing a wedding song. Our love cannot be stopped by dimensions. Even from afar, we can know and find each other. Composed and written by Park Peacebays. It showed signs of becoming an eternal wedding song beloved across all dimensions. However, Pa-hey-he. I should ask Sejun Nim to name the song, because I'm terrible at naming. It seemed the song's impact would be greatly reduced due to the title. Thus, in just 2 hours, the genius Peacebays finished both lyrics and composition. Flap. Flap. It had been a while since he did a patrol around the area. Kuhahaha. Peacebays, you're up? Come here and have some of this. The dragons of the 9 Dragons Council, who were drinking, called Peacebays over and offered him some fruit snacks. Pa-hey-he. Thank you. Peacebays picked up a slice of watermelon and sat next to the dragon statues. And then, slurp. 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 He quietly eavesdropped on the great dragon's conversation while sucking the juice from the watermelon, which was as big as him. Most of it was just prideful arguments, but, a legendary merchant has been born in the White Tower. Pa-hey-he. Big Brother will be happy to hear this. A new world called Taurus has connected to the Purple Tower. Occasionally, there was useful information too. Thus, Peacebays, having gathered plenty of intel while eating watermelon comfortably beside the dragons. Pip pip. Thank you for the food. Gave his thanks to the dragons. Flap. Flap. And moved elsewhere. This time, he went to where the Minotaur King was. Moo. During the day, the Minotaur King helped train Pink Fur and the other black Minotaurs. Now, he was training alone at night. Pip pip. Minotaur King Nim, have some of this before you continue. Peace brought over some of the grass piled up in the field for the Minotaur King. Crunch. Moo. Moo? Thank you. Let's see your skills. Pip pip. Yes. Fusion skill of Pars Rush and Pars Spin Rush. Chomp. Moo. Moo. With the skills combined, it became a half-baked move with weak spin and propulsion. Try again while minimizing wing resistance. Pip pip. The Minotaur King munched on the grass given by Peace as he gave feedback on Peace's skill. Moo. Then, I suppose you need to train again. Pip pip. Thank you. While the Minotaur King finished eating the grass, Peace received a personal training session from him. Flap. Flap. This time, Peace stopped by the mushroom ants' nest to check if everything was in order. Everything's fine here. After confirming that the mushroom ants were sleeping soundly piled on top of each other. Next, Peace checked the place where Pink Fur and Quenji were sleeping. Kururung. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Pa-hey-he. Looks like Brother Quenji is having a good dream. Quenji smiled happily in his sleep, nestled in Pink Fur's arms. Once the patrol within a 5 kilometers radius centered around Sejun's house was completed. Pip pip. About 2 hours left until morning. Pars Rush. Peace sped up to quickly check more distant places. Starting from the wizard tower with the fire ant nest in the south, Peace moved clockwise to Quenji's herb field in the west, to the place black minotaurs lived in the north, and the hive of the honeybees in the east. Pip pip. All clear. With the patrol of the 99th floor of the black tower completed, Peace with a satisfied expression, took his place on Sejun's shoulder. Gorarong. Curarong. Pyrorong. Berarong. Kirarong. Soon, Peace snoring mixed with the rest of the group's snoring. A short while later. All right, Sejun, who had been apologizing earnestly in Blackie's mental world, opened his eyes energetically. Dimensional C, 375th area. P.O. Messenger Bird Secret Technique. Breaking through the enemy lines. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. I, the great strategic weapon Uran, am here, mo-hee-hee-hee. The stinging sandstorm. Pio, Uran, and Poyo freely moved around the enemy ships, subduing the pirates and sinking their ships. The ship they were on was already sinking, but the three weren't worried. They still had the final remaining ship to use. While they were fighting the enemies, you interesting bunch. I, Keska, shall face you. Keska, the king who brings misfortune and lowest ranked among the 10 kings under Karmas, appeared. Feel the misfortune. Keska cast misfortune on Pio, Uran, and Poyo. Pio. I suddenly feel weak. Pio struggled under Keska's misfortune, but, ooh-hee-hee-hee. I suddenly feel overflowing with strength. Uran, who possessed the divine relic misfortune swallowing amulet, became even stronger. Mo-hee-hee-hee. What is this? I feel like I'm getting drunk. Poyo was delighted by the misfortune that seemed to seep into his entire body rather than just through his mouth. And then, ooh-hee-hee-hee. That level of misfortune only makes me stronger. Boom. Gah. Keska, the king of misfortune, was easily taken down by Uran's body slam. Not bad. Then I, the 9th king, king of fire Pyre, will, Pio, messenger bird's ultimate technique. Full sky feathers. Following that, the 9th king fell to Pio's attack. Mo-hee-hee-hee. Sandstorm. The 8th king fell to Poyo's attack. Then, as the 7th, 6th, and 5th kings appeared, they were also defeated as soon as they showed up. You're good. But this is where it ends. 5th king, Heath, the Slayer, blocked their path. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Then I'll be going now. As Sejun announced his departure to Earth, the great dragons and others saw him off. Use this to buy something delicious when you get there. The great dragons pulled off a few of their own scales and gave them to Sejun. If anyone bothers you, just say the word. I'll descend personally. Even if it gets dangerous, tell us. We'll come immediately. They didn't forget to leave him with words of caution. Although Sejun had already surpassed the level 1 world Earth by several levels, in the dragon's eyes, he still looked weak and insignificant. Yes, I understand. If you come, I'm the first one who'll die. Sejun, despite what he was thinking in his head, spoke differently and simply accepted the sincere gifts from the great dragons. And then, Eileen, I'll be back. When Sejun spoke to Eileen, the tower's administrator says in a gloomy voice that she's upset she can't go with you. Eileen was sad that she couldn't go along. Sejun considered giving Eileen the divine relic of Nachu, the god of nature, to let her use the transcendental power, natural state. It probably won't work. Yeah. That level of power can't forcibly override a great dragon's ability. Besides, even if it did work, bloodline is a natural thing, so it wouldn't help much. After hearing the answers from the dragons of the 9 Dragons Council, he gave up on the idea. For reference, Eileen's 1-hour stay fee, which had been 1,000 quadrillion, was now unmeasurable. Eileen had grown much stronger in the meantime by eating Sejun's crops and dishes. It's okay. We can go to another wedding together later. I have lots of friends. Kyung-chul and Sejun comforted the saddened Eileen. Kyung-chul and Kyung-chul and there's no one else. Why don't I have any friends? Instead, Sejun found himself getting hurt. He, who had been a complete outsider, was only now realizing that he didn't have any friends. Maybe that's why he was able to survive so well even when stranded alone on the 99th floor of the tower. Pooh-hoo hut. Don't be too sad, Great Hybrid Chairman Park, meow. You have me, Vice Chairman Theo, right, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng, hee hee hee. Dad has Quenji, King, growling butler. You have Great Blackie. What's the problem? Theo, Quenji, and Blackie comforted Sejun in their own ways. Thanks to that, Sejun recovered mentally. Guys, go in. After putting his companions into the void storage and stepping onto the waypoint, the tower's administrator says she already told Mother you're coming. Eileen informed him that she had already let Sejun's mother know he'd be coming home. Yeah. Thanks, Eileen. I'm heading off now. Expressing his gratitude to Eileen, Sejun moved to the first floor of the tower. Clack. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Wearing Theo on his knee as he exited the void storage and suppressing his aura, Sejun crossed the tower's shopping street on the first floor to head toward the exclusive passage. I heard Kyung-chul, Earth's strongest, is getting married today. I wonder what the bride of the Earth's strongest looks like. I heard she's the eldest daughter of a chaebol family. Not only is she pretty and capable, but even at only 25 years old, she's running a startup valued at 10 trillion won. Those were the words about Kyung-chul's wife that reached Sejun's ears. Hee hee hee. That rascal Kyung-chul has become the son-in-law of a chaebol family. He's totally going to be under their thumb. Sejun mocked Kyung-chul. He himself was a much more extreme case of a son-in-law, but he didn't realize it. After all, people rarely perceive their own situations objectively, unaware that it was the pot calling the kettle black. Hee hee. I'm going to tease him. Sejun, excited at the thought of teasing Kyung-chul, hurried toward the exclusive passage. Time was tight if he wanted to eat at home and stopped by a store to buy some clothes. Sejun arrived at the exclusive passage. Click! He placed his hand on the black hole, and there are currently 3 destinations available. Please choose your destination. Earth, LV1. Hamk, LV7. Bix, LV8. Earth. Currently, there are 18 individuals requesting to use the exclusive passage. Would you like to pay the stay fee for all 18 and move to the 0th floor of the Black Tower Earth? Yes. Sejun began calculating the stay fees for himself and his companions. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Theo, the lucky legendary merchant of the Black Tower. Theo, 5,000 quadrillion tower coins. Calculating the stay fee of Iona, the great destructive wizard of the Black Tower. Iona, 2,000 quadrillion tower coins. Calculating the stay fee of Hugelbok, king of the Red Ribbon Kingdom of the Black Tower. Hugelbok, 5,000 trillion tower coins. Calculating the stay fee of Park Quenji, advanced herbalist of the Black Tower. Quenji, 7,000 quadrillion tower coins. Considering the stats and rank of Park Blackie, Blackie family, 1,000 quadrillion tower coins. Though their strength was low, the stay fee was high due to their bloodline. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Sejun, tower farmer of the Black Tower. The stay fee is 30 billion tower coins per hour. Finally, the calculation of Sejun's stay fee was completed. Though Sejun had grown considerably stronger, he was still the cheapest among the group. The stay fee is reduced by 68.3002%. After applying the reduction, the final stay fee came to about 4,750 quadrillion tower coins. With your current funds, you can stay on Earth for 10 hours. Thus, the time Sejun and his companions could stay on Earth was determined. Moving to Earth. Sejun and his companions moved to Earth. Chapter 670. You know our family is a household with some noble roots, right? Minipixel Z. Earth. Ding dong. When the doorbell of Sejun's house rang, clank. The door opened without even checking who rang the bell through the intercom. And then, oh my. My babies are here. Kim Mi-ran, Sejun's mother, came running out in a hurry. With a bright smile, she welcomed Sejun's group. Pooh-hoo hut. That's right, meow. Kim Mi ran. I've come, meow. Payak. Hello. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. He he he. Grandma, how have you been? Quenji is here. Pip pip. Hello. Kihihit. King. King. He he. Butler's mom, look. These are all subordinates of Great Blackie. Those who had met Kim Mi ran before greeted her first. Of course, the only one who could actually communicate was Theo. Once the greetings from the familiar companions were over, oh my, oh my. There are new little ones here. Kim Mi ran, who couldn't resist anything cute, fussed over Iona and Blackie's subordinates. Kayut kayut kayut. Hello, Sejun Nim's mother. I'm Iona. Hello, Kiruk. Sharalang. Iona and Blackie's subordinates also greeted Kim Mi ran. Ho ho ho. Nice to meet you, Kim Mi ran responded with a bright laugh. Mom, your eldest son is here too. Sejun, who was treated like leftover rice, spoke with a sullen expression from behind the group. Son, you're here? Come on in. Kim Mi ran coolly acknowledged him and led the way into the house, with Sejun and his companions following her. As they entered the house, he saw Park Chun-ho and Sedol, who were busy setting up a huge amount of food under Kim Mi ran's instructions. There were over 30 kinds of dishes, and each was prepared in quantities for 500 people. Considering Quenji's appetite, it didn't seem like there would be any leftovers. Dad, I'm home. Welcome back. Hyung, you're here. Sejun greeted Park Chun-ho and Sedol and helped carry the food. All right then, let's eat. Once the meal was ready, they started eating. As expected, Mom's Kim Kai stew is the best. Why can't I make it taste like this? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. That's right. Grandma's Kim Kai stew is the best. Payak. That's right. Sejun, Quenji, and Hugelbok focused all their attention on Kim Mi ran's Kim Kai stew, something they couldn't eat in the tower. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park's chairman, give me churu, meow. With Iona hanging from his tail, Theo climbed onto Park Chun-ho's knee and demanded churu. Ho ho ho. What flavor should I give you? Having prepared more than 20 flavors, Park Chun-ho asked with a slightly proud expression. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park's chairman, your preparation is excellent, meow. I'll try them one by one and decide, meow. Theo praised Park Chun-ho's preparation. All right then. Delighted by Theo's praise, Park Chun-ho began opening the churu packets one by one with a satisfied smile. Kayut kayut kayut. Theo Nim looks happy, so I'm happy too. Since there wasn't anything among the food Kim Mi ran prepared that Iona could eat, she tried to eat the roasted peanuts Sejun had given her, but, Iona, try some of this. Kim Mi ran brought over a set of nuts and offered them to Iona. The set included macadamia and pecans, which Iona had never tasted before. Kayut, such an interesting taste. Iona happily chewed and tasted the variety of nuts like she was at a buffet. Kihihit. King. 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 Hee hee. Butler's mom, look. Great Blackie's secret move. Standing on 2 feet, Blackie called out to Kim Mi ran to show off his charm. Oh my. Our puppy is standing on 2 legs. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. I can even walk like this. Kim Mi ran clapped for Blackie's trick. However, Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler's mom. Since Great Blackie did such a good job, tell the butler to give me some roasted and dried sweet potatoes. What Blackie truly wanted was only sweet potato. Using Kim Mi ran's authority, he planned to score a lot of roasted and dried sweet potatoes. And then, Sejun, give me some of those roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Mom, no. Blackie just barely lost weight. What are you talking about? I can feel nothing but bones on our puppy. Hurry up and give me the sweet potato. As expected by Blackie, Kim Mi ran asked Sejun for some roasted and dried sweet potatoes. King. King. That's right. Great Blackie is allowed to eat more. Blackie also barked confidently next to Kim Mi ran. You cunning rascal, Blackie. You stick to Mom to get roasted and dried sweet potatoes? Just wait until we get home. Fine, oh my. Will our puppy eat some roasted and dried sweet potatoes? Kihihit. And so, the delightful meal continued when Hyung, Sedol, with a serious expression on his face, called out to Sejun. Fat. Did you get rejected again? Sejun sneered at Seedall, as if he could tell just by the look on his face. Who got rejected? Seedall snapped at Sejun's teasing. However, how should I say this? Seedall soon let out a sigh and returned to his serious face, trying to figure out how to bring it up to Sejun. What is it? Just say it. Sensing something unusual in Seedall's reaction, Sejun stopped eating and turned serious himself. At that moment, ding dong. The doorbell rang. I'll get it. Seedall rushed out to the front door to open it. What's going on? A loan shark? That couldn't be possible with the money he had sent. He's not that kind of guy either. Then what is it? Puzzled, Sejun mixed some kinkai stew into his white rice, letting the broth soak in, and took a big bite. Delicious. As Sejun enjoyed the food with a mouthful and a happy expression. Serang, this is my brother. Seedall entered with a woman, someone who should absolutely not be entering the house, and introduced her to Sejun. Hello. I'm Kim Serang. The woman greeted Sejun shyly. When Moonlight Fairy Serang, whom he had only seen on his smartphone, appeared before his eyes in person. Why is Moonlight Fairy Serang here? And at our family breakfast, no less. Shocked, Sejun froze mid-chew and stared intently at Serang, who was standing meekly next to Seedall. Then, he realized that even though she was once his crush, his heart felt calm now. And then, Eileen is way prettier than Serang. I miss Eileen. Even with Serang in front of him, Sejun smiled happily, thinking of Eileen. Sejun realized that Moonlight Fairy Serang had now become just a memory for him. A whom? It wasn't until Park Chun-ho cleared his throat that Sejun snapped out of it. Gulp. Hello. He quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and responded to Serang's greeting. Unbeknownst to Sejun, his family had grown close with the family of Kim Dong-sik, their neighbor, and through that connection, Serang and Seedall had started seeing each other frequently. Hyung, I'm dating Serang. They had become a couple. That's what Seedall had been serious about earlier. What? You? With Serang's sigh? Though he no longer considered himself a fan, for some reason, it still irritated him. Memories were precious, after all. Serang, come have breakfast too. Yes, mother. At Kim Mi Rant's words, Serang joined them for the meal. Kihihit. King? He. Who are you? This noble body is great Blackie. Seeing a new face, Blackie stepped forward to assert his authority. Oh my. How cute. Thanks to him, the tense atmosphere softened. How did you two meet? So how long have you been dating? As they ate, many stories were exchanged. Then, in the middle of it all, Seedall, you do know that our family is a household with some noble roots, right? Sejun began speaking in a serious tone. Our family? Seedall looked confused, as if it were news to him. Nod. Only Park Chun-ho nodded with a pleased expression. That's why, in our family, the eldest son, that's me, has to get married first before you can. Who? So swear on your soul that you won't get married until I do. Sejun suddenly bringing up noble family lineage was all just a build-up to say this one thing. No way. Who does that in this day and age? Sensing something ominous in Sejun's words, Seedall flatly refused. Shake. Park Chun-ho also shook his head, signaling not to say such nonsense. It was truly a relief. Even the gods wouldn't know when Sejun would marry Eileen, it was a complete mystery. After the meal ended, Quenji, let's show Grandpa and Grandma your coffee skills. Hey. Krueng. He. Got it. Quenji brewed some coffee. Slurp. Our Quenji not only eats well but makes great coffee too. Wow. This coffee Quenji made is seriously delicious. Better than what I've had in cafes. I've been to all the famous coffee spots abroad, but I've never tasted coffee this good. Everyone who tasted Quenji's coffee was full of praise for its excellent flavor. Hey. Quenji was delighted by the compliments. That's right. Sejun also nodded quietly with a proud smile at all the compliments for Quenji. And then, it's amazing, right? Our Quenji is seriously good at coffee. I bet if Quenji entered a barista competition, he'd win first place right away. He soon couldn't resist bragging about him. At that moment, what variety of coffee is this? It tastes really different from what I've had before. Seedall asked about the coffee variety. Sejun 94 Chikasan Black Tower. Black Tower? Don't tell me this was harvested in the tower. Yup, then it must be an item too, right? What effect does it have? Since Sejun was the only hunter there, Seedall, who couldn't see item options, asked. When consumed, hunters get 5 magic power and double magic recovery speed. Normal people get enhanced immunity and increased focus for 3 hours. Seriously? Hyung, can I try selling this at a cafe? Sedal, who had long wanted to run a cafe, asked Sejun. You want to? Yeah, all right. I'll send you some starting next month. Sejun gladly accepted his brother's request. Thanks, Hyung. If you're grateful, don't get married until I do. No way. TCH. I'm definitely getting married before you, Sejun declared with burning determination as he stood up from his seat. As they kept chatting and eating non-stop, it was already 1 p.m. He had to stop by the mart to pick up the bulk order items, go to the department store to buy clothes, and attend Kung Chul's 5 p.m. wedding. There wasn't much time left. Sejun, take some food with you. Kim Mi-ran called out to Sejun. Okay. Sejun followed Kim Mi-ran obediently. Ooh? Mom, where are we going? Instead of heading to the kitchen, Kim Mi-ran stepped outside and led him to the basement. When they arrived at the basement, Mom, what is all this? Sejun was stunned by the sight of a massive freezer room that spanned over 3,300 square meters. Clank! This is what I've been prepping little by little since you left, Kim Mi-ran said as she opened the freezer door. Inside, food was neatly stacked up to the ceiling. Doenjang stew Sejun likes. Every dish had a handwritten note filled with care. As expected, Mom is the best. Sejun was deeply moved by Kim Mi-ran. He. Mom, I'll enjoy it. Guys, let's load it up. Sejun expressed his gratitude to Kim Mi-ran and opened his void storage, diligently loading in the food. At that moment, a quest has occurred. Quest, Heath, the slayer of the infamous Camo pirate crew, has opened a dimensional gate and invaded Earth. Defeat Heath and protect the Piece of Earth. Reward, Piece of Earth, all stats 30, 3 billion tower coins. A message appeared before Sejun. A pirate has invaded Earth. As Sejun was bewildered, with the appearance of powerful enemies, Earth has begun to collapse, unable to withstand the pressure. If the collapse continues for more than 5 minutes, the destruction of Earth will be irreversible. To prevent the collapse of Earth, would you like to pay the enemy's stay fee with your own money? Sejun Nim. System 371 proposed a method to prevent the collapse of Earth. I'll pay. Of course, with no other options, Sejun had no choice but to even pay the enemy's stay fee. They're stealing my money. I won't let this slide. As Sejun fumed, having paid the stay fee in place of the invaders. Rumble. P.O.? Where are we? Ooh hee hee hee. No idea, Mo hee hee hee. I can sense Sejun Nim's misfortune. As the sky opened, P.O., Yoren, and Poyo appeared alongside massive ships. Chapter 671, Ooh hee hee hee. Your sword is too dull to wound me. PR, Minipixel Z, 375th Dimensional C Zone. Die. As Heath, the Slayer, swiftly swung his sword. P.O. Messenger Bird Secret Art. Emergency Delivery. P.O. evaded the sword's energy and swiftly closed in on Heath to attack. However, clang! Unlike the previous kings, Heath easily blocked P.O.'s attack with his sword. HMPH. Do you think you can defeat me just because you managed to beat a few half-wits? It's dangerous. Sensing Heath's murderous intent, P.O. quickly retreated to put some distance between them. Too late. Secret Art. Heaven and Earth Slash. With a wicked grin, Heath slashed his sword violently at P.O. A thick and massive wall, densely formed from sword energy, flew toward P.O. It was a technique Heath created to annihilate all living creatures residing in heaven and earth. There's no place to run. As P.O. hesitated, unable to find a way to escape, P.O. Hide behind me. Yoren stepped in front of P.O. Poo-boo-book. Kook. Kook. Yoren blocked Heath's attack with his body, screaming in agony. Wee-hee-hee. Your sword is too dull to wound me. It hurt like hell, but he didn't forget to bluff one last time. You bastard! How dare you mock me? Thanks to that, the situation got worse. As expected from Yoren, the king of misfortune, always pulling aggro. Final ultimate technique. Dimensional Slash. Enraged by Yoren's bluff, Heath swung his sword powerfully at him. That'll kill him if it hits. P.O. Yoren Nim, get out of the way. Who? Sensing danger, P.O. quickly pulled Yoren away just before the slash landed, barely escaping the path of the sword. Slash. Heath's attack cut through empty air. Simultaneously, the severed space split open, revealing another world through the gap. It was the level 1 world Earth. Water flows from high to low places. That law applied to the Sea of Dimensions as well. The water that made up the Sea of Dimensions, the power of dimensions, began flowing into the lowest level world, Earth. Due to the immense height difference, a tremendous suction force occurred. Pio! We're being pulled in. Who? Moeng. What do we do? Naturally, Pio, Uran, and Poyo, who were closest to the gap, were swept up in the massive current and sucked into Earth. Following them, the ships of the Camo pirate crew were also drawn in. Moeng. There's an intense sweet scent. It's getting stronger. Gulp. Amidst it all, Poyo salivated at the intense smell of misfortune wafting from somewhere. Coo-hoo-hoo. Increase speed. Full speed ahead. In Poyo's eyes, pirate ships emitting a strong scent of misfortune were rapidly approaching. The pirates didn't resist the flow. They entrusted their ships to the current of the Sea of Dimensions and increased their speed even more. They, too, were like water in the Sea of Dimensions. And when the water fills and the levels match, the flow naturally stops. Of course, any world submerged in the meantime would be destroyed, but that was none of their concern. Earth, Mom, don't leave the house. Got it, Sejun shouted urgently to Kim Mi Ran as he came out of the basement. Iona, put some shield magic around the area. Kayut. Yes. Power of magic. He asked Iona to cast protective magic over the house. Although Iona specialized in destructive magic, she was highly skilled in other types as well. As Iona performed her magic, guys, Sejun called and gathered his companions. And then, wide area 10-layer shield. Once Iona completed the massive 10-layered shield protecting a 1-kilometer radius centered around Sejun's house. How dare they target Earth, where my house is, and even steal money? Quenji, that way. Krueng. Boom. Fueled by Sejun's rage, Quenji used telekinesis and flew at supersonic speed toward the area where the enemies had intruded. As they approached the enemy's location, who? Why are they here? Pio, Uran, and Poyo were fighting on a pirate ship. Pio. Sejun Nim. Theo Nim, I'm sorry. As soon as Sejun and Theo appeared, Pio, knowing his mistake, hurriedly flew over and apologized to them. However, ooh-hee-hee-hee. Sejun Nim, why are you here? Mo-hee-hee-hee. Sejun Nim, can I lick you just once? Uran and Poyo, who still had no idea what they had done wrong, remained innocent and clueless. Then, hiss. Uran, this is Chairman Park's hometown, meow. Because of you, Chairman Park is angry, meow, growling, King. Gert hey. Our butler is angry right now. Don't mess with him. Theo and Blackie stepped in to straighten them out. I'm sorry. Thanks to that, Uran and Poyo finally began to understand what they had done wrong and apologized. At that moment, you rat bastards. So I finally found you. Heath, who had crossed over by using the pirate ships as stepping stones, appeared before them with a sinister grin. However, Q rats. Did you just call Emmy a rat? Power of gravity. Heath had said something he never should have. Black hole. The powerful suction of the black hole began pulling in the surrounding ships. Ugh. Dimensional slash. To avoid being sucked in, Heath plunged his sword into the dimensional rift and held on. No, meow. We have to get the money, meow. Theo quickly rummaged through Heath's belongings and took everything valuable. You bastard! Heath wanted to stop him, but the black hole prevented him from doing anything. Once Theo had taken all the valuables, poo-hoo-hut. Farewell, meow, thud, thunk. He knocked Heath unconscious and marked him almost simultaneously. Heath lost consciousness and was sucked into the black hole. If luck was on his side, they might meet again someday. After Heath disappeared into the black hole, Iona deactivated the black hole spell. Poo-hoo-hut. Theo took the sword Heath had stuck in the rift. Then, guys, hurry and grab whatever's valuable. Sejun and his companions began looting treasure from the pirate ships to recover the money spent preventing Earth's destruction. That way, he could extend their stay and attend Kyung Chul's wedding. After looting about 3 pirate ships, you bastards! A massive black ship appeared, carrying the enraged great pirate Karmas and the remaining 4 kings. It was Karmas's ship, the Black Angler. A quest has been triggered. Quest, eliminate the Camo Pirates leader Karmas and the first king Nas who massacres the second king. A quest to eliminate Karmas and the remaining 4 kings appeared simultaneously. To prevent Earth's collapse, shall Sejun Nim pay the enemy's stay fee? A message popped up asking if he would pay for their stay. Ha! Pay. Sejun grimaced as he paid. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. Dad, Quenji wants that ship. Quenji's eyes sparkled as he looked at the Black Angler, which was much cooler and bigger than his old ship. And, hee-hee-hee. Then that ship is yours, Quenji. Sejun, who initially only intended to take the money, decided to take the ship too. You bastards! How dare you mock us? I'll erase you along with the world behind you. Fire the planetary apocalypse cannon. At Karmas's enraged command, the front of the ship opened like a mouth with a metallic clunk. Clank! From the open section, a massive cannon emerged. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as a gigantic cannonball flew towards Sejun and his group. Krueng! Krueng! They attacked Dad! Quenji will punish them! Boom! The fake apocalypse cannon was obliterated by the fist of the real beast of apocalypse, Quenji. Guys! Go! King! Brothers, fighting! Hack! They attacked us, meow! I'll stamp them, meow! Kiyu kiyu kiyu, Pyak! Pio! Here I go, mo hee hee hee! At Sejun's command and Blackie's cheer, the group launched their counterattack. A moment later, all the pirates who had been stamped by Theo were kneeling on the deck. Ku hey hey hey! Krueng! Krueng! Hee hee hee! Quenji got a new ship. Quenji is now the captain of a big ship. Quenji held the helm of the ship, reveling in the feeling. Hee hee hee! Poo-hoo hut! Sejun and Theo cheerfully searched the Black Angler, now renamed the Black Quenji, for treasure. However, hey! You're supposed to be a notorious pirate, and this is all the treasure you've got. Sejun, disappointed with the meager haul, interrogated Karmas, who had a stamp on his forehead. Although he had recovered all the money paid for the pirate's stay and even obtained enough treasure to extend their stay by a day. Is that all you've got as a great pirate? A great pirate should have enough money to buy a whole world. Having grown his expectations from pirate manga, Sejun was far from satisfied. At our main base in Grondra, I have treasure I've collected over the years. It's incomparable to what's on the ship. Oh. As expected of a great pirate. I believed in you. Thankfully, Karmas didn't betray Sejun's expectations. At that moment, Kayut. Sejun Nim, I finished engraving the fixed coordinate. Iona, who engraved the fixed coordinate on Quenji's ship, spoke. Once a fixed coordinate is engraved, even if the ship moves, one can teleport directly onto it. All right. Then knock them out. Poo-hoo hut. Got it, meow, Krueng, Pyak, bam bam. At Sejun's order, Theo, Quenji, and Black Rabbit knocked the pirates unconscious. It was a precaution in case the pirates tried to escape or scheme something. And then, please hit me. I don't want to get hit by that bear. The pirates eagerly thrust their heads toward Theo and Black Rabbit. Thud. Thud. This was because the state of their comrades who were knocked out by Quenji looked too severe. Thud. Once we reach headquarters, even Karmas was knocked out by Quenji while vowing revenge. Once all the pirates were unconscious, guys, we're gonna be late. Let's hurry. Sejun took his group and headed to Klung Chul's wedding venue. Pio, Uran, and Poyo went along as well. The reason was Uran. If Uran was left behind, there was a 100% chance something would happen to the ship. And just leaving Uran and Poyo behind was a bit worrisome, and bringing only Uran would make Pio and Poyo feel left out. Considering all possibilities, taking everyone along was the best option. Krueng. Rumble. Once Quenji closed the dimensional rift with force, dimensional power beyond Earth's capacity has flowed in. Earth's balance has collapsed. Earth will be destroyed in 10 minutes. Messages appeared before Sejun. It was partly because the dimensional gap had been open too long, but Uran's misfortune was the main reason. This can't be, meow. This is the hometown of the great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. At the same time, Theo extended his paw toward Earth and began burning astronomical amounts of money. Thus, Theo's fortune collided with Uran's misfortune and transformed into powerful luck. Earth has begun evolving to a level 2 world by adapting to the incoming dimensional energy. Earth evolution will be complete in 1 hour. Earth began evolving to become a level 2 world. Without anyone knowing. Kyung Chul's wedding venue. Congratulations, Kyung Chul sigh. Yes, thank you. Kyung Chul shook hands with the guests who came up to greet him. Has Sejun not come? He glanced around now and then, looking for Sejun. He wanted to introduce the man who had trained him into the strongest person on Earth to his wife. And then, this is Pigeon. The black farmer has not been spotted yet. This is Eagle. The black farmer was seen at his residence in Hannam-dong. There's a high possibility he'll head toward Gangnam, so stay on standby. Agents from top government agencies dispatched by several countries were lying in wait for Sejun. Officially, Kyung Chul was Earth's strongest, but they knew that unofficially, Sejun held that title. So they were waiting to see if Sejun would appear here. The details of Sejun's relationships and their level of intimacy were treated as top-secret information on a national security level. However, the ceremony will begin shortly. All guests, please make your way into the hall. Even as the ceremony was about to begin, Sejun still hadn't arrived. Looks like he's not coming. Just as the intelligence agents were preparing to withdraw, rumble. A thunderous roar rang out from the sky. What was that? Kato, an agent from Japan's intelligence agency, frowned as he looked up at the clear sky. He was already in a bad mood due to the failed mission. Then, who? It's Park Sejun. In Kato's eyes, Sejun and his party were descending onto the rooftop of the wedding venue. Team leader, Park Sejun is here. This is Pigeon. The black farmer has arrived. The agents who had been preparing to withdraw became frantically busy. Chapter 672, I must be the one to catch that bouquet. PR, Minipixel Z. I'm late. Sejun arrived at the rooftop. Iona, cast an invisibility spell on yourself and the others. Kayut. Okay. Power of magic. To avoid drawing attention to the group, he had Iona conceal them. Then, hurrying down from the rooftop and arriving at the wedding hall. Here comes the groom. The ceremony had already begun. First, I need to give a gift. Sejun, who was approaching the groom's side gift table, halted for a moment. Ah, right. I don't have any cash. Having only brought tower coins, Sejun hesitated briefly, then put 10 100 tower coins into each of 18 envelopes. There were 18 people in Sejun's group. He did it to receive 18 meal tickets. After handing over the gift envelopes. Thank you. He. It's been a while since I've had a buffet. Excited by the thought of going to the buffet later, Sejun, holding the 18 meal tickets, was making his way inside the hall when, well. Isn't this Park Sejun, who got fired for unauthorized absences? A man who had been watching Sejun for a while called out to him in an arrogant voice. Who is that? Sejun turned around at the voice calling his name. Upon seeing the man who had called him, his expression hardened as unpleasant memories surfaced, then returned to normal. The man who had called Sejun was Lee Ha-san. The son of the president at the company where Sejun used to work, he had parachuted into a managerial position. He often took advantage of Sejun and Kyung-chul, who were the same age and easy targets. But since I'm a cool guy, I've forgotten all about that stuff in the past. Thinking he was radiating coolness, Sejun greeted him. Oh. Good to see you, Ha-san. Sejun greeted Ha-san familiarly. However, what? Ha-san? HMPH. Are you looking down on me outside the company? Ha-san scowled deeply at Sejun's words. He. Perfect. I'll put this guy in his place right here. Having just been completely ignored by Kyung-chul when he greeted him earlier, Ha-san was planning to vent that humiliation by flaunting his wealth to Sejun. Sejun's shabby clothes and the 18 gift envelopes filled with what appeared to be 10 101 coins. Ha-san was convinced that Sejun was easy prey. He didn't make any connection between Sejun and Park Sejun, the tower farmer. That was partly because intelligence agencies had intentionally spread a fictitious image of Park Sejun, the tower farmer, in the media to protect Sejun's family, and also because, this guy? Sejun's naturally unassuming vibe completely blocked that line of thinking. Ha-san had no idea that the ragged clothes Sejun wore were impossibly rare and extremely expensive SSS grade or higher items that couldn't be found on Earth, nor did he know that the envelopes contained tower coins. In front of Sejun, who had the wealth to buy the entire Earth, Ha-san started bragging about money. So, you must still be in touch with Kyung-chul? But it's your friend's wedding, and look at what you're wearing. Feigning concern, he pointed out Sejun's outfit, subtly stretching his right foot forward to show off his luxury shoes, belt, and tie. Oh. I came in a hurry, so I didn't get a chance to buy clothes. Really? You must be busy these days. Busy, my ass. You clearly just rolled out of bed. Ha-san mocked Sejun in his mind. But how did you get here? Setting up for his next brag. Me? I just walked. Since he couldn't say he flew, Sejun lied and said he walked. Yeah? Must have been nice. I came in my new Lamborghini, but the traffic was terrible. Knowing nothing, Ha-san smirked at Sejun's reply and casually pulled out his car keys to brag. In truth, it was a used car, but it looked new enough that no one would know unless told. However, right. Traffic is always bad in Seoul, so you should just walk from now on, too. Sejun showed no interest in the car keys and replied indifferently, brushing past Ha-san toward the hall. At that moment, hey! Are you seriously going in there? Ha-san asked Sejun in a tone of disbelief. Yeah, but don't even. You think I want to stay here? If you're not of the right class, you can't even get in. Ha-san laughed mockingly at Sejun's answer. This guy is really disrespecting me. Looking at Ha-san's mocking face, Sejun started to boil with anger. His cool composure began to fade, just as the enraged Sejun was about to step forward. Ha! Don't you dare disrespect our great hybrid chairman Park Nim. Our chairman Park is the head of Sejun Company, who can go wherever he wants, meow. Unable to hold back, Sejun's loyal subject, Theo, stepped up and revealed himself. And then, a cat is talking. It's Vice Chairman Theo. It's Theo. Those who had been unable to enter the wedding hall caused an uproar as they spotted Theo. Pooh hut. Humans, nice to meet you, meow. I am the right hand of the great hybrid Chairman Park, the deadly dragon-clawed hybrid. As the crowd recognized him, Theo proudly began to introduce himself. Sejun Nim, welcome. Please come to your prepared seat. Yes, a female employee of the Korean Awakeners Association, disguised as a wedding guide, escorted Sejun. As Sejun and Theo entered the hall. Who? What? Who is he? Ha-san stood there dumbfounded. Lee Ha-san? A parachute hire at the company Park Sejun used to work for. As the son of the president, he abused his power against his same-age co-workers Park Sejun and Oh Kyung-chul back then. His relationship with Sejun was extremely bad. Seeing Ha-san, agents from the Intelligence Bureau quickly wrote a report and submitted it to higher-ups. It didn't even take 10 minutes to realize what kind of consequences this report would lead to. BZZZ. Hello? Hey! Lee Ha-san, what the hell have you been doing? As Operation Pest Removal was initiated, a tax audit suddenly hit his company, and all banks started pushing for early repayment of loans, mentioning Ha-san's name. While Ha-san was urgently being called back to his company, I actually prepared a congratulatory song, Sejun told the guide. In the meantime, Theo had hidden himself again using Iona's magic. Ah. Then would it be alright if we schedule it for the final slot? Yes. And what is the title of the song you'll be performing? Chamaxon. Excuse me, Chamaxon? Is this some kind of song encouraging car purchases? TL? Chamaxa, if translated, would mean to buy a car without hesitation. That is why the guide is misunderstanding it as such. Confused by the strange, unheard-of title, the guide quickly searched on the internet to see if it was a suitable wedding song, but of course, nothing came up. Because it was a song made by Peacepays. Oh. It's an original song, so you won't find it by searching. My Peacepays wrote the lyrics and composed it, Sejun said, gently stroking his left shoulder. Ah. Then do you have the sheet music? We need it for the accompaniment. The guide, knowing she couldn't stop the unofficial strongest person on earth from singing, asked in a resigned tone. However, nope. My Peacepays can't read sheet music. But he's a genius. There was no sheet music either. It was becoming more and more certain that Sejun had come to ruin Kyung-chul's wedding. Bah-hee-hey. Peacepays was delighted by Sejun calling him a genius. The guide was momentarily flustered by the sudden soft and pleasant laughter she heard. Peacepays. A golden but the size of a fist, master of stealth. Resolved the air raid in China single-handedly. Uses techniques such as pip-pip storm fist, one pip slash, and pip-pip who. Recalling this information about Peacepays. This way, please, she guided Sejun to his seat. And then, Park Sejun Nim has prepared a congratulatory song. Please place it as the final performance. The title is, she passed a note to the MC, hoping that Sejun wouldn't ruin the wedding. Once Sejun sat at the seat prepared for him, Pooh hut, Theo climbed onto Sejun's lap, and the rest of the group settled into their own seats. Only Yuran, who had no seat, sat on top of Sejun's foot. Thanks to that, Sejun's feet felt warm. Lick! 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 Poyo diligently licked Yuran to prevent his misfortune from activating. Meanwhile, So Tai-jun Nim is officiating the ceremony. When Sejun made eye contact with Han Tai-jun, who was presiding as officiant, he gave him a slight nod. Shortly after, next, we'll have the congratulatory songs. It was time for the wedding songs. The first performance is by friends of the bride, Choi Mina. Friends from both the bride's and groom's sides took turns singing. And then, the next song will be performed by the bride's younger sister and someone you all know, the singer-songwriter Choi Uranim. The song is titled Eternal Love. Please give her a big round of applause. Out of consideration for the other performers, the originally final performance, famous singer Choi Ura's congratulatory song, began earlier than scheduled. You are As expected of a famous singer, the moment her song began, her enchanting voice instantly captivated the audience. Normally, anyone scheduled to sing next would be feeling nervous, but so my sister-in-law's younger sister is Choi Yura. Sejun was simply fascinated by seeing a celebrity in person both morning and night. Since he wasn't the one singing, after all. When the song ended, wow! Applause and cheers burst from the crowd. Next, we have a congratulatory song from the groom, Oh Kyung-chul's friend, Park Sejun. The title is Chamaksan. Please give him a warm round of applause. In the excited atmosphere following Choi Yura's song, Sejun prepared to sing his own. Since the crowd was mostly ordinary people, few knew who Sejun was. And thanks to the song's bizarre title, no one looked particularly excited. Tap, tap. Sejun lightly tapped the microphone to check if it was working. Sejun, you came. Kyung-chul, congratulations. He exchanged a glance and silent greeting with Kyung-chul. Then, Peace-Bays, are you ready? He held the microphone to his left shoulder and asked Peace-Bays. Pip pip. Yes. Peace-Bays began to sing. We met by chance on our path. And then, the audience, instantly captivated by Peace-Bays' voice, held their breath and became deeply immersed. Perhaps our meeting wasn't a coincidence. A love that even dimensions can't stop. When the chorus of the first verse ended, the audience finally understood the meaning of the song title's Chamaksan. It was short for the love that even dimensions cannot block. Who came up with a ridiculous name like this for such a beautiful song? The title doesn't match the song at all. It's distracting me from the song. At the same time, guests internally cursed the person who had given such a name to such a touching piece. Our love cannot be stopped by dimensions. Even from afar, we can know and find each other. The song entered its climax. You have listened to Chamaksan for over 2 minutes. The effect imbued in the name has been activated. The effect has been enhanced thanks to the original creator's excellent performance. Due to the name's effect, your heart has become very peaceful. Due to the name's effect, your love for your beloved has grown greatly. Due to the name's effect, you can now better sense mutual attraction. Effects from Sejun's naming activated. A moment later, a love that even dimensions can't stop. That's us. As the song ended, everyone quietly basked in the lingering emotion of the song, holding hands with their loved ones. Ah. I miss Eileen. Sejun thought of Eileen, who wasn't here, and gently held Theo and Quenge's front paws. Whom? Then next up, fortunately, thanks to the MC's professionalism, the seemingly endless emotional wave concluded and the ceremony resumed. Once the entire ceremony had finished, now, we will begin photo taking with the co-workers and friends of the bride and groom. As it was time for photos, Sejun, thank you so much for coming. Come here. Kyung-chul came up first and brought Sejun to stand beside him. He didn't care at all about Sejun's outfit. Alright, let's take the photo. 1, 2, 3. With the photographer's cue, the photo was taken. Now, will the bride's friends who will catch the bouquet please come forward? You all know that if you catch it, you have to get married within 6 months, right? It was time for the bouquet toss. Kayut kayut kayut. If I catch that, I have to get married within 6 months. Hearing the MC's words, Iona quietly took her place behind the bride. Then, 1, 2, 3, I must be the one to catch that bouquet. Just before Iona could catch the bouquet, your stay time on the Black Tower's 0th floor has ended. Returning to the Black Tower. Kyung-chul, I have to go. Congratulations again on your wedding. As his stay time ended, Sejun quickly placed a great growth elixir in Kyung-chul's pocket and vanished with his companions. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Kayup, I almost had it. Iona, who had arrived at the Black Tower, felt depressed about missing the bouquet that was right in front of her. Ah. The buffet. Sejun also looked dejectedly at the unused meal tickets. And then, Pooh Hut. Cheer up, meow. Theo comforted the two of them. Chapter 673, yeah. Not scary anymore. Minipixel Z, Earth, shortly after Sejun left. Ooh? How much did you say? After the wedding, Kyung-chul was startled when he heard from his younger cousins, who had accepted the wedding congratulatory money on his behalf, how much they had collected. A total of 27,053,140,000 won, 27,053,140,000. One of your friends, a guy named Park Sejun, apparently put tower coins in the envelope. At first, we heard the sound of coins in the envelope, while his cousins were chattering about what had happened back then. Sejun, thank you. You could have at least had a meal before leaving. Thinking of Sejun, who had left without eating, Kyung-chul was deeply touched. For reference, excluding Sejun's gift, the total of the other congratulatory money was 53,140,000 won, 53,140,000. In other words, Sejun's gift alone was worth 27 billion won. Recently, due to inflation on Earth and Sejun sucking in tower coins from the Black Tower without releasing them, the tower coins had become scarce. As a result, the market value per one tower coin had risen to 1.5 million won. Here. Some allowance for you. Wow. 5 million won. Thanks, Hyung. Feeling good, Kyung-chul gave his younger cousins 5 million won each as allowance, and once their tasks were done, they all flocked to eat. But what did Sejun put in my pocket earlier? Kyung-chul checked what Sejun had slipped into his pocket before leaving. Earlier, there were too many people around to check. SSSK. As Kyung-chul reached into his pocket and took out the item, a glass bottle containing a captivating red liquid clinked softly. Great growth elixir? Even the name sounded extraordinary. Remaining amount, 30 drops. Sejun had included 10 extra drops, thinking Kyung-chul might have more potential for growth than expected. At that moment, Kyung-chul suddenly realized that the world had changed. That he had grown as well. How should he describe this? It felt as if his whole being had risen to a higher level. No way. On a hunch, Kyung-chul checked his stats. What the? All my stats went up. He discovered that all his stats had increased by 20%. Even his potential, which was always hard to raise, had increased tenfold. And this phenomenon was not unique to Kyung-chul, all hunters on Earth were experiencing it. Moreover, why does my body feel so light all of a sudden? You feel that too, honey? Even my back straightened up. Even the physical condition of ordinary people had generally improved. As Earth's evolution completed and it grew into a level 2 world, its inhabitants also grew stronger. Thus, Earthlings, now residents of a level 2 world, became stronger. Hey, we've gotten stronger. Yeah, so now we're taking over the market. Some factions banded together and tried to oust the Black Bears of Quenge's faction, who managed the market on the first floor of the Black Tower. You think you can beat us just because you got a little stronger? Getting beaten by Quenge's Black Bears remained unchanged. After all, the Black Bears were from a level 7 world. The only difference was that they could endure the beatings longer. For reference, the residents who survived in the tower were from at least level 3 worlds or higher. Just because Earthlings had become residents of a level 2 world didn't mean their ranking in the Black Tower had improved. Honestly, the fact that Earth, a level 1 world, hadn't perished yet and had held on was already a miracle. Normally, Earth would have been destroyed before that, and its inhabitants would have become refugees and been naturally weeded out. The tower was not an easy place for level 1 world residents to live in. Anyway, although Earth had become a level 2 world, nothing had changed significantly inside the Black Tower. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Earth's evolution has been completed and it has become a level 2 world. All physical abilities of level 2 residents have increased by 20% and potential has increased tenfold. Due to the increased level of your origin world, Black Tower Farmer Park Sejun stats have increased by 10% and potential by 50%. Sejun, who was eating dinner, also received the benefits of Earth's level up. However, why is this all I get? You system bastard! Are you screwing me over again? Sejun couldn't fully enjoy the benefits. He had already been squeezed too much. If the system had boosted him as is, Sejun might have died, so System 371 had made this consideration to save him. But once again, Sejun had no idea. Shortly after, I've gotten stronger. Sejun's anger toward the system was quickly soothed as he looked at his stats, which had grown by 10%. Currently, Sejun's stats were Strength, 153,752, 287,442. Stamina, 144,307, 219,448. Agility, 142,923, 217,575. Magic power, 150,280, 235,008. Mental strength, 40,371, 50,000. Divinity, 100.866 for 500. From the perspective of Earth's standards, these were nearly impossible figures. Pooh hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park has gotten just a bit stronger, meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim, please get strong quickly. So Theo Nim won't have to worry. Krueng. Dad, you shouldn't get complacent just because you got a little stronger. You still can't beat Quenge's finger. Kihihit. King. Hee. Since the weak butler is being protected by Great Blackie, you better pay protection fees with some roasted and dried sweet potato. To the rest of the companions, he was still a sunfish that needed protecting. And then, what are you going to protect when all you do is eat dried sweet potatoes? King. Sejun retaliated by pulling the cheek of Blackie, who was weaker than him. Black Rabbit had gone down with Bochi and Lara, who had been waiting on Choo-Choo's orders as soon as they arrived at the tower, without even having dinner. Bochi and Lara's relationship was still going in circles, with no progress whatsoever. Payak, uncle, don't get married, Black Rabbit said with a sorrowful voice before leaving. But, lucky guy, I'm jealous. To Sejun and Bochi, those were complaints of the rich. After dinner, Krueng. So Quenji did this and that. Pooh hut. And that's where I stepped in, meow, kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie handled the final part. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie excitedly told Sejun's family about how they defeated the Camo pirate crew and protected Earth after receiving the Mirror of Longing from Eileen. Anyway, that's why we came back without even eating. Sejun added in a few words here and there while drinking the coffee Quenji had made. Krueng. Big bro spent a lot of money healing Earth with his front paws, so we came home early. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Kim Mi ran, Park Chun-ho. I was the one who saved Earth, meow, King. Butler's mom. Butler was bullying me earlier. Sejun and his companions went on chatting and laughing for hours, never letting the audio go silent. Sejun, go to bed now. Yeah. Let's get to sleep. Kim Mi ran and Park Chun-ho, exhausted from listening, turned off the mirror, and the conversation ended. Eileen, here. And there's a wedding song that Peacebay's made, want to listen? We met by chance on our path. Sejun handed the Mirror of Longing to Eileen and began singing Chamaksan. However, as could be expected from Sejun's skills, his singing was terrible. Pooh hut. No, that's not it, meow. As we walked down our path, Krueng. That's not the lyrics. It's as we walk our path, we happen to meet, kihihit. King. Hee. Quenji Hyun got the lyrics wrong as well. It's as we walk our path, we met. The area quickly became noisy as everyone insisted their version of the song was correct. Of course, unfazed by any of it, the tower's administrator says your song was the best. Eileen took Sejun's side. Nuna, this isn't right. You should tell brother-in-law the truth, Ace, who had been listening to Sejun singing next to her, said with a pained voice. Shut it. Are you trying to discourage my Sejun? My Sejun already lives feeling down every day. Eileen scolded Ace and didn't allow him to reveal the truth. And so, Sejun finished his song and received praise from Eileen. Hee. Guys, let's go to bed. After taking Quenji over to Pink Fur, let's lie down too. Sejun, who had arrived home, laid down on the bed with the Theo couple and the Blackie family. And then, Kua, Gorarong, Kurarong, Kirarong. Sejun and his companions, snoring away, entered Blackie's mental world. Another night of overtime had begun. Blackie's mental world. Once again, Sejun, Theo, Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3, Iona, and Gilsun Nightmare were soothing the souls. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The Blackie family earnestly apologized to the souls and worked hard to gain their forgiveness. While they were in the midst of being forgiven by the souls, Garuruk. Once again, corruption appeared today. After facing it several times, they had found that corruption often formed a shape from one or two strands of world's energy, or even from a single soul's energy. And today, when corruption appeared from one soul, Garuruk, corruption from another soul also appeared, resulting in two appearing simultaneously. Disappear! Whoosh! As Sejun glared at the two corruptions, their bodies began to burn. Cook. Look forward to my corruptions. Will coming for you. Today, the corruptions disappeared while uttering even more chilling words. However, yeah. Not scary anymore. Humans are creatures of adaptation. Sejun, who had grown accustomed to the threats of corruption, wasn't scared at all. You think I'd be scared just because you run your mouth? Now, the problem was that he wasn't scared enough. After all, the corruption had clearly said it would come for him. I better keep an eye on your surroundings for Chairman Park's safety, meow. I should cast many shield spells on Sejun Nim. Hee. We'll protect the butler. Theo couple and the Blackie family decided they needed to strengthen the perimeter around Sejun instead. Guys, let's start again. While Sejun and the party continued apologizing sincerely, the night deepened. You have defeated all corruptions within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. As a quest reward, one strand of the world's energy was purified. Time to really sleep now. Good night, everyone. Sejun bid his companions good night, and each returned to their own mental worlds to get some rest. 375th Dimensional Sea Zone. This is Captain Karmas of the Black Angler. Respond, base. Karmas, who had fainted and regained consciousness, sent a communication to his base. He normally shouldn't have been able to wake up, but he had secretly used a single-use item that increased recovery speed right before fainting, allowing him to wake up early. Salute! Reporting to Karmas Nim. Forget the formalities. Call the defense commander. Yes, sir. Thus, Karmas summoned the defense commander at the base via communication. Salute! Defense Commander Ulson reporting. Prepare to engage the enemy immediately. Yes. Where and what enemy shall we engage? The location is Grondra. The enemy is the Black Angler. Karmas ordered Ulson to attack the very ship he was on. What? Ulson looked confused by Karmas's order. The reason Karmas gave the command to attack the Black Angler was because he had a means of escape. Just do as I say. The moment the Black Angler enters Grondra, mobilize all forces and launch a full assault. Understood? A total offensive. Yes. Understood. After giving instructions to Ulson, KL. Come quickly to claim the treasure. The moment I enter the base, I'll be free. Karmas, dreaming of freedom, collapsed back onto the floor and pretended to be unconscious. Dawn at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun woke up earlier than usual and, pip. Sejun Nim, you're up early. Peacebays came flying over in an excited voice. Yeah. I've got a lot to do today. Want to come along? Peacebays. Pip. Yes. Sejun picked Peacebays, the Theo couple, and the Blackie family and quickly checked on the Calamity Farm, the 99th floor farm, the farm on the 10th tower, and Camille Deziong, TL, Skybeam Planet. He did all this before breakfast to prepare for a visit to the pirates' base. After finishing his rounds and having breakfast, Iona, let's go. Kayut. Yes. Power of Dimensions. With Iona's dimensional teleportation magic, they moved to the Black Quenji ship, which had the unique coordinates engraved. Chapter 674, from now on, Uran Nim will take care of Baektang. PR, Minipixel Z. 375th Dimensional Sea Zone. Krueng. Black Quenji ship is departing. With Quenji's shout as he grabbed the helm, the ship set sail for Grondra, the Camo pirate crew's main base. If we keep going straight at this speed, we'll arrive in 10 hours. When Sejun asked how long it would take to get to Grondra, Karmas, who took pride in his ship, replied in a confident voice. However, it takes that long. Sejun's assessment was rather harsh. Full-time employee Karmas, meow. Why didn't you invest in the ship, meow? Krueng. Karmas, you're bad. Because you didn't spend money, Black Quenji ship's performance is poor. King. Hey. You should have brought a better ship. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie criticized Karmas for not spending money on the ship. What the hell? Do you know how much I spent trying to make the Black Angler? Karmas was furious with Sejun and the others for belittling his ship. Just wait till we get to the main base. This ship will be the end of you. But thinking it was a loss to get angry at someone who would soon die, he calmed himself. Thus, the Black Quenji ship sped forward at full throttle. As Quenji had no need to turn the helm. Clunk. Feeling bored, he opened the void storage. And then, Krueng, come out. Buck. He summoned the planet-destroying turtles. Quenji brought along all the planet-destroying turtles he had released at the fountain before departure. Hey. Krueng. He. You guys stay here and shoot if enemies appear. Buck. Krueng. You go here. Buck. He positioned the planet-destroying turtles at various places around the ship to guard it, replacing the crew who would normally man the cannons. While Quenji was walking around the ship like that, I'm bored, should we have some snacks? Sejun took out a brazier from the void storage and started grilling corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, please make grilled fish and stir-fried peanuts too, meow. Theo asked for food for himself and Iona. Of course, I was going to, even if you didn't say anything. Pooh hut. Really, meow? Of course, Pooh hut. Chairman Park didn't forget me, Vice Chairman Theo. I'm happy, meow. Theo was delighted by Sejun's response. Meanwhile, Sejun skewered the fish and grilled it over direct fire, and stir-fried the peanuts in a frying pan. As the smell of food spread around, sniff sniff. Don't you smell something delicious? I think it's coming from over there. The bored pirates, who were sitting around doing nothing, turned their attention to Sejun. Kihihit. King? Hee. Butler. Are you making roasted and dried sweet potato for Great Blackie? Dad-ada. Even Blackie, who had been running around trying to maintain discipline among the pirates, caught the smell of roasted sweet potato and rushed over. And then, press. Using his front paws, Blackie eagerly kneaded Sejun's thigh with affection, but, hee. Blackie, there's nothing for you. How dare you side with my mom yesterday and attack me? Sejun, the king of grudges, had not forgotten how Blackie had teamed up with Kim Ran and plundered his roasted and dried sweet potatoes. King. Butler, I hate you. Pouting at Sejun's response, Blackie went off and hid somewhere on the pirate ship. Surely, the butler will call Great Blackie, right? He'll call me. He must. He waited, hidden, longing for the moment Sejun would call him. 5 minutes passed. What if the butler doesn't call me? Should I just go out now? But Great Blackie has a reputation to maintain. He grew increasingly anxious and restless. Then, Park Blackie, let's eat snacks. Hearing Sejun's call, hee. I knew it. Great Blackie is necessary to the butler. Feeling triumphant, Blackie revealed himself with a smug smile. But contrary to the smug smile, his feet were dashing urgently towards Sejun, his tail spinning like a propeller at 360 degrees. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, Great Hybrid Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow, hee. Of course it is, kayut. The stir-fried peanuts are delicious too, I'm glad you like them. That one needed much stronger firepower, hey. Krueng, hee. Dad, if you eat a bite of potato and corn together, it tastes amazing. Really? Oh. That's actually really good. Quenji, you're a genius just like me. While Sejun was chatting and enjoying snacks with Theo, Iona, and Quenji, slurp. Blackie was quietly eating without a word. Is it that good? Talk to us a bit while you eat. Sejun spoke to Blackie, who stayed silent. Kihihit. King. Hee. As expected, the butler's roasted and dried sweet potato is the tastiest. Hee. Of course it is. Even Blackie ended up praising him. And then, slurp, gulp. The pirates, watching Sejun and the others enjoy their snacks, began drooling. Pooh-hoo-hut. Want some? Meow. Theo, who had already finished his grilled fish, began offering the remaining corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes like a salesman. Although the pirates were already employees of Sejun Company and had been stripped of all their money, Theo could sense it. Pooh-hoo-hut. These guys smell like money, meow. He instinctively knew they had hidden stashes. And then, if you want to eat, pay up, meow. Here, give me some too. The pirates handed Theo thin, rectangular metal cards the size of half a palm. Meow? I don't accept metal. Pay with money or jewels, meow. Naturally, as it wasn't treasure, Theo got angry. Ooh? This isn't just metal, it's a pirate card. You don't know about cards. Pooh-hoo-hut. Of course I do, meow. Just wait a bit, meow. To protect his pride as Vice Chairman Theo, he pretended to know and, Chairman Park, they gave me something called a pirate card, meow. What is this? Asked Sejun, handing over the card. Pirate card. As Sejun examined the card closely, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has identified the essence of the card. His eyes turned golden, and the card's information became visible. Pirate Frost debit card. This is a debit card linked to Pirate Frost Pirate bank account. You can swipe the card to use the funds in the account. Remaining balance, 300 tower coins. Issuing institution, Pirate Bank. Oh. It's like a credit card. If you swipe it, money gets deducted from the bank account. Pooh-hoo-hut. As expected, Chairman Park knows everything, meow. Then how do you swipe it to withdraw money from the account, meow? I like this. There was no card reader, but Sejun didn't want to say he couldn't do it to Theo, who was looking up at him with sparkling, admiring eyes. So he simply swiped the card through the air. Then, how much would you like to charge? A message appeared in front of Sejun. The tone was different from System 371, and it wasn't a system message from the Pirate Bank either. It was a message from System SJC. Although it didn't yet have a self-awareness like System 371, and thus didn't use polite language, System SJC always prioritized Sejun and took action. So to help Sejun, it had hurriedly built a card payment system and enabled Sejun company employees to process card payments without any terminals. At one point, the pirate bank demanded payment processing fees to connect with its accounts, but System SJC, having learned from Sejun and Theo, forcibly merged the pirate bank system, resolving the payment processing fees issue cleanly. Thanks to that, Sejun could now process payment simply by swiping a card through the air. 10 tower coins. When Sejun stated the payment amount, clink! Money from the pirate bank account was withdrawn and dropped into Sejun's hand. He. See that? That's how you use it. Sejun spoke proudly to Theo. Pooh hut. As expected of the great hybrid chairman Park, meow. But your face is turning ugly, meow. Theo once again kneaded up Sejun's face with joy. And then, coo hey. Krueng. He. Quenji wants to play too. Kihihit. King. He. Great Blackie is going to step on the butler's face too. Quenji and Blackie pounced on Sejun's face and enthusiastically stepped on it with their front paws. A short while later, Pooh hut. If you want food, hand over your cards, meow. Having learned how to use the cards, Theo opened a snack shop on the deck and started selling food to the pirates. On the way down to the 50th floor of the Black Tower, Pio, Geok by Nim, this way. Don't stray off. TL, if you forgot one of the 4 guardian beasts from Ariel. Tweet. Okay. Pio. Hugh Buck Nim, pick up the pace. Kyong Yong Nim, stop drinking water. And where's Baektang Nim? Pio, who had been doing a head count, realized that Baektang was missing. Wee. Where did he go? Mo he. I don't know. Pio, is I don't know all you know. Go find him right now. Okay, yup. At Pio's shout, Yuran and Poyo quickly ran off to look for Baektang. Kyongyong, Hugbuk, and Geokbai quietly waited, watching Pio's expression. The reason these seniors joined Pio's group was because Sejun had asked Pio to take them on a tower tour. It was both a chance to explore the tower and to participate in a survival camp in the face of Yuran's misfortunes, all to raise them to be stronger. Thanks to that, even though Pio wasn't yet 1 year old, the youngest of them all, he was caring for 6 elders. Pooh hut. Sejun Nim promised to host my first birthday party soon. With Sejun's promise, Pio didn't feel burdened. A little while later, he. Pio, we found Baektang. Kiaraung. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. Yuran and Poyo returned with Baektang in tow. Then, Pio, well done. From now on, Yuran Nim will take care of Baektang Nim. Ooh he. Leave it to me. Pio entrusted Yuran with taking care Baektang. This was Baektang's punishment for straying off. From now on, I'll make sure Baektang Nim can't aim for Sejun Nim's lap. As Theo's right front paw, it was to ensure Baektang wouldn't dare target Theo's rightful spot, Sejun's lap. Kiaraung. What? Why are rocks falling all of a sudden? And so Baektang's tribulation began. 171th dimensional sea zone. Pooh hut. If you want more, hand over your card, meow. Theo was energetically running his snack stand on the deck of the Black Quenji ship. And, Krueng, Dad, Quenji wants a card too. Quenji's eyes sparkled as he looked at the cards the pirates pulled out. If I swipe it, I can buy and eat whatever I want. To Quenji, who still didn't understand what accounts or linking meant, a debit card looked like a magical item that let you eat anything you desired. He. I'll make one for you later. After figuring out how to issue cards at Grondra, Sejun planned to craft a black card using Kaiser's dragon scale, and returned to roasting corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes. King! Butler! Stop selling the sweet potatoes! You need to make roasted and dried sweet potato. Beside him, Blackie threw a tantrum, demanding Sejun stop selling the sweet potatoes. Here! Eat this and quiet down. As soon as Sejun gave him a piece of roasted and dried sweet potato, munch! Blackie got absorbed in eating. While Sejun and the others spent time on the deck like that, the Black Quenji ship approached Grondra. Voo-woom! Suddenly, the space in front opened up, and Grondra, the 7th level world that was the headquarters of the Camo pirate crew, appeared. A path to Grondra had been opened using the dimensional interference device installed at the stern of the ship. As the ship carrying Sejun and his party appeared at Grondra, fire! All pirate ships of the Camo pirate crew, who had been waiting for the Black Quenji ship's arrival, launched a full-scale assault. Coo-hoo-hoo. Well then, farewell, shoop! Wearing a sinister grin, Karmus abandoned his subordinates and teleported to the waypoint installed in his fortress. It would have been a brilliant plan if it weren't for the planet-destroying turtles on board the Black Quenji ship. Buck buck! Buck buck! We must defend the ship! Block them! Zing! Following Quenji's command to defend the ship, the planet-destroying turtles fired destruction beams. Quag-wag-wang! As the red beams of overwhelming power vaporized the incoming attacks, the pirates, terrified, quickly raised white flags. Pooh-hoo-hut! Hurry and get stamped, meow! Thus, with the pirates lining up to be stamped by Theo, Sejun and his group entered Grondra without shedding a single drop of blood. Chapter 675, Hee hee hee. This is exactly what our Vice-Chairman Theo is good at. PR, Minipixel Z. Grondra, Karmus's castle victorious. Coo-hoo-hoot. Shall I leisurely watch those bastards die now? Having arrived at the castle basement through the waypoint, Karmus came up to the lobby and entered the situation room. However, the pirates who should have greeted Karmus were all frozen in place, unable to take their eyes off the situation room monitor. And then, what? Why are they surrendering? To Karmus's eyes, all the pirate ships were waving white flags in surrender. Because he had come up from the basement, he hadn't seen the destruction beams fired by the planet-destroying turtles, and so Karmus couldn't understand what was going on. But, thanks to his decades of experience as a pirate, there was one thing he could grasp. If I stay here, I'm finished. Karmus hurriedly ran to the treasure vault located even lower than the floor with the waypoint. He was thinking of grabbing some treasure and escaping. He didn't intend to take everything, nor did he need to. Just taking a few of his top-tier collections would be enough to never worry about money for the rest of his life. And so, planning to flee to the furthest place he could reach using the waypoint, Karmus gathered treasures. Creak! Arriving at the treasure vault, he opened the door to the vault. Whoosh! Blue magical torches lit up in the treasure vault. Click! Karmus grabbed the third torch from the left on the wall and pulled it. Rumble! With a mechanical clunk, the wall of the treasure vault opened, revealing a secret vault where only Karmus's top-tier collection was kept. Hello, my babies, Daddy's here. Greeting his collection affectionately, Karmus hurried to pack the most valuable items in order. After gathering up to his 15th collection, number 16, I'm sorry. Sorry to the rest as well. He gazed longingly at the remaining collections with eyes full of regret and reluctantly turned away. At that moment, Pooh-hoo-hut. Karmus, found you, meow. Theo appeared in front of Karmus. When Karmus disappeared from the Black Quenji ship, Kayut. This magic wave? Iona had read the magic pattern created by Karmus as he moved, and quickly tracked the coordinates to follow him. Thanks to that, the remaining pirate subordinates who hadn't received their stamps yet were stuck helplessly under the strict surveillance of the planet-destroying turtles. How could this be? Shiver! Karmus's nape tingled at Theo's appearance. At the same time, despair surged in him. There's no way I can escape. Ha ha ha. I wasn't trying to run away at all. I just came early to open the treasure vault. He desperately made excuses to save his life, but Sejun and his companions had already obtained confessions from the other pirates that they had received Karmus's orders to launch an all-out attack. And then, Krueng! Krueng! If you lie, you're a bad guy. You need to be punished. Quenji, who had learned from Sejun that liars must be punished, pulled out his thunderbolt staff and approached Karmus. That's right. Liars should be punished. I really taught him well. Sejun nodded with a pleased smile as he watched Quenji, who only spoke the truth. Krueng! Krueng! And you did a lot of other bad things too. That's why Quenji is angry. On top of the sin of lying, Karmus was also guilty of attempted theft of Sejun's treasure and attempted destruction of the Black Quenji ship. His sins were very heavy. Thud. ZZZZT. Ark. And so, Quenji's electrifying beating began. Betrayers can't be forgiven. From today onwards, Karmus is the youngest member of Grondra, Sejun said to Karmus as he was being beaten by Quenji. Thus, Karmus was demoted from Great Pirate to youngest member. His life became incredibly miserable, and the rumor spread among the pirates that betraying Sejun Company meant being demoted to the youngest, instilling a strong sense of fear not to betray. To the pirates, becoming the youngest was a greater humiliation than dying. Black Tower, 99th floor. Koo ha 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 ha. Come on. Let's drink. Cheers. Coo. That's good. The dragons of the 9 Dragons Council were drinking merrily together. But don't you think the younger dragons these days are getting way stronger? The great silver dragon, Chrysella, asked the others. Then, you're right. The power they emit is far too much for their age. That's why young dragons nowadays are having trouble controlling their strength. The other dragons agreed with Chrysella's comment. And then, it's probably because they've been eating a lot of Sejun's crops. Actually these days, I sometimes use too much strength without meaning to. Same here. Me too. Even dragons of the leader class were experiencing issues with controlling their power. The great dragons, born with almost infinite potential, who become the strongest in the universe just by breathing and aging. Now, having consumed Sejun's crops, they were gaining power so quickly that they couldn't contain their own strength. On top of that, dragons absorbed almost 100% of the magic power infused in Sejun's crops, making the effects dozens of times stronger. And the older the dragons were, the more drastically they got stronger from eating Sejun's crops. This was due to their bloodline power. Bloodline power, power of an adult dragon, grants the ability to use 10 times the power of their current stats. Over time, the bloodline power evolves into mature adult dragon's power, strong dragon's power, and ancient dragon's power, amplifying stats by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, and more. Thus, the older they got, the harder it became to control their strength. Furthermore, when one becomes a leader, the bloodline power evolves into leader dragon's power, with an effect of 1 million times stat amplification. Meaning, if their magic power stat increases by 1, they gain 1 million more magic power. For reference, it is said that the legendary first dragons had powers that amplified stats by 100 million times. Looks like we need training. Yeah, I guess we do. At this rate, we might affect even the tower itself. Getting stronger is such a pain. Even the great dragons, who normally hated training, realized they needed to train to control their power. Grondra, guys, let's pack up everything. Poohoo hut. Got it, meow, coyote. Yes, Krueng, king. Sejun and his companions began looting Karmas's treasure vault. Since there were many treasures of various types, it took quite a while to classify and store them in void storage. So Sejun and his companions spent an entire day working in the treasure vault, even eating meals there. While everyone was busy collecting the treasures, Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie must also burn treasure to become stronger. Great Blackie would now become powerful through money. You have awakened talent, becoming stronger than the butler by burning treasure. Blackie, who had awakened a new talent, began secretly burning treasure. Just as Quenji had the talent to immediately mimic what he saw, Blackie, though not instant, could understand the principle and adapt it for his own use. Talent, becoming stronger than the butler by burning treasure, is activating. According to the law of equivalent exchange, 7 kilograms of gold is converted to 7 in all stats. All stats have increased by 7. According to the law of equivalent exchange, 5 kilograms of gold is converted to 5 in all stats. All stats have increased by 5. As Blackie burned small gemstones to raise his stats. Hack! Blackie, you're not allowed to burn treasure, meow. Theo discovered it and got angry. King? Why not? Big brother burns treasure too. Blackie argued with Theo. Poohoo hut. I'm vice chairman, Theo, so I can, meow. But Blackie, you can't, meow. But Theo didn't persuade with logic. It was simply that only he could do it. King. No way. I'm doing it too. Naturally, Blackie couldn't accept that. Hack. Erase it right now, meow. Growling, King. Grrrr. I won't erase it. A sibling dispute broke out. Coyote. Young Master Blackie, I'll give you 10 roasted and dried sweet potatoes if you erase your talent. King? Really? Coyote. Of course. Here you go, Kihihit. King. Hee. I erased it. Fortunately, Iona mediated and quickly resolved the situation. Thus, it was Theo and Iona who stopped the major disaster of Blackie becoming stronger than Sejun at an early stage. After several hours passed, done. At last, Karmas's treasure vault was cleaned out. Sejun and his group scraped the floor clean, not even leaving behind a single small gold piece. Alright then, let's head to that place called the Pirate Bank. Poohoo hut. Sounds good, meow. They were heading there to ask how to issue a card. As they left Victorious Castle and were on their way to the Pirate Bank. Meow. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? My front paw is being pulled, meow. Theo sensed his front paw being drawn toward something. Really? Where? That way, meow. Following Theo's guidance, Sejun and his companions arrived at welcome. Everything is 1 tower coin. Test your luck, everyone. A merchant was selling utterly worthless items laid out before him, stuff no one could be angry about even if you called it trash. It was a lottery-style shop that bought goods pirates couldn't dispose of after plundering and sold them in bulk for cheap. Oh. A lottery draw. Hee hee hee. This is exactly what our vice chairman Theo is good at. I'll pick 10. Here are 10 tower coins. Knowing that Theo would definitely draw a jackpot item, Sejun handed over 10 tower coins out of pity for the merchant who would soon be suffering. Thank you. Then, please choose 10 items. What a sucker. There's only real garbage here. The merchant, Het, expressed thanks outwardly while mocking Sejun in his heart. That's because Het could use appraisal magic and had already sold anything remotely valuable after appraising it himself. So, among the items laid out now, there wasn't a single thing worth more than 1 tower coin. Of course, that was Het's assumption. Vice Chairman Theo, pick 10. Pooh-hoo heart. Got it, meow. Theo had quite a bit to choose from. Theo picked the 10 items in order from the one he felt the strongest pull from. After the 5th, he just picked randomly. Then, Kayut. Power of magic. Iona immediately used appraisal magic to identify the items. She started appraising from the last item Theo had picked. The last 3 were truly garbage items not even worth 1 tower coin. Then, upon appraising the 7th item Theo had picked, an item worth about 10 tower coins appeared. Who? That's lucky. Het merely thought Theo was lucky. Then, upon appraising the 6th item, out came an item worth about 100 tower coins. And then, something's off. Just as Het began to feel something strange, the 5th through 3rd items that Theo had chosen were appraised. Who? No way. Ayag. Every time an appraisal finished, Het screamed. A statue of the singing archangel, carved by Master Odysseus. Number 78 of the top 100 dimensional daggers, Demon Slayer. Detox gem, of which only 1,000 were made by the renowned poison family, Sejun's Tang family. Each of them was worth well over 10 billion tower coins on its own. And then, fragment of the great golden dragon's heart. When the item Theo picked second was appraised. I'm not selling it. Give it back. Het lunged to snatch the item from Iona's hand. King. Don't touch my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law gave Great Blackie 10 roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Thump. He received mental education from Blackie's headbutt. Hee hee hee. I feel a little bad, Sejun said as he looked at the unconscious Het. But his expression didn't look sorry at all. And then, hee hee hee. I'll save this for later. Sejun carefully put the heart fragment of the great golden dragon, about the size of a small bead, into his pocket. Since eating it alone might get him killed, he planned to consume it under the watch of dragons. While Sejun was storing the dragon heart fragment, Iona was appraising the item Theo had picked first, a stone tablet covered in strange letters. However, even with Iona's appraisal, the tablet showed no reaction. Then, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has identified the essence of the tablet. Sejun's eyes turned golden. And then, it worked! At last, Sejun Nim has obtained the second access code. System 371, cheered. Chapter 676, ha ha ha. I was the one who raised our vice chairman Theo. PR, Minipixel Z. Code number 2, this is the second code to access System 371. You need to collect all 3 codes, 1, 2, and 3, to access System 371. Contents of the tablet revealed through title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning. The explanation was too unfriendly for its value. However, it was not a problem for Sejun, who was one step closer to the impeachment of System 371. He had finally gathered one. Wait for me, System 371. Vice Chairman Theo, you did very well. This could never have been found without Theo. Sejun laughed like a villain and gave Theo high praise. As Sejun praised Theo greatly, Pooh-hoo heart. I, Vice Chairman Theo, always do extremely well, meow, Theo bragged. Kayut. That's my boyfriend for you, Iona also boasted. And then, hey. Krueng. He. As expected, Quench's big brother is amazing. Kihihit. King. He. He's worthy of being the big brother of Great Blackie. Quenji and Blackie, who regarded Theo as their big brother, also swelled with pride. As the wave of pride spread in succession, ha ha ha. I was the one who raised our vice chairman Theo. Sejun also felt proud. Meow. Chairman Park's face is rotting. Meow. Everyone, charge. Meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Okay, Krueng. It's time to knead Dad's face. King. Step on him. Theo, Iona, Quenji, and Blackie all charged and stomped Sejun's face, ending the chain reaction of boasting. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, just wait a little. Meow. It's almost back to normal. Meow. I'm fine already. No, meow. It's because I, Vice Chairman Theo, fixed you. Meow. Krueng. Quenji also had a part in it. King. The great Blackie also stepped hard. While Sejun's face was being stomped on and purified by everyone. Het, who had received mental training from the Blackie family, regained consciousness. Who? What is this? Het discovered a cat paw stamp imprinted on the back of his hand. That's right. While unconscious, Theo had stamped him, making Het a full-time employee of Sejun Company. Pooh-hoo hut. Het, from now on, you're the team leader of Sejun Company's lottery department, so bring lots of things to draw. Meow. Theo, who had healed Sejun's face, approached Het and said this. For reference, the lottery department was just established by Sejun, and Het held the roles of team leader, deputy leader, and youngest member. In short, Het was a solo team. However, I'm Vice Chairman Theo. I actually belong to the Ritner Trading Company. Het already had an affiliation. Pooh-hoo hut. Resign from there. Meow. Of course, Theo didn't care. Do you not know about the Ritner Trading Company? If you want to leave, you either have to cut off both legs or pay 10 billion tower coins. The one being told to resign was internally panicking. Damn it. If only I hadn't signed back then. At the same time, the resentment of being tricked into joining the Ritner Trading Company in his youth under the promise of making lots of money surged. Then I'll resign from here first. In a fit of rage, Het applied for resignation. However, how dare you raise your voice in front of our great hybrid Chairman Park? Meow. King. Growling. Big brother. Leave it a great hybrid Blackie. Thunk. Instead of resignation, he received mental re-education from the Blackie family. A little later. Pooh-hoo hut. Het, don't worry. Meow. Now that you're a full-time employee of Sejun Company, we'll protect you. Meow. As Theo spoke reassuringly to Het, who had finished Blackie's mental training. So what should I do? If I move around, I'll definitely run into the Ritner Trading Company. It's not like Vice Chairman Theo will always be with me. Het cautiously asked while watching Theo and Blackie. Meow. Het is right. Meow. At Het's reasonable point, Theo pondered briefly. Chairman Park, help me. Meow. Eventually, he sent a pleading glance at Sejun, signaling an SOS. And then, Then just assign him a bodyguard. Quenji, assign one buck to Het for close protection. After a brief moment of thought, Sejun decided to assign a planet-destroying turtle as Het's bodyguard. It was an excessive level of protection, but since it was Sejun's command, no one objected. Krueng. Got it. Iona's sister-in-law, please use the dimensional transfer magic. Coyote. Okay. Power of magic. With Iona's help, Quenji used teleportation magic to move to the Black Quenji ship. Krueng. Buck number 23, you're coming with Quenji. Buck. It is an honor. I will follow you to the ends of hell. Krueng. Good. He brought back one planet-destroying turtle and attached it to Het's chest like a brooch. Krueng. Buck number 23, from now on, you'll protect this guy. Buck. Yes, sir. And so, the planet-destroying turtle, Buck number 23, became Het's personal guard. Do I really have to guard this lowly being instead of fighting alongside Quenji Nim? He didn't like it, but followed orders without complaint because it was from Quenji. But then, what can such a tiny turtle possibly do? The protected grumbled, unaware of his place. How dare he? Zing. Buck number 23 didn't hold back and fired a mini-destruction beam, vaporizing a building to make a point. Thanks to Buck number 23's show of force, Het quietly and dearly clung to the turtle on his chest. Of course, Het also had to compensate for the building Buck number 23 destroyed. Well then, see you next time. Pooh-hoo hut. Bring lots of things to draw. Meow. And so, Sejun and his party parted ways with Het and headed to the pirate bank as originally planned. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Were. Then I'll be off. I'll also gather lots of information. Poisonous Queen Bee Sweetie spoke with determination as she tied dozens of liquor bottles to her body with rope. All right, come back safely. Whir. Sweetie Nim, please be careful on your way. Whir. Take care. Toyong, 7th, and the other queen bee saw Sweetie off, transferring to Hell's pawnshop. With that, Sweetie and the alcohol disappeared, and, hee. Sweetie, welcome. Hell, the god of merchants, warmly greeted Sweetie. Wow. It's liquor made by Sejun. Or perhaps, it was the liquor Sweetie brought that she was welcoming so warmly. Whir. Hello, Hell Nim. I heard a lot about you from Sejun Nim and Theo Nim. They said you're so diligent and competent. Sweetie, the poisonous queen bee, greeted Hell with an alluring voice, never letting her gaze stray from Sejun's liquor. He. Sejun and Theo said that. That I'm competent. Whir? Yes. How can someone be so competent like you? I'm sure they did. Hell was completely charmed by Sweetie's words. He. It's a trade secret, but I'll tell you everything, Sweetie. Whir? Ah. Really? Please tell me. But in Tartarus? He. About that, fully disarmed, Hell started gleefully leaking secrets to Sweetie. This time, not even under the influence of alcohol. Grondra, Sejun and his party asked the locals for directions to the pirate bank. Welcome. This is the pirate bank's main branch. The staff greeted Sejun and the others. However, Poohoo Hut. Hand over the money, meow. Sejun and his party hadn't come with good intentions, and they immediately began robbing the bank. Although they originally came to inquire about how to issue a card, more is always better. Since the pirates earned this bad money through plunder, it should be okay to take it. Probably it'll be fine. After subduing the bank's security, Kayut. It's open. With Iona's magic, they opened the vault and took about 1,000 trillion tower coins. And then, how do you issue cards? They woke the unconscious bank manager to ask how to issue a card. Of course, the back of the manager's hand already had Theo's stamp on it. A card issuance? You simply stamp the pirate bank mark with this stamp on a card engraved with a name, and the card is issued. The bank manager said this as he took out a stamp made of what appeared to be a luxurious material. Is that so? That's easy. But I don't like the mark. Theo, your claw. Poohoo Hut. Here it is, meow. Snap. Sejun had Theo take out his claw. Scrape. Using Theo's claw, Sejun lightly sliced off the part of the pirate bank mark on the stamp to make it flat. Then, scratch. He began engraving his own name. He was trying to create a card issued by Sejun Company. Originally, the pirate bank mark contained an invisible, complex magic circle that made it impossible to issue cards otherwise. But since System SJC, which had absorbed the pirate bank system, was supporting Sejun, he could engrave whatever strange thing he wanted and still successfully issue a card. He. All done. With that, Sejun had finished engraving his name on the stamp. Poohoo Hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will engrave mine too, meow. Press. Theo then stamped his own paw print onto the stamp. Krueng. King. Quenji and Blackie, who had been eyeing the stamp from the side, quickly added their own paw prints. Kayut. Iona also quietly stamped the center of Theo's paw print with her own two dainty front paws. Thus, around Sejun's name, paw prints of Theo, Iona, and Quenji were engraved. King? Why is Great Blackie's paw not imprinted? Blackie, being too weak, couldn't leave a paw print. Stay still and put your paw there. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. That tickles. What's done is done. Sejun held Blackie's paw to the stamp and carefully traced it. Scratch. He engraved it himself. Then, Peacebays, put some strength in your paw for a moment. Pip. Press. He even stamped the paw print of the sleeping Peacebays onto the stamp. Thus, the initial version of the Sejun Company emblem was born. It was called the initial version because many more would likely step up to add their paw prints. Soon, the Sejun Company mark would be filled with many more. Then shall we make a card for our Quenji? Quenji, flatten this. Sejun pulled out one of Kaiser's scales and asked Quenji. Krueng. Bang. 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 Quenji placed the slightly curved Kaiser's scale between his two front paws and struck it dozens of times to flatten it. Then, Theo, cut this to the same size as the other pirate cards and engrave Quenji's name. He instructed Theo to cut the flattened Kaiser scale into a card-like size. Poohoo Hut. Leave it to me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. With full focus, Theo neatly trimmed the scale and engraved the name, Park Quenji. Theo's front paw glowed faintly. Though Theo had dragon claws, Kaiser's scale was so tough that cutting it cleanly required a lot of magic power. Burn brightly, meow. Unbeknownst to Sejun, his money was being consumed in that process, of course. Thus, after spending a tremendous amount of money, the black card was finally completed. Press. Sejun stamped the card. You have issued a black card. The black card was issued. Did it work? Sejun checked the options. Park Quenji's black card, a card made from the scale of the great black dragon leader, Kaiser Pratani. It is linked to Park Quenji's Sejun company account. You can use the money in the account by swiping the card. Remaining balance, 50,313 tower coins. If the account has no money, credit transactions are available. Grade, black. Limit, none. Issuer, Sejun company. Our Quenji has saved up quite a bit of allowance. Wait, what do you mean the limit is unlimited? Sejun began to have second thoughts about whether he should really give Quenji this black card. However, he. With just that, Quenji can buy anything he wants to eat. Quenji's eyes were already locked onto the black card in Sejun's hand, simply waiting for Sejun to hand it over. Quenji, using a card is dangerous. Make sure to think 3 times before you use it. Got it, Krueng. Krueng, got it. I'll think 3 times before using it. With a firm promise from Quenji, Sejun handed over the black card to him with trembling hands. But Sejun didn't know. Quenji usually thought about it around 100 times before buying food. Can I eat this? Can I eat this? Can I eat this? He. I thought 3 times, so now I can use the card. Telling Quenji to only think 3 times was essentially unlocking his restraint. Sejun's money was now in danger. Kihihit. King. He. Quenji Hyung. Buy some food for Great Blackie too. Even Blackie joined in, further threatening Sejun's funds. However, Poohoo Hut. Since there's a lot of money saved up, I want to make Chairman Park's rotting face a little less rotten, meow. The one who always posed the greatest threat to Sejun's money was Theo. Chapter 677, Quenji will earn lots of money and help pay for Dad's treatment. PR, Minipixel Z. Black Tower, 50th floor. Kiarong. We're finally here. Now all my misfortune will come to an end. Baektang cheered loudly upon reaching the 50th floor of the tower. Baektang firmly believed that once he reached the 50th floor, all of his misfortune would disappear. However, Puick. Bird droppings fell on Baektang's head. Splash. Kiarong. 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 Ack. Poop. Can't you see there's a leopard here? What where you poop? Baektang shouted toward the sky, but the bird that had pooped had already flown far away. Kiarong. I thought my luck would improve once I reached the 50th floor of the tower. Baektang had a sullen expression. Ooh-hee-hee. Baektang, I'll wipe it for you. Yoren wiped the bird droppings from Baektang's head. Kiarong. Thank you, Yoren Nim. Baektang expressed thanks to Yoren. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. I should be the one thanking you, Kiarong? He still didn't know where his misfortune was coming from. Grondra. Now let's finish stamping the remaining pirates and go home. As Sejun exited the main branch of the pirate bank, ready to finish the remaining tasks and return home. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I'm sleepy, meow. Let's sleep before going back, meow. Theo whined, saying he was sleepy. Are you really tired? Normally, Theo would just sleep on Sejun's lap, so Sejun asked in a concerned voice. That's right, meow. I'm very sleepy, meow. I must sleep immediately, meow. Let's sleep over there, meow. Theo whined and led Sejun to a quiet clearing where sunlight streamed down. All right. Let's rest our eyes a bit. So Sejun sat down in the plaza and placed Theo on his lap. Kerr. And immediately fell asleep. Just Sejun alone. Poohoo Hut. Iona, thank you, meow. Kayut. It's Theo Nim's request after all. It was Iona who had put Sejun to sleep using a sleep spell at Theo's request. Poohoo Hut. Now it's time to fix Chairman Park's rotten face, meow. Theo carefully laid Sejun down and smiled brightly. All of this was part of Theo's grand plan to massage Sejun's face. Quenji and Blackie, go play somewhere else for now, meow. Krueng. King. Knowing what Theo was about to do, Quenji and Blackie quietly left so as not to interfere. Kayut. Power of magic. Aina deployed protective and silence magic around the area, guarding the space so that no one could disturb Theo. Whoosh! Theo's front paw began to shine brightly. Press, press, press. Theo began massaging Sejun's face with great care and concentration. Theo instinctively felt it. Sejun was in danger if things continued like this. Sejun, a person from a level 1 world, had managed to survive until now. He had barely held on thanks to the help of his companions, maintaining a delicate balance that was always on the verge of collapse. But now, he was continuously pushing beyond his limits, and his insides were completely rotting from overexertion. To make matters worse, Earth had recently become a level 2 world, and Sejun's condition had further deteriorated. One might ask what the problem is since Earth's level growth increased potential, but Sejun's body was already in a state of extreme overexertion. It was like a rubber band stretched to its limit, just before breaking. Even though the rubber band had thickened with added strength, it didn't help much because of the many tears already present. In fact, the rapid increase in stats only intensified the pulling force, worsening his body's condition even faster. Theo described Sejun's condition as his face rotting, and had been treating him based on that. Of course, there was also the added benefit of making Sejun more handsome. After all, Theo had originally used healing magic because Sejun was too ugly. Anyway, Sejun was now more rotten than ever before. Why Theo only notices the rot when Sejun is being smug, or why he treats Sejun's face even when other parts are injured, remains a mystery. But what was clear is that Theo was treating Sejun. Press, press, press. Each time Theo's front paw pressed Sejun's face, the broken, stretched, and overworked parts of his body began to heal little by little. Pooh hut. Money. Burn brightly for our great hybrid chairman park. Meow. It cost a lot of money though. While Theo was treating Sejun, Quenji and Blackie were exploring the shopping district. At that moment, Kihihit. King. Hee. Quenji Hyung, great Blackie wants to eat that. Blackie caught a whiff of sweet potato bread from a bakery and begged Quenji. Krueng. Wait just a moment, I'll check. Quenji stared intensely at the bread. Can I eat it? Can I eat it? Can I eat it? After contemplating 3 times. Ku hey. Krueng. Krueng. Hee. Now it's okay. Let's buy it and eat it. Kihihit. King. Hee. Quenji Hyung, let's buy 10. Krueng. No. We're going to buy 100 pieces of bread. They went all out using the black card Sejun had given them. That will be 10 tower coins, though the amount wasn't much in the end. As the two were happily going around the market street buying and eating food, a dangerous dinner show hosted by the pirates' top chef and food killer Pugaro will begin shortly. Entry fee is only 1 million tower coins. Each time you survive eating Pugaro the food killer's dishes, the prize money doubles. And there are 10 dishes to eat. Time is running out. Those who haven't signed up yet, hurry and register. The announcement echoed around them. Krueng. They're giving food and money too. Kihihit. King. Hee. Quenji Hyung. Let's join too. It was more than enough to lure in Quenji and Blackie. With a name like Dangerous Dinner Show, it seemed like some ominous foods would be served, but, Krueng. Alright. We're joining too. King. Great Blackie is going to win this. They had already made up their minds. Krueng. 2 participants here. Quenji paid the entry fee for both of them using the card and entered the building where the dinner show was being held. Inside, around 10,000 participants were seated in front of individual dining tables. This way, please. Quenji and Blackie were also guided to their designated table and sat side by side. A short while later, now, let's begin the dinner show. Pugaro's first dish is 5 giant crab meat burgers. If you finish them all, you may challenge the next dish. By the way, since this is a pirate city, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't get caught. Not that we plan on monitoring you much. Ha. As the host spoke, staff placed 5 thick hamburgers, almost the size of soccer balls, on each participant's table. Coo-hoo-hoo. You eat mine too. Who? Why did I suddenly get 10? Was it you? Participants were forcing or tricking others into taking more crab burgers. And then, Krueng. Don't tell me this is it. Quenji was deeply disappointed by the 5 crab burgers, thinking it didn't live up to the title Food Killer. King. Quenji Hyung. Eat mine too. As expected, my butler's roasted and dried sweet potato is the best. Blackie took 1 bite of a crab burger and lost interest, asking Quenji to eat the rest. Krueng. Quenji devoured all 10 crab burgers in no time. Though the taste was far inferior to Sejun's cooking, Quenji was satisfied to fill his belly a bit and watch the other pirates' battles with Blackie. Krueng! That looks like something Dad could learn. Kihihit. King? King. Hee. The butler? No way. They were observing to see if there was a skill Sejun could learn. 30 minutes later, looks like everyone who could eat has finished. Eliminated participants who couldn't finish their food, please leave. Following the host's instruction, the eliminated contestants left. Most had to be carried out or helped due to serious injuries. Once the eliminated participants were gone, only about 3,000 remained. Around 70% had been eliminated with the first dish. Who? Those two are still here. What the? The remaining participants finally noticed Quenji and Blackie and looked surprised. They had assumed the two would be eliminated and didn't bother messing with them. Looks like we'll have to get rid of those guys first. As a few participants gave Quenji and Blackie sly smiles, before we serve the next dish, we'll give you a choice. Those who passed the first round can now receive double the entry fee, 2 million tower coins, as prize money. If you want to forfeit the next round and take the reward, please raise your hand now. For your information, if you eat the next dish, the prize money becomes 6 million tower coins. The host offered the participants a choice, to quit and take the reward, or continue the challenge. Since everyone had entered hoping to cash in, no one raised their hand. Very good. You're all very brave. Then we'll move on to the next dish. Pugaro's second dish is calamansi juice to soothe your greasy stomachs from the crab meat burgers earlier. As the host introduced the second dish, staff brought out calamansi juice in ordinary-looking glasses and placed them before the participants. This time, the quantity wasn't large. What's this? Nothing special. A few participants, unaware, took the shot. Krrk. Ooh. They grimaced and twisted their bodies at the piercing sourness. Puh. Trickle. Some couldn't withstand the sourness and spat or sprayed out the juice. Spitting out the food means disqualification. They were immediately disqualified. Gulp. Of course, it was an easy task for Quenji. King. Quenji Hyung, I don't like this. Great Blackie doesn't want it either. Krueng. Quenji drank Blackie's share too. Just then, he. You drank that so well? Then you should drink mine too. Drip drip drip. A pirate named Lumio poured his own juice into Quenji's empty glass. But, trickle trickle trickle. The juice didn't go into the cup and spilled out instead. Dad told me not to drink after someone else. Quenji had blocked the cup's mouth using telekinesis. Disqualified. Thus, Lumio, who wasted his juice, was eliminated. How did he do that? Should I feed him directly? Just force it down? Seeing this, the other participants approached Quenji with different tactics. Kuing. If you come at me, you'll be sorry. Quenji's ferocious Krueng. Fu made the approaching pirates back off instantly. King. Go. Come closer and Great Blackie will punish you. Blackie also growled from the side, but it didn't seem to deter the pirates much. Once all the calamansi juice had been consumed, the remaining participants numbered 2,700. This round was easier, so there weren't many disqualifications. Now, it's time to choose again. Once more, the host asked if participants would forfeit and take 6 million tower coins or continue the challenge and aim for 4 times that, 24 million tower coins. Naturally, no one forfeited, and Pugaro's third dish was brought out. Pugaro's third dish is a super-sized chestnut bun. As the host introduced the dish, staff brought in massive buns on trays. Buns nearly the size of compact cars. Crunch. Quenji leisurely finished even Blackie's bun and waited for the next dish. Honestly, he wasn't even 10% full yet. After finishing the third dish, 2,000 participants remained. The next dish is bitter melon salad. Soon the fourth dish was presented. The prize now jumped to 5 times, 120 million tower coins. Krueng. It's too bitter. For Quenji, who absolutely hated bitterness, this was the first real danger. Should I give up? As Quenji stared at the bitter melon salad, wondering whether to continue. Meow? Why is it so rotten? Meow. Theo was startled, realizing Sejun's face was more rotten than he had expected. Sejun's condition was so bad, it couldn't be resolved with the money they had. He couldn't stop the healing midway since he had already opened the wound. That would be more dangerous for Sejun. I need more money, meow. Theo needed to come up with an additional 1,000 trillion tower coins within the hour. A crisis for the Sejun family. At that moment, crunch. If I eat all 10, Quenji can make lots of money. Quenji will earn lots of money and help pay for Dad's treatment. Quenji began pushing through the bitterness of the bitter melon salad, enduring for Sejun's sake. Chapter 678, An Invaluable Clunker. Minipixel Z. Sejun's mental world. Sejun strolled through the farm, enjoying the pleasantly breezy wind. Humming a tune. Sejun was in a very good mood right now. The reason was, he. Why do I feel so good? I feel like I could fly. I could soar up to the sky. Because it was time to let go of everything worldly and move on. Unaware that the time of his death was approaching, Sejun was simply enjoying the feeling. Grondra, Krueng, I ate it all. King, Quenji Hyung. You're the best. Quenji, who had endured and finished even Blackie's salad, raised his arms in celebration with Blackie. And then, Pugaro's fifth dish is the gingerbread house. The fifth challenge began. This time, the dish is quite large, so we ask the participants to move. Please follow me. The participants followed the host, and they saw hundreds of life-sized houses made entirely of sweets. It would have been nice if Yuren Hyung were here too. While Quenji belatedly thought of Yuren, then, please begin your meal. Following the host's guidance, the participants began eating the gingerbread houses. Ku hey. Krueng. He. This is fun. Even Quenji, whose mouth had turned bitter from the earlier salad, excitedly began eating the gingerbread house. Bang! Quenji boldly attacked the wall first. Kihihit. King. He. This is fun. Blackie ran around inside the gingerbread house. He. It tastes like sweet potato. Slurp. 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 And started from the doorknob. However, King, Quenji Hyung. The great Blackie is full. Blackie, who barely managed to eat a single doorknob, lay on his back with his belly sticking out and asked Quenji for help. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Leave it to Quenji Hyung. Quenji, whose stomach wasn't even 10% full yet, cleanly finished Blackie's share as well. After they finished the gingerbread houses, around 700 participants remained. Now it's time to choose. Before the sixth dish was revealed, the host gave them the choice to either take the prize money and quit or continue the challenge. And then, from now on, dishes worthy of the name of Pugaro, the food killer, will be served. Participants, please act accordingly. You must eat your food entirely on your own. Otherwise, you will be disqualified. He warned that from the next challenge onward, no shortcuts would be allowed. This was the dangerous dinner show starting now. Krueng. Blackie, you are full now, so take a break. King. Okay. Great, Blackie will cheer you on instead. With that, including Blackie, 100 participants gave up the challenge, and the remaining 600 faced the sixth dish. A short while later, ding! The bell rang in the kitchen. Pugaro's sixth dish is meatballs laced with the poison of Odusa. 10 dark red meatballs were placed in front of each participant. True to the name of the food killer, this dish was laced with poison. Gulp. Of course, it was no problem at all for Quenji. Krueng. It feels a little lacking. No, the problem, if there was one, was that the amount was too small. Then, the next dish. The seventh, eighth, and ninth dishes that followed were large portions laced with stronger poisons and overwhelmingly bitter, sour, and salty flavors. In the end, Quenji was the only participant left. The others couldn't eat anymore or couldn't withstand the poison, so they quit. Now, participant Quenji, will you quit the challenge here and take the 3,628.8 billion tower coins prize? Or will you challenge Pugaro's 10th dish and claim 20 times the prize? Krueng. I'll challenge it. Quenji answered the host's question without a moment of hesitation. Still too weak at calculations to count beyond 10,000, he didn't know how much the prize would increase if he took the challenge, but, I want to earn more money for Dad's treatment. Quenji just wanted to earn as much as he could. And then, participant Quenji has chosen to challenge Pugaro's 10th dish. At last, we'll be able to see the food killer Pugaro's 10th dish for the first time in dinner show history. At Quenji's response, the host shouted in an excited voice. Although Pugaro's dinner show had been held hundreds of times so far, Pugaro had never made a 10th dish in his own dinner show. That was because the participants had either died or given up before reaching that point. A moment later, ding! The bell rang in the kitchen. This 10th dish is called Devil's Tears. It is said to be a dish that condenses 5 flavors together with poison. A staff member placed a dish in front of Quenji. At the center of a wide plate were 5 tear-shaped dots. 5 dots smaller than a pinky fingernail. The amount was very small, but the effort and ingredients that had gone into making this tiny dish were beyond imagination. However, it's not that great. According to Quenji's standards, it wasn't a delicious dish. Just from the smell, Quenji could tell that this dish did not come close to Sejun's cooking. Quenji had the talent called gourmet, which made him feel full when eating delicious food. That talent had evolved day by day, reaching a stage where he could determine the taste and fullness level of a dish just from its aroma. The fact that the chef who prepared this dish had the title of food killer alone placed him far below Sejun in comparison. So Quenji never said Pugaro's food was delicious while eating it. And then, lick! Lick! He licked the dish, made with Pugaro's tremendous effort and rare ingredients, casually as if eating an ordinary meal. As expected, it doesn't fill me up. I want to eat Dad's cooking soon. Gulp! As Quenji swallowed Pugaro's dish while thinking of Sejun's cooking. Oh! Quenji has swallowed the devil's tears. If he endures for one more minute, the 72,576,000,000,000 tower coins will be his. 59. 58. The host began the countdown. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Hey. Host, hurry and hand over the money. Quenji Hyung, elder brother of Great Blackie, can definitely endure this. Blackie urged the host to hand over the money. 2. 1. Then, the minute was up. Success! Quenji has eaten food killer Pugaro's 10th dish and safely completed the dangerous dinner show. Quenji, congratulations! The host congratulated Quenji. At that moment, clap. 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 Well done. Pugaro, who had been in the kitchen, revealed himself while applauding. He was a slender man so beautiful he could be mistaken for a woman. Mr. Quenji, let me make a proposal. If you eat my ultimate dish, I will give you 100 times the prize money. Pugaro proposed a new challenge to Quenji. To pay 100 times the 72.576 trillion tower coins, he would have to bet all the money he had earned through his dangerous dinner show up to this point. But it didn't matter. By coincidence, his dinner show had gained popularity thanks to its unusual concept and had earned enormous wealth, but for Pugaro, who had devoted himself solely to cooking, money wasn't what mattered. It had been 500 years since he began cooking. He had spent his whole life searching for a guest who would eat the ultimate dish he created. He was deeply curious about the taste evaluation from someone who could eat a dish even he himself could not. Oh! Food killer Pugaro is proposing a new challenge. The condition is 100 times the prize money. What a shocking offer! Quenji, will you accept? The host, caught off guard by the unexpected development, cried out excitedly. This was the beauty of hosting. And then, Krueng! Okay! Quenji naturally accepted Pugaro's long-cherished offer. He. Quenji is going to earn a lot of money. The food wasn't very filling, which was a bit disappointing, but since he'd get money just by eating, there was no reason to refuse. Thank you. Please wait just a moment. As Pugaro hurried back into the kitchen to begin cooking. This is bad, meow. We're almost out of money, meow. If this keeps up, our great hybrid Chairman Park will die, meow. Theo, who was healing Sejun, became increasingly worried as Sejun's wealth dwindled. The fortunes he and Iona had were already long gone. Pip. Big brother, here. P-Space hurriedly went to the Black Tower and got money from Eileen and the dragons. The dragons usually spent all their tower coins at the dragon market, so they barely had any money on hand. Even after scraping together all they could, they were still short by about 100 trillion. High cost, low efficiency. Sejun was truly the worst mileage clunker. But, no way, meow. What am I supposed to do without Chairman Park, meow? To Theo, he was a very precious clunker. Why isn't there money falling from the sky, meow? Chairman Park said I'm lucky, meow. Money's gotta fall from somewhere, meow. Theo continued Sejun's treatment, placing his last hope on his own luck. Ding! When the bell in the kitchen rang. Oh! Everyone, thank you for waiting. The bell has rung to signal that the dish is finally complete. The host grabbed the microphone again and resumed emceeing. Step. This time, Pugaro personally came out of the kitchen carrying the dish. And then, this dish is my ultimate dish that embodies what was in my imagination, made with the finest poisons and ingredients I know. I named it Heaven View, meaning to see heaven after eating it. He explained his dish in front of Quenji. However, if one listened carefully to Pugaro's explanation, every detail was terrifying. He said it was an imaginary dish he had never made before, with all kinds of poison. Moreover, Heaven View meant nothing less than dying and going there. Gulp. Of course, Quenji downed the soup in one shot without a second thought. How does it taste? Please don't die. Say something before you die. Pugoro asked with a desperate expression, staring intently at Quenji. But, Krueng, I'm hungry. Quenji said something completely different. I'm so hungry. It was an emergency. After eating something so tasteless, instead of feeling full, hunger surged violently. Rustle. Rustle. Quenji quickly stuck his front paw into his snack pouch and scarfed down the snacks Sejun had made, filling his belly. While Quenji was busy filling up, he said he's hungry after eating my ultimate dish. Does that mean he wants more? That must mean my dish was so delicious he wants more. Pugoro interpreted Quenji's words in the way most favorable to himself. And then, he. If my dish was that delicious, then I'll personally become Quenji's exclusive chef. Pugoro proposed becoming Quenji's exclusive chef. Krueng. No, thanks. Naturally, Quenji refused. Since the prize money was automatically deposited via the card used for the entry fee. Krueng. Blackie, let's go. Kihihit. King. He. Let's go. Quenji and Blackie quickly left the dinner show venue. Please hire me as your chef. I want to keep getting feedback on my cooking. Leaving behind Pugoro, who was desperately calling out to him. Just like that, instead of a view of heaven, Quenji gained 7,000 trillion tower coins. Meow? Money really fell from the sky, meow. Feeling Sejun's account suddenly swelling with funds. Whoosh! Money! Burn, meow. Squish. 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 Theo joyfully burned through the money while massaging Sejun's face. Poo-hoo-hut. Theo regained his smile again. As expected, if you trust in the words of great hybrid Chairman Park, even an empty bank account gets filled again, meow. Today, his faith in Sejun grew even stronger. There was no end to the devotion of a fanatic. A little while later. Poo-hoo-hut. All done, meow. When Theo's treatment was finished, flying ooh, crack. Crack. Sejun's body, which had been about to fly up to the sky, twisted and began to transform completely. Chapter 679, Got Fooled. Great Blackie got played by the butler. PR, Minipixel Z. Grondra. Crack. Crack. In the process of being reborn, Sejun's bones twisted grotesquely and reassembled. Hey. Quenji helped with Dad's treatment fee. So he got even better. Now Dad can withstand Quenji's one finger. Quenji looked at Sejun with a proud expression. Of course, the finger Quenji referred to was the weakest pinky. Kihihit. King. He. The way Butler is writhing is just like Mukboople. Mukboople, remember this and let's show the Butler later. Pooh. Okay. Next to Quenji, Blackie was excited at the thought of teasing Sejun. Pooh? Pooh? Like this? Like this? Mukboople was eagerly mimicking Sejun's movements, writhing around. Blackie and Mukboople, you mustn't do that, meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park is narrow-minded, so if you tease him, he'll definitely sulk and not give you any roasted and dried sweet potatoes, meow. Theo advised Blackie and Mukboople. Poo-hoo-hut. Our Chairman Park is a petty man who sulks when teased, meow. No. It was a boast. For Theo, everything about Sejun was something to boast about. As the group watched over Sejun, the transformation process continued for several hours. Waste started to be expelled from Sejun's body, and a poop smell began to waft around. At the same time, the group hurriedly put on gas masks. Poo-hoo-hut. Looks like the poop smell from Chairman Park's body is almost gone now, meow. Kiu, that's a relief. Krueng. That's a relief. But Dad's poop smell is really strong. Kihihit. King. He. Kabulto is the fart captain, and the butler is the poop fart captain. They chatted while looking at Sejun. A moment later. Sejun, regaining his senses after the transformation. Why are you guys? He looked puzzled at the group wearing gas masks as they stared at him. Ooh. What's this smell? He quickly covered his nose and mouth with his hands as the stench pierced his nostrils. Not knowing it was his own smell. Ooh-weck. Thanks to that, Sejun only felt nauseated from smelling his own stench. Maintain cleanliness. Maintain cleanliness. Realizing belatedly that the smell came from his own body, Sejun quickly used the skill to wash off the poop smell. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, do it to us too, meow. The smell from you got into our fur, meow. Okay, only after Sejun used his skill hundreds of times on himself and his group members. Sniff sniff. I think the smell's gone now. Guys, can you smell me and check? Sejun asked the others to confirm since he had already adapted to the smell. He. Sejun extended his right hand and sneered maliciously. I can't be the only one to suffer this. The hand Sejun extended was the one he hadn't used the skill on. Sejun showed an unnecessary passion to make the others smell him by deliberately not washing his right hand. However, Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, we don't fall for such cheap tricks, meow, Kayut. I've been watching since earlier, wondering why Sejun Nim hasn't washed that hand. Ku-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji won't fall for Dad's prank. The party members had caught on to Sejun's trick and didn't take off their gas masks. TCH, maintain cleanliness. Sejun washed his right hand with his skill, disappointed. Then suddenly, why is Blackie so quiet? He should have made a fuss, saying he'd been tricked, right? Or at least act all smug for not getting tricked. With a question in mind, Sejun looked at Blackie. King. Got fooled. Great. Blackie got played by the butler. Blackie appeared in shock, holding his nose. It seemed he had removed his gas mask before Sejun washed his hand. He. It really makes the prank worthwhile to have our gullible Blackie around. After washing his hands completely, Sejun hugged the dear Blackie who fell for his prank and put him into his sling bag. But guys, what happened? How did I end up unconscious and even smelling like poop? And weirdly, my body feels light too. He asked about the situation. Poo-hoo-hut. Vice Chairman Theo. Theo explained the situation to Sejun. Really? I transformed again. Is this the third time now? Or the fourth if I count when my bones were changed to dragon bones? As Sejun was counting the number of times he had undergone transformation, this wasn't the time to be counting such things. No wonder my body feels so light. Guys, thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the group. Theo, who always devoted himself to Sejun. Iona, who suffered while following Theo. Quenji, the son who only thought of his dad. Blackie family, who quit being apostles of destruction and came along, despite being so easily fooled. They all had gone through so much for his sake. It was treatment far beyond what he deserved. What am I even? Unknowingly, Sejun let his heart speak aloud. Poo-hoo-hut. If someone asks who the great hybrid Chairman Park is, it is only natural that we answer in his stead, meow. Everyone, tell us who Chairman Park is, meow, Kayut. He's the chairman of Sejun Company, Ku-hey. Krueng. He. He's Quenji's dad, Ki-hit. King. He-hit. He's the great Blackie's butler. The group members responded to Sejun's words. They answered who Sejun was. Honestly, they weren't exactly profound answers, but to Sejun, they were more touching than any other. Poo-hoo-hut. On top of that, Chairman Park is the man who gulped down 1,000 trillion tower coins, meow, until Theo said that. Who? I gulped down 1,000 trillion tower coins? What does that mean? Poo-hoo-hut. Vice Chairman Theo, burned all of Chairman Park's wealth to heal his body, meow. You burned all of that on my body. Thud. At Theo's answer, Sejun slumped down helplessly. Poo-hoo-hut. Lick. Theo climbed onto Sejun's lap and began grooming himself and Iona, who clung to his tail. Ku-hey. Quenji also clung to Sejun's side and closed his eyes. Ki-hit. Guys, this is our chance. Blackie, along with his subordinates, launched a covert operation aiming for the roasted and dried sweet potatoes in Sejun's pocket. And then, blank stare. With that kind of money, I could have bought Earth and had change left over. Sejun was so shocked from losing 1,000 trillion tower coins that he couldn't come to his senses for a while. A bit later, I spent that much money, so something must have changed, right? With anticipation, Sejun checked his status window. His body felt lighter and stronger, so he was sure his stats had increased. But, what? Why haven't they gone up even a bit? There was no change in his stats. The improved efficiency of his body due to the transformation had caused Sejun to misunderstand. Still, there was one thing that had changed. Talent, hard-working talent, a remarkable talent that allows one to surpass limits to some extent through effort. All base potential for stats increases to 1,000. Receive 10 bonus stats every time you level up. When effort towards something exceeds a certain level, stat increase, skill acquisition, and talent awakening may occur. The once beyond mediocre had evolved into a hard-working talent. A meager result compared to the enormous amount of money spent. Theo had used healing magic to treat and strengthen Sejun's bones, muscles, heart, and more, but the body's design remained the same. Changing that design was impossible, no matter how much money one had. Unless one was reborn. The law of unchanging blueprints applied here too. The next best option was to continue undergoing transformations periodically to expel waste whenever the body deteriorated. And, I feel like Chairman Park's face is rotting meow. Sejun's body was already beginning to deteriorate again. Fortunately, the speed at which it was decaying was significantly slower than before. This was because the evolution of his talent had increased his base potential from 100 to 1000. Where once he had endured immense stats with a potential of 100, now he was doing so with 1000, reducing the burden by tenfold. It was similar to a rubber band becoming more elastic. Just a talent change, and that's it. Sejun faced the disappointing result. I need to earn even harder. He realized anew that he was the biggest money-consuming hippo and decided to work even more diligently to earn money. Guys, let's head back to the Black Quenji ship. For now, Sejun returned to the ship and stamped the pirate crew, who were under surveillance by the planet-destroying turtles, as full-time employees of Sejun Company. I'll give you your missions. He instructed the pirates to shift from piracy to a business of dimensional trade and providing security to worlds. And then, Iona, let's go home now. Kayut. Yes, with Iona's dimensional transfer magic, they returned to the Black Tower. Grondra, Ritna Trading Company branch. Here is my resignation. When Het submitted his resignation, Het, you're leaving our trading company. You must be rich then? Or maybe you don't need both your legs. Vank, Het's direct superior sitting at the desk, stared coldly at Het's legs and spoke. Step. Sensing a murderous aura, Het instinctively took a step back to protect his legs. And then, I trust in Buck number 23. Grabbing Buck number 23, who was hanging from his chest, Het gathered his courage. No. I don't have money, and I still need both legs. What? Are you kidding me? You want to leave the company without giving anything in return? Yes. Buck number 23 Nim, please. Het respectfully raised Buck number 23 with both hands. Ziying. With its destruction beam, planet-destroying turtle Buck number 23 blew away the top of Vank's head along with the building above it in one clean shot. In the process, Vank's head also became perfectly smooth. Can I leave now? When Het asked, TH then yes. Het, from now on you are no longer part of the Ritna Trading Company, Vank hurriedly replied. However, Buck, you must become a subordinate of Quenjinim. Buck number 23 did not let Vank off. Yes. The answer was, of course, yes. In the face of a destruction beam, everything was a yes. And so, Vank also betrayed the Ritna Trading Company and joined Sejun Company. Naturally, following the long-standing tradition of Sejun Company, Het, who joined first, became Vank's superior. Vank will now be the youngest member of the lottery department. Het was no longer the youngest in the lottery department. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Eileen, I'm home. As soon as Sejun arrived home, he informed Eileen of his return. The tower's administrator asks with a concerned voice if your body is okay. Yeah. I'm fine. Actually, I feel even better. Sejun responded cheerfully on purpose to ease Eileen's concern. Then, Eileen, what do you want for dinner? He asked Eileen if there was any dish she wanted to eat. Sejun intended to repay everyone who had worried about him with his cooking. The tower's administrator says she wants the 100-layer the 10-layer pancakes that you make. Eileen, concerned that Sejun had only just recovered, significantly lowered the layer level request from 100 to 10. He. Got it. 100-layer pancakes, order confirmed. Sejun was touched by Eileen's kind heart and accepted the order. Then, dragons, I'm back. Is there any snack you'd like? He also visited the 9 dragons and asked for their order. Then, what do you guys want to eat? After taking orders from the group members, he had Sejun number 12 assist him and began cooking personally. Today was a day that called for it. A while later, Eileen, here are your snacks. As Sejun finished cooking and served the food to the dragons, your effort in cooking has reached a certain level. Due to the hard-working talent, your area of effort has grown. Skill, cooking, master, has evolved into delicious cooking, master. You can now bring out flavors that surpass the limits of ingredients through cooking. A change occurred in Sejun's cooking skill, which had long remained the same. And then, congratulations, guardian of fine cuisine, Park Sejun Nim. Star, delicious, sparkled hard in the night sky, congratulating Sejun on his growth. He. Just to let you know, I wasn't just slacking off all this time. Thanks to this, Sejun's smug face gleamed even brighter under the starlight of delicious. Chairman Park's face is rotting meow. Press. Theo, who would not normally have discovered such a minor sign, spotted the subtle decay on Sejun's face and healed it. Chapter 680, He. Reborn Park Sejun. Magnificent. PR, Minipixel Z. Midnight on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pip. Good night, everyone. Peace, who had woken up later than usual after running around during the day to collect money in order to save Sejun, started to move. I'm hungry. Flap. First heading to the kitchen to fill his belly. Peace, thank you for earlier today. As expected, our Peace is the best. Pa he. He became happy as he looked at the note and fruit lunchbox Sejun had left behind. And, I will quickly find the treasure and fill Sejun Nim's void storage. That way, Sejun Nim will become happier and healthier. Determined to find the treasure hidden by the gods of treacherous, he ignited his passion. Nominative nom. It's delicious. He aggressively sucked up the fruit juice. A moment later, after finishing his meal, swoosh! Peace enthusiastically opened dimensional gates and went in search of the remaining 3 worlds out of the 5 that Toryong had learned about, KPs, Naamyok, and Swin. While wandering through dozens of different worlds, swoosh! Peace created a dimensional gate into a new world, looked around, and discovered a resident. He looks like both Big Brother and Sejun Nim. What Peace had found was a cat person. A feline humanoid. Pip. What is the name of this world? Feeling a sense of familiarity, Peace approached and asked. This world, you ask? Moo-hoo-hoo. What an interesting question. This place is called Naamyok. And I am Hiren. From the cat person with an accent similar to Theo's Granier dialect, he got the answer he wanted. Pip. I finally found it. Peace was thrilled to have found the world where the treasure was hidden. Where did this little guy come from? He looks fascinating and adorable. Hiren looked at Peace with a gaze filled with curiosity and greed. Of course, there was no good intent. However, if I create a dimensional gate right in front of the place where the treasure is, Sejun Nim will be even more pleased, right? Focus solely on wanting to bring greater joy to Sejun, Peace didn't notice Hiren's gaze. And then, Pa he. Hiren Nim, do you happen to know of Arian Castle? He asked Hiren if she knew the location where the treasure was hidden. Arian Castle? Of course I know it. I'll guide you there. Pip. Really? Thank you. And so, the path to Arian Castle with Hiren began. Pip. But I don't see any other residents here. Where did they all go? While moving around, Peace started to wonder as he hadn't seen any other residents of Naamyok. Of course. This is my land. And everything on my land belongs to me, Hiren answered Peace's curiosity, wearing a sinister smile. Pip. Sensing that something was wrong, Peace quickly tried to ascend high into the sky. Miahaha. It's already too late. Shackles of ceiling. Restrain him. Whoosh. Suddenly, a massive violet magic circle appeared on the ground. Clatter. Massive chains with shackles at the end surrounded Peace. Clink. Before he realized it, a shackle was attached to Peace leg. It was a shackle Peace could easily shake off with his strength, but, who? The moment the shackle was fastened, Peace thoughts returned to the time when he was locked alone in the void storage by Skaram. At the same time, fear overwhelmed Peace and he became powerless. It was traumatic. He had thought he had overcome it, but being with Sejun had merely helped suppress it well. Pip Sejun Nim, I can't breathe, I'm scared. Peace fell into panic and lost consciousness. Clatter. The chains dragged Peace into the magic circle. And as Peace was pulled into the ground, the magic circle vanished. Miahaha. My collection has grown. The corrupted hero of Naamyok, the Witch of the Abyss, Hiren, headed to her castle with her new trophy. To her original destination, Arian Castle. Forest of Creation. Candidate for the Tree of Creation. You have succeeded in transforming all 5 great barren lands into life-filled grounds. You have passed the 4th trial. Well done. Receive your reward. With the trial statue acknowledging the completion of the 4th trial, Flamey received her reward, and her power increased dramatically. However, So now there's only the final trial left. Despite becoming stronger than usual, Flamey didn't look sad. Now, even if she passed the trial or became stronger, she had a way to stay with Sejun, so she was fine. By holding her breath under the law of the Tree of Creation, weakened when holding breath and using power, frail pretty girl, she could stay by Sejun's side for about an hour. Unfortunately, she couldn't use the above law and power as an avatar. Since Sejun Nim has gotten a bit stronger, I think I could extend it to about 3 minutes more. Hee. I'm excited. Flamey was thus delighted that Sejun had grown stronger through transformation of the body. Then, when is the final trial? She asked the trial statue about the schedule for the 5th trial. The trial has already begun. What? You haven't even told me what the trial is about. The 5th trial to become the Tree of Creation candidate starts with finding the problem. She realized she had to find the problem herself first. And then, avatars, quickly spread out and start searching. Hee. Yes. Hee. Yes. To find the question for the final trial, Flamey began dispatching avatars across thousands of worlds. All right. Feeling refreshed from yesterday's complete transformation, Sejun got up energetically. Hee. Reborn Park Sejun. Magnificent. My face is more handsome, and my body's better too. Sejun spent a moment basking in self-admiration. I should be fine, right? Unconsciously, he glanced over at Theo. Gorarong. Curarong. Fortunately, Theo was sound asleep with Iona. Then, why the heck am I checking Theo's reaction? Feeling annoyed for no reason. Squish. He grabbed Theo's cheek and stretched it out. Hee. Do you know your sins? Just as Sejun's bad mood was nearly gone while playing with Theo's chewy rice cake-like cheeks. Meow chairman, I'm so wee, meow. Theo apologized in his sleep. Hee. Seeing Theo like that completely lifted Sejun's spirits. He took the Theo couple and the Blackie family and stepped outside. Clack. He opened the void storage. And, as usual, he hunted while checking over the Calamity Farm. Vice Chairman Theo, claws. Using Theo's claws. Understood, meow, shink. His claws came out a bit slowly because he was sleepy. Sejun grabbed Theo's claws, aimed at the target, and firmly pressed Theo's toe. Shoom. Theo's magic blade flew in a straight line. It was Theo's skill 1 meow slash. Shoom. In this way, Sejun eliminated locusts with Theo's 1 meow slash while he was asleep. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated the first calamity of destruction, White Locust. You have gained 50 million experience points, which is 50% of the experience obtained by Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo. You have gained an additional 100 million experience points from the effective title, Owner of the Calamity Farm. He gained experience together with Theo. Although the experience was halved compared to solo kills, it was faster and easier. He conveniently collected the Calamity corpses with power, insignificant and cowardly plunder, which allowed him to take one item within 100 meters without being noticed. While inspecting the farms one by one like that, congratulations! You have leveled up. You have acquired 10 bonus stats. Your strength has increased by 30. Your strength potential has increased by 1%. Sejun leveled up at the slime farm and reached level 190. A job quest has occurred. Job quest, you must master the harvesting skill. Reward, unlock level 191, 600 billion tower coins, all stats 1300. He received a job quest. Luckily, the content of the job quest was something Sejun had already achieved. You have already mastered harvesting, master. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, level 191 has been unlocked. As a reward for completing the quest, 600 billion tower coins. As a reward for completing the quest, all stats increased by 1300. Sejun instantly completed the job quest and received the rewards. Hee. This is the honey-sucking life of genius Park Sejun. With a satisfied smile, Sejun wrapped up his remaining tasks. Above all, what made him feel the most accomplished was receiving 10 bonus stats from leveling up. A little later, after finishing the work at the Calamity Farm, Sejun left the void storage and summon door. He headed to the 10th tower, where he began working again by planting seeds and harvesting crops. Maybe it was the lightness of his body or his good mood, but the work went smoothly. While Sejun was deeply immersed in farming. Krueng! Sejun Nim, are you there? He heard Pinkfur calling for him from outside the gate. Oh. I'm here. I'll be right out. Sejun responded and quickly returned to the Black Tower. Pinkfur's arrival meant she was here to leave Quenji with him while going off for training and to pick up Choco Pie. In other words, he had to hurry and make Choco Pie. So Sejun exited the gate connected to the 10th tower. Krueng! Our little Quenji's still dreaming. Ku hey. He received Quenji, mounted him at his side, and went with Pinkfur to the kitchen. Then, cook! He replicated the Choco Pie made by Sejun number 12 and filled Pinkfur's snack pouch with them. Here you go. when Sejun handed the snack pouch full of choco pie to Pink Fur. Krueng. Krueng. Thank you. But where is Peacebays? Pink Fur expressed gratitude and asked about Peacebays' whereabouts. Peacebays? Of course, on my left shoulder her. He's not there. As Sejun reached for his left shoulder and didn't feel Peacebays, he hurriedly checked all over his body to find the hidden Peacebays. As Sejun frantically searched his body, Chairman Park, what's going on? Meow. Coyote. Krueng. Dad, what's wrong? King. King. Because of Butler, Great Blackie woke up. Since it's your fault, give me roasted and dried sweet potato. The others couldn't help but wake up too. Guys, do you see Peacebays? Sejun urgently asked his group. Meow? Chairman Park, Peacebays is gone. Meow. Kyang. I don't see him. Krueng. Peacebays isn't here. King? Big brother Peacebays, where did you go? Feeling something was wrong, the group searched for Peacebays, but he was nowhere to be seen. Where did Peacebays go? Sejun thought for a moment. No way. He quickly crossed the dimensional gate Peacebays had created with the group and arrived not at Camille Deziong, but in another world. You have entered the level 9 world Nyamyok. System 371 sent Sejun a message to inform him which world he had entered, trying to gain his favor. Level 9 world, Nyamyok? If it's Nyamyok, that's the world where the treasure is hidden. Is he looking for the treasure? Normally, Peacebays always returned before morning, so Sejun was a bit worried, but since Peacebays was quite strong, he didn't worry too much. In the 99th floor of the Black Tower, worrying about others is the most pointless thing of all. Forcibly suppressing the worry rising in his heart, Sejun asked, Iona, can you locate Peacebays? Because Iona had cast location tracking magic on everyone to easily find Theo, she should be able to locate Peacebays. Coyote. Just a moment. Power of magic, follow the mark. Iona used magic. Coyote. Sejun Nim, that way. She pointed toward the north, filled with dark clouds as if rain was about to fall. I got a bad feeling about this. An unexplained sense of unease crept into Sejun. Ku-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Dad, ride on Quenji's back. Meanwhile, Quenji grew in size and carried the group. Quenji, full speed. Krueng. Got it. Boom. To alleviate Sejun's anxiety, Quenji flew north faster than the speed of sound. Chapter 681, You Are Nocturnal, Peacebays. PR, Minipixel Z. Nyamyok. Guys, Mommy's here. Hiren, who had arrived at Arian Castle, shouted toward her collections. Inside the giant circular prison, Hiren's young collections, dressed in high-quality clothes, stared at her with anxious eyes. Mayhaha. Where should I put my baby? Hiren, enjoying the looks in their eyes, slowly walked around the prison, pondering where to place Peacebays. Being anxious meant they were still alive. Hiren, the hero of Nyamyok, the witch of the abyss. She was respected by everyone and had a happy family and lived a normal, joyful life, but that period was too short. A sudden accident. From that accident, Hiren lost both her husband and child at the same time, receiving a tremendous shock and losing her sanity. It would have been better if she could seek revenge, but it was merely an unfortunate accident. Afterward, though she seemed to regain her mind, Hiren developed a strange compulsion to collect. She started gathering young beings. She tried to fill the sense of loss from losing her child by raising other things. At first, she started by raising sprouts or baby animals, but though the emptiness seemed briefly filled, it only grew bigger. And Hiren, as if addicted, began to capture all young beings, regardless of their species, to fill her emptiness. Thus, Hiren captured all young life existing in Nyamyok. When she could no longer fill the void and was in agony, she discovered Peacebays. Mayhaha. This spot looks good for my baby to rest. Hiren laughed pleasantly as she put Peacebays in prison. However, Hiren's expression hardened as she turned her back. The void that had been briefly filled instantly expanded again, leaving her empty once more. Cook. Let's find a new collection. It was a little better this time. Next time, it will be even better. Yes, the endless emptiness again created a giant void and demanded a new sacrifice. And then, Sejun Nim, I am scared. Peacebays, barely conscious, trembled in terror, because he saw corruption, grotesque with randomly attached facial features, emerge from Hiren's shadow, whisper into her ear, and slowly consume her body. Sejun Nim, please come and save me quickly. Just as Peacebay's consciousness began to blur again. Cook. You saw, who? SSSUP. The corruption licked its lips with its tongue while looking at Peacebays. Kayut. Sejun Nim, over there, Aina pointed toward the massive white castle. And then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, my front paw is being pulled, meow. Theo also raised his front paw and shouted. Really? As expected, Peacebays must be here looking for treasure. Sejun became convinced by their words. Feeling reassured, Sejun. However, no. If it were Peacebays hearing, he would have come to find me upon hearing my voice. He soon began to worry again. Thus, Sejun and his party arrived at Arian Castle, worried about Peacebays. Goo! What greeted them was 20 black mud humans wearing aprons. Minions of the Abyss. More precisely, they were minions created to care for the young beings imprisoned by Hiren. In short, they were workers handling miscellaneous chores. He. Speaking of minions, Park Sejun also have them. Come forth. Shadow minions. Seeing that, Sejun summoned his own shadow minions. Sejun could afford to be relaxed because Iona had confirmed Peacebay's life status through magic. He's safe after all. I knew it. Worrying about others really is pointless. Thus, he was even more excited than usual. SRK. From Sejun's shadow, 200 shadow minions arose, each possessing 5% of Sejun's stats. As Sejun's magic power increased, the number of minions he could summon also greatly expanded. Park Sejun's shadow minions. A shadow minion mimicking the Black Tower's tower farmer, Park Sejun. Stats, strength, 7755, stamina, 7293, agility, 7214, magic power, 7581. Unique skill, Son of Darkness, master. The shadow minion will disappear in 3 days. When it disappears, it will report everything it has seen and heard to its master. Their specs could easily destroy level 1 worlds, but, guys, hang in there. Hey! You're just getting hit. You should dodge that. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park's shadows are too weak, meow. Kayut. Sejun Nim, should I cast a shield spell? Krueng. Dad's shadows are trying hard. Kihihit. King. He. How can the butler's shadows be strong when the butler is a sunfish? Should the great Blackie help out? They were being one-sidedly beaten by the workers of Hiren, a hero from a level 9 world. Why are the guards this strong? Sejun could not think of them as mere workers, even with aprons on. No, he did not want to think so. It hurt his pride less to think they were guards rather than just workers. Thus, the 200 versus 20 battle ended with Sejun's defeat. Still, with 100 of Sejun's shadow minions ganging up, they managed to take down 1 minion of the Abyss. He. Still, we took down 1, so doesn't that mean we won? While Sejun was engaging in such mental gymnastics. Poohoo Hut. This is revenge for Chairman Park's shadows, meow. Kayut. It was so frustrating. Power of Fire, Krueng. They hit Dad's shadow. Quenji will punish them. The companions defeated the minions of the Abyss. Kihihit. King. He. The great Blackie does not want to get muddy. Thud. Blackie headbutted a minion of the Abyss, cancelling their summoning. Now, let's go find Peacebays. As Sejun and his companions prepared to enter the castle after defeating the minions of the Abyss. How dare you trespass into my castle, Hiren's castle? Who are you? Hiren, having sensed something wrong with her minions, appeared. And then, Mayhaha. Such cute collections. She looked at Sejun and his companions with greedy eyes. However, you and you, the ugly ones, get lost. What? Meow? Hiren pointed coldly at Sejun and Theo. There was no greed in her eyes when she looked at them. Sejun, being officially ugly and not looking young on the outside, and Theo was considered ugly by cat standards. He was an ugly cat. It was no wonder Theo got rejected after confessing in Grania. However, you're calling me ugly. Hack! Chairman Park may be ugly, but not me, meow. The two could not accept it. But there was someone even angrier. How dare you call my Theo Nim ugly? Kiu. Goo. Iona, extremely furious, began gathering her magic power. The fury of a wizard connected to 8 streams of magic power. One of the 9 streams of magic had vanished, and the grand magic stream that Sejun had cultivated could not be handled by anyone. Being connected to 8 streams of magic power meant she had reached the pinnacle among current wizards. Power of the dimension. Iona cast her ultimate magic. Parallel world. A magic that temporarily traps the opponent and herself in the same timeline but a different space. The reason she used such a spell was Power of meteors, meteor shower, boom, to beat Hiren properly. Until now, she had restrained herself because she was worried about Sejun getting hurt, and to maintain her image in front of Theo. Huke! Abyss barrier. Abyss cloud. Abyss arrow. Hiren repeatedly used skills to block Iona's attacks, but, power of gravity black hole. Huke! Meteor shower. Iona skillfully layered her magic so that Hiren could barely endure. How dare you! Do you know how handsome my Theo Nim is? Iona vented all her anger onto Hiren. While Iona was beating Hiren, Peacebays, where are you? Meow. Krueng, where is Peacebays? King. Peacebays Hyung. Sejun and his companions searched for Peacebays. Quenji and Blackie tried to find him by smell, but the ventilation system inside the prison was so good that they could not catch the scent. What is all this? Guys, come out. Sejun used Theo's dragon claws to cut the locks and release the young beings trapped in the prison while looking for Peacebays. However, I won't go out. I'll stay here. Bang! Even when Sejun opened the prison doors, some children refused to come out and closed the doors again. They were the cat folk children, residents of Nyamyok. In truth, Nyamyok had suffered a catastrophic disaster and was nearly annihilated. And these children had entered Hiren's territory voluntarily. To survive. The anxious looks the children in the prison had given Hiren earlier were not out of fear of her, but out of fear that they might be kicked out of this place. Okay. Then stay here. Sejun, feeling oddly like he had become the bad guy, continued to search for Peacebays. Peacebays! At that moment, am you looking for a golden bat by any chance? One of the children asked Sejun. Yes. Do you know where? Yes. Hiren Nim put him over there earlier. Thank you. Here's something in return. Sejun handed the child some roasted and dried sweet potatoes. King. Butler. No. That's only for the great Blackie. Blackie protested vehemently, but, here. You worked hard too, Blackie. One for you, Kihihit. Chomp. 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 The moment Sejun gave him a piece of the sweet potato, the protests vanished as if by magic. Peacebays. Sejun cautiously approached the prison where Peacebays was trapped and called out to him gently. Seeing Peacebays trembling in shackles reminded Sejun of their first meeting and made his heart ache. Clink. Sejun carefully cut the lock on the prison and opened the door. Then, swish! He carefully wrapped Peacebays in his hands and took him out. Clink! He used Theo's dragon claws to cut the shackles on Peacebays. At that moment, Pip Sejun Nim. Peacebays regained consciousness. Yes, it's me. Peacebays, are you okay? Behehehe yes. Peacebays forced a laugh as he answered Sejun's question. Trying hard to act cheerful only made Sejun feel even more sorry. Peacebays, you don't have to smile if you're having a hard time. It's okay. Pip yes. At Sejun's words, Peacebays answered weakly. Though his voice lacked energy, he looked much more at ease. Then, ku hey. Krueng. He. Peacebays, are you okay? Kihihit. King? He. Peacebays Hyung, are you okay? Quenji and Blackie asked about Peacebays' condition. However, as they stuck their heads in close, they created a shadow over Peacebays. Pip. I don't like darkness. I'm scared. Tremble. Peacebays began to shake again in fear. His trauma had worsened, and now even darkness had become a trigger for him. Peacebays, darkness is not something to be afraid of. And you actually like the dark. Sejun lifted Peacebays high to remove the shadow and spoke calmly. Pip. I like the dark. Of course. You are nocturnal, Peacebays. TL, insert you are a wizard, Harry's meme. It's just that the bad memories are making the dark feel unpleasant. Let's practice getting friendly with the darkness again. I'll help you, behehehe. Yes. Reassured by Sejun's words, Peacebays smiled genuinely. And then, whoosh, Peacebays' body began to glow. With a black light. SSSSH. Though hidden by the black light, the faint idea left by the corruption that had worsened Peacebays' trauma was also burned away. He is overcoming trauma this easily just because of my words. Sejun was taken aback. He did not realize how important he was to Peacebays. A short while later. Behehehe. Sejun Nim, thank you. Thanks to you, I awakened the power called Child of Darkness. Peacebays had obtained the power to become up to 10 times stronger within darkness. Sejun, who could awaken a power with just a few words. Park Sejun, let me help you awaken too. Wake up. he thought, just in case, and tried speaking to himself. Of course, it did not work. At that moment, pip pip. Sejun Nim, there is corruption here. Peacebase suddenly remembered and informed Sejun of the existence of corruption. Corruption? Where? Pip. Inside Hiren's shadow. What? Inside Hiren's shadow. Iona is in danger. Iona is in danger. Meow. The moment Sejun and Theo realized Iona's danger. Boom. An explosion sound was heard from outside. Chapter 682. Say, Sejun Nim, you are handsome. PR minipixel Z. Kwang. He hick. Hiren was being one-sidedly overwhelmed by Iona's magic. In the past, it might have been different, but the current Iona, who ate the peanuts cultivated by Sejun 3 meals a day without fail, could not be handled by a mere hero of a level 9 world. Quack quack wang. Thus, Hiren, who was desperately enduring Iona's magic, eventually ran out of magic power. My babies. She gradually began to lose consciousness. At that moment, cuckoo cook. I finally found a proper host after a long time. I cannot let you die. Gulryong. Gulryong. Corruption crawled out from Hiren's shadow. Hi Ren, you must get the collection. Doesn't that hamster look a lot like your child? Gather strength. You must get your child. Corruption stimulated Hiren's sense of loss and greed. Calling Iona a hamster, similar to a cat? It made no sense at all, but in Hiren's eyes, Iona and her own child began to overlap. It was corruption's mischief. It is corruption. Key power of dimension. Iona, discovering corruption belatedly, hurriedly prepared sealing spell. Because Iona had no way to annihilate corruption. However, hack. Baby. Giant of the Abyss, the Witch of the Abyss is desperately calling for you. Respond to the call. Awaken. Hiren was slightly faster. Hiren gathered all her remaining strength and launched her best possible counterattack. Even squeezing out her own life force. Whoom! Starting from beneath Hiren's feet, a magic circle began to spread rapidly, expanding its territory. Key power of magic. Iona stopped the sealing spell and hurriedly tried to restrain Hiren with another spell, but, however, the magic circle had already climbed up the boundary of the small parallel world created by Iona, completing the magic circle. Kugugum. As the magic circle was completed, purple mist poured out, gathering to form the shape of a giant. Summoner. Your command. Giant of the Abyss, please subdue my baby. Hiren spoke in a faint voice, barely audible. Understood. The Giant of the Abyss, having received Hiren's command, swung a massive fist to subdue Iona. Dimension Wall. Krueng. Iona successfully blocked the giant's attack with magic, but Geo arc. Cracks began to form in the parallel world created by Iona from the shock. It was already in a state where much of its durability had been worn down due to Iona's magic. Meanwhile, the Giant of the Abyss attacked again. Key power of gravity black hole. Iona created a black hole in front of herself to absorb the shock energy from the giant's attack, and then, white hole. She released the energy absorbed by the black hole back toward the Giant of the Abyss to counterattack. Krueng. The Giant of the Abyss was struck on the back of the head and collapsed. However, Chungarang. The parallel world could not withstand the fight between Iona and the Giant of the Abyss and eventually shattered. And then, Krueng. The remaining shock that the parallel world could not absorb began to damage the real world. Key power of gravity Deca mini black hole. Worried that Sejun might get caught up, Iona created 10 small black holes to absorb the shock energy, and then, white hole. She released the absorbed energy toward Hiren. Kwang! This time, the energy was released from the sky toward the ground, targeting only Hiren intensively. It was almost a disaster, as Iona was feeling relieved after wrapping up the situation. Cuckoo cook. Not bad. From the midst of the dust-filled explosion, corruption moved Hiren's almost lifeless body like a marionette and walked out. Pujuk. Pujuk. Movements grotesquely deviating from human anatomy. Q. Iona became furious seeing a fellow wizard like Hiren being toyed with by corruption even after losing consciousness. Q. Power of magic. Just as Iona was preparing magic again. Iona, are you okay? Meow. Krueng. Iona's sister-in-law. Are you okay? King. Sister-in-law. The Great Blackie will protect you. Sejun and his companions appeared. And then, Kyup Theo Nim, I got hurt here. Suddenly, Iona stretched out her front paw toward Theo with a tearful face. Kyut. Do I look weak? It was to show a vulnerable side to Theo. On Iona's front paw, there was a small scratch caused by blocking the attack of the Giant of the Abyss. Hack! Who did this? meow, coyote coyote coyote. That one did. Iona pointed at the collapsed giant of the abyss. Krueng. Quenji will punish whoever bullied sister-in-law. Quenji will teach him a lesson. Quenji's destruction fist. The enraged Quenji suddenly charged and punched the giant of the abyss strongly. Krueng. Not even one punch. Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji has defeated the giant of the abyss. You have gained 250 billion experience points, which is 50% of what Advanced Herbalist Park Quenji obtained. Thus, the giant of the abyss, who could not even land a proper hit, resentfully returned to the abyss, and Kyoop, meow. Iona, who had expected a scene of Theo stepping up for her, was disappointed. While Quenji was taking care of the giant of the abyss. How dare you touch my guys? Sejun shouted at Corruption, his eyes widening fiercely. A golden light glimmered in Sejun's pupils. Ha ha ha. With my gaze, Corruption will be finished. A murderous gaze, you could say? Sejun was full of confidence. However, cook. Park Sejun. Are you so arrogant with a primordial power smaller than a speck of dust? It only tickles. Corruption, having recovered much power through Hiren, easily endured Sejun's gaze. Pujuk. Moving Hiren's body unnaturally, Corruption approached Sejun. Oh. Don't come. Who up? Sejun focused all his strength into his eyes, bursting blood vessels, doing his utmost. But, Pujuk. Corruption continued approaching without care. At that moment, hack! Chairman Park, that guy is the culprit who hurt Iona, meow. I will help, meow, grabbing onto the back of Sejun's head, Theo, meow. Money, burn brightly, meow, part. An angry Theo pressed Sejun's temples with his front paws and burned money. Originally, Theo intended to step on Sejun's rotten face once to reduce money waste, then attack Corruption, but, part. The light passed through Sejun's temples, strengthening the golden primordial power in Sejun's pupils. Who? Meow? Sejun and Theo were both surprised. Chiik. Corruption, seeing small flames igniting on its body, was also startled. Though they did not know the full principle, they instinctively understood. He. Theo's power has strengthened the primordial power I possess. Pooh-hoo-hut. My power was transferred to the great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. It is a combined attack of Chairman Park and me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Such honor, meow. Theo's power was transmitted through Sejun's temples to his eyes, strengthening the primordial power. He. Vice Chairman Theo, burn more money, Pooh-hoo-hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, just trust me, meow. I will burn it all for you, meow. Thus, the combined attack of Sejun and Theo, completed by chance, attacked Corruption, and whoosh! Kuwa! How dare you? To think that I would be defeated by the insignificant Park Sejun from a level 1 world. Corruption, burning in flames, roared in anger. Parso! And turned into ashes, disappearing. Hoo-hoo-hut. Now, I am Park Sejun of level 2 world. Sejun boasted in the direction where the ashes flew. Meow? Chairman Park's face has rotted, meow. Theo, flipped from the back of Sejun to the front, enthusiastically stepped on Sejun's face. Because he had just burned all of Sejun's money, Theo's front paws did not shine anymore. It was truly like pouring water into a bottomless pit. It seemed everything was resolved, but another problem arose. Quenji and Blackie, unlike Theo, did not step on Sejun's face. They were unusually quiet. Hey. Quenji will also do a combined attack with Dad. Where should Quenji combine? Kihihit. The great Blackie must also combine with the butler and lend power. He. No, they were only quiet outwardly, inside their heads, they were busy scheming. And then, hey. Krueng. He. Dad, do a combined attack with Quenji too. Chalsak. Quenji clung to Sejun's back like a piggyback. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. The great Blackie will lend you power. Take my power. Blackie also shouted while sticking his butt to Sejun's hand. Moreover, Chok, Pip. Sejun Nim, I want to do a combined attack too. Even Peacebays climbed up on top of Sejun's hat. Krueng. Quenji is first. Follow the order, Pip. Even if it's Quenji Hyungnim, I cannot yield this time. I can't hold back on a combined attack with Sejun Nim. King. Go. The Great Blackie is angry. Butler. You must make a combined attack with the Great Blackie first. Pooh hut. I will tell you how I performed a combined attack with the Great Chairman Park. Meow. It seemed things would be noisy for a while because of the combined attacks. Guys, calm down. Let's think about how we can make an awesome combined attack. Sejun, only after promising to create a cool combined attack, was finally freed from the tantrums of the whiny bunch. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, then let us start by naming the combined attack with me, Vice Chairman Theo. Meow. Wait. There's something I need to do first. Pooh hut. Understood. Meow. Sejun, with Theo hanging from his knee, who wanted to name the combined attack. Is she alive? He brought his finger under the nose of the collapsed Hiren. Though it seemed like it could break any moment, fortunately, a faint breath with warmth could be felt on his finger. Phew, that's a relief. Sejun, feeling relieved, took out a leather pouch from his chest pocket and opened it. Inside, there were plenty of green beads. More precisely, green life orbs imbued with the massive life force of the Green Tower. They were obtained by Brachio, Ophelia, and Theo. Thanks to continuous collection, there were about 150 of them. Thinking of how she kidnapped Peacepays and called me and Theo ugly, I do not want to save her, but we promised to get along. Sock. Remembering the promise made in the castle, Sejun put a green life orb into Hiren's mouth. Before leaving the castle, Mister, I won't take this, so could you please get along with my mom? My mom is lonely. The child who revealed Peacepay's location offered Sejun the piece of roasted and dried sweet potato back while making the request. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva. If you call me Hyung instead of Mister, I'll consider it. Hyung. All right. I will get along with your mom, so you can eat that. Sejun agreed to the child's request. He noticed that the other children also looked relieved at his answer. So he decided to save Hiren. He had to keep his promise and didn't want to make the children sad. SRRK. As soon as the green life orb entered Hiren's mouth, it turned into melted and was absorbed into her body, but there was no reaction. Is one not enough? While one was more than enough for Sejun, it seemed insufficient for Hiren, a hero of a level 9 world. Ah. This is expensive. With trembling hands, Sejun put another green life orb into Hiren's mouth, and another, continuing until a reaction appeared. Kook. As if to console Sejun's heart, Theo stamped Hiren's hand with the stamp. When Sejun had fed about 15 green life orbs to Hiren, Mio, Hiren opened her eyes. Oh? You are awake. Are you okay? As Sejun brought his face close to ask. Meow. So ugly. Meow. Seeing Sejun's face, Hiren screamed and fainted again. Should I kill her? A slight murderous intent rose in Sejun's heart, but the kids are watching. Hold it in, Park Sejun. The children, who had come out of the prison at some point, were hiding behind the wall, watching. All right, kids, shall we eat something delicious together? Sejun called out to the children and started cooking. A little while later, once the cooking was done, kids, the food looks delicious, right? Anyone who wants to eat this dish must say, Sejun Nim, you are handsome. Gulp. Sejun Nim, you are handsome. Can I eat now? He. Of course. Eat as much as you like. Sejun Nim, you are handsome. Sejun Nim, you are handsome. Sejun made the cat people's children lie by using delicious food as a hostage. Chapter 683, Sigh. How can you protect the house like this? Minipixel Z. Naamyok. What should I call it? Sejun was seriously contemplating the name of his and Theo's combined attack. How about Sejun Beam? He shamelessly suggested a name that would highlight only himself to Theo, with a shameless face. Then, I don't like it, meow. My presence as vice chairman Theo is too weak, meow. Theo strongly opposed it. Normally, Theo would just go along with anything Sejun said, thinking good things are good things, but this time he could not concede. No, he must not concede. This is the glorious combined attack that Chairman Park and I, Vice Chairman Theo, completed together for the first time, meow. Because this name carried too much significance. Really? Then I'll think of another one. As if he had expected Theo's rejection, Sejun coolly began to think of another name. Kihihit. King. He. Great Blackie, looking forward to it. Me too. Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie family sat in front of Sejun, eagerly anticipating what terrible name he would come up with this time. After a while, how about combining Sejun and Theo to make Seo Beam? TL, Se from Sejun, O from Theo. Sejun proposed a new name, and Chairman Park gave me half of his share, meow. I'm so happy, meow. Pooh heart. I like it, meow. As long as any of the letters T, H, E, O were included, Theo would have been honored, and he immediately accepted. As the name was decided, King. King? King. Butler, I'm disappointed. Why did you come up with a decent name? Your skills have gotten so rusty. Are you not taking this seriously? That's right. Kiruk. Sharalang. The Blackie barked vehemently and the Blackie family protested fiercely, saying the name was too ordinary. Mew Mew. Pooh. BB. Hee Hee. Yoliol. In particular, Mubelchil, Mukboopal, Bisugu, Sipdiokgu, and Kabolto protested fiercely. And they were justified in doing so. However, hee. Then when I name the combined attack with Blackie, I should show my real skills. Properly. King? King. King. Who? No. Butler. Keep naming it like this. Who said our butler can't name things well? But just a moment ago, Kiruk? Sharalang. Great Blackie, why are you suddenly acting differently? At Sejun's remark, Blackie immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees and scolded his subordinates. Thus, the name of Sejun and Theo's combined technique was decided as Seo Beam. The effect of talent, Namer, has been activated. The name Seo Beamy has been imbued with special effects. Seo Beam's attack power has increased by 5%. Using Seo Beam reduces tower coin consumption by 3%. Defeating an enemy with Seo Beam grants 100 billion tower coins. The effects of the Namer talent activated, granting special powers to Seo Beam. Oh. Vice Chairman Theo will get money if we defeat corruption with this technique. Pooh heart. It's all thanks to me, meow. No, it's not. I'm the one who named it. Pooh heart. Without me, Vice Chairman Theo, the combined skill wouldn't have even existed, meow. While Sejun and Theo bickered over who deserved the credit, meow, Hiren regained consciousness. Everyone, Mom's awake. One of the children guarding Hiren excitedly informed the other children who had been playing nearby. Mom, are you okay now? Mom, are you all right? The children ran over and surrounded Hiren, chattering excitedly. Mehaha. Mom's okay, meow. Hiren smiled brightly at the children's worried words and gazes. At the same time, her heart swelled with a tingling happiness. The feeling of loss now only occupied a very small corner of Hiren's heart. Why am I feeling like this? While Hiren was examining her awkward feelings, you're awake? How's your body? Sejun approached Hiren with Theo hanging from his knee and asked. Then, the ugly man is approaching Mom. Mom fainted earlier because of the ugly man. Ugly man, don't come close. Ugly man, no approaching. The cat children blocked Sejun, standing in front of Hiren. Now that Hiren was awake, they became quite aggressive. Ooh? Earlier you all said I was handsome. You know you'll be punished if you lie. Sejun, who had made them lie in the first place, tried to scare the children. However, HMPH. Mom said it's okay to tell lies when you need to get something important. That's right. That what was it? Panna, white lie. Exactly. This was a white lie. Panna told a white lie. Since we told a white lie, we won't be punished. The children scoffed at him. These little punks changing their words so easily. Sejun was completely played by the children. And they're calling it a white lie. Is this what they call good intentions? The fact that they labeled it a white lie hurt Sejun even more. No. Still, a lie is a lie. Quenji. Of course, Sejun did not back down so easily. Krueng. Dad, did you call Quenji? Quenji, who had been nearby sniffing herbs, came running at Sejun's call. He would not explain why he called Quenji instead of dealing with it himself, because it was too sad. Hint, the cat folk children came from a level 9 world. Quenji, these kids lied to Dad. What kind of person did Dad say liars are? Sejun reported the children to Quenji, and Krueng. Krueng. Bad people. If you lie, you must be punished. Quenji took out the thunderbolt staff and set out to deliver justice. Puck. Puck. Quenji approached the children, slapping the thunder stick against his palm. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, adding to the sense of dread. We're sorry, we won't lie anymore. The children cried for forgiveness and quickly hid behind Hiren. Hoo. Justice always prevails. Sejun smiled victoriously as he watched the children apologize. You're teaching them bad stuff? Teaching them about white lies. He scolded Hiren. Mehaha. Lies are essential for survival, meow. Hiren answered brightly with a smile at Sejun's words. Her face showed no sadness, but her voice carried a pain she could not completely hide, like a thorn poking through. Sejun could faintly sense that Hiren's life had not been easy. Here, eat this. Feeling sorry, Sejun handed Hiren some corn potato soup. All right. Shall we go treasure hunting? Sejun left with the group and the children. Because many complicated emotions were crossing Hiren's face, he thought she needed some time alone. Pooh-hoo-hut. Sounds great, meow. Coyote, coyote, coyote. I'm looking forward to it. Krueng. King. His companions naturally loved Sejun's suggestion, and, I want to. Let's go. Panna wants to do it too. I raised both hands. The children, who had been locked up in prison, were so happy just running around outside that they eagerly followed Sejun. As Sejun led the group and the children away, Hiren was left alone. After taking a few spoonfuls of the soup Sejun had given her, Mei-hoo-hoo, 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 she began crying heavily. The warm soup soothed the turbulent emotions in Hiren's heart. Thanks to it, the guilt of standing by while Naamyok was destroyed as a hero, the self-loathing for treating children as collectibles, and other feelings that had sunk deep into her heart rose to the surface. After crying for a while, Hiren, Mei-ha-ha. The food was a little bland, so I cried because there was no salt, meow. Feeling embarrassed even though no one was around, she mumbled excuses while blaming Sejun's cooking. Then she scooped up the soup, now mixed with her tears, and ate it deliciously. The soup had become salty from her tears, but Hiren's heart had cleared up. Creator God's Temple. Shah. It's done. The Creator God had completed 5 new pictures using the beads created during the process of Emila making the Great Growth Elixir with the tears of the incomplete Creator God. The Creator God examined the pictures. In the first picture, the next Creator God was in his room, clutching his head with his small hands, struggling in front of a single sheet of paper. In the second picture, the next Creator God was writing something earnestly on the paper, and from his shadow, a red snake of corruption quietly slithered out. In the third, corruption was whispering something into the next Creator God's ear, and in the fourth, he was shown agonizing while holding the paper he had written. In the final picture, the next Creator God ultimately succumbed to corruption's words and hid the paper between the cracks in a wall. Is it here? The Creator God came out of the temple, found a place similar to the scene in the picture, and examined the gaps in the bricks. A moment later, chuck, the Creator God was able to find the paper wedged between the bricks. Shake. When he unfolded the paper, Creator God Nim, I am sorry. Actually, I was the one who broke the plate in the kitchen. I didn't do it on purpose. It was a letter addressed to the Creator God. It was then, the Creator God could tell when the letter had been written. Who? A plate is missing. One day, a plate had disappeared from the kitchen. Did the next Creator God break it? At that time, feeling that something was becoming strained between himself and the next Creator God, the Creator God had decided not to say anything to avoid worsening their relationship. He had simply and quietly replaced the missing plate. So he was writing a letter of apology. Perhaps the next Creator God's fall into destruction was not entirely his own fault. Maybe it was because he, too, had handled things poorly. While the Creator God was lost deep in thought, Shararak, the pictures began to change. In the changed pictures, the next Creator God's letter of apology was delivered to the Creator God, who scolded the next Creator God so fiercely that it brought him to tears. Then the two of them made a new plate together. At first, their faces were awkward, but soon they were full of smiles. At the same time, a pure heart separated from destruction's heart, hid itself deep in the land of destruction, and began to tremble. Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, it's this way, meow. Theo pointed with his front paw at the enormous pit created by the battle between Iona and Hiren. The treasure was originally buried deep beneath Aryan Castle, and they were supposed to find a secret passageway to descend. However, thanks to the hole created by Iona, that was no longer necessary. Everyone, let's go! Sejun, his companions, and the children jumped into the pit. After about 5 minutes of free fall, Sejun spotted an artificially constructed wall. Floating. Quenji also noticed the same thing and used telekinesis to stop the group. Then approaching the wall, open the way, rumble. Sejun used the talent, Transcendent Rock Mage, to create a hole in the wall. Beyond the wall, the room was packed full of dazzling treasures. It looked to be worth about 500 trillion. Hee. Money. Pooh-hoo-hut. Plenty of money to burn, meow. Sejun and Theo were looking at the same thing but thinking different thoughts. Everyone, quickly gather it up. While Sejun and his companions gathered the treasures. Yap, meow. It's heavy. The children also diligently helped move the treasure. Sejun had promised them he would make something delicious if they helped. May ha. If it's heavy, just carry a little like Panna. Panna, proudly speaking, carried a small gold coin and placed it in Sejun's void storage. Panna, if you do that, you'll only get a little bit of the food ugly uncle makes. Meow? What do you mean? That black dog and his subordinates are watching us with eagle eyes. How much we're moving. Meow. Really? No way. Meow. Surprised by her friend's words, Panna hurriedly started working hard. Hee. So sleepy. Watching the children, Blackie struggled to keep his drooping eyes open. A few hours later. Kirarong. Blackie eventually lost to sleep. Sigh. How can you protect the house like this? Sejun, after collecting all the treasure, said this as he placed the sleeping Blackie into his sling bag. Then, everyone, let's go. He went back up to the surface with his companions and the children. When they came back to the surface, Ooh? Hiren, what are you doing? Sejun spotted Hiren moving the animals and plants that had been imprisoned in Arian Castle's prison to the outside. It was her attempt to correct her wrongs, even if it was late. At that moment, sniff. Krueng. Quenji found the herb smell. Among the plants Hiren had transplanted, Quenji hurriedly dug one up. Krueng. Dad, take it. And brought it to Sejun. Baby Hisho Wu. It was one of the 5 elixirs needed for Sejun to become an SS rank tower farmer. He. Only one left now. Sejun laughed while holding the baby Hisho Wu in his hand. Now, if he could just find the baby ice extreme herb, all preparations to become an SS rank tower farmer would be complete. Chapter 684, Vice Chairman Theo is banned from my knees for 1 hour. PR, Minipixel Z. Hiren, kids, take care. Your handsome Hyung is leaving. Poohoo hut. Full-time employees, do not play around and work hard meow. Kayut. Hiren, next time we meet, let's have a discussion about magic. Hey. Krueng. He. Next time, it would be nice to go on another treasure hunt. Kihihit. King. He. You are now subordinates of the Great Blackie, so if anyone bullies you, mention Great Blackie's name. After collecting the treasures hidden in Arian Castle and the baby Hisho Wu, Sejun and his group bid farewell to Hiren and the children and crossed through the dimensional gate connected to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. And then, Mom, can I help? Me, I will help, Mom. Panna is strong. Hiren, with the children's help, cleaned the prison thoroughly and started building a large house outside the castle to live together. We've arrived. When Sejun and his group arrived at the Black Tower. Moo, you came back together. Kwong, thank goodness. In front of the dimensional gate, the Minotaur King, the Black Minotaurs, Pink Fur, Toryong, Sweetie, and the poisonous bees, along with the mushroom ants, were waiting for them. The news of Peacebay's disappearance had spread throughout the 99th floor of the tower, and everyone had been worrying and praying for Peacebay's safe return in front of the dimensional gate. He. I'm sorry for making you worry. And thank you. Peacebays appeared on Sejun's left shoulder and expressed gratitude to everyone. Everyone, thank you for worrying about Peacebays. Since we are gathered, let us have a meal together. Sejun expressed his thanks to everyone who had worried about Peacebays by treating them to a meal. For the Minotaur King and the Black Minotaurs, he prepared porridge made from fresh grass, and for Pink Fur, he made choco pies. Abundance. For Toryong, he provided top-grade soil. Were good. Happy. Sweetie, who only eats honey and pollen, was satisfied with receiving pats from Sejun, and the poisonous bees were content because Sweetie was happy. I will also go to Tartarus and bring back information helpful to Sejun Nim. While receiving Sejun's pats, Sweetie recalled the information she had heard from Hell and smiled gently. The information Sweetie obtained was about a prisoner locked in Tartarus. Inside Tartarus, there is a section that exclusively holds major criminals, and in that place, a prisoner, Rascal, the god of thieves, was imprisoned after stealing an incredible treasure. Thanks to this, Hell was about to lose 50 billion divine power as payment for revealing this secret, but, he. Take as much as you want if you can. I only deal in Sejun company welfare points anyway. Hell had nothing to lose. Thus, she revealed the heavenly secrets to Sweetie without worry. Considering that previously, when Hell had revealed heavenly secrets to Toryong, she had 10 billion seized, one could gauge how important the information Sweetie obtained was. Quack! The mushroom ants, who ate the mushrooms growing on each other's backs, had nothing special prepared for them, but they were joyful just being part of the atmosphere together with everyone. Thus, while having their meal, the night deepened, and when the residents of the Black Tower's 99th floor were about to return to their own places, the tower's administrator says that the blue moon will begin at midnight. Eileen informed them that tomorrow would be the day of the blue moon. Ah. It is already blue moon time. Eileen, thank you for telling me. Everyone, wait a moment. Sejun hurriedly called back the group who was about to leave. A lot of hands would be needed during the blue moon. You all, take care of the cornfield. You all, the potato field. Sejun assigned the farm members to various fields and gave them the task to harvest blue moon crops once they appeared. This is your new home now. He planted the baby Hisho-Wu into the land where baby elixirs were already planted. And then, he laid down the magical blueberries carefully on the ground to absorb the energy of the blue moon properly. The blueberries could absorb the blue moon's energy up to 3 times, gaining special effects each time. Though the special effects weren't that significant for Sejun now. It will become delicious. The taste would improve. If a lot of elixir, cherry tomato imbued with powerful magic power that Arjux cultivated were gathered, they could produce effects similar to the blue moon. However, since the parent dragons had bought up all the elixir-grade cherry tomatoes for their baby dragons, there were not enough gathered to recreate the blue moon effect. For reference, an S-grade elixir-grade cherry tomato raised magic power by 50, and an SS-grade raised it by 100. After Sejun finished spreading the blueberries, he started gathering carrots. Well-ripened SS-grade carrots that he had harvested when a higher grade was produced during carrot harvesting. Once the preparations to greet the blue moon were complete, slew up, coo. This is nice. Sejun drank the coffee that Quenji brewed for him and waited for the blue moon to rise. A little later, it has risen. The 23rd blue moon since Sejun entered the tower appeared, casting a blue light over the land. Piik, piik, piak. The moon rabbits Wolgang, TL, father rabbit, Wolher, TL, mother rabbit, and Hukulbok, TL, black rabbit, appeared with a blue moon jump. It was the reason Sejun had prepared the carrots. Pew pew, piak. This time, even Choo Choo and Black Torch joined them. As Luna, the god of moonlight, expanded her influence in the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the number of moon rabbits she could appoint increased, and Choo Choo and Black Torch were also appointed as moon rabbits by Luna. Everyone, it has been a while. Except for Wolbok. It had only been 3 days since Sejun saw Hukulbok, as they had visited Earth together. Piik. Piik. Sejun Nim, it has been a while. Please visit the 55th floor of the tower sometime soon. Wolgang wanted to show his grandfather's dignity again with Sejun's help, as the kids these days weren't listening again. Piik. Piik. Sejun Nim, you don't have to come. It will only make this guy's behavior worse. Wolher said, glaring at Wolgang. However, I understand. I'll go. Thank you. Sejun and Wolgang had already exchanged signals with their eyes. While Sejun was chatting with Wolgang and Wolher, Piak? Is everyone doing well? Piak. Hello uncles. Pooh hut. Wolbok, we see each other often, meow. Black Torch, have you been well, meow. It's Uncle Theo, meow. Krueng. Krueng. Black Torch, nice to meet you. Quenji is your little uncle. Pip pip. Black Torch, should Uncle Peacepace sing for you? Kihihit. King? Hee. Black Torch. Should Great Blackie Uncle play with you? Theo, Quenji, Peacepace, and the Blackie family had conversations with Hukulbok and Black Torch, the father and son. And then, Kiu Choo Choo, why is your magic skill the same as the last time we met? You have become lazy since I stopped giving you assignments. Choo Choo. Master, I am sorry. Aina was scolding Choo Choo, whom she had not seen for a long time. Sister-in-law, fighting. From a distance, Hukulbok cheered for Iona. If Iona gave assignments, Choo Choo would be very busy, while Sejun and the group were chatting happily with the rabbits. SSS. The crops that absorbed the energy of the blue moon turned blue. Moo. Whying. Quek. The farm members began harvesting the crops imbued with the blue moon's energy. Let us work too. Sejun also harvested the crops in the fields together with his group. After a while, everyone, good work. Once the harvest of the crops imbued with the blue moon's energy was finished. Piik. Piik. Piak. Choo Choo. Piak. The rabbits gathered the SS-grade carrots that Sejun had given them and went down, and the farm members also went off to sleep. And then, moo? Pink Fur, how about some dawn training? Quong. Sounds good. The Minotaur King and Pink Fur went off to train. Once everyone had left, Sejun also lay down on the bed with his group. Shall we also get some sleep? Isn't it nice sleeping with Dad, Quenji? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. It is nice. He he he. Dad is happy too, hugging Quenji tightly. It seemed Sejun loved sleeping with Quenji even more than Quenji loved it. Ker. Gorarong. Kurarong. Krueng. Kirarong. In the bedroom where everyone had fallen asleep, 2 worlds' energies were clamped in Blackie's mouth. And then, Bei-hee-hee. Today the blue moon rose. That is why the moon rabbits came to play. Peace Bay sang a newly made song to cheer on Sejun and his group. Blackie's mental world. Guys, please eat this and forgive them. Pooh hut. Try this grilled fish, meow. Our great hybrid Chairman Park grilled it, so it is delicious, meow. Kayut kayut kayut. There are also roasted peanuts, hee hee hee. There is also rice cake dipped in honey. Sejun and his group were helping the Blackie family apologize. We are truly sorry, sorry. The Blackie family sincerely apologized to the souls with all their hearts. I'll forgive you, I forgive you. While the souls were forgiving the Blackie family, Gururuk. 3 manifestations of corruption appeared simultaneously. Since Blackie was purifying 2 worlds' energies at once, corruption appeared more often and in greater numbers. Phew hut. It's here. Vice Chairman Theo, combine. It is time for Seo Beam. Pooh hut. Understood meow. Theo clung onto the back of Sejun's head and merged. Vice Chairman Theo, use only a little money. Pooh hut. Understood meow. Here we go. Seo Beam. Meow. Sejun and Theo attacked the corruption with their combined attack, Seo Beam. Whoosh. The corruptions that were struck by Seo Beam burned and disappeared instantly without even leaving any ominous words behind. You have defeated the enemies with Seo Beam. You have obtained 100 billion tower coins. Thanks to the special effect imbued in the names, they earned money. Hee hee hee. We made money. Vice Chairman Theo, how much did you burn? Sejun, who had earned 300 billion tower coins, asked Theo to confirm the total revenue. Pooh hut. I only burned 10 million tower coins, meow. Did I do well, meow? Theo, thinking he had used little money, answered proudly. However, what? That is too much. From now on, only burn 10,000 tower coins. Sejun was even more frugal than Theo expected. Meow? At that level, there is no joy in burning, meow. What? You burn money for fun. We must save to live well. I refuse, meow. Guarantee the joy of burning, meow. While Sejun and Theo were bickering again, I am jealous. Super Giant Chairman Park No. 3 gazed at Sejun with envy for being able to perform a combined attack with Theo. At that moment, whoosh! Krueng! Krueng! Dad, look at this! Quenji can now also burn Dad's money. Quenji showed his glowing front paws, brightly smiling as he imitated Theo's technique. Kihihit! King! Hee hee! Butler! Great Blackie can now burn the butler's money too. Whoosh! Blackie also joined in burning Sejun's money. Instead of his front paws, Blackie's tail was glowing. However, the effects of their burning were different from Theo's. When Quenji burned Sejun's money, Sejun's magic power and telekinesis power increased. Hey! Park Blackie! Why are you burning if you don't even get any benefit? Blackie had no effect at all. Blackie only had the ability to burn money from Sejun's account. Thus, the Park family's 3 brothers shared the ability to burn Sejun's money amicably. Sigh. I better leave it with Eileen. Sejun sighed and decided to entrust the money in the void storage to Eileen. And then, Quenji is banned from having snacks for a day. Krueng! Blackie is on a diet meal today. King? He punished Quenji and Blackie so they would not burn money carelessly again. Vice Chairman Theo is banned from my knees for 1 hour. Theo too. Meow? Great Hybrid Chairman Park, why is Vice Chairman Theo being punished when I did nothing wrong? Meow. You should set an example for your younger siblings. That is the fate of being the eldest. Sejun punished the 3 Park brothers and continued apologizing to the souls. A little later. All right, Sejun opened his eyes in the real world. Starting today, things are going to get busy for a while. Meow. Krueng. King. With a determined voice, Sejun spoke as he picked after the Theo couple, Quenji, and the Blackie family. The 5th dragon meeting, which would be held at the Silver Tower, was only a week away. Chapter 685, Hee hee. Food secretly eaten without the butler knowing is even tastier. PR, Minipixel Z. Green Tower 99th floor. Whoosh. Grow. Ophelia used her skill and sprinkled mugwort seeds. As soon as the seeds touched the soil, creak, creak, they began to quickly take root and grow. While the seeds were growing, hee. Soon I will be able to eat lots of food made by Sejun. Ophelia happily spent her time imagining what kind of dishes Sejun would bring to the dragon's meeting. A little later. You have harvested vibrant life mugwort. Your job experience has slightly increased. Hee. The one responsible for Sejun's life is none other than me, the great green dragon, Ophelia I Orc. Ophelia proudly harvested the mugwort. Black Tower 99th floor. Nod. Sejun number 12, thank you for your hard work. Sejun bowed his head to Sejun number 12, who crumbled into powder, and expressed his gratitude. It had been 6 days since Sejun began seriously preparing dishes for the dragon's meeting. Sejun number 12's expiration date had ended. Thanks to that, Sejun had to prepare the remaining dishes alone, but it was fine since everything except the main dish was already completed. Originally, a few days ago, he had planned to reinforce his workforce by receiving 3 dragon fruits through hell and sprouting them, but among Sejun's skills, a dragon fruit that had replicated the skills of greenhouse and laying grass. A dragon fruit that had replicated the skills of vitality and maintaining cleanliness. A dragon fruit that had replicated the skills of transplanting and weed pulling. All of them turned out to be duds. So, one went off to lay grass in the Black Minotaur's area, another was doing the dishes, and the last one. Where did this one go? It must be somewhere pulling weeds or transplanting trees. Since it was a copy of Sejun, it could not possibly be idle. Thus, the kitchen, where Sejun number 12 had disappeared. Vice Chairman Theo, are you ready? Meow. Pooh Hut. I am ready, meow. I even cleaned my dragon claws, meow. Good. Quenji, are you ready? Krueng. Quenji is ready. Quenji is now a sous chef. Sejun started preparing the main dishes for the dragon's meeting with Theo and Quenji. The menu consisted of 3 dishes, stir-fried squid, and squid cold soup. Vice Chairman Theo, please chop the vegetables. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. Chop, chop, chop. Theo chopped the vegetables that would go into the stir-fried squid. The vegetables were crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon that were harvested yesterday. Quenji, please make the batter for the frying. Krueng. Understood. Quenji made the batter for the fried squid. Then, I will make the seasoning sauce. Thus, while Sejun, Theo, and Quenji were cooking hard, kihihit. When the food is ready, I'll steal it secretly without the butler noticing. Blackie hid behind the kitchen door, looking for a chance to steal the finished dishes. Although the roasted and dried sweet potato was the tastiest, food secretly eaten without the butler knowing is even more delicious. Blackie was enjoying the thrill. While everyone was in the kitchen, Kiarong. Udadata. Suddenly, Baektang ran into the kitchen like a bolt of lightning. Baektang's goal, of course, was, this time, I will succeed. Naturally, Sejun's lap. However, Hack! Theo, who appeared before anyone knew it, blocked Baektang's path and hissed. As Theo became angry, Kiarong, Baektang immediately flopped over and showed his belly. He was quick to give up, as Theo successfully defended Sejun's lap once again. Pio. Hello, Sejun Nim. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Hello, Sejun Nim. Are you cooking? I have not eaten yet. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Just saying. Mo-hee-hee-hee. Hello, Nyong-nyong. Pock-pock. Jake-jack. Pio, Uran, and Poyo entered the kitchen with the other guards. However, you are shedding fur. After seeing Sejun's stern expression, they hurriedly fled outside. Sejun was a man who took cooking seriously. He was a cooking serious man. A little later, when the main dish was almost ready, guys, go catch some fire moths from the void storage for us to eat, Sejun said to the group resting outside and returned into the kitchen. There were no black flame fire moths since he caught them in the morning, but there were plenty of white flame and blue flame fire moths. And since Theo's chopped vegetables, Quenji's batter, and Sejun's seasoning sauce remained, he was thinking of making a downgraded version of the 3 squid dishes they had just made. Pio. Yes. Leave it to us. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. I will catch a lot. Thus, Pio and Uran headed to the fire moth farm. However, Sejun and Pio overlooked one thing. They did not notice that Poyo, who should have been by Uran's side, had disappeared. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. Poyo. Bring that to Great Blackie. Mo-hee-hee-hee. Yes, under Blackie's command, Poyo was stealing food. Poyo, what are you doing? Of course, he was caught quickly by Sejun. I am following the orders of the great Blackie Nim. Poyo reported the truth to Sejun. King, run away. Blackie ran away trying to save himself alone. However, Blackie, if you don't come back now, I'll add 1 more week to your diet. King, no. Unfair butler. Because of the diet, Blackie had no choice but to return. Who told you to order Poyo to steal food? Who? King. And Poyo, just because Blackie tells you to. Sejun was scolding Blackie and Poyo. Who? Why is Poyo here alone? Then where is Yoren? Realizing something was wrong, a chill ran down his spine and goosebumps rose. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I feel a pull, meow. Theo shouted in a bright voice, raising his front paws, and, he, a blessing in disguise. Oh Suso. Sejun got goosebumps again, but this time, they were in a good way. Creak. Pio. Here it is. Wow. There are so many. Pio and Yoren entered the fire moth farm. Pio? Pio? Who? Where is Poyo? Flap. Flap. Only then did Pio realize that Poyo was not by Yoren's side and busily flew around inspecting Yoren's body. Ooh he. I do not know, as Yoren cheerfully answered Pio. Crack. A cracking sound was heard from the center of the farm. Pio? What is that sound? When Pio looked toward the source of the sound, there was a crack on the blade of the Certa's flame sword, located at the center of the farm. Whoosh! Blue flames were erupting from the cracked area. And then, whoosh! The 5 fire essences around the area also started to go berserk in response. Pio! Yoren Nim! Pio immediately got angry at Yoren. Whenever something bad happened, it was usually Yoren's fault. Sorry, Yoren also immediately apologized. Since most bad things usually were his fault. Whoosh! The flames grew stronger and expanded their power, and Pio and Yoren hurriedly ran out of the room. And then, whoosh! The flames tried to follow them out. Slam! Pio quickly closed the door. As the door closed, they saw the fire moths engulfed by the flames absorbing the fire and multiplying rapidly. Even though the door was closed, sizzle! The flames on the other side of the door began to melt it. Considering that this was a void space where dimensions were separated, it was an extremely serious situation. It meant the flames were so strong that the dimension could not withstand them. At that moment, he. I knew it would be here. Pooh Hut. It is all thanks to me, meow. A frivolous but strangely reassuring laughter echoed as Sejun and Theo, clinging to Sejun's knee, appeared. Ooh? The door is melting. Pooh Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I feel the pull from beyond the door, meow. I know. Responding to Theo's words, Sejun pulled out a red pipe from his pocket and bit it. It was the flame devourer. Poyo, stick closely to Yoren. Mo he. Yes, after assigning Poyo to Yoren. Let's go. Pooh Hut. Let's go, meow. Sejun absorbed the flames with the flame devourer and crossed the almost completely melted door, entering the fire moth farm. The fiery energy that the flame devourer could not absorb touched Sejun. Ooh. Feels refreshing, but it only made Sejun, who held the title, Reborn from Flames, feel good. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I will absorb it for you, meow. Meow. Even that fiery energy was diligently absorbed by the loyal Theo using his talent, Energy Absorber. Originally, he could only absorb ordinary energy, but at some point, Theo became able to freely absorb attribute energy as well. Sejun just accepted it. That's just how Theo was. As Sejun went deeper into the farm, the inside was nothing short of a blast furnace. With the overflowing powerful fiery energy, a massive number of ordinary fire moths with red flame wings were born. The ordinary fire moths threw themselves into the red flames to be reborn as white flame fire moths. The white flame fire moths then hurled themselves into the white flames to evolve into blue flame fire moths, and the blue flame fire moths threw themselves into the blue flames to be reborn as black flame fire moths. The Certa's flame sword had already exhausted all its heat and lay on the ground, and the fire essences were the same. I will have to ask Ramturnim to recreate it using about 10 fire essences this time. That much would be needed to replace Certa's flame sword. As Sejun was thinking about rebuilding the fire moth farm. Who? Sejun saw the black flame fire moths throwing themselves into the black flames. There was an even higher evolution. He. Vice Chairman Theo, I am so happy right now. Pooh Hut. If you listen to me, you will become happy just by staying still, meow. So, great hybrid Chairman Park, From now on, just trust me alone, meow. Theo became full of himself at Sejun's words. Sure, Sejun accepted it lightly because he was in a good mood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Park Theo, the lucky legendary merchant of the Black Tower, has defeated the third calamity fire moths of destruction. You have gained 3,000 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points obtained by Park Theo. The two waited while defeating the fire moths that approached, waiting for the black flame fire moths to finish evolving. After about 10 minutes passed, a fire moth that had finished its evolution very quietly appeared. Pitch black flame fire moth. It was a fire moth the size of a dump truck with pitch black wings that absorbed the surrounding fiery energy and made the surroundings even darker. At that moment, flap! When the pitch black flame fire moth spread its huge pitch black wings, SSSR, the fire moths around it began to die, because all the fiery energy was sucked away by its pitch black wings. Fire that extinguishes fire. That was the power possessed by the pitch black flame fire moth. At the same time, the wings and body of the pitch black flame fire moth, which absorbed the fiery energy, continued to grow larger. He. Grow a lot. Sejun watched it with satisfaction. However, meow? What, meow? Why is the pull getting weaker, meow? As the pitch black flame fire moth grew larger, Theo's sense of pull strangely weakened. The reason was, King. Butler. No. If that thing fully grows into an apostle of destruction, you will be in danger. And the fire moths will go extinct. Noticing that something was wrong, Blackie rushed over and warned him. The reason calamities evolve is ultimately to become apostles of destruction. The pitch black flame fire moth was also growing by absorbing fiery energy and was in the process of becoming an apostle of destruction. Once it fully became one, Sejun would be endangered, and the fire moths, having served their purpose, would go extinct. That was why Theo's pull was weakening. Meow. As soon as Theo realized why his pull was weakening, gulp, he voluntarily ate the black bean set that he hated. And then, burn brightly, meow. He swung his front paw while burning money at full power, and, bam! Theo defeated the pitch black flame fire moth using the Teku Park Mambwa Meteor tribe leader skill. In return, Sejun's account balance returned to 0. It was quite cheap for the cost of defeating an apostle of destruction. Park Theo, the lucky legendary merchant of the Black Tower, has killed an apostle of destruction, evolving, pitch black flame fire moth. You have gained 1 trillion experience points, which is 50% of the experience points acquired by Park Theo. Through the effective title, owner of the Calamity Farm, you have gained an additional 2 trillion experience points. You have leveled up. Thus, the pitch black flame fire moth, born from Uran's misfortune, ended its brief tour of the world and was reborn into Sejun's level up experience points and delicious squid dishes. And then, Kiarong. Vice Chairman Theo received a punishment banning him from approaching Sejun Nim's lap for 1 hour. This is it. Baektang, who gave up easily but also quickly gave up on giving up, began to dream of a plot to seize Sejun's lap. Whether it would succeed or not was unknown. Sejun's lap was something Baektang wanted even more because he couldn't have it. Chapter 686, Growling. If you give Great Blackie a diet menu, Great Blackie will burn Butler's money. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Crunch. Wow, Sejun exclaimed after eating deep-fried squid made with the black flame fire moth. Since it was coated in the perfect batter created by Quenji, the gourmet expert, fried at the exact temperature for the precise time, and dipped in seasoning soy sauce Sejun made himself, it was bound to be delicious. Chomp chomp. Crunch. Slurp. Krueng. He. Kiarong. Nyong nyong. Pok pok. Jack. Next to Sejun, Quenji, Uran, and the guardian beasts were all frantically eating stir-fried squid, fried squid, and squid cold soup, while everyone was aggressively eating the black flame fire moth dishes. Poohoo hut. As expected, the grilled fish made by the great hybrid Chairman Park is the best, meow. Kayut. The stir-fried peanuts made by Sejun Nim himself are delicious too. Pio, that's right. Sejun Nim's stir-fried peanuts are the best. Theo, Iona, and Pio, who had their favorite dishes, were leisurely enjoying their meal. Kihihit. King. He. Butler's roasted and dried sweet potatoes are the best. Chomp. Though there were some who weren't into it. Once the meal ended, slurp. By the way, why did you come up so early? Sejun asked Pio while drinking the coffee Quenji had brewed for him. Originally, the plan was to let the guardian beasts go on a tower tour for about a month and return afterward. P.O. The truth is, P.O. explained the reason they came up. What? Everyone is getting ready to come up to the 99th floor of the tower for the birthday party. P.O. delivered a piece of news Sejun hadn't even considered. Last year, the rabbits, wolves, and other black minotaurs who received birthdays from Sejun had spread the dates around. As a result, all the residents of the Black Tower now had their birthdays unified as March 23rd. And the Black Tower's residents wanted to celebrate with Sejun, the original source of the birthday. P.O. P.O. Yes. So I came to suggest that we should make invitations and distribute them like last time to avoid congestion. Pooh hut. Excellent idea, meow. As expected of my right front paw, meow. Looks like I can make a lot of money, meow. Theo, pleased with P.O.'s suggestion, gently patted P.O. on the head with a satisfied smile. Foo hut. P.O. smiled proudly as well. However, I was planning to take it easy starting tomorrow. Sejun couldn't bring himself to smile. How many days are left until the birthday? Today is March 8th, so, Sejun counted the days. About 2 weeks left? Guys, since we had a big birthday party last year, let's make it a smaller one this year and only invite 10,000 people. Even though he tried to reduce it, Sejun's scale of numbers had grown too large, completely out of sync with his conservative intentions. While Sejun was unknowingly creating more work for himself. Pooh hut. Quenji, bring all the paper to make the invitations, meow. It's an opportunity to fatten up the great hybrid Chairman Park's bank account, meow. Krueng. Following Big Bro's command, Quenji hurriedly brought all the paper from the storage. When Quenji handed over the paper, stamp. Theo began stamping his paw print on them to create birthday party invitations. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, don't worry, meow. I, Vice Chairman Theo, will fill the 99th floor of the tower with birthday party attendees, meow. Sejun's just 10,000 had already morphed into at least 10,000 in Theo's mind. Theo was adding a massive pile of work on top of Sejun's already heavy workload. Iona, make the invitations impossible to duplicate, meow. Kayut. Yes. Power of magic. Make this seal unique. To prevent a repeat of last time, he asked Iona to place an anti-duplication magic spell on the invitations. However, due to the limited paper supply, they were only able to make 5,000 invitations. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'll go down and sell out all the invitations, meow. Okay. Theo, along with Iona and P.O.'s party, hurried down the tower. Baektan, come with me, meow. Kiarong. No. I want to stay. Baektan, who didn't want to come, was dragged away by force. Theo couldn't leave behind a rival who might aim for Sejun's lap in his absence. After Theo and the group went down the tower, Quenji, shall we finish things up? Krueng. Sounds good. Sejun and Quenji focused on preparing food for the dragon's meeting. Although the cooking was done, the final step of garnishing the dishes remained. And then, kihihit. This time, I have to succeed. Blackie, who enjoyed the thrill, had purposely rejected Sejun's earlier offer and was again lurking, aiming for the food. It's no fun if it's too easy. King. Signal me when the butler turns his head. With his subordinates on lookout, Blackie carefully bit into a fried squid and tried to sneak away. Hey! Park Blackie! Once again, he was caught by Sejun. But, Great Blackie always has a plan. Blackie even had a plan for getting caught. That plan was blackmail. King. Growling. If you give Great Blackie a diet menu, Great Blackie will burn Butler's money. Blackie, the arsonist dog, growled and threatened Sejun. However, he. Go ahead and burn it if you can. Sejun was unbothered. That was because Theo had already burned through all of Sejun's money earlier while defeating the Black Flame Fire Moth. In other words, Sejun was broke without a single tower coin to burn. But to dare threaten me with growling, how long should our naughty Blackie be on a diet menu? Sejun pretended to ponder seriously. This isn't right. King. Butler, Great Blackie was just joking. Great Blackie will behave well. Blackie swung his tail vigorously in front of Sejun, trying to act cute. But, too late. It didn't work, and for threatening Sejun, Blackie was sentenced to 2 weeks of forced dieting until the birthday party. King, I should have listened to Big Brother. I should never threaten to burn Butler's money again. Under Sejun's stern punishment, Blackie came to his senses and sealed away his power to burn Sejun's money. Though it was unclear how long this would last. He. Who do you think you're messing with? Sejun was happy about winning against Blackie, but now that Theo's not around, it does feel a bit chilly. He looked at his knee, now free after a long time, with a slightly lonely expression. However, but I hope Vice Chairman Theo doesn't cause any trouble. He hasn't gone down recently, so I'm a bit worried. Sejun's expression soon turned to concern. On the way down the tower. Pooh hut. Yuren, how many of our great hybrid Chairman Park's birthday invitations will you be buying? Meow. Theo asked Yuren, as if it was a given. How many should I be buying? Yuren responded with a blank expression to Theo's question. Pooh hut. By 300,000, meow. He. Okay. Then give me 300,000. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. The price is 1 million tower coins per invitation, meow. Yuren simply bought the amount Theo said. Kayut. Theo Nim, I'll take 200,000. I think I'll give them to the wizards at the Wizard Tower, and the Wizard Association. Pooh hut. As expected, Iona has a kind heart, meow. Kayut. Then Iona also ordered invitations. Theo Nim, I'll take 50,000 too. I want to give them to my friends in the Kingdom of Cove. Theo also bought invitations. Just like that, Theo instantly sold 550,000 birthday invitations through Iona, Yuren, and Theo's purchases. The party scale Sejun envisioned had grown 5,400% in a flash. Pooh hut. First, I better head to the market street and buy all the paper to start making invitations, meow. Of course, this was just the beginning. Theo and his party arrived at the market street and bought up all the paper in every store, then stayed up all night making invitations. The territory of the Great Silver Dragon. When the day of the 5th dragon meeting arrived, thump! The other great dragons began arriving at the Silver Dragon's territory in droves. Great Silver Dragon Chrysella Hisron Nim, thank you for the invitation. Welcome, Great Blue Dragon Carlaster. Great Silver Dragon Chrysella Hisron Nim, thank you for inviting. The great dragons greeted Chrysella. The first place they headed after greetings was the banquet hall where Sejun's food had been prepared. With that amount of food, the number of great dragons must be. With their exceptional intellects, they took into account various variables and calculated precisely down to the gram how much they would be able to eat. Once all the dragons had gathered, then, I will now begin the 5th dragon meeting. With Chrysella's words, the meeting commenced. Topics regarding the creator god, Black Moon, destruction, and corruption were raised in order, but most of the discussion involved sharing analyses based on the information brought by Sejun. Because there was nothing they could directly intervene in, the creator god, said to be in the temple of the creator, had not issued any separate instructions, as if leaving things to unfold as they would. The energy of destruction leaking from the Black Moon served as a means of producing tower coins used in the dragon market, so they were actually hoping for even more of it. Moreover, destruction had not shown itself, making it impossible to come up with any countermeasures. Finally, corruption. It has existed since the primordial god's time. Even the dragons, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had never heard of such an existence. Once all the scheduled topics had concluded, Great Silver Dragon Chrysella Hisron. I would like to propose one additional agenda item. Kaiser spoke up, his voice slightly hesitant. Great Black Dragon Kaiser Pratani. Permission granted. Proceed with your proposal. Soon it will be the birthday of Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower. As we great dragons have been indebted to Park Sejun, I request that we bestow upon him the title of Honorary Great Dragon. Kaiser proposed a birthday gift for Sejun. Grandfather! You know Sejun's birthday is coming up, right? Please give him the title of Honorary Great Dragon as a birthday present. That's right. Give my brother-in-law the title. Naturally, Kaiser was moved by Eileen and Ace. What? The title of Honorary Great Dragon, even for Sejun? It is Sejun's birthday. But can we handle the consequences if we give him that title? The leaders were shaken by Kaiser's words. The title of Honorary Great Dragon was an esteemed title that had only been granted once since the birth of the Great Dragons. It required the agreement of at least 5 of the 9 Great Dragon leaders. And one who received the title of Honorary Great Dragon would be treated as an equal Great Dragon by the other Great Dragons. In other words, it meant treating Sejun as a real member of their tribe. It was part of Eileen's grand plan to marry Sejun. I, Great White Dragon Kellyan Mamib, agree. I, Great Red Dragon Ramterza here, also agree. I, Great Gold Dragon Artemis Yol, agree to bestow the title of Honorary Great Dragon to Park Sejun. I, Great Silver Dragon Chrysella Hisron, also. I, Great Green Dragon Brachio Iorg, also. The leaders, who had received much from Sejun, began to agree one by one. I, Great Blue Dragon Kin Asta, agree. With this, all the leaders of the Great Dragons have unanimously agreed to bestow the title of Honorary Great Dragon upon Park Sejun. Sejun had been unanimously granted the title of Honorary Great Dragon. And then, now, those Great Dragons who wish to place a part of their dragon heart into the title to be given to Park Sejun, come forward. I will do it. I will. Thump. Thump. The leaders eagerly stepped forward at Chrysella's words. If we all put our hearts in, Sejun will die. So only I, the one who proposed it, will put mine in. It can't be helped. Kaiser warned off the other leaders and carefully extracted a small part of his dragon heart, and completed the title of Honorary Great Dragon by placing it into the magically formed title. However, you have received the title, Honorary Great Dragon, by unanimous agreement of the 9 Great Dragons. You are unable to withstand the power of the title. Your life is in danger. Contrary to Kaiser's expectations, Sejun could not endure even a single dragon heart and collapsed, drifting between life and death. Krueng! Dad, hang in there. King! Butler! Quenji and Blackie worked hard to heal Sejun. As always, Sunfish Sejun fell far short of the Great Dragon's expectations. Chapter 687, Hee Hee. Butler, keep living like that. Great Blackie will protect you forever. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Krueng! Dad, pull yourself together. Squeeze. Squeeze. Quenji was diligently massaging Sejun's body with physical magic power massage. However, Sejun kept letting out painful groans. The title of the Honorary Great Dragon was too overwhelming for Sejun to handle. And then, Kirarong, Yumrarong, Kirurung. The Blackie family was asleep during this emergency. They were actually making efforts in their own way in Sejun's mental world. While supporting Sejun's mental state, what would Big Brother do at a time like this? To save Sejun, Quenji tried to recall what Theo had done. And then, this might work. Quenji awakened a new talent. Flash. Unlike Theo who burned money, Quenji's front paw lit up as he burned something else of Sejun's. What exactly was burned? No one knew yet. In any case, thanks to Quenji's treatment, Sejun's pain began to ease. Kuru. Phew. Sejun's breathing became noticeably more relaxed. At least on the outside. Sejun's mental world. Crew. A massive black dragon trapped in Sejun's mental world roared in frustration. It was too cramped for its presence. And then, is it you? The one trying to trap me in such a small place. It glared at Sejun in rage. No. Just calm down and let's talk. What kind of situation was this? Sejun tried to resolve things through conversation, but, no talking. I'll kill you and escape from here. The ferocious black dragon, bearing the exact temperament of the great black dragon Kaiser Pratani, swung its tail and tried to kill Sejun without hesitation. At that moment, boom, go. How dare you touch Great Blackie's butler? A giant dark blue wolf, Blackie, appeared, blocking the tail. You bastard! You dare try to kill Sejun Nim. I won't let this slide. To strike Great Blackie Nim, you're dead today. The subordinates followed in behind, sending killing intent toward the black dragon. What? Who are you guys? The black dragon shrank back under the overwhelming pressure of the former 12 apostles of destruction. Moments later, boom! Boom! Arc! It hurts! Hey! Even if you have to squeeze yourself, make your body smaller. If it's cramped, then shrink yourself. Surrounded and beaten by the Blackie family, the black dragon's size began to shrink. The body follows the mind. Thanks to this, the burden on Sejun's body greatly decreased. Then, the black dragon settled down in Sejun's mental world, creating a black-colored hill. He. I thought I was going to die. After escaping the threat to his life, hum. Sejun peacefully farmed in the field. At that moment, from afar, the great black dragon's highly praised Park Sejun Nim's food. Your soul has become greatly fulfilled after receiving high praise from numerous prestigious beings. Your mental strength has increased by 100,000. Your mental strength has reached the cap of 50,000. Your mental strength can no longer increase. You have achieved 50,000 mental strength. Park Sejun Nim's weak will has begun to slightly influence the world. From afar, the great golden dragon's highly praised Park Sejun Nim's food. Your mental strength overload is too severe. If this state continues for too long, your soul may collapse. As the great dragons ate Sejun's food, an overwhelming amount of mental strength surged into him beyond what he could bear. Since Sejun had received the title of Honorary Great Dragon, he was treated as one of the dragons and received a matching increase in mental strength. Great Blackie Nim, this is serious. A hole has formed in Sejun Nim's mental world. Get it together. At this rate, the butler will die. Pupil. Plug the hole. Yes. 8 ink shadow clones. 8 ink shadow clones of Mukpupil blocked the holes in Sejun's mental world with its 8 ink made clones and 8 legs, working diligently. The Blackie family dispersed the surging mental strength and hurriedly repaired Sejun's mental world. However, unaware of the danger he was in, Sejun was peacefully farming as if the world was perfect. Hee. Butler, keep living like that. Great Blackie will protect you forever. Seeing Sejun like that, Blackie worked even harder to reinforce Sejun's mental world. Thus, under Blackie's protection, Sejun harvested sweet potatoes. 75th floor of the Black Tower. May he hell. Ninia, should we go over there this time? Ni hey he. Shall we? The golden sheep Mima and the red sheep Ninia sisters' eyes gleamed as they looked at a clothing store. It was a recently opened shop that had become popular lately, known for making bold yet stylish designs. Since a month ago, the two had started spending time together, shopping and visiting delicious restaurants. After becoming a legendary merchant, Ninia realized her own abilities. The sense of inferiority she had long harbored toward Mima disappeared, but the resentment she held still did not go away easily. That was because the wounds she had received were too deep. So Ninia continued to avoid meeting Mima. Then one day, Ninia, Annie, they happened to run into each other while walking down the street. And just like that, the door to Ninia's heart suddenly opened. Thanks to that, the two returned to being the friendly sisters they once were, spending joyful time together in the shopping district once a week. At that moment, Mima, Annie, look, there's a crowd over there. Must be something interesting going on. Ninia spotted a gathering of many merchants. Really? Then let's go take a look too. Yeah, the two turned and walked over to the scene. And they say they'll be selling invitations to Chairman Park of Sejun Company's B-Day party soon. B-Day party? What's that? It's short for birthday party. You don't even know that. So what if I don't? Why are you acting like you're some know-it-all genius and looking down on me? I can look down on you 100 times. Remember when you got scammed 5 years ago? What? I was scammed 3 years ago. Stupid. Did you just call me stupid? You're the stupid one who got scammed. You can't even remember when I was scammed, you stupid idiot. How dare you? From the merchant's conversation, they realized that Sejun's birthday party invitations were being sold. Could it be? No way. A sense of dread overcame Mima and Ninia. At that moment, Poohoo Hut. Merchants. Greetings, meow. I, the right hand of the Great Hybrid Chairman Park Theo Nim, will sell invitations to the Great Hybrid Chairman Park's birthday party for just 1 million tower coins, meow. Their sense of dread materialized. The two instinctively felt fear from Theo, like the primal fear a prey feels when facing a predator, because every time they met, he swindled money out of them. However, I'll take one. Me too. The trap was that they voluntarily got fleeced. Get out of the way. BZZZT. Move. Whoosh. Mima and Ninia pushed aside the merchants with electricity and flames as they rushed toward Theo. Then, Poohoo Hut. Mima and Ninia, how many will you buy, meow? For reference, Uran bought 300,000, meow. Predator Theo fanned himself with a wad of invitations and asked the two with a beaming smile. Then I'll take 350,000. Me too. Today too. 2 innocent sheep voluntarily getting fleeced. Wee-hee-hee. Then I'll buy 200,000 more too. A pink pig joined them. Poohoo Hut. Excellent, meow. Here, take them all, meow. Theo handed out the huge pile of invitations and took their money. And so, Sejun's balance grew rapidly. Why am I lying down? Sejun came to his senses and sat up. Krueng. Kirarong. Rorong. Next to Sejun were Quenji and the Blackie family, sound asleep, exhausted from treating him. You guys sleep well. Pat. Pat. While Sejun gently patted Quenji and Blackie, the tower's administrator asks in a worried voice if you're okay. Eileen spoke to him. Yeah. But why did I faint? I've become much stronger lately. Sejun, who mistakenly believed he had become stronger, wondered. The tower's administrator says it's all her fault. The tower's administrator, in a tearful voice, says she was greedy and almost got you killed. Eileen tearfully explained the reason Sejun had collapsed. It's okay. You just did it for my sake too. I'm fine. And I survived. He. Believe it or not, I'm immortal. Perhaps a sunfish constantly exposed to life-threatening situations is the easiest being to become immortal. As Sejun was chatting with Eileen, Krueng, Dad, are you okay now? Quenji woke up and examined Sejun's body all over to make sure he was fine. And then, Ku hey hey hey. Krueng, he he he. Quenji healed Dad really well. Quenji wore a very proud expression. Quenji healed Dad. Quenji, thank you, Krueng. Krueng, that's right. But Quenji burned 2 of Dad's skills in return. Who? Burned a skill? 2 of them? Is that even possible? At Quenji's words, Sejun quickly checked his skills. Skill, Mastery of Farming Tools LV, 6, Magic Seed Sowing, Master, Harvesting, Master, Seed Shop LV, 5, Seed Harvesting LV, 9, Farmer's Warm Touch LV, 9, Crop Gigantification LV, 9, Fire Field LV, 7, You Are a Field, Master, Greenhouse LV, 6, Grass Laying LV, 5, Crop Miniaturization LV, 3, Transplanting LV, 7, Beekeeping, Master, Rain Thunder LV, 9, Delicious Cooking, Master, Vitality LV, 9, Fermentation LV, 8, Maintain Cleanliness LV, 5, Weed Pulling LV, 7, Advanced Aura Swordsmanship, Master, Unity of Sword and Body, Master, Bunker LV, 5. They're gone. Just as Quenji said, 2 skills were really missing. Intermediate Spear Technique LV, 2 and Intermediate Shield Technique LV, 2. Phew, that's a relief. Sejun sighed in relief that none of his farming skills had been lost. Quenji, but how did you burn my skills? Ku hey hey hey. Krueng, he he he. Quenji was thinking about what Big Brother would do. Krueng. So Quenji awakened the talent called a healing by burning Dad's skills. Quenji excitedly explained how his skill had evolved in response to Sejun's question. These Park brothers, do you guys just awaken talents by willing it? Sejun looked enviously at Quenji, who freely awakened talents at will. Right. I got a title, didn't I? To feel better, he checked his title. Title, Honorary Great Dragon. An honorable title granted by the Great Dragons, bestowed for the 2nd time in the history of the Great Dragons. Also, it is the first title ever unanimously agreed upon by the 9 leaders of the Great Dragons. The recipient of this title is treated as kin by the Great Dragons. Contains a part of the heart of the Great Black Dragon Kaiser Pratani and grants the dignity of the Great Dragons. Creator, the 9 leaders of the Great Dragons. Usage restriction, Black Towers Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Grade, cannot be measured. Skill, Energy of the Great Black Dragon, Master. Energy of the Great Black Dragon, Master. For 1 second, you can emit a weak energy of the Great Black Dragon Kaiser Pratani. A weak energy of Kaiser Nim. Curiosity sparked in Sejun. Energy of the Great Black Dragon. He used the title skill. Goo! At the moment a tremendous dragon's energy radiated from Sejun's body. The world held its breath for 1 second. The sky, the earth, even Sejun's crops. The Blackie family too. And then, Sejun himself. Shocked by the energy he emitted, Sejun fainted again. Krueng! Dad, what are you doing? Quenji, the only one unaffected by Sejun's energy, hurriedly treated Sejun and the Blackie family with his glowing front paws. Thanks to that, Sejun's skill Vitality LV9 was also burned. Chapter 688, Quenji, but Dad is healthy though? PR, Minipixel Z. Black Tower, 75th floor. Kyang. Chief Pio, why are we doing this? Nyong Nyong. Chief, the calculations are too hard. Pok Pok. Let's just rest a bit first. Jake Jark. When do we eat? Pio. Pio, this is all part of social experience. Stop complaining and do it. Pio was managing seniors more than 300 years older and making them sell invitations to merchants. Pooh Hut. My subordinate Ulrich, welcome, meow. Theo was handling big spenders who bought invitations in bulk. Hello. Vice Chairman Theo. Are there any invitations left for us Black Orcs to participate? Pooh Hut. How many do you need, meow? Please give us 7.3 million. Pooh Hut. Here you go, meow. Ulrich, the king of Black Orcs, bought birthday party invitations from Theo so that all Black Orcs under his command could attend. Vice Chairman Theo will also buy 5 million. The Red Orcs ruler Giant Fang, who had secretly tried and failed to forge invitations with help of a skilled hand, also came and bought invitations in bulk. The Red Orcs still hadn't learned their lesson. Vice Chairman Theo, hello. Pooh Hut. Kona, it's been a while, meow. How many invitations do you need, meow? I'd like to buy 500. Kona, the blue-backed penguin from the 44th floor of the tower, also bought invitations to attend with her kin. Following them, Hegel, Elka, and the banana monkeys also came to buy invitations. Theo could have given them away for free or offer discounts, but, Pooh Hut. Pay up, meow. This is all for the great hybrid chairman park, meow. Theo persistently collected payment. As the 50 million invitations Theo had made were almost all gone, Pooh Hut. Let's go buy more paper, meow. Coyote. Yes. Theo took the group to purchase large amounts of paper again and resumed printing invitations. The invitation business wasn't over yet. Even bigger spenders were waiting. Black Tower, 99th floor. All right. Sejun, who had fainted after receiving the title Honorary Great Dragon and then used the title Skill Energy of the Great Black Dragon, Master, only to faint again, opened his eyes energetically in the late afternoon. Quenji had worked hard to heal him, the Blackie family had greatly increased his mental strength, and perhaps because he had slept too much, he was brimming with energy. I'm hungry, rubbing his stomach. Krueng. King. Sejun carried the exhausted Quenji and Blackie family who had fallen asleep after treating him, and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. A little while later, as the delicious aroma of food spread, Ku-hey. Krueng. He. It smells delicious. Kihihit. King? He. Is it time for roasted and dried sweet potatoes? Quenji and the Blackie family opened their eyes. Sejun ate with his companions. Ku-hey. Krueng. He. It's tasty. Quenji ate squid over rice with Sejun. Jap. And Blackie gobbled up 5 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Knowing how much Blackie had suffered in his mental world, Sejun didn't serve him a diet meal today. As they ate and their stomachs became full, vitality. Sejun used the vitality skill to eat more food. The vitality skill quickly digests food in the stomach and temporarily increases all stats by up to 9%. So it was a skill Sejun frequently used when he wanted to eat more. However, there was no response. Quenji, who had burned out Sejun's vitality skill, also put down his spoon and entered reflection mode, cautiously watching Sejun. Quenji, did you burn it? Krueng. Yes, Quenji responded to Sejun's question with a guilty expression. Quenji didn't want to burn Sejun's vitality skill either, which would have allowed them to eat together longer, but things were urgent and there was no time to choose a different skill. It's okay. Quenji did it to heal Dad, right? Besides, if I go to the peach farm on the 55th floor of the tower and eat peaches, I can learn it again. Quenji will find it again for me, right? Sejun patted Quenji's head and spoke with a voice full of trust. Krueng. That's right. Quenji will find an even better peach for Dad. Quenji answered cheerfully with a smile. If they went and couldn't find the soft peach of vitality that grants the vitality skill, Quenji might be disappointed, but in that case, they'd just find another way. There's always a way. Since Wolfgang had asked to visit once, Sejun figured he might as well go down tomorrow. Quenji, Dad is fine, so you eat the rest. As Sejun, who could no longer eat more due to the loss of the vitality skill, put down his spoon and gave the remaining squid rice bowl to Quenji. Kirarong. Rorong. Kirurung. The sound of the Blackie family snoring was heard. Blackie had fallen asleep at some point. Whether it was from earlier overexertion or the aftermath of Sejun's skill, he had passed out while eating roasted and dried sweet potatoes. He had eaten 4 and had 1 left, but he was tightly holding it in his mouth, showing his determination not to let it be taken away. You punk! Let's save this for next time, King. Sejun removed the dried sweet potato Blackie was holding in his mouth and stuck it to his back. It stuck well since it was sticky. And then, Mr. Blackie, you have such a good life, King. While stretching the peacefully sleeping Blackie, Quenji, what do you want for your birthday present? He asked Quenji, who was eating. Krueng. What does Dad want for his birthday present? Quenji replied with a counter question. Dad? Dad wants the peach Quenji will find. Ku-hey. Krueng. He. Got it. Quenji will find the best peach. Quenji's motivation flared at Sejun's words. So what does Quenji want as a present? Krueng. Quenji paused to think. Ku-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji wants Dad to get healthy and play with Quenji for a long time. That would be a present for Quenji. Krrgh. As expected, my son is the best. Quenji's answer touched Sejun's heart. And then, Quenji, but Dad is healthy though. Sejun corrected the misunderstanding. Krueng. Krueng. No. Dad is not healthy. Quenji shook his head firmly. And at dawn. King? Where did Great Blackie's roasted and dried sweet potato go? Sniff sniff. I can smell it, but... Blackie woke up late at night and spent a long time searching for the roasted and dried sweet potato stuck to his back, but ultimately didn't find it and went back to sleep. The next morning. All right, I'm heading out. The tower's administrator says in an excited voice to bring back a lot of peaches. Kwong. Kwong. Sejun Nim, please be safe. Quenji, watch Dad closely. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. 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 He he he. Got it. Quenji will watch Dad well. Mom should train hard too. Sejun received a farewell from Eileen and Pink Fur and moved to the 55th floor with Quenji and the Blackie family. When they arrived at the waypoint on the 55th floor of the Black Tower, you have arrived at the 55th floor of the Black Tower. You have descended 44 floors from the highest floor, the 99th floor, to the 55th floor. Due to the effect of title, one who reached the summit of all towers, the effect of title, retrogressor has been amplified tenfold. Due to the effect of title, retrogressor, all stats have increased by 1320. Due to the effect of title, one who reached the summit of the 9 towers, you are invincible for 10 seconds after descending the tower. Messages appeared before Sejun. He couldn't hide the sense of pride welling up inside him. At that moment, clank! The void storage opened. Krueng. Dad, no. King. Butler. Don't make that ugly face. Quenji and Blackie burst out and began energetically stomping on Sejun's face with their front paws. They too had realized, watching Sejun's transformation in Grondra, that how dangerous it was when he makes this face. There's a saying that you can't spit on a smiling face, so why am I not allowed to smile? As Sejun lay sadly, being stomped on by Quenji and Blackie. Pip! Sejun Nim, welcome! A soldier guarding the waypoint greeted him. Yes. Just let Wolfgang and Hukel Bok know that we've arrived. We'll stop by the peach farm before going to them. Pip! Understood. Sejun had the soldier inform them of his visit and said, Quenji, let's go. Krueng. With Quenji's telekinesis, they flew into the sky and headed toward the peach farm. A little while later, Sejun and his group arrived at the peach farm. Oh. A lot of peaches have ripened. Sejun could see white rabbits tending the farm and peaches that had ripened to a pinkish color. Sniff sniff. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. 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 He he he. It smells sweet. Dad, wait just a bit. Quenji will find the best peach. Quenji quickly began sniffing around in search of the soft peach of vitality, which could grant the vitality skill. Kihihit. King. He he. Butler. Great Blackie wants to eat that one. Blackie, intoxicated by the sweet smell, begged Sejun to let him eat peaches by biting his pant leg. All right, Pluck. You have harvested a peach. Your job experience has increased very, very slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting, Master, has increased slightly. You have gained 1 experience point. Sejun picked one well-ripened peach. Blackie, is it sweet? Kihihit. King. King. He he. Yeah. But now I want roasted and dried sweet potatoes. As he shared it with Blackie, Krueng. Found it. Quenji had found the peach he was searching for. He. There are lots of good peaches. And he had found 5 of them. Sejun's tower farmer rank had influenced the farm, improving the quality of the crops grown there. Thus, Quenji secured 5 soft peaches of vitality. He placed 3 of them on his front paws and, Krueng. Time to synthesize herbs. He used the herbalist skill. Quenji's herb synthesis was a skill that could only be used on herbs or crops with potent medicinal properties, enough to qualify as herbs. It allowed synthesizing 3 identical herbs into one, thereby enhancing its efficacy. Flash! After a dazzling light flashed from Quenji's front paws and disappeared, only 1 peach remained on his paws. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he. Dad, Quenji found a super good peach. Quenji excitedly ran towards Sejun and handed him the peach he had synthesized from 3 soft peaches of vitality. Super soft peach of vitality, the one peach that came into Sejun's hand. Super vitality. Sejun hurriedly examined the peach. Super soft peach of vitality. This is a peach whose medicinal effects were enhanced by Black Tower's advanced herbalist, Park Quenji, using the herb synthesis skill with 3 soft peaches of vitality. The hidden effect of the peach was activated by Park Quenji, the Black Tower's advanced herbalist, by burning 70,000 magic power. It has become sweeter and its medicinal effects have greatly increased. Upon consumption, all stats increase by 100. Upon consumption, you can learn the skill, super vitality. Upon consumption, the talent, longevity can be awakened. Usage restriction, LV, 50 or higher, all stats 1000 or higher. He used 70,000 magic power. Sejun was surprised at first that Quenji had burned magic power, but then, no wait. Quenji's magic stat is over 1 million. He soon realized it wasn't a big number for Quenji and felt relieved. But the hidden effect is longevity? While Sejun was lost in thought, Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Give me that one too. Blackie bounced up and down, eyeing the super vitality soft peach in Sejun's hand that was giving off an intensely sweet aroma. Krueng. Blackie, you eat this one. King. Okay. He had no choice but to give up. Instead, he ate the soft peach of vitality that Quenji was offering with a scary face. It felt like something bad would happen if he didn't eat it. On the 670th day since entering the tower, Sejun, in exchange for losing the vitality skill, was able to obtain the superior super vitality skill and the talent, longevity. He. This is what you call the blessing in disguise. Sejun wore a smug expression. Krueng. Dad, that face is not okay. Kihihit. King. He. Butler's face is ugly. The price he paid was a sticky paw massage from Quenji and Blackie, whose paws were smeared with peach juice. Chapter 689, You Rascal. I won't let you have my Lara. PR, Minipixel Z. Black Tower, 55th floor. Skill, Super Vitality LV1. Quickly digests food remaining in the stomach to gain super vitality. For 30 minutes, all stats increase by up to 3% and physical regeneration significantly increases. Can last up to 1 hour with 2 stacks. Duration is determined by the amount of food left in the stomach. Talent, longevity. This is a talent that allows you to live up to 300 years longer than your natural lifespan unless an accident occurs. The aging process slows slightly. After eating the super soft peach of vitality, Sejun checked the options for super vitality and longevity. Thanks to you, Quenji, Dad will live a long time. He praised Quenji while stroking his belly. Hey. Krueng. He. Quenji will help Dad live even longer. Quenji was delighted by Sejun's praise. Yeah. Sejun smiled contentedly at Quenji's words. And then, King. The butler smiled again. Blackie charged straight at Sejun's face. He only stroked Quenji Hung's belly and didn't stroke Great Blackie's belly. I hate the butler. It was pure jealousy. But, Blackie, you rascal. You're just trying to step on me, aren't you, King? King? Oh. How did the stupid butler know? As punishment, belly farts. Bub. Blackie's jealousy-filled dark heart turned pure white again. Kihihit. I'll forgive you just this once. After receiving belly farts from Sejun. And, Quenji wants a belly blow too. Quenji looked at Sejun with sparkling eyes, offering his belly and waiting his turn. All right. Belly farts for Quenji too. Bub. Hey. After blowing into Quenji's belly and enjoying a happy healing time. Okay, let's stop playing and harvest the peaches. Sejun stood up and began harvesting peaches. Hey. Krueng. He. Quenji will help Dad. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great Blackie will help too. Even though they weren't much help, Quenji and the Blackie family assisted in harvesting peaches. After about 2 hours, the peach harvest was finished, and, let's go eat now. He headed out to find Hukulbok around lunchtime. Black Tower, 75th floor. A lazy afternoon about 30 minutes after lunchtime. Knock. H.M. Mason, the chairman of the Wandering Merchant Association, who had just eaten a hearty lunch and was dozing off at his desk, rubbed his eyes and looked toward the door at the sound of knocking. Who is it? No one's supposed to come today. Mason was puzzled since there were no appointments in the afternoon. Then, click, the door opened roughly, and, Pooh-hoo-hut. Mason Nim, nice to see you, meow, Kayut. Mason Nim, it's been a while. Pio, hello. Wee-hee-hee. Mason Nim, it's been a while. Can I eat this cookie? Kyong. Nyong. Pok. Jek. Theo and his group naturally entered as if it were their own room and began to run around Mason's office chaotically. Mason was bothered by them making a mess of his room, but Phew. He took a deep breath and dulled his sharpening irritation. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, welcome. What brings you here? He welcomed Theo and asked the reason for the visit. He had a feeling he knew, but asked anyway while pretending not to, because he didn't want to be forced into buying a large batch of invitations. Of course, he did want to attend the Great Black Dragon's birthday party. However, aside from himself and his family, he was reluctant to buy a large number of invitations under the name of the Wandering Merchant Association. That was because the Wandering Merchant Association chairman election, held once every 10 years, was just around the corner. Lately, due to Sejun Company sweeping up enormous amounts of money from the Black Tower without spending it, the flow of currency had stagnated, causing serious deflation. As a result, the wallets of wandering merchants had thinned, and even purchasing invitations under the association's name was something others would scrutinize. So, he planned to buy invitations for himself and his family later at a premium from others who had already purchased them. Pooh Hut. I've come to sell the birthday party invitations for the Great Hybrid Chairman Park. For Mason Nim, I'll start from 10,000 invitations, meow. Seeing Theo speak with a bright smile, Mason realized things would not go according to his plan. Life never goes as planned anyway. Then, just 10,000. Mason, resigned, carefully opened his mouth while watching Theo's reaction. Pooh Hut. By the way, Iona, the chairman of the Wizards Association, bought 200,000 invitations, meow. Theo pressured Mason by mentioning how many invitations another association chairman, Iona, had purchased. But who would argue with the destructive wizard? Hearing Theo's words, Mason felt even more disheartened. Unlike Iona, who held tight control over the Wizards Association, Mason hadn't fully seized control of the Wandering Merchant Association. Sigh. All right. If Vice Chairman Theo grants my favor, I will purchase 5 million invitations for Chairman Park's birthday party. Pooh Hut. That sounds great, meow. What's the favor, meow? Please say you support me during the Wandering Merchant Association Chairman election campaign. If you do that, I will buy 5 million invitations. With a cautious voice, Mason threw his lifetime gamble at Theo. If he had the support of a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, the backlash over buying 5 million invitations could be completely quelled. In the Black Tower, the authority of Theo, subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, was absolute. Pooh Hut. Really, meow? If I, Vice Chairman Theo, support Mason Nim, you'll buy 5 million invitations, of course. I'm the chairman of an association that survives on trust. Just support me, and I'll immediately buy 5 million invitations. As Theo's response wasn't negative, Mason's complexion brightened. Then, Pooh Hut. Sounds good, meow. And I'll add the support of Wizards Association Chairman Iona, legendary merchants Yoran, Mima, and Ninia, so buy 10 million more, meow. Theo added further conditions. Of course. I'd be honored. Mason's lips curled up to his ears. With this level of support behind him, even consecutive 10-term might be possible. And this really worked, meow. As expected, every word from the Great Hybrid Chairman Park is right, meow. Theo was amazed once again at Sejun's greatness as he used that ask and double for technique Sejun had taught him. Ask and doubles was something Sejun had taught for fun, and even Sejun didn't know Theo would actually use it. But that wasn't all Sejun had taught him. Vice Chairman Theo, if it works, go for the triple. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow. There was also ask and triple. And Pooh Hut. Mason Nim, then I'll also throw in support from our Great Hybrid Chairman Park, Minotaur King, and Pink Fur, so please buy 45 million more invitations, meow. Theo faithfully followed Sejun's teachings. What? Adding 45 million to the previous 15 million. Cold sweat began to trickle down Mason's forehead. Black Tower, 55th floor. Swoosh! Sejun arrived at the main gate of White Castle, the royal palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, together with Quenji and the Blackie family. And, I'm hungry. Let's hurry and ask Wolbok for lunch. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He. Sounds good. Kihihit. King. He. Wolbok young. Great Blackie is here. As they hurried off to get lunch. Payuk. Sejun Nim, it's an emergency. Help. Ooh? Master Bochi appeared and asked for help. What's going on? Can't you tell me on the way? Payuk. No. Bochi wanted to say no, that it was truly an emergency, but, growl. Go. Payuk. Okay, As it seemed their meal would be delayed, the growling of Quenji and Blackie forced Bochi to accept. Pick. Sejun Nim, this way please. As Sejun entered the palace, a black rabbit, who was standing guard, guided him to Hukwul Bok. So, you're saying Lara might have a boyfriend? Sejun talked with Bochi while walking alongside the guard. Payak. 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 Yes. Other rabbits saw Lara leaving home this morning with another male rabbit. Sejun Nim, what should I do? Should I kill Lara's boyfriend? If you do that, it'll be over with Lara too. Forever. Payak. Bochi became depressed at Sejun's words. Let's find out the situation a little more first. Usually in cases like this, it's often a younger brother or a relative. Sejun gave advice, recalling all the romance he'd learned from dramas and anime. There's always a misunderstanding scene like this. Payak. Really? Yes. Over 75% chance for sure, Sejun answered with great confidence. Meanwhile, Sejun and his group arrived at the office where Hukwul Bok was. Pick. Our respected King Hukwul Bok. Great Black Dragon Park. Sejun Nim and his party have arrived. The guard reported to Hukwul Bok. Then, Payak. Let them in. Hukwul Bok's reply came. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive doors opened. Krueng. It's little Hyung. King. Wul Bok Hyung. Dadada. Quenji and Blackie ran toward Hukwul Bok. You saw him a few days ago, are you that happy? While watching them run with a smile. Grab. Sejun quickly covered Bochi's eyes and ears. And, Payak. Sejun Nim, what are you doing? Just stay still. Clunk. He stuffed Bochi straight into the void storage. Inside Hukwul Bok's office, Lara, wearing a yellow ribbon on her ear, was happily chatting with another male white rabbit. They really are a couple. That 75% probability was wrong. If Bochi had seen this, there might have been bloodshed. So Sejun prevented potential bloodshed. Wul Bok, but those people are? He cautiously asked Hukwul Bok. From his perspective as a self-proclaimed dating master, the two were undeniably a couple, but still, just in case. Payak. Oh. You know Lara, and this here is Lara's father. Pick. I am honored to meet the great Black Dragon Park. Sejun Nim. Introduced by Hukwul Bok, Lara's father bowed politely. It was her father. I can't believe I was wrong. Sejun couldn't believe he had been mistaken. Ah. So you're Lara's father, nice to meet you. You look so young. I wouldn't have known if someone said you were her boyfriend. To justify being wrong, Sejun blamed it on him looking young. Pick. Pick. Thank you. Great Black Dragon Nim. Lara's father was flustered by Sejun's compliment. Payak? Payak. Uncle, why is he suddenly acting like that? So awkward. Hukwul Bok shook his head from side to side. Judging by his reaction, it was clear Lara's father wasn't youthful looking at all. After exchanging greetings with Lara's father, clunk, Sejun carefully opened the void storage. Then, Master Bo, he is not a boyfriend, but Lara's father. Make a good impression on him and earn some points, he quietly whispered to Bochi. In Sejun's view, this was an incredibly good opportunity. If Bochi made a solid first impression on Lara's father, he could become a strong ally in the path to marriage with Lara. However, Master Bo, Bochi wasn't listening to Sejun. Payak, you rascal. I won't let you have my Lara. Bochi, upon seeing the male rabbit getting along with Lara, had already lost his mind. Whoosh! 30 swords were aimed at the future father-in-law. Quenji, block it! Krueng! Thankfully, Quenji caught the swords with telekinesis and stopped the attack, but he couldn't stop the killing intent that seeped out. Pick! Pick! I wondered which scoundrel was after my daughter. It was you. I won't give my daughter to you either. And so, instead of gaining a strong ally, Bochi made an enemy. Or perhaps, he had been one from the beginning. Payak! Payak! Father-in-law, I was wrong. Please give me your daughter. Bochi belatedly knelt and begged for forgiveness, but, Pick! Pick! Who are you calling father-in-law? You just tried to kill me. Payak! Father-in-law! The father-in-law's anger wasn't appeased. And then, snicker, Pick! Bochi, you fool! Lara, who had brought her father to gain his approval for marrying Bochi, looked at Bochi kneeling before her father and let out a small smile. To her father, Bochi was a reckless scoundrel who raised a sword at him, but in Lara's eyes, he was a dashing fool who brandished his sword for her sake. And the fact that he willingly knelt for her added extra points. Before anyone realized it, Lara too had hearts in her eyes. Chapter 690, Damn. I'm jealous. Minipixel Z. Black Tower, 75th floor. Vice Chairman Theo Nim, here it is. Mason, who could only buy 30 million invitations due to the lack of funds in the Wandering Merchant Association, handed over 30 trillion tower coins to Theo. Because the quantity was severely insufficient, among Sejun, Minotaur King, and Pink Fur, only Pink Fur would provide support. Pooh Hut. Mason Nim, if you want to earn the support of the great hybrid Chairman Park, you'll need to work harder meow. While Theo was saying that to Mason as he received the money, he suddenly began looking around. It seems Chairman Park is getting closer, meow. And the direction isn't above but below, meow. That was because Sejun's location had changed. Pooh Hut. Looks like Chairman Park personally went to sell the invitations to Woolbok, meow. Based on the sensitivity of the Sejun knee detector, Theo was convinced that Sejun was on the 55th floor of the tower. Then we'll stop by the Mercenaries Association before heading to the Lizard Kingdom on the 70th floor of the tower, meow. Kayut. Yes. And so, Theo and his group left the headquarters of the Wandering Merchant Association and moved to the headquarters of the Freelance Mercenaries Association headquarters. For reference, the headquarters of the Freelance Mercenaries Association was located 2 blocks away. A little later. Knock. 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 Theo knocked on the door of the Mercenaries Association chairman's office. But, meow? Why isn't Hannibal Nim here, meow? There was no one inside. As soon as Hannibal heard that Mason had been fleeced by Theo, he ran away by accepting a random request. However, Kayut? Theo Nim, it looks like Hannibal Nim went to the 71st floor of the tower for a request. Since we're headed that way, we can stop by as we go. Iona looked through the request log on Hannibal's desk and figured out his destination. Pooh Hut. Good, meow. Then let's depart quickly, meow. And so, Theo and his companions began descending the tower. A little while later. Meow? That's Hannibal Nim, meow. Who? They happened to meet Hannibal, who had let his guard down and was resting leisurely with his subordinates in the merchant passageway, thinking he had escaped well. Pooh Hut. Hannibal Nim, by the birthday party invitations of our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. For you, I'll start with a special offer of 100,000 invitations, meow. Theo's irresistible sales pitch began. Black Tower, 55th floor. Poor Master Bo, he's doomed. Sejun looked pitifully at Bochi, who was clinging onto Lara's father's leg hair, trying to attack your father-in-law. From Sejun's point of view, this marriage was over. He figured he'd have to buy Master Bo a consolation drink later. And just as he was thinking of buying Bochi some drinks and introducing him to a new girlfriend, Pip. Father, please stop now. Lara stepped in and tried to stop her father, Raulo. Pip. Stop what? Lara, you saw it too, didn't you? This guy tried to kill me. Raulo, still burning with rage, shouted angrily. Pip. But he didn't kill you. So it's fine. Pip. What do you mean by that? Is that something to say to a father who almost died? Pip. Father, then is it okay if I tell Mom about your secret fund? I think I even know the location. Pip, I forgive your crime. At the mention of a secret fund, he quickly calmed down. However, Kayup. Father-in-law, thank you. I will work hard to live well with Lara from now on. Pip. When did I say I approved the marriage? I said I'd forgive you for trying to kill me. Raulo got angry again at Bochi's words. And then, Pip. Said Cret Fund. Pip. No. Absolutely don't tell your mother. Please take good care of my daughter. At Lara's words, Raulo did another complete 180. Sejun didn't know how much was in Raulo's secret fund, but he had a pretty good sense of how precious it was to him. And so, Bochi and Lara's marriage was decided in an instant. Master Bo is getting married before me. Sejun was deeply shocked to see Bochi's marriage being settled in front of his eyes like beans popping on a hot pan. First, he was shocked that his judgment as a so-called romance expert had been wrong. Second, the fact that the marriage was settled in this atmosphere. And finally, no. The 300-year single soldier has deserted. He was surprised that Bochi, who was definitely the pillar of the singles corps, had been discharged. And it wasn't even through dating, it was straight to marriage. That's too fast. They say if you're jealous, you lose. Damn. I'm jealous. Sejun couldn't hide his envy. Thanks to that, Sejun's face began to become ugly. Krueng! Krueng! Dad's face has become super ugly. Quickly fix your face. Kihihit. King! King! Hee. Butler's face is getting ugly. Let's stomp it. Quenji and Blackie quickly rushed to Sejun's face and stomped on it wildly. After getting his face stepped on, Sejun snapped out of his shock. Let's eat first. Payak! Payak! Prepare the meal. Uncle, follow me. Following the guidance of Hukulbok, they headed to the dining hall together. Farming school. Hey, seriously now. You think this old man is deceiving you? I personally taught Chairman Park of Sejun Company how to farm. And I was even the #1 founding member of Sejun Company. Grandpa, you're lying again. Grandpa, you're lying to us again, aren't you? Last time you said you could eat 100 carrots and couldn't even finish them all. And the thing about Uncle Theo coming if we don't listen, that was a lie too, right? We know everything now. Liar. Once again, Wolfgang was being ignored by the baby rabbits today. He found it so fun to tease the baby rabbits with lies that he did it often, and now that habit had come back to bite him. He had become the shepherd grandpa no one believed anymore. Unfortunately, the baby rabbits who had met Sejun in the past had already graduated, so there was no one to vouch for Wolfgang's words. No. There was one person, but, honey, HMPH, Wolher wouldn't help. Because Wolfgang hadn't included her as founding member #1 with him. As husband and wife, they should be united, but being treated like #2 didn't sit right with her. At that moment, swoosh! Suddenly, a black rabbit appeared in front of Wolfgang. Wolfgang Nim, Sejun Nim has arrived at the White Castle. He was part of the security team guarding Wolfgang and Wolher and also responsible for relaying news from the royal family. And then, what? Sejun Nim has arrived. Overcome with emotion at the news of Sejun's arrival, Wolfgang regained his confidence. You little kids, just wait a little longer. Sejun Nim will show up and go to rare, and take all the bad rabbits away. He began bluffing loudly at the baby rabbits again, but, he. We don't believe Grandpa anymore, Naya. Since he had completely lost the trust of the baby rabbits, his words had no effect at all. Sejun Nim, please come quickly and go to rare. Thinking that all this distrust would disappear as soon as Sejun arrived, Wolfgang said, all right. Let's plant some carrots now. Liar, don't believe you. Hey, this time it's true. Yoki's not falling for it. Yoki, I'm telling the truth. Look. Grandpa's planting carrots. And so he began a difficult class with baby rabbits who didn't believe him. White Castle Dining Hall. Quack, Lara sigh. Bochi clung to Lara with a look like he could die from happiness. Since they were already engaged, there didn't seem to be a problem, but, whom? Master Bo, please maintain your dignity. The king of the red ribbon, Hukulbok, is here. This is improper. Pip. The words of the great black dragon Nim are right. Son-in-law Bochi, maintain decorum. Sejun and Raulo, both very displeased with Bochi, glared with fierce eyes and interfered. Lara's father, we get along well, don't we? When Sejun offered his fist to Raulo, Pip. Great black dragon Nim, it is an honor. Raulo, with an overly reverent expression, carefully bumped his fluffy white paw, covered in soft fur, against Sejun's fist. As they continued talking, food was brought out, and the conversation carried on as they ate. Master Bo, so when are you getting married? Kyoop. Right now. That soon? Isn't that too fast? Sejun shook his head at Bochi's answer, and, Pip. To think I have to send my daughter to someone so impulsive with no plans. Raulo was outraged. Kyoop? Then 1 month from now. Bochi changed his answer, gauging Raulo's reaction. That's too late, isn't it? At Bochi's revised answer, Sejun shook his head again. Pip. To think I have to send my daughter to someone so indecisive and lacking in initiative. Raulo was furious once more. What do you want from me? Bochi was completely confused about how to respond. He. Serves him right. There's fun in teasing him. Watching Bochi struggle, Sejun and Raulo were secretly enjoying themselves. The truth was, they both disapproved of Bochi and Lara's marriage and were simply bullying him for fun. As Bochi was unable to decide on a wedding date due to Raulo's constant glare. Payak! Just have it on my birthday. Hukulbok picked the wedding date for them. Woolbok's birthday. My birthday? Krueng. It's Quench's birthday. King? The birth anniversary of Great Blackie. Since they shared the same birthday, it didn't really matter whose it was, but the group all tried to claim it as their own. All right. Let's do that. We'll just hold the wedding during the birthday party on the 99th floor of the tower. Come to think of it, having the wedding and party on the same day meant they wouldn't have to prepare separately, so Sejun agreed. However, he didn't yet realize that doing so would cause the hamsters from Hamp to flood in like clouds to attend Boch's wedding. Thus, the number of party guests kept growing. A little later, after the meal ended, but do we have enough ingredients? Clank! Sejun opened the void storage to check if they had enough ingredients for the party. Most of the food supplies had already been used up while preparing for the dragon's meeting. Originally, he had expected about 10,000 guests, so he hadn't thought they'd run short, but with wedding guests being added, he'd have to recalculate. For a wedding, noodles and steak are a must. Sejun examined the ingredients. As expected, there's not much. There was no slime meat at all, and the rest of the ingredients were also insufficient. I'll have to start by restocking slime. Quenji, let's go hunt some slime together. Krueng. Understood. They entered the room where the slimes were. Krueng. With a single punch from Quenji, they caught the necessary number of slimes. Black Tower's advanced herbalist Park Quenji has defeated the fifth calamity of destruction, gold slime. You have earned 150 billion experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Black Tower's advanced herbalist Park Quenji. As a result of the title, owner of the Calamity Farm, you have gained an additional 300 billion experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have obtained 10 bonus stat points. Your strength has increased by 30. Your strength potential has increased by 1%. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Sejun gained 2 levels and reached level 193. After securing the slime meat, clank! Sejun opened the void storage to take a look inside. He knew it was empty, but like opening the fridge for no reason, he just wanted to open it. And then, wow! Why is there so much money? Seeing the tower coins and treasures piled up in the room, Sejun beamed brightly. He. Looks like Vice Chairman Theo sold the invitations at a really high price. Oh, well, of course. To eat the food made by me, Park Sejun, the Black Tower's tower farmer, this much is only natural. Sejun puffed himself up with pride. At that moment, Choi-ru-ru-rook, an enormous amount of treasure poured into the void storage. Choi-ru-ru-rook, and it filled up again. Why is the money still increasing? Sejun's smug expression stiffened. Something felt ominous. Choi-ru-ru-rook. Even at that moment, the money kept pouring in without stopping. This was clearly strange. He didn't know how much the invitations were being sold for, but this wasn't right. Something was off. And there's no way this much money came from selling just 10,000 invitations. Sejun was sure of it. Theo, you rascal! I told you to only sell 10,000. He realized Theo was causing trouble. Eileen, please hold on to this money for me. Sejun, first of all, handed the money in the void storage over to Eileen. If he left it there, one of the 3 Park brothers would definitely burn it all away. The tower's administrator says she will personally safeguard your money so no one can touch it. Yeah. I'm counting on you. And so, Sejun entrusted the vault's money to the absolute vault, Eileen. Quenji, Blackie, let's go catch your big brother. Krueng. King. They quickly set off to catch Theo, who had caused the trouble. Though, with over 100 million invitations already sold, hurrying probably wouldn't change much. And meanwhile, when is Sejun Nim coming? Did he go for dessert after lunch? Wolfgang endlessly waited for Sejun, who wasn't coming, at the entrance of the farming school. Chapter 691, No. I can't say hello because of Vice Chairman Theo. PR, Minipixel Z, 70th floor of the Black Tower. Dino, the capital of the Lizard Kingdom. Poohoo Hut. Lizard King, thanks for buying 20 million invitations, meow. Theo was extorting money from the king of the Lizard Kingdom. In the past, the Lizard Kingdom had handed over half of its treasure to Theo in exchange for removing the phoenix occupying its capital, Dino, but the citizens of the kingdom worked hard and restored the national treasury. Thanks to that, even more was taken. That's how Theo received 20 trillion tower coins, the price for 20 million invitations. Just as he was about to head towards Sejun, then let's depart meow. Chairman Park is nearby, meow. He detected Sejun's knee energy appearing at the 70th floor waypoint of the tower. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park must really want to see me, Vice Chairman Theo, too, meow. So Theo voluntarily dashed towards Sejun, who had come to catch him, with light speed meow step. Swish. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, I missed you too, meow. In an instant, he clung to Sejun's face and rubbed his face affectionately. And then, Kaiut, where is this place? Iona, who had been clinging to Theo's tail, was momentarily startled when the surroundings suddenly changed, but then, Kayut Kayut Kayut. Hello, Sejun Nim, she calmly greeted Sejun. However, no. I can't say hello because of Vice Chairman Theo. Squish. Meow. Sejun responded with a grumpy voice while pulling Theo's cheek fat. Chime and pork, I'm sure we, Niall. Theo apologized right away without even knowing what he did wrong. Because when Sejun punishes him by squishing his cheeks, there's always a reason. It's unconditionally his fault. On top of that, I think he's angry about the invitations. Meow. Theo had a vague idea of the reason. Even he had thought that maybe he sold too many invitations when he hit 50 million. But at some point, he got too excited and couldn't stop selling invitations like a runaway train. Vice Chairman Theo, didn't I tell you to sell only 10,000 invitations? Meow? I understood it as the least to sell was 10,000, meow. What? Are your ear holes clogged? Want me to clean them out? Pooh-hoo hut. That'd be great, meow. It would be an honor if Chairman Park cleaned them, meow. Sigh. This guy and his mouth, squish, meow. Chime and pork, I'm sure we, meow. And so Theo further fueled Sejun's anger and had to endure even longer cheek squishing. A little later. Phew. So how many did you sell? Sejun, his anger somewhat cooled, released Theo's cheeks and asked. Meow. Mason Nim 30 million, Hannibal Nim 23 million, to Lizard King 20 million. Theo diligently calculated his outstanding achievements. Kayut Kayut Kayut. Theo Nim sold 135,710,068 invitations. Iona, who had already counted the number of invitations beside Theo, proudly answered. She was gradually becoming more like Theo, as if they were truly a couple. What? 135 million. Sejun, who had expected maybe 10 million at most, was furious at the overwhelming number. Hold still, Chime and pork, I'm sure we, meow. He grabbed Theo's cheeks again. After thoroughly disciplining Theo, Vice Chairman Theo, knee banned for 2 days, Sejun handed down his punishment. Meow? No way, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo made a devastated expression. A 2-day knee ban to Theo was like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, now's my chance. Dash dash dash. Baektang, who had been watching for an opportunity, moved. Kiarong. That knee is mine now. Without reading the mood, Baektang launched himself towards Sejun's knee. Hack! No one can go on Chairman Park's knee, meow. Thwack! Kia! After acting so recklessly, Baektang ended up getting hit by Theo and passed out with a yelp. Sigh guys, let's go. This isn't a birthday party, it's becoming a birthday hell. Sejun let out a deep sigh as he gathered the group and returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. For the following 5 days, Sejun did nothing but gather cooking ingredients from the moment he woke up until he went to bed. Since there were over 100 million participants for the birthday party, the sheer amount of ingredients was enough to fill both the storage and the void storage completely. During this process of gathering ingredients, Sejun's level rose by 3, reaching level 196. Meanwhile, Hell received many quests requesting ingredients like chocolate bricks and Oreo powder, and accumulated a large number of welfare points. Used 20 Sejun Company welfare points to access the seed delivery network. Sent the Transcendence Grade Seed, Dragon Fruit Seed, to Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company. Hell, the God of Merchants, received 5 welfare points as a reward for completing the quest. Every time 20 points were accumulated, Hell sent a Dragon Fruit Seed to Sejun through Theo. This was in hopes of sending Sejun 100 Transcendence Grade Seeds and, in return, receiving an increase in divinity and 5% shares of Sejun Company's seed delivery network. Thanks to this, Sejun received 2 dragon fruits over the past 5 days and germinated them, but the results were not good. One yielded a dragon fruit that had only the super vitality skill copied, while the other copied crop miniaturization and rain thunder. At least the one with the rain thunder skill could make it rain and water crops. Munch. Munch. Hey! Stop eating. The one with only super vitality had no practical use. Its level was already raised to 7 using a great growth elixir, and it ate a lot. How annoying. Sejun grew displeased as he watched the dragon fruit that looked like him do nothing but eat. Eileen, please cook something. The tower's administrator excitedly asks if you want to eat her food. The tower's administrator tells you to wait just a little bit. She prepared food to feed the gluttonous dragon fruit. And then, boom! The gluttonous dragon fruit exploded after eating a new dish developed by Eileen, chestnut dish. But it turned out it wasn't a chestnut but a bomb. Thanks. Sejun gave deep thanks and condolences to the obliterated gluttonous dragon fruit and headed to the carrot field. It was time to harvest carrots for the carrot cake. While Sejun was working hard preparing for the birthday party. Who is it? Meow? Who burned it all? Meow? Theo, finding the treasury empty, summoned Quenji and Blackie to interrogate them. Krueng! Krueng! Quenji is innocent. Quenji only burned Dad's skills. Quenji placed his right front paw on his left chest and declared his innocence. Quenji doesn't lie, meow. Then is it Blackie, meow? Theo ruled out Quenji as a suspect and turned to Blackie. King! King! Great, Blackie is innocent. Because of Big Brother, I didn't even get to burn the butler's money and ended up on a diet meal plan. Blackie barked fiercely in protest, full of resentment. He really looked unjustly accused. Doesn't seem like Blackie either, meow. Then who is it, meow? Unable to find the culprit, Detective Sherlock Sejun, help me, meow. He called Sejun for help. However, I entrusted that money to Eileen, meow. The culprit was Sejun. He. Now you can't burn it even if you want to. Sejun provoked Theo with a smug expression. Meow. Chairman Park's face is getting ugly, meow. Krueng. Dad, ugly face is not allowed. Kihihit. King. He. Let's stomp on the butler's face. Sejun was mercilessly trampled by the three Park brothers. He. But they still can't burn the money. Sejun willingly smiled as he was stomped. However, Eileen, his trusted treasurer, once flush with funds, began to indulge in power shopping. Kuhihihi. What power should I buy for my Sejun? She started shopping for powers. Power, omnipotent tower farmer. Price, 10 quintillion tower coins. Effect, all stats 10 billion inside the tower. Granting restrictions, tower farmer, SSS, must be a resident of a level 8 world or have a stat potential of 10 billion or more. Power, I'll protect my field. Price, 100 quadrillion tower coins. Effect, all abilities increase by 10,000% when protecting one's field. Granting restrictions, tower farmer, SS, must be a resident of a level 6 world or have a stat potential of 1 billion or more. Power, skillful farmer. Price, 100 trillion tower coins. Effect, all job skills of the tower farmer increase by 3 levels, however, skill levels can only be raised up to the limit of the job grade. Granting restrictions, tower farmer, S, must be a resident of a level 2 world. For some reason, a flood of new powers tailored for tower farmers had been stocked in the shopping list. I am working this hard for you, Sejun Nim. Please recognize my loyalty. It was the tearful effort of System 371, but no one acknowledged it. 55th floor of the Black Tower. Bochi Nim, it's been a while. Hearing the news of Bochi's upcoming wedding, Kalkai, Archbishop of the Ham God Church, visited with other followers to help with the preparations. TL, Ham God equals Hamster God. Bochi and Lara's wedding was planned to be held once in Hamk tradition, and once in Red Ribbon Kingdom style. To prepare ceremonial attire for the Hamk-style wedding, the hamsters had arrived first to take measurements of Bochi and Lara and were in the process of making the outfits. Thus, Kalkai and the followers stayed in the Red Ribbon Kingdom. What? Ham God Ionanim is coming to the wedding. Through conversations with other rabbits, the hamsters learned that Iona would be attending the wedding. And then, notify the homeland immediately. Opportunities to see the visage of Ham God are rare. Glory to Ham God. Though Iona was a common presence on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, suddenly she was being treated like a rare Pokemon. The hamsters of Hamk began pouring into the Black Tower just to catch a glimpse of her. Of course, given that they were from a level 7 world, it was difficult for them to reach the 99th floor of the tower on their own. If you want to attend the birthday party, bring either an invitation or Bochi and Lara's wedding invitation. Who? That's all we need. Yes. Our Krueng faction and the wolves will safely escort you to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. The Krueng faction's black bears and wolves were operating a shuttle service to the 99th floor. Bochi Nim, please give me a wedding invitation. Bochi Nim, I really want to attend the wedding. To use the shuttles headed for the 99th floor, the hamsters requested invitations from Bochi. Kyuk. Of course I'll send them. He. That's all gift money coming in. Bochi accepted all requests, thinking about the wedding gifts he would receive. Soon, all printing presses in the Red Ribbon Kingdom began operating 24 hours a day to print invitations for 50 billion hamsters. It was uncertain whether they could finish printing them all before the birthday party. However, if they could print them all, it seemed Hamk would be completely empty on March 23, Earth Standard Time. Thus, Bochi dropped a massive nuclear bomb on the 99th floor of the Black Tower for the sake of his wedding gifts. At that very moment, Red Tower 43F Red Monkey, Mongu, hello. Folks from the Black Tower, may I ask something? Black Tower 77F Boss Banana Monkey Tribe Village Chief Ukil, go ahead. I'll answer. Red Tower 43F Red Monkey, Mongu, thank you. I heard something by chance. Is it true the Black Tower has something called a birthday? Mongo posted a question on the full-time employee communication network, triggering a ripple. Black Tower 77F Boss Banana Monkey Tribe Village Chief Ukil, that's right. For the record, I received a birthday directly from Chairman Park. Heh, Red Tower 33F Red Skunk, number 23, wow. I'm so Jeelpwung. Oh. Sorry. I got too excited. Black Tower 73F Boss Giant Flying Squirrel Quarrel, hee hee hee. If you want one, I'll give you one. Birthdays can be shared. Red Tower 43F Red Monkey, Mongu, really? I want one. Red Tower 33F Red Skunk, number 23, Pwung. Please give me one. Brown Tower 77F Red Goblin, Gwek, I want one too. Deputy Manager Red Tower 87F Loser, Loyal Full-Time Employee Red Fox Ben, Red Tower Guys, stop. The first to receive Sejun Nim's birthday in the Red Tower will be the Loyal Full-Time Employee me, Ben. A new bomb was being created even in the Full-Time Employee Communication Network. Chapter 692, Who's the Boss Here? PR, Minipixel Z, Forest of Creation. It's too hard to find the problem. Don't you have some kind of hint? Flamey, who had unleashed an enormous number of avatars over the past 2 weeks to explore every corner of the world, asked while gauging the reaction of the trial statue. However, the fifth trial begins with finding the problem itself. So there is no hint, the statue was firm. Whom? Treasures are always buried in places that are hard to reach. Instead, it muttered to itself, giving a hint subtly. A place that's hard to reach. The place that's hard for me to go to. Flamey pondered over what the trial statue had said. Is it by Sejun Nim's side? The moment Flamey thought of Sejun, flames bloomed brightly on her leaves. Ah! I got it! The problem must be near Sejun Nim. Besides, Theo Oppa might be able to help with his golden forepaws. Hee hee! As Flamey was already itching to attend Sejun's upcoming birthday party, she was overjoyed. Even if there was no fifth trial problem, it didn't matter. She needed an excuse to attend the birthday party anyway. It had been almost a month since she had used Law of Creation, become weak when holding breath and power, frail pretty girl, but since it was still in the middle of the trial, she had to stay wary of the trial statue. Thus, Flamey found a justification to go to Sejun. Thank you, Statue Nim, for the hint. The problem is at the Black Tower, right? Who? After thanking the statue, hee hee. I need to hurry and prepare a birthday gift for Sejun Nim. Which fire apple should I bring? Hee hee. I wonder if Sejun Nim can eat the golden fire apple now. She quickly began preparing to descend to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. That's not it. The trial statue, unable to answer, looked on with frustration at Flamey, who had misunderstood. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Guys, shall we get started now? Sejun said to the group as he looked at the mountain of potatoes stacked up. Pooh-hoo hut. Leave it to Vice Chairman Theo, meow, Kiarong. I couldn't win the knee battle, but I'll win this. At Sejun's words, Theo and Baketang began quickly peeling the potatoes with their claws. Moo! Once peeled, the black minotaurs crushed the potatoes with their hands to extract the juice. Kuong! Moo! Beside them, Pinkfur and the Minotaur King crushed corn to extract its juice. This was to obtain starch for making glass noodles. Originally, sweet potatoes also had to be juiced, but, King! Go! You don't juice sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are only for making the Great Blackies roasted and dried sweet potatoes. That's right. We are the guardians of roasted and dried sweet potatoes. We will protect sweet potatoes at all costs. Kiruk! Sharalang! Blackie and his subordinates tied red headbands around their foreheads and did their utmost to guard the sweet potatoes so no one could take them. Okay, I get it. Just be quiet in return. King! Okay. Since the Blackie family was being such a nuisance, Sejun removed sweet potatoes from the list of starch-making ingredients. Hee hee. I won. Blackie, having achieved his personal feat of beating Sejun, joyfully rejoiced and went to Camille Deasy on alone. King! If you want to hear the tale of how the great Blackie beat his butler, gather around. Kiki, Kia Kia. He excitedly began telling his story to the destruction pioneers and destruction devourers. While the starch was being extracted like that, Quenji, let's get started too. Krueng. Sejun and Quenji began kneading the dough. Sejun made wheat flour dough for noodles, while Quenji made rice flour dough for rice noodles. Originally, it was unnecessary to go to such trouble, as Sejun could just gather the ingredients and use his cooking skill to replicate the dish. However, once the cooking skill evolved into the delicious cooking master, problems began to arise. Being able to bring out flavors that surpassed the limitations of the ingredients through cooking was nice, but replicating a single portion of a dish now required much more magic power and time. So to minimize the consumption of magic and time, the ingredients had to be prepared properly. That way, the maximum number of dishes could be replicated at once. Besides, it feels comforting to see noodles neatly stacked in the storage. He. It was simply Sejun's personal preference. Like that, while Sejun and his party spent 2 days making glass noodles and other types of noodles. Sejun Nim, I'll be going now. Okay. Toryong, be careful out there. Poohoo Hut. Toryong, make lots of money, meow. Yes. Toryong set off on his final field trip to the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. Land of destruction. Thump. Thump. Kakak. Hide well, or your hair might show. Corruption was pretending to look for the pure mental fragments of future creator God who had not yet been corrupted, trying to scare them. And then, so scary. Someone please help. Shivering. Trembling. The mental fragments hiding in a corner, trembling. Kakak. Scary, right? I understand your feelings. I've been through it too. Thump. Thump. Corruption spoke in a sweet and gentle voice to corrupt the mental fragments. However, everyone ignored me. Even the primordial God who was born with me. My own brother left me trembling and didn't help. He abandoned me. Suddenly riled up, he shouted with a voice full of long-held resentment. Apparently, he was telling the truth about having gone through it. I was born with the primordial God too. Why am I the weak and ugly one? Why only me? Once he exploded, corruption lost all rationality and poured out words full of anger. And the more he expressed his rage, the more grotesque his appearance became. The hatred and fury he harbored transformed him into the very monster he detested. At that moment, eek! So scary! One terrified mental fragment, upon seeing corruption's hideous appearance, sprang to its feet and started running away. Save me! Someone please help! That acted as a signal, and the other mental fragments also began running to escape from corruption. And then, Kakak! Where do you think you're going? Sob, please spare me. Corruption caught one of the fleeing mental fragments. Kakak! Look closely. Do I really look that scary? He brought the mental fragment close to his face and asked with a twisted smile on his grotesque mouth. A voice, filled with 99% despair and 1% hope, trembled ever so slightly. And then, monster, don't come near me. The answer he received always catered to the 99% despair. TCH. How boring. Crunch. Crunch. Corruption put the mental fragment in his mouth and chewed. It tasted bitter. Earth Dragon Park Toryong, the demigod guard of the Black Towers Tower Farmer Park Sejun, has arrived for the Career Path Guidance field trip. Toryong had arrived at the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. His body was carrying numerous bottles of alcohol. This time, he brought the maximum amount of samyangju he could carry. So this is what it looks like. Toryong quickly surveyed the surroundings. He stood at the entrance of the resting grounds of the forgotten gods, and beyond the entrance was a forest shrouded in mist. The fog gave the forest a gloomy, eerie feeling. At that moment, looks like someone's here. A visitor? Who is it? Doesn't look like someone who's dead. Maybe a new caretaker? Caretakers and dead gods who had been hiding behind trees started to appear one by one, watching the visitor Toryong. And then, alright, let's get started. Here, for just 10 billion tower coins, I'm selling samyangju personally brewed by Chairman Park of Sejun Company, where 1 cup gives you 10 more years of life, and 2 cups give you 20 more years. Toryong began his sales pitch, drawing the eyes of the caretakers and dead gods. The reason the dead gods who came to the resting grounds eventually disappeared was because their divine power had run out. In other words, as long as they could replenish their divine power, they could continue to exist. And no god wished to be extinguished. Now, someone was offering to extend their lives in exchange for riches they had no need for. After all, gods come with nothing and leave with nothing. They had no need for such heavy possessions. As they say, even a village dog recites poetry after 3 years at the village school. Similarly at Sejun Company, they develop a business mindset in 3 months. Thanks to what he had seen and learned from Sejun and Theo, Toryong's sales pitch drew responses. Me. 1 glass. I'll take 2. I'll buy some too. The dead god swarmed in, handed over money, bought some yangju, drank it, and began extending their lifespans. Meanwhile, this one's interesting. Shall we try buying some too, shall we? We've got plenty of gemstones abandoned in storage anyway. The caretakers looked at Toryong with interest, wondering whether to buy some yangju. But, sold out. Everything's been sold. While they were hesitating, the yangju had all been sold. So this is how it feels. Toryong, experiencing a sellout for the first time, had a proud expression on his face when, how is it? Pretty fun here, right? Would you like to become a caretaker? One caretaker approached Toryong and asked, his voice tense with both expectation and anxiety. Yes. I'll do it. Be a caretaker. Toryong accepted without hesitation, making the caretaker's nervousness seem needless. Who? You're really going to become a caretaker? The caretaker who had made the offer was instead the one flustered, asking in disbelief. And, yes, really. I'll become a caretaker. Toryong responded once more, this time even more firmly. A few days ago. Sejun Nim, where should I go? Toryong had sought career counseling from Sejun about which god realm would be good to go to. Wait a second. The more information we have, the more options you'll have. In order to make the right choice, Sejun spoke with Leah, the god of abundance at the seed shop headquarters, Bev, the god of courage at the combat shop headquarters, and Hel, the god of merchants at Hel's pawn shop. He also gathered information not just on the seed shop headquarters, combat shop headquarters, and Hel's pawn shop, but also on the prison of the gods, treacherous, and the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. Sejun pondered Toryong's path, weighing the information received from the 3 gods. But if the dead gods at the resting grounds of the forgotten gods have divine power, then they won't disappear, right? A great idea came to him. And then, Poo-hoo-hut. Bev Nim says they don't die, meow. And if they don't die, they can work too, right? Poo-hoo-hut. Hel Nim says it should be possible, meow. And Leah Nim says that many of the dead gods at the resting grounds are non-combat gods, meow. Sejun further refined the idea with additional advice from the gods. Toryong, let's set up shop there. And so, as Sejun set his sights on the resting grounds of the forgotten gods, Toryong's career path was decided. Even if the vacation time was only 12 hours per 100 years. Who's the boss here? Rules exist to be changed. Toryong decided to seize control of the place and change the rules. Unlimited vacation for the boss. A short while later. How dare a rookie caretaker call out the head caretaker? A giant with a fierce expression appeared, wielding a massive axe. Deuce, god of logging. Deuce's legs trembled as he looked up at Toryong, who was even bigger than himself. Despite appearances, Deuce was a cowardly and kind-hearted non-combat god who desired peace. And then, Deuce Nim, Leah Nim told me to take over as head and that you should return. Who? Really? At Toryong's words, Deuce's practiced scary expression instantly melted into a bright smile. Yes, yes. Here, take it. I've been so tired making scary faces all this time. Thanks for becoming head in my place. Deuce immediately handed over the head position to Toryong, thanked him, packed up quickly, and returned to the seed shop headquarters. Deuce had been managing the resting grounds of the forgotten gods and earning divine power there as the most frightening looking among the non-combat gods, in order to send divine power to the seed shop headquarters. And so Toryong claimed control of the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. From now on, your vacation time is 12 hours per year. He first implemented a drastic reform by significantly increasing the caretaker's vacation time. Boss Toryong, is that really true? 12 hours a year? Then if we save up for just 2 years, we can take a full day off. Boss Toryong. I will serve you with loyalty from now on. Toryong instantly gained the full support of the caretakers. And then, do you all want to live longer? Then contribute to Sejun Company by doing what you do best. He began putting the dead gods to work in exchange for extended lifespan. He. The gods gain more life, and we make money, such a good win-win deal. Of course, this was just the evil exploitative employer Sejun's thinking. Chapter 693, How long do I have to be the youngest? PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Alright, Sejun opened his eyes and greeted a new morning. As soon as he got up, Sejun used his skill, maintain cleanliness, to wash his face and then, you little grubbis. Maintain cleanliness. Meow. King. After washing his companions, he placed them onto his knees and into his sling bag, then stood up. And then, clank! He opened the void storage and passed through the narrow passage between the neatly stacked 50m high towers to begin visiting the Calamity farms in order, starting with the Locust farm. Vice Chairman Theo, claws, parching. Sejun held the sleeping Theo's front paw and pressed it gently. Swoosh! Swoosh! He hunted calamities with Theo's one meow slash, gaining cooking ingredients and experience points. Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has defeated the fifth calamity of destruction, the gold slime. You have obtained 150 billion experience points, which is 50% of the experience gained by Park Theo. As a result of the title, owner of the Calamity Farm, you have acquired an additional 300 billion experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Great! Another level up today. Thanks to this, Sejun achieved his morning level up, reaching level 197. After finishing the Calamity Hunt, Sejun left the void storage with a proud expression and moved to the 10th tower. Rustle! Rustle! You have harvested the expulsion onion. He harvested the crops. Shortly after. All right. All seeds planted. Sejun finished his work by sowing new seeds where he had harvested. Everyone, please pay your rent. Patrick, the god of earth, says here. He. Thank you. Harmer, the god of farming, grumbles that you're collecting too punctually. Now. Harmonym, your tone is disrespectful to the prospective landlord. If you keep this up, I'll raise the rent. Happily exercising his rights as a future building owner, he received 5 drops of the earth elixir and 2 drops of the enhancing elixir from Patrick, the god of earth, and Harmer, the god of farming, and returned to the Black Tower. And then, drip. He. Once I find the baby extreme ice herb, I'll be an SS rank tower farmer. He poured 1 drop of the earth elixir onto the spot where the baby elixirs were planted and decided to store the rest for now. Drip. Next, he dropped 1 of the 2 enhancing elixir drops onto the 1 enhanced golden glutinous rice, enhancing it to 2. He. Blackie will love this. Drip. Imagining how excited Blackie would be about the even tastier roasted and dried sweet potatoes, he dropped the remaining drop on the power sweet potato seed. Then, to quickly increase the number of enhanced seeds, he placed them in the pouch of abundance crafted with utmost sincerity by Leah. Just as he was using the elixirs and inspecting the farm. Thump. Quong. Sejun Nim. Hello. Krueng. Pinkfur arrived, carrying the still sleeping Quenji in her mouth. Moo. Sejun Nim. Greetings. Moo. Good morning. Then, the Minotaur King and the Black Minotaurs also came. They had gathered again today to help Sejun cook. With the farm family all gathered, Sejun ate breakfast together with them and said, "Today we're making cake batter, whipped cream, and rice flour." He immediately started the work. While he worked, Pyarorong, Dragon Fruit, who had the grass-laying skill, was busy laying grass around the Black Minotaurs and providing snacks. Moo! Delicious! Munch! Thanks to that, the Black Minotaurs continued their tasks without resting, eating the grass nearby whenever they got hungry. So Sejun and the farm family worked all day long, and when night came, everyone, sleep well and see you tomorrow. Krueng. Dad, good night. Yes. You too, Quenji. Sleep tight. Sejun exchanged good nights with everyone, took care of the Theo couple and the Blackie family, and went to bed. He had been so tired recently that apologizing with Blackie family was on hold as a temporary rest. Kuru. Gorarong. Kirarong. As everyone fell into a deep sleep, snoring away, and as the night deepened, pip. Everyone, have a good night. Peacebays woke up and began his activities. Chomp. After eating the fruit lunchbox Sejun had prepared in the kitchen, pip. Big brother, wake up. Blackie, wake up. He started waking up Theo and Blackie, because tonight, there was something they needed to do together. Meow all right, meow, King. Sleepy? Pip. Come out quickly. Still groggy, rubbing their eyes, Theo and Blackie were dragged out by Peacebays. Krueng, why are you so late? There's no time if we're going to find Dad's birthday present. Quenji, also rubbing his eyes with a sleepy expression, greeted the 3. For reference, Quenji had been woken up by Pink Fur. The 4 had gathered at this late hour to secretly prepare Sejun's birthday present. Pip. Then let's begin. Swoosh! Peacebays opened a dimensional gate. Meow! Sniff! Theo and Quenji checked each time whether there was any sense of danger or herbal scent beyond the dimensional gate. And, drip drip drip, ki-hit. King, he. Now this land belongs to the great Blackie. Blackie crossed the dimensional gate and peed, marking his territory, while Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie continued crossing the gates in search of Sejun's present. Are they gone? Sejun, feeling his lap was empty, also got up quietly and began writing something on paper. For Theo, an exclusive rights coupon. He was making coupons to give as birthday gifts to his companions. For Theo, exclusive right to Sejun's knee for 2 years coupon. For Quenji, eat all you want of dad's cooking coupon, and secret from mom coupon. For Peacebays, make exciting songs with Sejun dancing together coupon. For Blackie, 100 roasted and dried sweet potatoes made by the Great Park Sejun coupon. He created each birthday coupon to match their individual tastes. Then, as he moved on to make coupons for Flamey, Hukwalbok, Toryong, and the others, time passed quickly, and before he knew it, dawn was breaking. I'll finish the rest tomorrow. Sejun hid the half-made coupons under his bed. He. They're going to be so happy when they get these. Imagining how excited his companions would be when receiving the coupons. Coo! He drifted back into dreamland. A while later. Meow couldn't find it. Meow. Pip. Let's try hard again tomorrow. King, hungry and sleepy. Theo, Peacebays, and Blackie entered the bedroom. Theo and Blackie climbed onto Sejun's body and quickly fell asleep. Pip. Big brother and younger brother sleep so well. Peacebays hummed a lullaby and then, yawn. I better sleep now, too. Bearerong. He took a position on Sejun's left shoulder and fell asleep. Seed shop headquarters. What? God, Sejun is selling some Yangju at the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods and earning tower coins. I know. I mean, yes. Startled by Leah's raised voice, Duz, the god of logging, shrank back and quickly switched to formal speech. Normally, Leah would have comforted Duz and told him not to do that, but now she had no time for such niceties. That money should never be touched, because she had heard that Toryong was selling some Yangju and receiving tower coins from the dead gods. The resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods was the place where dead gods went. A god's death, who lives eternally, was usually due to unfortunate reasons, and the belongings of the dead gods were strongly infused with resentment, anger, regret, and other dark energies. Moreover, the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods was a place where such dark energy had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. That's why, even while suffering from a lack of divine power and starving, the seed shop headquarters never considered touching the items in the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods. Because the moment the money or items from that place came outside, it would become a curse and a calamity. I have to tell God Sejun right away. God Sejun, you're in big trouble if you touch that money. You must not accept anything from the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods. Leah called out urgently for Sejun. But Sejun, sound asleep, didn't hear her. In the bedroom where everyone was asleep. Thunk. Suddenly, a large box silently appeared in front of Sejun. Sa. From the box, a very thick crimson and sinister energy began to seep out. At that moment, Caw! Who dares? Who put something like this here? It's dangerous for Sejun Nim. Kararuru, sensing the evil energy, jumped up from his sleep. Tap! Caw! Youngest! Take care of this. He kicked the sleeping Kabulto with his foot to wake him up. Yoliol! Yes, still half asleep, Kabulto approached the box and devoured the malicious energy. Yoliol! He! I am the world-devouring serpent, Kabul no. Kabulto! Feeling proud to have protected Sejun's life, Kabulto smiled in satisfaction. However, King! Kabulto, be quiet! Great Blackie is sleepy. Yoliol! Yes, what came back was Blackie's annoyance. How long do I have to be the youngest? Kabaroo wrong. Kabulto, feeling the sorrow of being the youngest once again, drifted back to sleep. Kuu. Unaware he'd nearly died, Sejun continued to sleep soundly. A short while later. Uff. So bright. After about an hour of sleep, Sejun woke up to sunlight pouring in through the window. Who? What is all this? Sejun's eyes caught a flood of messages. Park Toryong, leader of the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods, has sent 100 trillion tower coins. Nak, the god of spinach from the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods, has sent 10 kilograms of spinach. Durub, the god of Aurelia Elata from the resting grounds of the Forgotten Gods, has sent 500 g of Aurelia. Purse, the god of shepherd's purse from the resting grounds of the forgotten gods, has sent 300 G of shepherd's purse. During sleep, 10% of your life force has been stored. The life orb is 99.3% complete. 0.1 magic power has been accumulated over 24 hours. Magic power increases by 0.1. Besides the usual morning messages about the life orb and magic power, there were countless other messages. Did this box come from the resting grounds of the forgotten gods? Oh. Shepherd's purse? Then for breakfast today, it's shepherd's purse soybean paste soup. He. As Sejun cheerfully opened the box and checked its contents. Sejun Nim, I see you're already checking the items. Taoyong, who had sent the goods in advance and just arrived on vacation, spoke while peeking through Sejun's window. Yeah. But what is all this stuff? Sejun asked, pointing at the various crops aside from the tower coins. Oh, that? When I told them I was sending you tower coins, the dead gods, grateful that their lifespans had been extended, started giving me various items to pass on to you. Really? He. That's right. If I extended their lifespan, they should naturally show gratitude. Puffed with pride, Sejun shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Taoyong's words. At that moment, meow. Chairman Park, don't make that ugly face, meow. Theo, wide awake now, leapt at Sejun's face. King. He butler's face looks ugly, I must step on it. Still groggy, Blackie clumsily reached out with his front paw and began stepping on Sejun's face. Thus, Sejun, humbled once more by the trampling, muttered, maybe I should build an achievement monument. No, since they're dead, I guess it should be a memorial. He built memorial monuments for the dead gods who had gifted him crops. Memorial monument for Purse, the god of shepherd's purse. And then, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, has built a temple for Purse, the god of shepherd's purse. The divinity has died and cannot receive worship. Instead of divine power, 0.1% of the dead divinity has been restored. The forgotten name of Purse, the god of shepherd's purse, begins to spread in the world. The dead god's divinities began to recover. The restoration of a dead divinity meant there was a chance for them to return to life. Oh. It says my dead divinity is being restored. Oh. You too, then, yours as well. The dead gods who had received memorial monuments from Sejun were so happy they didn't know what to do. At that moment, Black Tower's lucky legendary merchant Park Theo has witnessed your temple. 0.15% of the dead divinity has been restored. The third apostle of creation, Park Blackie, has witnessed your temple. 0.25% of the dead divinity has been restored. Just as divine power increased when someone witnessed an achievement monument, messages appeared showing divinity recovery when the memorial monuments were witnessed. Where is Taoyong Nim? I want to send more gifts to Park Sejun Nim. Me too. The dead gods began to move around busily. It was an unusually lively atmosphere, rarely seen in the resting grounds of the forgotten gods. Chapter 694, Vice Chairman Theo, did you sell these? PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. Then let's begin. Sejun, having erected memorial monuments, prepared food today again with the farm members. Today, they had to make cookies and marshmallows and procure chocolate bricks. These were the ingredients for making choco pies. While Sejun and the farm members were diligently preparing the ingredients. Hell Nim, are the chocolate bricks not ready yet? Meow. Our great hybrid Chairman Park is waiting. Meow. Theo urged Hell. Kuoho. Will I be able to eat choco pies today? Next to Theo, Pink Fur was looking at him with an expression full of anticipation, holding a giant bowl with her left front paw while vigorously and quickly whisking egg whites from the egg fruit with a stick to make meringue. And then, Vice Chairman Theo, just wait a little. I'm on my way to get them right now. Hell hastily responded to Theo and then, bang! 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 Mud! I know you're in there. Open the door quickly. Knocked on the door of Mud, the god of mud. For the record, Mud had no debts to Hell. However, Mud, hurry and give me the chocolate bricks. Hell spoke confidently as if she came to collect a debt. A moment later, Hell, I'm sleepy. Mud opened the door and answered in an almost tearful voice. He had good reason. Since Sejun started making choco pies, Mud had not taken a break from making chocolate bricks. No, he hadn't even slept. Mud, you're the god of mud. Are you going to lose to something like sleep? And when God Sejun wants it, are you not going to do it? No. If God Sejun wants it, I have to. That's right. Mud, you can do it. From now on, for every 10,000 chocolate bricks, I'll give you 2 Sejun Company welfare points, so let's do our best. Yes. I'll try my best. Hell, with excellent motivation, cared for Mud's mental state and sent 100,000 chocolate bricks to Theo. Hell, the god of merchants, has received 50 welfare points as a reward for completing the quest. Mud, here you go. Let's keep working hard. Thanks to that, Hell gave 20 points to Mud but pocketed a net profit of 30 points. With that, adding to the existing 10 points, she now had 40 points. Great. Now that I've got points, shall I send some Transcendence grade seeds? With energetic steps, Hell went to visit Myrna, the god of dragons. Because among the Transcendence grade seeds, Sejun wanted dragon fruit the most. Knock. Knock. Myrna. When Hell knocked on the door, clatter. Hell, why did you come so late? Myrna hurriedly opened the door, looking angry, and then, here. Take them. She handed over 2 dragon fruits. A vastly different reaction from Mud's. Our god Sejun can do whatever he wants. Myrna was showing obsessive dedication to Sejun, who was the only dragon that followed her, and was working hard making dragon fruits. Thanks to that, with Sejun germinating several dragon fruits, Myrna had earned great divine power and increased her divinity, enabling her to produce even better dragon fruits. Myrna, this one its size is, just as Hell was about to ask about the dragon fruit that was 1.5 times larger than the others. Hell, hurry and send the dragon fruit to God Sejun. He. He'll be happy to get this. Myrna urged Hell. Got it. Hell quickly sent the dragon fruits. Used 20 Sejun Company welfare points to access the seed delivery network. Sent the Transcendence grade seed, dragon fruit seed, to Vice Chairman Park Theo of Sejun Company. Hell, the god of merchants, received 5 welfare points as a reward for completing the quest. Thus, 2 dragon fruit seeds were delivered to Sejun. Slurp. That's good. After dinner, Sejun drank warm kudzu tea made from kudzu juice squeezed by Quenji. Hey. Krueng. He. It's delicious. Quenji also happily drank warm honey water, following Sejun. Then, Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park, Hellnim sent us dragon fruit seeds, meow. Theo reached into the bag with his front paw and pulled out the items. Ooh? Why is this one so big? Sejun examined the larger of the 2 dragon fruits, which was 1.5 times bigger than a regular one. Gifted dragon fruit seed, TL, gifted as in talented. This dragon fruit seed is an evolved version of the original made by Myrna, the god of dragons. When it absorbs a part of a dragon's body and the energy of creation, it germinates into a dragon fruit that replicates 3 to 5 skills from the dragon that provided the body part. Creator, Myrna, the god of dragons. Grade, Transcendence. It replicates 3 to 5 skills? Oh, that means the probability of replicating cooking skills is higher than before. Plus, if it's 5 skills, with a bit of luck, there might be an all-around Sejun number 23 capable of both farming and cooking. For reference, 23 is a famous basketball player's jersey number. He. I have to germinate it. Sejun quickly grabbed the regular dragon fruit seed and the gifted dragon fruit seed and headed to Camille Deziong. Kia. Yeah. Nice to see you. He greeted the destruction pioneers and destruction devourers who welcomed him and planted the seeds. Then, Vice Chairman Theo, cut this onion. Poohoo Hut. Got it, meow. Slice. Here you go, meow. Thanks. Sejun received 2 onion halves from Theo and placed them over his eyes. Ooh. It stings. He forced himself to cry. Drip. Drip. Sejun's tears dropped onto the soil where the dragon fruit seeds were planted. A moment later, creak. The 2 dragon fruit seeds rapidly germinated, absorbing Sejun's tears and the energy of creation that had spread around. Once the dragon fruits had grown, Sejun began by checking the regular one. He. Not bad. The regular dragon fruit had replicated the mastery of farming tools and harvesting skills. Go and harvest. Sejun immediately sent the dragon fruit to the farm to harvest crops. Then he checked the gifted dragon fruit. There it is. Sejun smiled brightly as he saw the skills the fruit had replicated. Although it had only replicated the minimum of 3 skills, it had copied crop gigantification, delicious cooking, and fermentation. He. Welcome. Sejun put his arm around Sejun number 12's shoulder and walked into the kitchen. Let's get started, Sejun number 12. Now with an ally, Sejun began full-scale cooking. Whenever Sejun number 12 cooked a dish, Sejun would use the prepared ingredients to replicate the dish with maximum efficiency. From time to time, he'd go to the brewery to brew liquor using the fermentation skill. Thanks to the help of Sejun number 12 and the farm members, food preparation went smoothly, and 3 days passed. D1 until the birthday party. 1 day left. Dawn on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. This is bad, meow. Krueng. What should we do? Pip pip, only 1 day left now. King. Great Blackie is good at treasure hunts though. Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie wore gloomy expressions. It had been 4 days since they started looking for Sejun's birthday present. Contrary to their expectations of finding it quickly, there had been no success. Theo's front paws weren't drawn to anything, and Quenji's sense of smell hadn't picked up any unusual scent. Once tonight passes, the birthday party will begin. We have to find something tonight, meow. Krueng. That's right. Pip pip. Yes, King. Brothers, Great Blackie will do his best too. The four renewed their resolve and went back to sleep. When morning came, moo, pass. Those with invitations began entering the 99th floor of the tower one by one. HM. Sejun, having finished lunch, hummed a tune while leisurely sipping coffee. This was because he had completed cooking for 150 million people in the morning. He had prepared about 15 million more portions than the invitations Theo had sold, so there was no risk of running out of food. With this much, there shouldn't be a problem. That's what he thought. Choo-choo. We've arrived at where the ham god lives. Choo-you. Let's pay our respects first. Chick-chick. But which direction do we face? Pook. Poo. CH. Why are you just standing there in front? Move. We're being pushed from the back. Until the hamsters of Hamk, holding the wedding invitations of Bochi and Lara, began flooding in endlessly. What? Vice Chairman Theo, did you sell these? Squeeze. Sejun grabbed Theo's cheek fat and interrogated him. Chairman Park, I be Inikan, Nio. You didn't? I really didn't, meow. Ahoom. Feeling awkward, Sejun let go while squishing Theo's soft cheeks a few more times. It wasn't me this time. I'm so wrongly accused, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with a sullen expression. Sorry. Reading Theo's mood, Sejun gently laid him down and put some churu into his mouth. Poo-hoo-hut. Chomp. 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 Theo quickly cheered up and happily ate the churu. Krueng. King. Seeing Theo like that, Quenji and Blackie also flopped down in front of Sejun, and he gave them snacks as well. While Theo, Quenji, and Blackie were lying on their backs enjoying their treats. Guys, can you go find out what's going on? Yes. Sejun sent the poisonous bees to investigate the situation. A short while later. What? All these are guests for Master Bo's wedding, come on. You've got to invite in moderation. Hearing what the poisonous bees said, Sejun became furious. Hack! Because of Master Bo, I got scolded by Chairman Park, meow. Theo was also angry beside him. Kiu. Because of Bochi Nim, Theo Nim was misunderstood by Sejun Nim. Iona was angry too. Bochi had earned the wrath of Sejun, Theo, and Iona. Things would not go well for him once he arrived. First, I better roast some peanuts. You guys go harvest them, quick! Shaken, Sejun collected himself, quickly sent the mushroom ants to harvest peanuts, and went to the kitchen to start roasting them. Then, crop gigantification. He used the skill together with Sejun number 12 to increase the size of the peanuts. No matter how he looked at it, the existing peanuts weren't enough to satisfy the wave of incoming hamsters. Normally, anyone would lose morale and give up at the overwhelming number of hamsters, but Sejun gave it his all, determined to make it work. The more hopeless the situation, the more he focused on the task at hand. This trait of Sejun's had been the key to his survival all along. Thankfully, Sejun number 12 had replicated the crop gigantification skill. Sejun watched Sejun number 12 diligently using the skill while drinking a potion of mugwort juice of magic power and felt relieved. Luckily, Sejun number 12 had only the necessary skills. While the giant roasted peanuts were being prepared, Krueng! Bang! Quenji crushed the giant peanuts into bite-sized pieces suitable for the hamsters to eat. Sejun kept making roasted giant peanuts late into the evening to feed the hamsters. I gave it my all. Snorri. Exhausted, he began dozing off while eating dinner. The fatigue he had accumulated was catching up to him. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park is asleep, meow. Krueng. Let's hurry and find the present. Pip, I'm up now. Kihihit. King. Hee. Brothers, Great Blackie is ready too. Feeling rushed, the group left Sejun behind and quickly went outside. Whoosh. Peacebays opened a dimensional gate and, there's no pull, meow. Krueng. No scent either. They worked hard to find the present. Scurry. Kihihit. King. Hee. From now on, this land belongs to Great Blackie. Blackie also tried hard in his own way. It wasn't helpful, though. Just then, whoosh, as a dimensional gate opened, whoosh, a powerful cold wave swept through. Meow. I feel a pull, meow. Krueng. I smell good herbs too. Theo and Quenji had found something. Thus, while the four Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie brothers crossed the dimensional gate in search of Sejun's gift, Sejun was left behind all alone and pitifully. Shiver shiver. He trembled from the intense cold blowing in from the dimensional gate. Already worn out and haggard from fatigue, now asleep while eating due to it, he looked no better than a beggar. Chapter 695, Can I finally meet you now? Minipixel Z. Sejun's mental world. You, why is it suddenly so cold? Sejun shrank his body. Then, this isn't the time for this. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. And then, my clones, where are you and what are you doing? Let's stop resting and get to work. He tried to locate the auras of his clones, Santa Sejun, the god of Christmas, and Destruction Sejun, the god of destruction. However, even though he was the original body, it was impossible for the insignificant Sejun to locate clones who held the class of transcendent grade gods. Hey! How long are you guys going to rest? If the main body is struggling like this, the clones should be helping. In the end, unable to find them, Sejun shouted while looking up at the sky, hoping his clones would listen. Of course, there was no reply. TCH cowards. I'll just do it alone since it's unpleasant anyway. Pretending to be cool, Sejun gave up on getting help from his clones. Now I really need to sleep. He fell into a deep sleep. Shivering from the cold. Kwong? Where is this chilly wind blowing from? At this rate, the crops are going to freeze to death. Fortunately, Pink Fur, who was passing by, blocked the entrance of the dimensional gate, emitting the cold air with her front paw. It was an intensely cold but coo-hoo-hoo-hoo. So refreshing. To Pink Fur, it only felt refreshing. Hee. So warm. Thanks to her, Sejun was able to sleep warmly. A nameless world where endless pure white land covered with snow and ice stretched out. Perhaps because of the extreme cold, they hadn't met anyone while traveling and thus couldn't learn this world's name. And then, this way, meow, Krueng. No, it's this way. No, meow. This way has a stronger pull, meow. Theo and Quenji, who were moving in the same direction to find Sejun's gift, started to disagree as their intended paths diverged. Each insisted on going their own way. The feeling of being pulled and the smell weren't the same thing. At that moment, pip. Then I'll follow Big Brother, so Blackie, you follow Quenji Hyung. Peacebays proposed a solution. Kihihit. King. Hee. Just trust in the Great Blackie. Great Blackie will make sure Quenji Hyung doesn't get lost. Feeling proud at Peacebay's words, Blackie shouted loudly. Since we've been going forward until now, to go home we just need to go backward. It already seemed like he was lost. In this way, the four split into two teams, Team Theo Pars and Team Q in Black. Pooh hut. Then let's find the great hybrid Chairman Park's gift and meet at the dimensional gate, meow. Koo hey. Krueng. Hee. Got it. They began to leave footprints in opposite directions. And then, whoosh, the footprints were soon erased by newly fallen snow. As if no one had ever walked there. 55th floor of the Black Tower, at dawn. Lara Nim, let's go now. Yes, Bochi and Lara left the house to prepare for their wedding. The ceremony was set for noon, but they had to stop by the 75th floor of the tower to get their wedding makeup done. When they arrived at the merchant passage, what's with all this traffic? Did the hamsters rent the entire place? Why are there so many hamsters? Complaints from rabbits lined up to use the merchant passage could be heard. All the hamsters from Hamk were using the merchant passage to get to the 99th floor of the tower, causing massive congestion. Did something happen in Hamk? Where is everyone going? Did something happen in Hamk? Worried about Hamk, Bochi asked a hamster. Then, we're going here. They say we can see Ham God Ion and Nim if we go here. The hamster answered with an excited expression, showing a piece of white paper. You are invited to the wedding of groom Bochi and bride Lara. Who? This is our wedding invitation. Bochi looked at the writing on the paper and was flustered. Chewy. Bochi Nim, there are a lot of hamsters who want to come to the wedding. What should we do? I think we need more invitations. Kyuk. They say they're coming to give wedding gifts, so just send as many as they want. At the same time, he recalled how he had been blinded by wedding gifts when Kalkai asked the question. Are all these really guests for my wedding? No way, right? Bochi hurried to check with the other hamsters, but all of them were holding wedding invitations for his and Lara's ceremony. It was over. Bochi realized, too late, that something had gone terribly wrong. Sejun and Nim must be really angry, right? Suddenly, he was afraid to go to the wedding venue. However, if I'm going to die, I should at least get married first. Bochi still wanted to get married. Lara, Nim, let's go. Grabbing Lara's hand, Bochi joined the procession of hamsters with a resolute expression, unaware that Sejun was preparing an event, just for him. Pooh hut. Let's find it quickly and then help Quenji, meow, pip pip. Yes. Theo and Peacebays moved swiftly across the vast snowy field. After about 30 minutes of travel, Pooh hut. It's down here, meow, boom. Theo struck the ground beneath his paws. Rumble. From the point of impact, cracks spread across the icy surface, triggering a quake. Peacebays, this way, meow, pip pip. Yes. Theo and Peacebays swiftly navigated through the splitting ice and descended below. Soon. Pooh hut. We've arrived, meow. They reached a massive tower encased in ice. The tower, over 1 kilometer tall, was made of metal. Barking. Meow. Theo extended his dragon claws and made a hole in the ice and the tower, entering the topmost floor. Pooh hut. This is it, meow. Chak. He took the flat stone located at the center of a room filled with various electronic equipment. Pip pip. Big brother, congratulations. As Peacebays congratulated Theo on finding Sejun's gift. Pooh hut. Since Peacebays also worked hard, I'll give you a share of the gift, meow, Theo said with a generous expression. Pip pip. Really? Peacebays was shocked by Theo's words. It was natural. Theo had never yielded anything related to Sejun before. It seemed Theo was now trying to act like a true older brother. At that moment, who's touching Dr. Jun's legacy? A monitor in the room lit up, and a beautiful woman's face appeared with a voice. Then, Pooh hut. If you ask who I am, it is only right to answer. I am the right hand of the great hybrid Chairman Park, the deadly dragon-clawed, hybrid golden cat, the lucky legendary merchant Park Theo, meow. As if he had been waiting, Theo launched into his self-introduction. Introducing himself was always thrilling. And, pa hey hey. If you ask who I am, then it is only right to answer. I am the secret bodyguard of Sejun Company's Chairman Park Sejun, the singing King Park Peacebays. By the way, I like fruits. Peacebays also shyly introduced himself, something he had been preparing for and longing to do. I did it at last. I finally got to introduce myself. While Peacebays was overwhelmed with emotion from his successful introduction. Park Theo, Park Peacebays. These are all unauthorized names. Therefore, you are classified as intruders and will be terminated. The woman on the monitor shook her head and spoke coldly. Zing. At the same time, red lights appeared on the walls of the room. Thunk. Thunk. Steel giants with red single eyes began to move, but meow meow storm fist, pip pip storm fist. With the attacks from Theo and Peacebays, the steel giants collapsed easily. Then, all security robots in the lab have been destroyed. There is no way to protect the lab. According to Dr. Jun's directive, initiating overload of 10 fusion reactors and activating self-destruction protocol. In 10 minutes, all data in the lab will be incinerated. The woman on the monitor forcefully activated the fusion reactors in the long-dormant tower. Rumble. The immense heat generated by the tower instantly melted the icy ground around it, creating a vast amount of water. And, Pooh hut. At this rate, everything will melt, meow. Let's quickly go to Quenji, pip pip. Yes. Theo and Peacebays, who had caused this mess, quickly set off to find Quenji. After the two disappeared, Chiik, the nameless world, once covered in ice, rapidly began to sink underwater with the heat-emitting tower at its center. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Blackie, it's over there. Quenji pointed toward the ice mountain whose summit was obscured by clouds. More precisely, he pointed toward the summit that could not be seen. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Quenji hyung, let's fly. Krueng. Got it. Boom. Quenji held Blackie and instantly reached the clouds. However, crash. Krueng. King? The two began colliding with sharp, thin ice shards. It wasn't an ordinary cloud, but an ice cloud. Of course, since there was no ice strong enough to pierce the tough skin of Quenji and Blackie, Quenji ignored it and broke through the ice cloud, arriving in the sky. And then, Krueng! That's it! Quenji pointed to a small sprout with blue leaves basking proudly in sunlight at the summit of the ice mountain. Baby extreme ice herb. It was the baby extreme ice herb that Sejun had been looking for. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng! Hee hee hee. Dad will now be an SS rank tower farmer. That means Dad will get stronger, and Dad's cooking will taste even better. Imagining happily, Quenji flew toward the baby extreme ice herb. However, don't come. Crackle. The baby extreme ice herb, which held enough cold energy to bring about an ice age, resisted fiercely and froze its surroundings solidly, including Quenji and Blackie. But then, whoosh! If I play with fire, I'll get scolded by Mom. Crackle. Quenji lightly conjured fire to melt the ice and Krueng! You'll get hurt if you act up. Grab. He grabbed the baby extreme ice herb with a hand engulfed in flames. Sizzle. Eek! He lightly scorched it. The baby extreme ice herb became docile as it fainted. Kihihit. King. Kichu. Hee hee. That's what happens when you mess with my young. Achoo! While Blackie stepped proudly on the roots of the fainted baby extreme ice herb and sneezed. Quenji, we need to go quickly. Meow. Pip pip. The ice is melting. Theo and Peacepays appeared, urging them to return home. Both agreed not to mention the metal tower and steel giants, because they knew they had caused some kind of trouble. Krueng! Got it! Kihihit! King! Hee hee! Let's go home. Thus, the brothers quickly headed toward the dimensional gate. On their way, rumble! The ice surged, forming waves dozens of kilometers high, swallowing the world. Fortunately, the ice in front of the dimensional gate had not melted yet. Krueng! It's Mom's foot! Quenji ran toward Pink Fur's front paw, which was blocking the dimensional gate, and hugged one of her toes. Quong? As something clung to her toe, Pink Fur lifted her paw from the dimensional gate to check. Naturally, Quenji, who was clinging to her toe, crossed the gate and arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng! Hee hee hee. Mom, Quenji's back. Quong? Are you hurt anywhere? While Pink Fur checked over Quenji's body, Pooh hut. We're home, meow, behee. We made it back. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Great, Blackie has returned safely. Theo, Peacepays, and Blackie also crossed the dimensional gate and returned. Pip pip. Close it. As soon as Peacepays quickly closed the gate, kaboom! A massive wave engulfed the spot where the dimensional gate had been. Thus, the nameless world where all living beings had vanished. Dr. Jun, can I finally meet you now? The woman in the monitor, who had guarded the ownerless tower for hundreds of years, lowered her power with a sad expression. And then, 10, 9, 8, 1. Destroying Dr. Park Sejun's laboratory. Thank you everyone for your hard work, happy smiley. With the final message on a black screen. Kaboom! The already destroyed world was destroyed once more. This time, forever. Earth E264, destroyed by an ice age. Annihilated. System 371, mechanically recorded another sad history. Chapter 696, Thank You for Being Born. PR, Minipixel Z, the sanctuary where Sejun's clones reside. Sejun number 1 Nim, at this rate, won't the main body die? Exactly. The main body is so frail, so why can't he just stay still, and why does he keep rushing into things? To the complaint of destruction Sejun, Santa Sejun responded with a resentful voice. They were Sejun's clones. No matter how transcendent a god they may be, if the main body dies, they vanish too. So, they had many complaints toward the main body Sejun, who kept exposing himself to danger. Unbeknownst to Sejun, he had overexerted himself preparing for this birthday party, and the balance that Theo had barely managed to restore through a complete transformation was once again faltering. Moreover, a major danger was approaching the main body. Originally, it should have been a blessing, but to the main body, it was an excessive blessing, in other words, poison. A truly fragile and feeble physical body. At this rate, if he overdoes it again, something bad will happen. We need to come up with a countermeasure. Sejun number 1 Nim, what are you going to do? Prepare number 3 to block the main body's crisis. Yes, he. Escaping from being the youngest. At Santa Sejun's decision, destruction Sejun cheered with delight. Though capable, his fundamental nature was Sejun, so his thoughts often aligned with the main body. And so, the two decided to raise Sejun number 3. Inside Theo's mental world, the incubator where Sejun's clones are raised. Let's grill some fish. Let's make some churu. They contacted the super giant chairman Park No. 3, who was diligently creating mountains of grilled fish and lakes of churu. And then, hoot. Is it finally time for me to step up? Time to show the main body just how amazing I am. With prideful excitement, the super giant chairman Park No. 3 began pondering. What kind of god should I become? 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun woke up energetically as always. Maintain cleanliness. He used his skill to clean himself and his companions. Meow, king. After taking care of the Theo couple and the Blackie family. Clunk. He headed for the void storage. Sigh. A deep sigh burst out from Sejun. To think this is what I'd be doing today, too. Even on the day of his birthday party, he had to gather ingredients for cooking. For reference, no one had asked Sejun to cook, and no one was expecting some grand feast either. Theo may have sold an absurd number of invitations, but refunds could solve that. Even if wedding guests for Boch's ceremony were turned away due to full capacity, no one would say anything. However, Sejun was the type who hated giving back money that had entered his pocket and secretly enjoyed hardship. In short, he was bringing hardship upon himself. So while Sejun continued to work as usual even on his birthday, may he. Over here, ni hey. Me miani, I'm so excited, wee. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Guests with invitations and wedding cards started entering, and the 99th floor of the tower began to fill. And then, Ulrich Nim, there's no seaweed soup on this side. Moo. Got it. Food is coming out, move aside. Quack. We're short on spoons over here. The farm members were busily transporting and setting up seaweed soup, choco pie, japchae, honey rice cake, and more that Sejun had prepared. Krueng. Quenji carefully moved a black chocolate cake, shaped like the Black Tower, using telekinesis. On top of the cake stood chocolate statues of Sejun, his companions, the farm family, and major customers, each brimming with life. At the very front stood Sejun, with both hands on his sides in an attempt to look cool. On Sejun's right knee sat Theo, and hanging from Theo's tail was Iona. On the straw hat atop his head sat Flamey and Sweetie. On his left side was Quenji. On his left shoulder sat Peacebays. In his sling bag, Blackie and his subordinates poked their heads out. A small statue of Toryong was placed on Sejun's shoe. To Sejun's left, Wolgang, Wolha, Hukulbok, Choo-Choo, and Black Torch were holding hands. To his right stood Piyo, Uran, Poyo, and the guardian beasts. On either side of them, mushroom ants and poisonous bees surrounded the cake. Behind Sejun stood Pink Fur, the Minotaur King, the Black Minotaurs, and wolves. The rest of the figures were made proportional to the number of invitations purchased. The reason Sejun was able to create such detailed sculptures in a short amount of time was thanks to the talent, needing. Originally, it only applied to stone, but chocolate bricks were also considered as stone and thus could be used. Though not visible from the front, there were also heartfelt birthday messages from Sejun written on the bases of the statues. Eileen, take this. Sejun, knowing Eileen would be disappointed if she didn't get one, sent her a giant chocolate statue made from 50,000 chocolate bricks. This one's for Ace. Of course, he sent one to Ace as well. Ace's was made with 20,000 bricks. As a result, Mud's mental state, who had to make an additional 70,000 chocolate bricks, crumbled once again before being barely restored by Hell. To the greatest black dragon in the world, the one I love and miss the most, Eileen Pratani, from Sejun. Kuhihihi. I'll have to put this in the collection vault too. Upon seeing the message at the bottom of the statue, Eileen beamed and carried the chocolate statue to the family's collection vault. Ancestors, I'm going to use this spot. Clang. She tossed aside the black lightning, made by wrapping the great black dragon scale around the great golden dragon's horn, and placed her chocolate statue in its place. And so, Eileen began slowly filling the ancestral collection vault with a gift Sejun had given her. Kuhihihi. With satisfied footsteps, she exited the vault. Poohihihi. So tasty, Ace, I want to eat chocolate too. She reached her hand out toward Ace, who was cherishing his own chocolate statue. Quite boldly, no. This was a gift from my brother-in-law to me. Look here, it says to the cute brother-in-law Bongryong Ace Pratani, who loves Yongari chicken. At first, he resisted, but, do you really not want to share? When Eileen asked him seriously, no. Here. With a very reluctant face, Ace broke off the tip of his tail and handed it to Eileen. But then, all of the tail. And the wings too. Eileen demanded Ace's whole tail and wings. Poohee-heeing. Mom, Eventually, Ace burst into tears and called for Elizabeth. Eileen, I told you not to bully your little brother. While Eileen was being scolded by her mother, Kwong. Kwong. No. I think potato flowers would be more suitable over there. Pink Fur was supervising the poisonous bees and mushroom ants while decorating the wedding venue. On both sides of the path where the bride and groom would walk, various flowers from the farm: yellow cherry tomato flowers, white potato flowers, and purple sweet potato blossoms, were arranged in vibrant colors, blessing the couple's journey to be one walked upon a road of flowers. Wow! It's beautiful. So Pink Fur had this kind of talent. Sejun realized he had misunderstood Pink Fur. Since she was always training with the Minotaur King, he had thought she had a totally rough personality, but sensitive Pink Fur liked flowers. Of course, she also liked eating them. For reference, the reason Pink Fur trained with the Minotaur King wasn't just to become stronger, it was also for health management so she could stay with Quenji for a long time. A short while later, when it was time for the birthday party to start, thump! Thump! Sejun and his companions, riding on the Minotaur King's shoulders, appeared in front of the birthday cake. Then let's begin the birthday party now. Happy birthday! As Sejun started singing, Happy birthday, meow, Krueng, pip pip. Happy birthday, King, Kuong, moo. Everyone began singing along, and the other participants started following in clumsy harmony, using Sing a Peace song as a guide. Happy birthday to all my beloved ones. As the song reached its climax, Kayut Kayut Kayut. Power of fire. Iona cast a giant fire into the sky using her hellfire magic and simultaneously applied fire resistance and shield magic on the cake via silent casting. Because the chocolate statue mustn't melt or break from hellfire's heat. Okay. Now blow out the fire with a hoo. Hoo, hoo, meow, Kayut, Kuo-eng, pip pip, Kuoong, Ki-ying, moo. With Sejun's shout, his companions blew air toward the hellfire. Because many of them had strong breath, a massive typhoon arose, but this time, Iona continued to inject magic power, so the hellfire didn't extinguish right away and faded at the perfect timing. Once the candle blowing was over, Quenji, move the statue. Vice Chairman Theo, claws, Krueng, Poo-hoo-hut. Got it, meow, snap. Sejun cleared the statue and had Theo bring out his claws. It was time for the cake cutting ceremony. Everyone, come hold Theo's paw. Payak. Sejun got ready to cut the cake together with everyone. Woolbok, come too. Payak. Okay. Paik. Dad, take me too. When Sejun called Hugh Woolbok, who was with the other rabbits, he came bringing the whining black torch and joined to hold Theo's front paw. It would have been nice if Flamey were here. Sejun felt regret as he thought of Flamey, who couldn't attend the birthday party because of World Tree School. But of course, the main character always appears at the end. Hee. Sejun Nim, I'm here. Happy birthday to everyone. Flamey, using law of creation, become weak when holding breath and power, frail pretty girl, appeared on the 99th floor of the tower. Oh. Flamey, welcome. Did you graduate from World Tree School? Hee. No, it's vacation. Of course, that was a lie. The World Trees were still being scolded by Flamey's avatar, Flamey number 330, while diligently taking nutrient supplements. Really? Either way, glad you're here. Let's cut the cake together. Hee. Okay. With Flamey's arrival, the Sejun family was complete. All right. Let's cut it. They all held onto Theo's front paw and cut the cake. Slice. The cake was cleanly sliced in half, and Hugh Woolbok took Black Torch and returned to where the other rabbits were. Hugh Woolbok was now the ruler of the Red Ribbon Kingdom. He had to care for the other rabbits. Happy birthday to everyone. Now, let's eat. With Sejun's shout, the birthday party truly began and everyone started eating. And then, your soul is greatly fulfilled by the shower of numerous praises. Mental strength increases by 70. As everyone showered praises after eating Sejun's food, his mental strength began to rise rapidly. Fortunately, there was no crisis. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great Blackie knew the Sunfish Butler might be in danger, so I raised your mental strength a lot. This is Great Blackie's foresight. It was because Blackie had significantly increased Sejun's mental strength potential when he suppressed the Black Dragon in Sejun's mental world after Sejun received the title, Honorary Great Dragon. Thanks to that, Sejun didn't faint and was able to receive everyone's praise while his mental strength increased. Hee. Sejun looked happily at the message of his mental strength rising. At that moment, Poo-hoo-hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, accept the birthday present that I, Vice Chairman Theo, and Peacebays have prepared, meow, as Theo spoke and pulled a tablet from his bag. Behi. Sejun Nim, happy birthday. Peacebays offered his congratulations to Sejun. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Quenji also prepared a gift with Blackie for Dad. Quenji quickly pulled out the gift for Sejun that he had prepared from his snack pouch. Kihihit. King. King. He he. Butler. Great. Blackie found it together with brother Quenji. Blackie made a big show of it. He het. I prepared a birthday gift for you too, Sejun Nim. Flamey also brought out a golden apple. Thanks, everyone. Before checking the gifts, Sejun first expressed his gratitude. And then, Park Theo, Park Flamey, Park Quenji, Park Peacebays, Park Blackie, happy birthday. Thank you for being born. I'm really fortunate to have met you all. He met each of their eyes one by one and gave his birthday wishes. And I prepared a birthday gift too. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sejun felt like he might cry, so he quickly handed out the birthday coupons he had prepared. Compared to the gifts the five had brought, his was modest, but Poohoo Hut. Exclusive rights to Chairman Park's knee Poohoo Hut. For 2 years Poohoo Hut. He he. Basking in the sun for 1 hour he he. While receiving Sejun Nim's petting he he. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Ku hey hey hey. He 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 he. Food made by Dad he 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 he. Until full he 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 he. Behi. Making a song together Behi. With Sejun Nim Behi. Kihihit. King Kihihit. He he. A coupon to exchange for 100 roasted sweet potatoes he he for Great Blackie by the butler he he. The companions were overjoyed, so much that they couldn't contain their bursting laughter. Seeing them like that, Sejun also smiled happily. And so, the unforgettable second birthday party at the Black Tower blossomed in full. Chapter 697, Guys, Strike Master Bow's Souls Thoroughly. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. While the 5 siblings of Theo, Flamey, Quenji, Peacebays, and Blackie were happily holding their coupons. Let's see here. Sejun checked the gifts they had brought. He he he. Finally, I've got them all. The first thing he checked was the baby extreme ice herb. It caught his eye immediately. Normally, Sejun wouldn't be able to touch it due to the intense cold, but Quenji had made it lukewarm, out of concern for Sejun's safety, so it was fine for now. Baby extreme ice herb. An extreme ice herb that, by low probability, gained spiritual energy. Its medicinal effect has increased greatly. As it has not fully matured yet, its efficacy is still low. When consumed, all stats increase by 700 and awakens low-grade ice attribute talents, but you will be cursed by the baby extreme ice herb, stopping all growth for 1 year and making you shiver from cold. A massive bad karma has been accumulated from the destruction of a world. If consumed without resolving this karma, the karma is inherited. Usage restriction, LV 100 or higher, all stats above 50,000. Grade, SSS. Bad karma? It destroyed a whole world? This tiny thing? Well, let's plant it for now. He had to raise them all to complete the quest anyway. Ignoring the description, Sejun quickly moved the baby extreme ice herb to the field where he had planted the other baby herbs. The quest wasn't completed just by collecting the 5 baby herbs. He had to raise them into excellent herbs as well. Thus, Sejun arrived at the field. Kids, welcome your youngest sibling. Sejun dug a hole and carefully planted the baby extreme ice herb so its roots wouldn't get damaged. What's this tablet? Next, Sejun examined the tablet and, title, one who glimpsed long into the beginning has identified the essence of the tablet. Sejun's pupils turned golden as he uncovered the tablet's secret. And then, oh. Only one left now. Soon, I'll be able to converse directly with Sejun Nim. System 371, rejoiced. The tablet brought by Theo was, Code 3, to access, System 371. Thus, with, Code 2, and, Code 3, now in hand. He he he. Where did Theo and Peacebays find this? System, just wait a bit. I'll have you impeached soon, as he delighted in the thought of getting rid of, System 371, who had unfairly wronged him. This one's probably for eating, right? He looked at the last remaining item, Flamey's apple. Golden flame apple? Like the fire apple that Flamey had given him before, even the power of the beginning couldn't reveal its options. And unlike the fire apple, it didn't feel cool to the touch. Shudder. Instead, it still gave him goosebumps. Back then it was due to the coolness, but this time it was due to an instinctive sense of awe. Can I eat this? Cowardly Sejun suddenly became afraid to eat it. Do you want to eat it? He carefully handed the golden flame apple to Podori, but, no. I absolutely can't eat that. Podori firmly rejected it. It was only natural. If he ate something that Flamey had given Sejun as a gift, at minimum, he'd be annihilated. You could have just said you didn't want it. Feeling hurt by Podori's stern rejection, Sejun pouted and fidgeted with the golden flame apple as he approached the baby extreme flame herb. No, he was rejected again. Even a baby knew what it was. Thus, Sejun was turned down twice. Fine. If you don't want it, forget it. I'll eat it. Crunch. In a fit of frustration, Sejun took a big bite of the apple. Oh. Tastes good. Sejun was amazed at the flavor. Adios. It's going to be very hot. Podori looked at Sejun with pity. And then, you have consumed the golden flame apple. All stat potential has increased by 50,000. All stats have increased by 3,000. The blessing of the sacred golden flame burns away the impurities in your body. Ah. It's hot. Whoosh. As his body ignited, Sejun underwent yet another complete transformation. How many times has he gone through transformation now? Pooh hut. Chairman Park is burning well. Meow. Hee hee. Sejun Nim is going to be a bit healthier now. Koo hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee 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 hee. All the bad stuff in Dad's body is disappearing. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, hang in there. Before anyone realized, the group had begun watching Sejun. It was to protect Sejun's privacy once the transformation was complete. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. Smells like meat. It's butler roast. Of course, not everyone was respectful. Hey. What do you mean, it's butler roast? Hearing Blackie's words, Sejun shouted angrily. Thanks to his previous transformations, Sejun had remained conscious this time. A short while later, as there wasn't much to burn away, Sejun's transformation ended in just an hour. Pooh hut. I, Vice Chairman Theo, shall protect the privacy of the great hybrid Chairman Park. Meow. Krueng. Quenji too shall protect Dad's fry vaki. Theo and Quenji clung to Sejun's body, covering him to guard his privacy. Just give me clothes. Covered front and back by Theo and Quenji, Sejun spoke in an embarrassed voice and quickly got dressed. Once Sejun was fully clothed. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'm using my coupon now. Meow. Extend my exclusive knee period by 2 more years. Meow. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. Hand over 100 roasted and dried sweet potatoes to Great Blackie. Theo and Blackie immediately used their coupons, while Flamey, Quenji, and Peacebays carefully stored theirs to use later. Then, here. Take it. It's a birthday present. Thank you. I prepared a birthday present for you too. Thanks. I'll use it well. The residents of the tower who came to the birthday party began handing over their prepared gifts. It wasn't just a one-way giving or receiving. Everyone gave and received gifts. After all, it was everyone's birthday party, as the gift exchange naturally created the peak atmosphere of the birthday party. Thud. Thud. The Minotaur King approached Sejun. Kai up. Sejun Nim, I'm here, holding the nape of the groom Bochi, who was wearing a tuxedo, because Sejun had earnestly asked him to catch Bochi when he appeared. Hee hee hee. Our new groom Master Bo has arrived. Sejun grinned wickedly as he welcomed Bochi. Kai up Kiyu. Yes, I'm sorry. Knowing his crime, Bochi began by apologizing. But even with Bochi's apology, there was no forgiveness in Sejun's eyes. That only made Bochi more anxious. And that intuition was spot on. Minotaur King, lay Master Bo down. Sejun forced Bochi to lie down. He planned to introduce Bochi to Korea's traditional way of welcoming a new groom. Master Bo, it's a good thing for a newlyweds. But it might hurt a little. Hee hee hee. Kayuk. Kayuk, no. Your refusal is rejected. Whack. Crackle. Kayuk. Rejecting Bochi's refusal, Sejun borrowed Quenji's thunderbolt staff and struck Bochi's souls with full force to demonstrate. Guys, strike Master Bo's souls thoroughly. Hit without strength. Especially you, Quenji, go really easy, okay? TL, https://www.tktalk.com/video/73695990925 for 1902123. He cautioned the group and ordered them to strike Bochi's souls. He. 1. Poo-hoo hut. 2. Meow, he. 3. Ku hey. Krueng, he. 4. Kyuk, barky hey. 5. Kihihit. King, he. 6. As Sejun and the group joyfully smacked Bochi's souls. Thud. Sejun Nim, the wedding is about to start. Pink Fur called out to Sejun, and only then was Bochi allowed to get up. Kayak. Sejun Nim, for your wedding, alpa.so.na.lly provide the newlywed service. Bochi said, staring at Sejun with eyes full of resentment. Who? Me too. Belatedly realizing from Bochi's words that he could be next, Sejun panicked. Quenji, if dad gets hit, you won't stay quiet, right? Sejun looked at Quenji, eyes pleading for help. Krueng, that's right. If anyone hits dad, Quenji will punish them. Quenji gave Sejun the answer he wanted. He. Master Bo, if you want to hit me, you'll have to deal with our Quenji. With Quenji's response, Sejun arrogantly threatened Bochi. Kai up. TCH. Bochi made a face of deep frustration and headed toward the venue. Kayut. I'll go ahead too. Iona, who was to officiate the wedding, also hurried to move. And then, he. Victory. Feeling triumphant after beating Bochi, Sejun strutted around with pride. Poo-hoo hut. Chairman Park, your face is rotting, meow. Everyone, step on him, meow, he. Sejun Nim, that expression is bad. Ku hey. Krueng, he. Dad is making that bad face again. Ba hey he. Sejun Nim, that face is wrong. Kihihit. King, he. Butler's face is rotting again. Step on it. The group charged toward Sejun's face. While Sejun's face was being stepped on by the group, Chue, now, the groom shall make his entrance. With Hamgod Church Archbishop Kalkai as the MC, the wedding ceremony began, and dan da da dan dan da da dan. To the tune of the wedding march, Bochi, dressed in a black tuxedo, made a dignified entrance amid everyone's applause. Kio Keek. Gone was Bochi's earlier face of frustration, he now wore an expression as though he owned the world. Master Bo, be happy. Sejun wished happiness for Bochi as he watched him. Then the bride made her entrance. To soft music, Lara walked in hand with her father Raulo. Lara was wearing a carrot-colored dress, and in her hand was a beautiful bouquet with carrot flowers as the main feature, mixed with flowers of different colors as accents, prepared by Pink Fur. As Lara and Raulo approached Bochi, Bochi hurriedly went out to meet them. Raulo whispered something to Bochi, who nodded intensely with a slightly aggrieved look in his eyes. What did he say? Poo-hoo hut. Raulo told Master Bo that if he makes Lara cry, he won't stand for it, meow. And he also told him never to create secret funds, meow. Sejun understood why Bochi looked so aggrieved. Creating one himself but telling another not to, anyone would feel wronged. After Raulo returned to his seat, Bochi and Lara stood before Iona. Kayut. Here, a hamster and a rabbit meet. Iona began the wedding officiation. Having already officiated the wedding of Hukulbok and Chuchu, Iona thought this would be an easy task, but trouble appeared from an unexpected place. Chue! Oh! To gaze upon the visage of Ham God. Hammen. TL, Hammen equals Amen. Jibi. Oh, Ham God. Hammen. Jajik. Hammen. The hamsters, with their sparkling eyes, kept shouting Hammen in awe every time Iona spoke, making it impossible to proceed. Kiu. Eventually, irritated Iona raised her magic power. Chue! Ham God is angry. Everyone be quiet. Kalkai, the host, stepped up to quiet the hamsters. Finally, the hamsters settled down. However, it's so annoying to only officiate other people's weddings. I want to marry Theo Nim too. Kiu. Iona's rage didn't subside and only grew stronger. Vice Chairman Theo, go handle this. Poo-hoo hut. Understood, meow. Theo hurried over and gently patted Iona's head a few times. Kayut. Iona's anger vanished instantly. It seemed some matches were truly made in heaven. With that, the ceremony resumed. Now, the bride will throw the bouquet. Those who wish to catch it, please stand behind the bride. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Tens of thousands of people quickly rushed behind Lara to catch the bouquet. Ahoom, I should get married too. Sejun quietly joined the crowd. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, leave it to me, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng, hee 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 hee. Quenji will catch the bouquet for you, pip pip. I'll snatch it right away. The group prepared to help Sejun catch the bouquet. Then, Chue, now, on the count of 3, the bouquet will be thrown. 1, 2, 3, pip. As Kalkai counted to 3, Lara tossed the bouquet. At that moment, whoosh, a blinding flash of light exploded. Who? By the time the light vanished, the bouquet was gone too. What happened? Where did it go? The guests looked around in confusion. They searched for the bouquet for a long time, but it was nowhere to be seen, as if it had vanished into thin air. My bouquet! Sejun was disappointed. And then, meow? Vice Chairman Theo couldn't see anything because it was too bright, meow. Where did Great Hybrid Chairman Park's bouquet go, meow? Krueng. Quenji couldn't see anything either because it was too bright. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, I'm also weak to light. The group exaggerated their acting and feigned ignorance. Naturally, the clueless Sejun didn't notice their obvious act. With the slight commotion over the disappearing bouquet, the wedding ended, and the reception began. Chapter 698, Those Who Try to Ruin the Wedding. In the name of love and justice, I will not forgive you. PR, Minipixel Z, Black Tower, 99th floor. Jui! Jui! What are these peanuts? They're so delicious. Chuvy! Chuvy? Oh my goodness! I never knew such roasted peanuts existed. The hamsters were shocked after eating the peanut stir-fry served as a meal at the reception. It was the first time they had tasted such a delicious peanut stir-fry. Hee hee hee. Of course it's delicious. Who do you think grew them? Sejun was about to boast while watching the hamsters but quickly managed his expression. Pan. Chairman Park, there's a rotten aura coming onto your face, meow. Because Theo was staring intently at his face. As the hamsters were lost in eating Sejun's peanut stir-fry, you have fed 10 people to their satisfaction. Due to the effect of title, Saint of Feeding, all stats have increased by 2. Messages began to appear showing that Sejun's stats were increasing due to the activation of his title effect. The bellies of the birthday party participants were starting to get full. Since most of the birthday party participants had previously eaten Sejun's food to their heart's content, the title effect was not triggered that much. Heh. Nice. Sejun looked at the messages with satisfaction. However, after a while, you have fed 1,000 people to their satisfaction. Due to the effect of title, Saint of Feeding, all stats have increased by 200. Your soul is greatly fulfilled by the pouring praise of many. Mental strength increases by 70. Suddenly, stats and mental strength began to rise steeply. This was because the hamster wedding guests had now all filled their bellies. Hamsters had small stomachs, and although Sejun had previously fully fed hamsters in Hamk, that was only 5 million, a mere 0.01% of Hamk's total population of 50 billion. The remaining 99.99% were hamsters filling their stomachs with Sejun's food for the first time today. He had forgotten the most important thing, being too focused on preparing the dishes. I need to stop this. Sejun sensed the danger. But, you have fed 10,000 people to their satisfaction. Due to the effect of title, Saint of Feeding, all stats have increased by 2,000. Before Sejun could do anything, stats and mental strength poured into him. Ugh! An enormous burden fell on his body and mind, causing his physical body and soul to begin collapsing. At that moment, light exploded from Theo's body. Hee hee. Is it my turn to step in? Sejun's voice came from the light. It was Super Giant Chairman Park number 3. Super Giant Chairman Park number 3 transformed into a mass of light, exited from Theo's body, and soared into the sky. At the same time, the energy that had been burdening Sejun's body was absorbed into the mass of light floating in the sky, which became increasingly larger. You again? As the burdensome energy disappeared, the pain vanished, and Sejun looked up at the sky. It was definitely the Super Giant Chairman Park number 3 who had been in Theo's mental world. A now familiar situation. However, what the appearance of Ultra Super Giant Chairman Park number 3, who had absorbed the massive stats and mental strength pouring into Sejun, was unfamiliar. Hey! Don't wear that kind of dress with my face. Because Ultra Super Giant Chairman Park number 3 was wearing a black dress adorned with laces. Ah. My mistake. At the main body's reprimand, Ultra Super Giant Chairman Park number 3 hurriedly changed into a black tuxedo. He. This body is wedding Sejun, the god of marriage. Those who try to ruin the wedding. In the name of love and justice, I will not forgive you. No. Wedding Sejun, the god of marriage. Ooh. Don't say such lines while only folding your middle and ring fingers. The embarrassment was for the main body to bear. Thus, wedding Sejun, the god of marriage, was born. Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun's clone has become wedding Sejun, the god of marriage. You have achieved the great creation feat of having a transcendental grade clone. This is a clone beyond what Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun can handle. The rewards for the great creation feat have been significantly reduced. As a reward for achieving the great creation feat, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun's divinity has increased by 10. The clone, wedding Sejun, the god of marriage, will act independently until the main body grows. Messages announcing the achievements appeared. Yeah. I'm worse than my clone. As Sejun read the messages, his mood worsened. You have achieved the great creation feat of creating 3 clones far superior to yourself. As a reward for achieving the great creation feat, talent, main body is inferior to clones has bloomed. As a reward for achieving the great creation feat, your stay fee is reduced by 10%. A new achievement message appeared. Oh. 10% reduction in stay fee. Just need to reduce it by about 20% more to reach 100%. Thanks to that, Sejun's mood quickly brightened. Talent, main body is inferior to clones. The clones naturally accept the weakness of the main body. Hey, that was until he read the talent's description properly. He. Main body Park Sejun, hurry up and grow. Let's meet again next time. He. Though I doubt it. Here, this is a gift. Snap. Wedding Sejun mocked the original Sejun thoroughly and snapped his fingers. He was clearly jealous of the main body that could use fusion skills with Theo. Truly, like a clone of Sejun, wedding Sejun, the god of marriage, has bestowed a blessing of marriage upon Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun. If you help 100 couples get married within a year, something good will happen. A green aura wrapped around Sejun and a blessing was cast. However, I'm already upset that Master Bo got married, and now I have to marry off 100 couples? No way. I'm not doing it. Sejun frowned after confirming the blessing's content. He. Then see you at the wedding. Wedding Sejun greeted the main body and vanished in an instant, and the birthday party and reception continued late into the night. Thus, a hectic day came to an end. Afterward, ominous rumors spread that wedding Sejun, the god of marriage, appeared at every wedding and took 10% of the congratulatory money. Forest of Creation. He. I'm back. Flamey, who had enjoyed herself at the birthday party, returned. Did you find the problem? The trial statue asked Flamey that question. Although it already knew she hadn't achieved anything, it was its duty to ask. And then, he. Nope. Flamey admitted her failure with a very bright expression. I see. But it's good that you still look cheerful. Don't be disappointed by failure and keep searching. He. Yes, thank you. Flamey gave heartfelt thanks, knowing the trial statue had turned a blind eye to her mischief. While Flamey and the trial statue were having a conversation, Flamey's consciousness connected with the avatars. While Flamey's power had weakened, the main body couldn't handle the power of the avatars, so the connection had been lost. And then, oh, Flamey, now connected to the avatars, was startled. Why are the leaders there? Because the 9 leaders of the Great Dragon Clan were in an unexpected location. And not in their usual lazy state, but in an energetic manner. Temple of the Creator God. Hey! Isn't it too much to call us out without a single contact until now, just to put us to work? Exactly. Sejun made a lot of delicious dishes. He must have saved some for us, right? By the way, looking at Sejun Company's full-time employees, they work 1 week and rest 1 day. Shouldn't we, as great dragons, work for 1 hour and rest a whole day? The 9 leaders, who had been summoned by the Creator God to work, grumbled. When there was no contact, they felt left out. But now that they had been called and were put to work, they realized the silent days were better. The Creator God had believed until now that the leaders were diligently managing the dragons and the tower. He. That's not true. The leaders drink the alcohol Sejun Nim makes and play every day. He. They say the alcohol Sejun Nim makes is super delicious. What? Drinking and goofing off every single day. Even I, the creator god, am working. How outrageous! Enraged by the tattling of work supervisor Flamey number 205, the creator god immediately summoned the leaders and put them to work. I'm great dragons. The creator god said, if you're done, build a bed, great dragons. The creator god said the lighting is too bright. Thanks to that, Emila and Amur, who had to work with the grumpy leaders, were having a miserable time. Still, they were able to endure with the hope that the work would soon be done. Thanks to the help of the 9 leaders, by the time Sejun came to the temple of the creator god, the prison, where the creator god would reside, was almost complete. Thus, preparations for Sejun to cross into the land of destruction were nearly complete. All right. Sejun, who had blacked out while drinking the night before, woke up feeling refreshed. Thanks to his rebirth, he had no hangover at all. He. Have I become an alcoholic Sejun now? Sejun was about to get smug about his improved drinking capacity. At that moment, tap! Theo, still half asleep, placed his front paw on Sejun's face to prevent him from getting smug and, ahoom! What a sharp little guy, how did he know? Sejun quickly fixed his expression. If he got any more smug here, he'd be stepped on. It's not rotten, right? Sejun checked his condition, feeling his face with his hand. Meow, king! He gathered Theo, the couple, and the Blackie family and stood up. Then, clack! He opened the void storage and began his day. First, I have to restock the storage. Because most of the ingredients had been used up at yesterday's party, the storage was severely empty. Sejun decided to fill it up first to feel secure. Vice Chairman Theo, claws, press. Sejun pressed Theo's claws and hunted calamities in the farm, then circled the 10th tower and the Camille Dizion, before returning to the Black Tower. And then, but what are they all doing that they're not moving? Sejun looked at the 9 dragon statues standing still at the fountain and wondered. There had been no word from them since they were summoned by the creator god. They did play quite a lot. Sejun felt a bit smug, knowing the 9 dragons council had been summoned by the creator god. At that moment, thump! Kyuong! Sejun Nim, good morning. Pink Fur arrived, carrying Quenji. Yeah. Good morning. Just a second. Sejun took the snack pouch from Quenji and Pink Fur and headed to the kitchen. Cooking. He replicated the choco pie made by Sejun number 12 and filled Pink Fur's snack pouch. Pink Fur then went off to train. A little later, after breakfast, Pooh Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I'll go earn lots of money, meow, coo hey. Krueng. He. Quenji's heading to the herb field. After sending Theo and Quenji off to work for the first time in a while, Sejun resumed his tasks. He worked all morning, ate lunch, then worked diligently again until evening. When Theo and Quenji returned, they had dinner together. And then, let's sleep now. He went to bed. Of course, it wasn't real sleep. After taking a temporary break for the birthday party preparations, Sejun resumed purifying the world's energy. Blackie's mental world. Everyone, I'm sorry. While Blackie and his subordinates were apologizing to the souls. Pooh Hut. Ultra Mini Chairman Park number 4, say hello, meow. This is our great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. Theo introduced Sejun to a tiny Sejun, about the size of a finger joint, standing on his paw. Hello, where do they keep coming from? Sejun extended his hand and greeted Ultra Mini Chairman Park number 4, wondering in confusion. Grab. Still unable to speak, Ultra Mini Chairman Park number 4 happily embraced Sejun's finger. Hello to you too, Gilsun Nightmare. Yes. Hello. After exchanging greetings, Sejun and the group were trying to soothe the souls. Gururuk. A red aura emerged from one of the souls, and Corruption appeared. Oh. Nice to see you. Sejun greeted Corruption too. Having seen it so many times, Sejun felt that even the grotesque form of corruption, once terrifying, had become oddly tolerable through familiarity. You are the one who. Corruption tried to speak to Sejun with what seemed like a somewhat friendly tone. Vice Chairman Theo, it's time for the Seo beam. Pooh Hut. Ready, meow, here it comes. Seo beam, meow. Thinking it was going to say something ominous again, Sejun struck preemptively without hesitation. Whoosh. Cuckoo, you really aren't afraid of me. Corruption laughed as it vanished. Chapter 699, It Belongs to Great Blackie. PR, Minipixel Z, 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have completely eliminated the corruption within the world's energy and completed the purified world's energy. You have completed the quest. As a quest completion reward, all stats have increased by 7. As a quest completion reward, the stay fee for the 0th floor has been reduced by 0.0001%. Ooh. It's done. Sejun welcomed the morning while checking the quest reward messages. And then, meow, King. He began his morning routine by picking up the still sleeping Theo couple and the Blackie family. While he was working like that, thud, thud, Pink Fur came to visit. A little later, after breakfast was over, Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I'll go make lots of money today, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng, hee hee hee. Quenji will head out too. Theo and Quenji went off to work. Let's go, Blackie, kihihit. King, hee hee. Butler. Great Blackie will harvest all the sweet potatoes. Sejun worked on the farm with Blackie. You have harvested stamina corn. While Sejun was harvesting corn, hee hee. Guys, the great Blackie will harvest them up without damage. Blackie started harvesting sweet potatoes in the sweet potato field. About an hour passed after they began working. Kihihit. Great Blackie is now rich with roasted and dried sweet potatoes. In between work, Blackie grinned as he looked at the roasted and dried sweet potatoes stuffed in his snack pouch. Out of the 100 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potatoes received as a birthday gift yesterday, he had eaten 5, leaving 95. At that moment, Park Blackie, are you going to keep staring at your pouch and not work? If you keep it up, I'm confiscating your roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Sejun, who had finished harvesting the corn field, approached and nagged him. King, tch and stingy butler, grumbling. Blackie, chomp, bit and tugged on a sweet potato stem in front of him with his teeth. Crunch. King? Among the sweet potatoes he dug out, there was one that was clearly different in size and energy compared to the others. And then, the third apostle of creation, the guardian of Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Blackie, the noble wolf who hunts roasted and dried sweet potato slices, has harvested a new variety of extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. A message appeared before Sejun. Who? The noble wolf who hunts roasted and dried sweet potato slices? What caught Sejun's eye first wasn't the new variety, but the title. Blackie, who used to be the noble wolf that hunts gods, was now reduced to the noble wolf who hunts roasted and dried sweet potato slices. After spending time with Sejun, even Blackie's title had become trivial. Pooh-ha! Sejun laughed at Blackie, not realizing it might have rubbed off on him. Guards' achievements are also the achievements of the landlord. Congratulations! You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats have increased by 20. Following that, another message appeared. While Sejun was checking the messages, kihihit. King, hee hee. Great Blackie harvested it. So, it belongs to Great Blackie. Lick. 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 Blackie was diligently licking the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. Park Blackie, what the hell are you doing? That's gross. Sejun took the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato away from Blackie and checked its effects. Extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato, a mutant sweet potato born from absorbing the best nutrition and sunlight at the highest place in the tower, possessing taste and effects at the very limit of what a sweet potato can reach. Upon consumption, all stats increase by 25 for 1 hour. Can stack up to 10 times. Every time you eat 10, all stats permanently increase by 5. Cultivator, Park Sejun, Tower Farmer of the Black Tower. Shelf life, 180 days. Grade S. Oh, taste that has reached the limits of what a sweet potato can be. Then how delicious is it? Reading the description, Sejun was filled with tremendous anticipation. And then, hop. Hop. King, butler. That belongs to Great Blackie. Give it back. Blackie clung tightly to Sejun's leg, barking earnestly as he asserted ownership over the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato. But, hee. Blackie, well done. Here. Eat this. When Sejun praised him and handed over 5 roasted and dried sweet potatoes, kihihit. Great Blackie now has 100 roasted and dried sweet potatoes. Blackie was quickly appeased and went back to harvesting sweet potatoes. As soon as Blackie left, snap. Sejun placed the extremely delicious royal honey sweet potato into the pouch of abundance and multiplied its seeds. At that moment, your slave, Zelga, the tower farmer of the Blue Tower, has harvested a new variety, the seedless watermelon that brings torrential rain. The slave's achievement is the master's achievement. Congratulations! You have achieved the feat of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats have increased by 20. This time, it was Zelga who had harvested a new variety. Again? What's going on today? Why is my luck so good? Sejun rejoiced, thrilled at his good fortune. Zelga, well done. Have some potatoes. He praised Zelga and sent him a bunch of steamed potatoes, then received the new watermelon variety via tower transport. Seedless watermelon that brings torrential rain. Just the name alone made it obvious why it would bring torrential rain. How unfair must it feel? It must want to cry. Feeling empathy for the watermelon, Sejun checked its options. Seedless watermelon that brings torrential rain. A mutant watermelon grown in the blue tower, having absorbed a large amount of water energy, and born without seeds. Filled with resentment over its seedlessness, the watermelon harbors immense rage. When impacted, the watermelon's anger explodes, causing a torrential downpour. When consumed, maintains moist skin for a month, increases all stats by 50, and has a low chance of awakening water attribute talent. Cultivator, Park Sejun, Tower Farmer, Shelf Life, 180 days. Grade S. After reviewing the options, Sejun placed the seedless watermelon that brings torrential rain into the pouch of abundance to increase its count. Since it could not provide seeds, the only way to increase its quantity was through the pouch, just like with the Transcendence black beans and medicinal mugwort. Is today some kind of lucky day? Sejun smiled happily and continued farming. Under the blazing sun of a late afternoon, it was indeed a lucky day. Land of destruction. Not to be afraid when seeing me. Corruption furrowed its brow, wearing an expression of disbelief. From birth until now, it had lived for tens of billions of years. Yet no one had ever greeted it warmly, let alone treated it casually after seeing its form. Being scared was the best-case scenario, most felt disgust. Corruption had never been welcomed. In contrast, Primordial, who was born alongside corruption, was welcomed by all. That only deepened corruption's hatred toward Primordial, and Primordial distanced itself and severed ties. Then, without a word, Primordial vanished, leaving corruption completely alone. Ever since, corruption wandered various places, but never once was it welcomed. Each time, wounds piled upon corruption's heart, hardening it. A thick armor of emotional defense was built that way, but just from Sejun not fearing its appearance, a small crack of hope began forming in that armor. Cook. Not bad. But will you remain unfazed even at this face? So corruption practiced even scarier expressions, hoping Sejun would fear him. He didn't want the armor to break. He didn't want to be hurt anymore. And, tremble. The pure mental fragments of the next god of creation, hiding nearby, shivered in fear as they secretly watched corruption. 37th floor of the Green Tower. Poohoo Hut. Then I shall begin the auction, meow. The first item from the Great Hybrid Chairman Park's farm is the Golden Kiwi, meow. I'll sell a total of 10,000 in batches of 100, meow. 100,000 tower coins. 100,000 100 tower coins. 100,000 200 tower coins. With Theo's announcement, his first return to the Green Tower in almost 8 months, the merchants hurry to place their bids. 300,000 tower coins. 310,000 tower coins. In an instant, the bidding tripled from the starting price. A little later. Poohoo Hut. Sold, meow. Theo sold 10,000 golden kiwis and earned 5 billion tower coins. Poohoo Hut. Next is, just like that, Theo continued selling Sejun's crops. Poohoo Hut. The final crop is this, meow. When Theo took out a single carrot. A carrot, it looks weird. Is it defective? Hey! What are you talking about? Do you think Vice Chairman Theo would sell a defective product? Yeah. If you're going to say stuff like that, then get out. The merchant stirred in response. At that moment. Poohoo Hut. This is the confession carrot, meow. If you share and eat this carrot, your confession will be successful, meow. Starting at 10 billion tower coins each, meow, Theo said with an evil smile. Then, what? If you confess, it works. This will definitely make money. There are so many wealthy forever alones in the Green Tower. Upon hearing Theo's words, the merchant stared at the confession carrot with greedy eyes. 11 billion tower coins, 15 billion tower coins, 20 billion tower coins. The bidding prices shot up rapidly. And then, Poohoo Hut. Sold out at 50 billion tower coins, meow. Theo sold just 5 confession carrots and made more money than he had from the auctioning of the other crops earlier. He still had 5,000 more confession carrots in his bag, but Theo did not get greedy. Poohoo Hut. If I sell like this, I can drive the price up even more, meow. He had come to understand the law of scarcity through repeated experience. Pooh hut. Indeed, I am an amazing legendary merchant, meow. I should hurry to Chairman Park and boast about how amazing I am, meow. Theo, who had only now realized a fact that most merchants already knew, headed back to the Black Tower with a proud expression on his face. If someone were to ask what Theo had accomplished until now, Theo didn't know a thing. He just worked hard at selling. He was simply incredibly lucky. Snap. Thus Theo, emerging from the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers, arrived at the Black Tower. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Using light speed meow step, he clung to Sejun's face. You're back? That's right, meow. Meow. Unfazed, Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and pulled him off his face. He was far too used to it by now. At that moment, Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, Quenji is back. Dadadak. Quenji came running from a distance, calling for Sejun, and quickly arrived at his side. Once everyone was gathered, Kihihit. King. He. Hyung. Today, Great Blackie. Just as Blackie was about to brag to Theo and Quenji about harvesting a new variety of sweet potato. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, listen to me, meow. I finally realized. Theo began boasting to Sejun. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad, Quenji worked super hard in the herb field today and expanded it by 330,000 square meters. Quenji interrupted him and bragged instead. Huh? Quenji. I was talking to Chairman Park. Why are you cutting in, meow? Theo got upset because of this, and Krueng. Quenji was going to speak first. Quenji raised his voice too. And then, King? Why aren't you listening to Great Blackie? Listen now. Blackie also barked hard to make Theo and Quenji listen to him. As the 3 of them argued noisily, enough. Let's eat. Pooh hut. Sounds good, meow. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Sounds good. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Give me roasted and dried sweet potatoes. At Sejun's words, the group quieted down and headed to the cooking area with him for a joyful dinner. All right. Theo, you go first. Of course, during the meal, Sejun let Theo, Quenji, and Blackie speak freely in turn. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, listen carefully, meow. I finally realized. Theo started talking excitedly. A peaceful day came to an end as Sejun listened to everyone's stories. Chapter 700, Welcome. Is this your first time with supplements? Minipixel Z, Blackie's mental world. Oh. You've grown a lot in just one day. Sejun spoke while looking at Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4, who had doubled in size compared to yesterday and was now the height of 2 finger joints. The saying growing day by day couldn't be more fitting for this situation. Smug. At Sejun's words, Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4 put on a proud expression and nudged his head towards Sejun, asking to be petted. Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4 stood on his tiptoes to receive Sejun's strokes. Perhaps because of the newly acquired talent, main body is inferior to clones, or maybe it was just his personality. Unlike the other Chairman Parks, Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4 was friendly towards Sejun. He. Sure, pat. After petting Ultra Mini Chairman Park No. 4, Sejun began helping his companions and the Blackie family apologize to the souls. I forgive you. I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you if you give me that grilled fish. As the Blackie family was smoothly receiving forgiveness from the souls. Grrrr. Once again, corruption appeared today without fail. Cook. Could anyone not tremble in fear upon seeing this expression? Corruption tried to scare Sejun by confidently displaying his practiced expression, but, not scary. Oh. You're here. Sejun even waved his hand in recognition. Sejun had become so familiar with corruption's face that he had grown fond of it. Here I come. Sayo beam. Meow. Whoosh. And so, corruption was once again incinerated and vanished by the fusion attack of Sejun and Theo. You have defeated the enemy with Sayo beam. You have acquired 100 billion tower coins. Thanks to that, Sejun and Theo earned some money. Pooh hut. Vice Chairman Theo, how much did you burn? Pooh hut. I burned 100 million tower coins. Meow. What? Why did you burn more than last time? Because I wanted to have some fun today. Meow. All right. Sometimes you need to enjoy yourself. Sejun wanted to show the demeanor of a generous man who didn't fuss over petty cash, but, what? Foon? You burned millions just to have fun. Squeeze. Chime and pork. I'm sure we, meow. In the end, unable to suppress his petty nature, Sejun once again pulled Theo's cheek. While Sejun was scolding Theo, "You're not scared of this face. Even I find it scary." Corruption in the land of destruction was shocked by Sejun's reaction. Corruption didn't like looking at its own hideous face and would barely look at it once every 1,000,000 years. Cook. Then how about this face? Corruption practiced a new expression. Although Corruption's expression was filled with anger, his eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. 99th floor of the Black Tower. All right. Sejun once again got up energetically today and, meow, king. He took care of his companions, handled work at the Calamity Farm, the 10th Tower, and Camille Deziong, successfully completing his morning routine before breakfast. And after breakfast, Poohoo Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I will go make lots of money, meow, Kayut. Sejun Nim, I'll be heading out too. Theo and Iona went to work together. But their commuting routes differed. Theo used the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers. Kayut. Power of dimension. Iona moved using dimensional magic. After spending the entire day calculating something yesterday, she successfully extracted the coordinates of the 37th floor of the Green Tower, where Theo was currently. Iona used dimensional movement magic twice a day just to be with Theo. It was something that couldn't be done without love, even for a great wizard. After Theo and Iona left, all right, let's get to work too. Hey. Krueng. He. Today Quenji will help Dad. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Great, Blackie will help too. Sejun went to the field with Quenji and Blackie. Quenji didn't go to work at the herb field today because there was nothing to harvest at the moment. The reason he created a 330,000 square meter herb field yesterday was also because there was nothing else to do. Thanks to that, Sejun worked comfortably all morning with Quenji's help. Kihihit. King. He. Big brother Quenji, great, Blackie's legs hurt. Carry me. Blackie subtly tried to get Quenji's help too, but, Krueng. Blackie, if you lie, you'll be punished. He. Faking it again, huh? Quenji, having seen through Blackie's act, deliberately put on a stern expression and pulled out the thunderbolt staff. King. Ah. Great, Blackie's legs don't hurt anymore. Really? Blackie, who had been limping, suddenly stood firmly on all fours and fled in a hurry. A little while later, guys, let's have lunch. Sejun called Quenji and Blackie, and they went to the kitchen to eat food prepared by Sejun number 12. The menu was spicy braised chicken. Wow. Eating after working makes it so delicious. Hey. Krueng. He. That's right. It's even tastier because Quenji worked hard before eating. After finishing the chicken stew, they even fried rice in the sauce, and, kihihit. King. He. Butler. Me too, just one bite. As the two were eating so deliciously, even Blackie, who had already finished all the roasted and dried sweet potatoes, licked his lips and approached Sejun to get a taste. When lunch was over, slurp. Ah. That hits the spot. Sejun sipped the coffee brewed by Quenji and took a break. Hey. Kihihit. By Sejun's side, Quenji and Blackie settled down and began preparing for a nap. At that moment, whoosh, a chillingly cold wind blew from somewhere. Bah! What was that all of a sudden? Sejun, shivering, picked Quenji and Blackie. Where's this cold wind coming from? He tracked down the source of the cold. What? He saw the youngest baby extreme ice herb giving off chills from the field where the baby herbs were planted. The surrounding land and crops were freezing from the cold. Ugh! The baby extreme flame herb, gritting its teeth, was trying to shield the other baby herbs, now turning blue from the cold, by pushing back the chill. But the cold was so intense that it seemed it couldn't hold on much longer. I have to stop it. Just as Sejun hurriedly took out the fire wind water pitchfork and approached the baby extreme ice herb. Krueng! Didn't Quenji say you'll be punished if you act up? Quenji, who had been clinging to Sejun's side, suddenly moved in front of the baby extreme ice herb and grabbed it. SSSSSSS. Steam billowed as Quenji's fire met the baby extreme ice herb's frost. A battle between fire and ice. Of course, the winner again was Quenji. Heek! I'm sorry. The baby extreme ice herb, lightly subdued, screamed and surrendered. Meanwhile, are you guys okay? Sejun approached the other baby herbs and checked their condition. The baby extreme flame herb, being able to resist the cold, was in the best condition, while the others had suffered significant damage. Pat pat. Sejun used his farmer's warm touch skill to heal the 4 baby herbs. Hi, me too, please heal me. Of course, the one in the worst shape was the baby extreme ice herb, slightly warmed after being scorched by Quenji. Endure it. Who told you to cause trouble? Sejun didn't heal it right away. Once the other 4 baby herbs were stabilized, pat pat, Sejun began treating the baby extreme ice herb. However, farmer's warm touch LV9 is activated. While touched, the baby extreme ice herb's wounds are slightly healed. The baby extreme ice herb's source vital energy is damaged. The warm touch is harming the baby extreme ice herb's source vital energy. The baby extreme ice herb's wounds are worsening. What? The baby extreme ice herb, badly scorched by Quenji, was now in such poor condition that even Sejun's body heat was too much for it to bear. Sherry. Sejun urgently called for Sherry. P-yak. P-yak. Yes. You punk. Get a grip. Sherry quickly blew cold air toward the baby extreme ice herb. It was a trivial coldness, around 1 degree Celsius, but fortunately, the baby extreme ice herb slowly began to recover. But what if it causes trouble again once it recovers? Sejun stared at the recovering baby extreme ice herb deep in thought. It was fine this time because he and Quenji had been nearby, but if something like this happened when no one was around, what should I do? Sejun was lost in thought. He realized that solving the problem wasn't as difficult as he thought. The baby extreme flame herb just had to become stronger too. Quenji, give this one some fire. When Sejun pointed at the baby extreme flame herb and spoke, Krueng. Got it. Whoosh. Quenji grabbed the baby extreme flame herb and unleashed flames. Oh. I feel overflowing energy. Thanks to that, the baby extreme flame herb began to grow stronger. Hey! Youngest, come here. Now that it felt it could bit the baby extreme ice herb, the baby extreme flame herb began boasting. However, after a while, a problem arose. As Quenji's flames grew stronger, Kikium. Too hot. Whoosh. The baby extreme flame herb transformed into a massive fire and burned up instantly. Krueng. Did Quenji make a mistake? As Quenji looked around nervously, checking Sejun's reaction. He. Sejun was smiling as he looked at him. He. Thank goodness. Quenji thought he was in trouble. Quenji also smiled in relief. The baby extreme flame herb has grown into an extreme flame herb by absorbing powerful fire energy. The extreme flame herb has returned to its rightful place. You have completed 1 requirement out of 5 of the promotion quest. Who? A message suddenly appeared in front of Sejun. Sejun quickly turned to look at Quenji. Whoosh! And saw the extreme flame herb disappearing in a burst of flames. So there was a way to speed up their growth. He. My Quenji did a good job. Sejun smiled and ran to the relieved Quenji. You did great, Quenji. Ku hey. He praised Quenji, lifting him with both hands and bouncing him up and down. Then, King, Butler. What about the Great Blackie? Tell Great Blackie he did well too and bounce him too. Blackie barked fiercely, asking to be praised and tossed too. While Sejun was giving both Quenji and Blackie their well-deserved lifts. He. Newbie who? Nice to see you. We met at the birthday party, right? The extreme flame herb encountered an endlessly towering tree looking down at it. You know me. It's me. Flamey Park, Sejun Nim's second daughter. What? Flamey Nim was this enormous. The extreme flame herb was shocked by Flamey's words. The baby herbs were originally trees that assisted the tree of creation. In other words, they were destined to be Flamey's subordinates. That's why it had moved toward Flamey. Thank you, Podori Nim. The extreme flame herb once again expressed its thanks to Podori, who had advised it not to eat the golden fire apple Sejun had given it. If he had eaten it, his life as a tree would have been greatly disrupted. Anyway, nice to meet you. But you're too weak right now to be of help. Sausage, give this one some supplements. Yes. Welcome. Is this your first time with supplements? Sausage, the top student at the World Tree School, handed over a supplement to the extreme flame herb with an excited voice. 99th floor of the Black Tower. He. You should have told me sooner that this was how to raise them. Water bomb. SS rank tower farmer isn't far off now. Smiling, Sejun used the fire wind water pitchfork to make small water bombs and had the baby Hisho Wu absorb the water energy. Poo Woo, BB, Mukboople and Basugu, who could handle water energy, also helped Sejun by spewing water energy. And then, hit. Siptioku, who could handle all 9 attributes, searched for the attribute that the baby ginseng could absorb. Baby Hishowu was water. Baby 10,000 poison herb was poison. Baby extreme ice herb was ice. Those 3 were easy to guess based on their names, but the baby ginseng was harder to figure out. Hit. Not this one either. Then how about this one? Siptioku tried injecting all 9 attributes into the baby ginseng one by one. But, hit. Sejun Nim, I'm sorry, it was a failure. The baby ginseng didn't absorb any of the 9 attributes Siptioku had. What could it be? For now, let's raise the others first. Sejun decided to focus on the other herbs for now. A little while later. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, I'm back. Meow. Kayut. Me too. Theo and Iona returned from work. Poohoo hut. When it comes to water attributes, leave it to me. Meow. Kayut. Making ice is as easy as eating peanuts while lying down. With Theo and Iona's power, the baby Hishowu and baby extreme ice herb moved over to Flamey's location. I should have just worked. Watching the couple, Sejun regretted what he now saw as a pointless effort. However, Poohoo hut. I burned all the money I earned. Meow. Theo had burned all the money he earned in the Green Tower over the past 3 days. A little later. Hey! I told you not to burn money. Chairman Park, you're so stingy. Meow. Sejun and Theo bickered again as usual. And then, Krueng. Dad, Quenji is hungry. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Feed Great Blackie. Quenji and Blackie whined to Sejun for food. Wait a moment. I have to punish Vice Chairman Theo. Chairman Park, I want churu too. Meow. How can food go down your throat right now? It goes down just fine. Meow. You're right. We should eat. Let's have dinner. Persuaded by Theo's words, Sejun had dinner with the group. As always, the Sejun family was lively. There was some shouting, but the day ended peacefully. After dinner, everyone, good night. As night deepened, Pa hey. Good night, everyone. Peacebays began his activities. Please support me by watching my gaming content on my other channel. The better the gaming channel does, the more stories I will upload. Thank you for your support.